Library of Heaven's Path Chapter 1028 to Chapter 1078. Miracle, this is truly a miracle. Guild leader Zhong muttered with a dazed look on his face. A cultivation technique and 3 pills were able to forcefully reverse the attribute of one's Xianxia and achieve a breakthrough. This could no longer be considered as guidance but a miracle. Even though he was witnessing it with his own eyes, he couldn't help but feel as if he was dreaming. Could this be the true strength of President Zhang? Pavilion Master Feng was also shocked speechless. As a master teacher, he had a keen eye of discernment. Naturally, he could tell how valuable the cultivation technique that Zhang Xian had given Songzhen was. To be able to create such a formidable cultivation technique so casually and give it to someone else without any reservations, this was the quality of a true master teacher. It was no wonder he was able to become the principal of the Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy and win the respect of countless elders and students. Thank you, teacher. While the duo was still deep in thought, Songzhen, who had just finished his cultivation, kneeled down before Zhang Xian with a look of admiration. At this moment, he had completely trusted the other party's words. Even if the young man before him were to ask him to commit suicide, he wouldn't hesitate at all. I am not your teacher, so there's no need to stand on ceremony with me. Zhang Xian waved his hands casually. You have imparted the cultivation technique to me and given me hope to live on. You are the only person I will acknowledge in my life, and that will never change. Songzhen kneeled on the floor and kowtowed heavily a few times as an unwavering determination shone in his eyes. Without the other party, he would have been a corpse by now. Not only so, his family would still be mocked by others. Not only so, Sun Jin was still able to disguise his fangs so that no one would be able to see through his disguise, deceiving batch after batch of freshmen who dreamed of becoming blacksmiths. Not only did President Zhang impart the cultivation technique to him, he even changed his life and avenged him. Even if Zhang Xian didn't take him in as his student, he would still view him as a role model for the rest of his life. Forget it. Even though I won't be taking you in as my direct disciple, since fate has brought us together, you shall be my student today. Seeing the determination in the other party's eyes, Zhang Xian sighed deeply. Not only did one have to possess talent, one also had to be tested on one's character. Since he had only known the other party for a short period of time, it was impossible for him to accept the other party as his direct disciple. Master teachers had students all over the world. Just like the members of the Xianxia faction, it wouldn't be a problem for him to take in a few more of them. Teacher, thank you for granting me my wish. Songzhen kowtowed once more in agitation. The weapon refiners lying on the ground were envious. Even the elders and Chairman Zhong wore the same expression. President Zhang possessed incredible strength, and his understanding of smithing was unfathomable as well. To be able to become his student, even if it was just in name, he would definitely have a bright future ahead of him. Since he's your blacksmithing teacher, I feel bad if I don't help you become a 6-star blacksmith. Paying no heed to the gazes of the crowd, Zhang Xian chuckled softly as he flicked his wrist, and a massive cauldron fell to the ground. This is the guardian artifact of the Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy, the Jin Yuan Ding, a Saint low-tier artifact. It just so happens that I'm planning to refine it again. Since you've become my student, you'll be the one to do it. It will be of great help to your smithing. It won't be a problem for you to become a 7-star smith in the future. Refine a Saint low-tier artifact? This. I am just an apprentice, and I can't even smith a mortal-tier artifact. I won't be able to take on such a heavy responsibility. Songzhen was astonished. The other blacksmiths and even guild leader Zhong nearly fainted on the spot. Only 7-star blacksmiths were qualified to come into contact with saint artifacts. Tempering a saint artifact would indeed allow one to advance their smithing skills significantly, be it in terms of mental fortitude or technique. This was especially so for 6-star pinnacle blacksmiths. With a single epiphany, they might even be able to achieve a breakthrough. But, for an apprentice who hadn't even forged a mortal weapon before to do it, wasn't he afraid that the guardian artifact of the Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy would be ruined? Master, you can't be serious, right? Not just the crowd, Jin Yuanding was also trembling uncontrollably. It felt as if it was on the verge of tears. Actually, Ding Ding feels that its current strength isn't too bad, so it suddenly doesn't feel like raising its cultivation anymore. Even though it wanted to raise its cultivation, it needed its master to do it personally. To have a fellow who has never forged a weapon before do it, what the heck? Are you trying to find an excuse to kill me because you find me an eyesore? Ignoring the crowd's shock and Jin Yuanding's fear, Xianxia waved his hands grandly and said, "Alright, what are you talking about?" Even though his current blacksmithing mastery had reached 6-star pinnacle, it wasn't as simple as forging and quenching the violet gilt metal. More importantly, he had to fuse the violet gilt metal into it, in other words, forge the core of the weapon, and this was precisely what he lacked the most in. If he were to make a move before so many formidable blacksmiths, not only would he embarrass himself, there was a good chance that the golden origin cauldron would be smashed to smithereens. In fact, it might even be smashed beyond recognition. Even though Songjin was only an apprentice, he had used the Library of Heaven's Path to take a look at him, and he had a solid foundation in smithing. If he were to be the one to fuse the violet gilt metal, he would definitely be the ideal candidate. In fact, he would be even more adept than a 6-star blacksmith. If he were to succeed, he would gain a deeper understanding of smithing, and it would only be a matter of time before he became a 6-star blacksmith. By doing so, not only would he be able to resolve the awkwardness of not knowing how to forge the core of the weapon, he would also be able to gain the respect of the crowd. At the same time, he would also be able to temper his students so that he wouldn't lose his reputation. This could be said to be killing 3 birds with 1 stone, so why not? Yes. Seeing that his teacher was infuriated, Songjin dared not say anything else. Thus, he could only grit his teeth and walk over. On the other hand, Jin Yuanding was trembling uncontrollably. The arrogance and haughtiness that it had when it crushed a Saint Realm expert previously was nowhere to be seen. Its 3 thick legs seemed as if they would collapse at any moment. Seeing the expressions on the man and cauldron, Xianxia shook his head. Without bothering to explain any further, he said, "Raising the quality of a saint artifact is of utmost importance. Later on, I will guide you on how to forge it. You mustn't make any mistakes." "Yes." Songjin heaved a sigh of relief. "Take out the violet gilt metal that I had you bring with you. You will need it for the forging this time." Without any hesitation, Xianxia began going through the steps of forging Jin Yuanding. First, melt the ore and drive the earth flame with your Xianxia. 13 breaths later, place the Jin Yuanding into it and fuse with it. 27 breaths later, take it out and use the 1000 gold forging method to hammer 184 times. Every single hammer strike should use 80% of your strength. The requirement is simple. You have to hammer the entire Jin Yuanding once, no more, no less. Xianxia didn't send a telepathic message but spoke it out loud. His crisp voice fell into the ears of the blacksmiths present, and they stared at one another in shock. They thought that it wouldn't be too difficult to guide them in forging, but after hearing Xianxia's explanation, they realized that it wasn't just forging but a form of cultivation. Not only did they have to understand the properties of Jin Yuanding, the violet gilt metal, and even the earth flame, they also had to have a detailed understanding of Songjin's strength and capabilities. This was no longer a problem of one's eye of discernment, one's mind must be as vast as the ocean. Yes. After hearing Xianxia's words, Songjin knew that his teacher had already divined everything that he could possibly encounter. Heaving a sigh of relief, he quickly memorized the content of Xianxia's words before tossing the violet gilt metal into the earth flame. As long as it was a room in the blacksmith guild, there would be a formation connecting it to the earth flame. Driving his strength as a half-saint cultivator, the flames burned intensely, and it didn't take long for the violet gilt metal to melt. Following which, he placed Jin Yuanding into the earth flame. All of the forging methods were carried out strictly according to Xianxia's instructions. Not bad. Xianxia nodded in satisfaction. Just as Xianxia had guessed, the other party's mastery in forging had indeed reached the pinnacle. In fact, he was even stronger than most 6-star pinnacle blacksmiths. It was no wonder he had been unable to achieve a breakthrough all these years. He had devoted all of his time and effort into forging, resulting in his current capability. An hour later, with a resounding chime reminiscent of a giant bell, Jin Yuanding's strength, which was only at the level of a Saint Lotier artifact a moment ago, rose steadily, and the powerful aura it exuded forced the crowd to retreat. The violet gilt metal finally came to a halt, emanating an aura of superiority. Saint Intermediate Tier artifact? That's great. Xianxia's eyes lit up in excitement. With just a single look, he knew that he had made the right gamble. At this moment, Jin Yuanding had successfully fused with the violet gilt metal, reaching Saint Intermediate tier. His strength was already comparable to a Saint 4 Dan Pinnacle Cultivator. If he were to encounter the Golden Leaf King and the others once more, he would be able to smash them to death with a single strike of his cauldron. I'm still alive? Not only am I not dead, my cultivation has even risen? That's great. On the other hand, not too far away, Jin Yuanding leaped up in excitement. It had thought that it would at least be able to survive the tempering of an apprentice blacksmith, but who could have thought that not only would it succeed, it would even be able to raise its cultivation by an entire tier. It was so overjoyed that it could not help but hug Song Zhan and give him a kiss. Teacher. At this moment, Song Zhan had not expected to succeed either. Agitation gleamed in his eyes. Even though it was his teacher who had guided him step by step this time, this experience had given him great confidence in his mastery of smithing. If he were to take the 6-star examination or even the 7-star examination in the future, it would not be a problem for him. It could be said that this opportunity had laid down his foundation in smithing, granting him a bright future ahead of him. To hand over the guardian artifact of the Master Teacher Academy to him without any hesitation, this trust and kindness was something that he would never be able to repay in his entire life. Alright, since you have achieved a breakthrough, it shouldn't be a problem for you to become a blacksmith in the future. Grabbing Jin Yuanding back into his storage ring, Xianxia waved his hand and said, Pavilion Master Feng, I'll leave the rest to you. I'll be leaving first. After saying those words, Xianxia turned around and left, disappearing from everyone's sight. To leave without asking for anything in return. This is what a true master teacher should be like. Seeing Xianxia leave without the slightest hesitation, everyone couldn't help but sigh in awe. Translator, Rexng Editor, H2DH2 Mr. Contrary to the admiration of the crowd, after leaving the blacksmith guild, Xianxia chuckled softly. He had only wanted to save a suicidal man so as to prevent an innocent life from falling. Who could have thought that he would inadvertently fulfill his promise to Jin Yuanding, raising the latter's fighting prowess by leaps and bounds, and even taking in a talented blacksmith as his student? It could be said that this trip had not been in vain. As for how Sun Jin would deal with the matter, it was no longer his concern. Now that he had exposed the other party's true colors, there was no doubt that he would pay a heavy price for it. Perhaps, he would be sentenced to death. While he didn't like killing, he wouldn't say a word no matter how many people were killed by a fake teacher of his. When Xianxia had first arrived in this world, he had thought that it was none of his business. As long as it had nothing to do with him, he didn't care what the other party did. But now, he had already become a true master teacher, and he was shouldering heavy responsibilities. Right, I wonder if Teacher Luo is angry. I should hurry back to take a look. Just as Xianxia was about to return to his residence, he suddenly remembered that he had unintentionally offended Luozi last night. Slapping his forehead, he hurriedly rushed over to the other party's residence. It hadn't been easy for him to get closer to the other party, and he didn't want to be alienated because of this. Why did he lose his cool and grab the other party's hand? He really didn't know whether he should reprimand her or not. Conflicted, Xianxia hastened his footsteps, and it didn't take long before the residence where Luozi resided appeared before his eyes. But before he could reach it, he suddenly saw a young man walking toward him. It was the combative member of the Combat Master Hall, Feng Sun. That fellow had been brooding over the loss of the Combat Master Hall to the Master Teacher Academy, and he had been challenging him to a duel whenever he had the time. Seeing the other party walking toward him, Xianxia was just about to find a place to hide when he saw the other party's fiery gaze. President Zhang, do you dare to have a duel with me? I will suppress my cultivation to the same level as you. Xianxia roared. Xianxia was conflicted. He was still in a hurry to apologize to Luozi, but from the looks of it, if he didn't fight with her, she wouldn't let him leave. In the past, this fellow still cared about his status, and as long as he didn't agree, he wouldn't force it. But today, he must have taken the wrong medicine to insist on a duel. This made him feel helpless. Alright, suppress your cultivation, and I'll compete with you. However, let's not go too far. Seeing how determined the other party was, Xianxia knew that it was only a matter of time before he came to a decision. Thus, he waved his hand and said calmly. All right. Hearing that Xianxia had finally agreed to it, Feng Sun's eyes lit up in excitement. The bones in his body shuddered as he suppressed his cultivation from Saint 3 Dan Pinnacle to nascent Saint Pinnacle. Rumble, with a deafening roar, it charged right toward Xianxia. Back in time, Xianxia and Lozozi separated. The girl blushed slightly and hurried back to her residence. Ever since she was young, she had lived alone, and she had never come into contact with a man of her age. As such, when the other party touched her, she was at a loss as to what to do. After walking for a while, she couldn't help but glance behind her, only to realize that Xianxia wasn't following her. She frowned in displeasure. She had seen fools in her life, but she had never seen one as foolish as him. She was just embarrassed, not truly angry. Under normal circumstances, anyone with the slightest bit of EQ would surely rush up to apologize and use this opportunity to forge a good relationship with the other party. That way, she would be able to resolve the awkwardness between them. Yet, this fellow disappeared without a trace. What a pig head! It was only a 10-minute walk from the restaurant to her residence, but even after walking for nearly 2 hours, the other party was nowhere to be seen. Her face reddened in anger. Luosher. Before she could return to her residence, she saw Musher waiting outside. What's the matter? Luosher frowned. It's like this. We have just received news that there might be otherworldly demon kings sneaking into the ancient domain, so, can Luosher not enter? Musher asked after a moment of hesitation. Why? Are you ordering me around? Lozozi's face darkened. I dare not. Musher leaped in fright. That's good. Lozozi waved her hands. Just as she was about to push open the door and enter the residence, she suddenly heard hurried footsteps behind her. A young man was walking over. It was Feng Sun from the Combat Master Hall. Ever since he first saw Lozozi, he had been bewildered by her beauty, and he had been looking for an opportunity to interact with her. However, the other party refused to give him any chance at all. Thinking that they were going to enter the ancient domain tomorrow, and it was uncertain whether they would be able to return alive, he could no longer hold himself back and rushed over. Luosher, looking at the young lady's back, Feng Sun couldn't help but call out. Even though Lozozi had disguised her appearance so that Feng Sun wouldn't be able to see through her disguise, she was still a rare beauty who didn't pale in comparison to Hu Yaoyao and the others. It was no wonder he was infatuated with her. I have something to say to you. Lozozi turned to Feng Sun and said, Speak. Here? Feng Sun glanced at Musher before turning his gaze back to where Luosher was, and an awkward expression surfaced on his face. Seeing that Feng Sun was unwilling to speak, Lozozi couldn't be bothered with him. She pushed open the door and walked into the residence. All right. I'll speak. Knowing that it would be difficult for him to speak after she entered the residence, Feng Sun gritted his teeth and said, For some reason, I fell for you the moment I saw you. Luosher, will you walk down the path of cultivation with me? Feng Sun had always been straightforward with his actions, and he didn't like to hide his feelings either. Send the guest out. Feng Sun was still thinking that Feng Sun was going to say something, but upon hearing those words, Lozozi waved her hands and walked into the residence. Luosher. I'm not done yet. Not expecting the other party to turn around and leave without saying a word, Feng Sun anxiously rushed forward, but barely after taking a single step, Musher suddenly blocked his path. Combat Master Feng, please return. Feng Sun panicked. Seeing that Feng Sun was unwilling to give up, Musher frowned and said, Enough. Luosher isn't even allowing you to enter the residence. This is already a clear indication of her attitude towards you. Don't you know that? Feng Sun felt as though a bucket of cold water had been poured over his head. Indeed, the fact that the other party didn't allow him to enter the residence even after he had said those words clearly showed that she didn't like him at all. If he were to continue pestering her, he would only be humiliating himself. Pardon me. Realizing this, Feng Sun turned around with a disappointed look on his face. However, a short while later, he saw Xianxia rushing over anxiously. That fellow seems to be quite close with Luosher. Could he be the reason why she rejected me? A thought surfaced in Feng Sun's mind, and he couldn't hold himself back anymore. Thus, he dashed forward to block the other party's path. Naturally, Xianxia was oblivious to the fact that the other party had dashed over to confess to Lozozi. Seeing that the other party had suppressed his cultivation to the same level as him, he couldn't help but feel embarrassed. To be honest, it was really too much of a bully to challenge someone of the same cultivation realm, but since the other party had made such a request, it would be even more embarrassing if he didn't fulfill it. Lie down. Roaring furiously, Fengsun dashed forward with his fist raised. Previously, he had heard from Liao Chong and the others that the young man before him possessed a deep understanding of battle techniques. Since he knew that he wouldn't be able to win in a battle of techniques, he might as well use his speed. There was nothing in the world that couldn't be overcome, only speed. What he specialized in the most was speed. As long as he exerted his full strength, coupled with his superior combat instincts, he didn't believe that he would lose. His fist carried an immense pressure, as if intending to crush the air, and in the blink of an eye, it was already right before Xianxia. Fengsun thought that the other party would panic upon seeing his speed, but instead, he stretched his back helplessly. At such a crucial moment in the battle, instead of dodging or counterattacking, he actually stretched his back. What do you mean by that? Just as Fengsun was perplexed, the other party suddenly finished stretching his back and struck him with his palm, as if he was dealing with an insatiable fly. Pada, Fengsun was sent flying, and his face reddened from the slap. It was as if the other party's palm possessed some kind of magical power. No matter how Fengsun tried to dodge, he was unable to do so. Damn it! For a combat master to be sent flying with a single slap, it wasn't hard to imagine how stifled he felt. Just as Fengsun was about to charge forward, the other party suddenly waved his hands helplessly and said, "Why don't we just call it a day?" Seeing how the other party was treating him as if he was doing him a favor, Fengsun felt even more enraged. Roaring furiously, he charged forward once more. In the next instant, the other party wrapped his left arm around his neck while his right arm pummeled his face relentlessly. In the next instant, Fengsun was lying on the ground, and Xianxia was riding on his back, slapping him repeatedly as if he was playing with cotton. The next moment, the genius combat master was lying on the ground with his hands over his head, and Xianxia was standing in front of him, kicking him relentlessly. Forget it. I think that you have already lost. 10 minutes later, looking at the swollen and red Fengsun, Xianxia couldn't bring himself to beat him anymore. He had already gone easy on the other party, but the other party was simply too weak. There was no sense of accomplishment in beating him up at all. Shaking his head, Xianxia knocked on the door and walked into Lozozi's residence. The young lady was still awake. She was standing in the middle of the hall, deep in thought. Musher was standing not too far away from her with a respectful look on his face. Just now, after a moment of hesitation, Xianxia was at a loss for words. Please leave. I need to rest, Lozozi said with a wave of her hands. Seeing that the other party was asking him to leave so quickly, Xianxia was at a loss as to what to do. Thus, he couldn't help but turn his gaze to Musher. After a moment of hesitation, Musher reminded, Senior Uncle, Luosher is currently in a bad mood after Fengsun's confession. Confession? Xianxia frowned. Yes. Musher nodded. Wait a moment, I'll be heading out for a moment. Stomping his feet, Xianxia walked out with widened strides. Wait a moment? Musher was taken aback. I went easy on him in the duel with Fengsun earlier. I'll go over and beat him up once more. Xianxia walked out, and not too long later, the agonized cry of agony from the genius of the combat master hall sounded from outside the residence. He had already been pummeled badly a moment ago, and he hadn't even had a chance to leave yet. How could he possibly stop the energetic Xianxia? That's against the rules, blinking his eyes, Musher muttered. But before he could finish his words, the eyes of the young lady not too far away suddenly curved into crescent moons, and she couldn't help but burst into laughter. At this moment, Fengsun even felt like dying. He had thought that the other party had already used his full strength in the previous duel, but at this moment, he realized that the other party might not even have exerted a fifth of his fighting prowess. In other words, the other party had already beaten him up badly with that little bit of strength. It was hard to tell what provoked him to use his full strength at this moment, But the other party was already pummeling him to the point that he could not even bear to live anymore. Besides, what in the world was this? Wasn't it just a duel? He had just won a moment ago, and yet, the other party came over to beat him up? What was going on? Seeing that the other party was getting more and more excited, Feng Xin could not hold himself back anymore. He secretly released the seal on his body and raised his cultivation to Saint Wen Dan, but the result was the same as before. He was still pummeled relentlessly. What left him even more spurting blood was that the other party did not seem to have noticed the rise in his cultivation at all. Gritting his teeth, Feng Xin continued raising his cultivation to Saint Tu Dan, but the other party was still oblivious to it. He was a 1,000-man commander of the Combat Master Hall, a top-notch genius. Fighting opponents above his cultivation realm was a walk in the park for him, and yet, the other party was still oblivious to it. This huge blow left him on the verge of insanity. Forget it, I don't care about my dignity anymore. With a savage look on his face, Feng Xin gritted his teeth and released all of the strength he had been suppressing. As a Saint 3 Dan pinnacle expert, Xianxia was able to exert his full strength at this moment, causing his aura to surge into the heavens. I'll make you pay the price. Roaring furiously, Feng Xin clenched his fists tightly. Just as he was about to make a move, a foot suddenly struck his face. Not to mention the strength of this kick, it had even kicked one of the vital points and flaws in his cultivation. Before he could finish shouting in excitement, he felt his vision go black and he fell heavily onto the ground. He lay upright on the ground. Only at this moment did he realize one thing. If you cherish your life, you should stay away from Xianxia. Even though he was also known as a genius, he wasn't on the same level as the young man before him. There was a world of difference between the two of them. It was no wonder his direct disciples were allowed to take the progeny of combat examination. The students that he had imparted to him were able to defeat the members of the Combat Master Hall so easily. This was way too monstrous. After knocking Feng Xin unconscious, Xianxia finally felt the stifling feeling in his chest disappear. He stretched lazily and walked back to Lozosi's courtyard feeling refreshed. But before he could get close, Musher had already walked out of the room. Senior uncle, Luosher has already gone to bed, and she has instructed us to talk about it tomorrow. Ugh. Seeing that the other party had no intention of meeting him, Xianxia scratched his head and walked back to his residence. It was a silent night. At dawn the next day, everyone gathered in Mingshi Tang's reception hall. After a night of adjustment and treatment, Feng Xin's breathing had recovered a lot, but his body was still badly swollen. Combat Master Feng, what's wrong? If you really can't do it, then don't go. President Han, who was in charge of leading the crowd, couldn't help but ask when he saw him like this. The guy from yesterday was still fine. How did he become like this after one night? It's fine. I just made some mistakes in my cultivation yesterday, and I have already consumed some medicine. It won't be a problem. Feng Xin hurriedly waved his hands. He had challenged a nascent saint only to be pummeled to such a state. He would be too embarrassed to speak of it. Cultivation? President Han shook his head. He might not be a master teacher, but he wasn't a fool either. How could he possibly have cultivated to such a state? It was clear that he had been pummeled. However, since the other party was unwilling to speak of it, he couldn't be bothered to pursue the matter. Thus, he turned to the crowd and said, "Since everyone is here, let's set off." The seal of the ancient domain was about to open, so it was about time for them to head over. Standing on the back of the Saint Beast, Xianxia discreetly shot a glance at Luo Ruoxin, only to see that she still had the same nonchalant look on her face. It seemed like she did not blame him for what had happened the previous day. Heaving a sigh of relief, he hurriedly rushed forward. Luosher, the ancient domain is fraught with danger. If we travel together, we will be able to look out for one another, Lozozi nodded. Seeing that the other party wasn't angry at him, Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief. That's great. A few minutes later, the massive Yanlin mountain appeared before their eyes once more. The group descended to the ground. The seal was no different from how it was a few days ago. The formation flag that Xianxia had planted in the ground was still standing quietly in the middle of the formation. Surges of concentrated energy were emanating from the formation, emanating immense power. Based on my deductions, the seal will open today. As for the exact time, we can't be sure, so we just have to wait patiently. President Han explained. For such a formidable seal, it was already incredible that they could deduce the exact date of its opening. It was nigh impossible for them to know the exact time. Everyone knew how difficult it was, so they weren't in a rush. They stood where they were and waited. Around 2 hours later, the white mist-like seal slowly changed, turning red. Following this, a rainbow-colored passageway appeared before them. It's opening. Seeing this, everyone knew that the seal had been opened, and their eyes lit up. President Han glanced at the passageway for a moment before turning to the crowd and explaining, "This is the 7-colored rainbow bridge, and it will only appear for 15 minutes. Let's hurry up and enter." After saying those words, he took the lead and walked forward. The crowd followed closely behind him. Even though the rainbow passageway was only formed by a formation, it was extremely resilient. Walking on it was no different from walking on the ground. Following behind the crowd on the rainbow bridge, Xianxia scanned his surroundings. The blue sky, the white clouds, the green hills, the clear waters, and the searing hot air beneath him created a dreamlike feeling, as if two worlds were fusing together. To be able to create such a resilient rainbow bridge in an empty space, the person who set up this ancient domain sure is fearsome, Xianxia thought. He was able to use his Xianxia to construct a rainbow bridge so that people could walk on it. However, he was unable to set up a spell formation and make it operate as a bridge. Not only was he unable to do so, even a 7-star formation master would find it difficult to do so. It seemed that it was just as he had guessed. The senior who had left behind the ruins was at least an 8-star martial artist. It was no wonder why the old principal was so fearful of the other party, leaving behind a cenotaph in advance. "I have insight." Walking forward, Xianxia peered into the distance. At the end of the rainbow, he saw a 7-colored barrier of light. Beneath it, the lava was bubbling furiously, and the heat emanating from the barrier felt as if it would burst forth at any moment, reducing one to cinders. The structure of this barrier is somewhat similar to the seal in the subterranean gallery. A moment later, Xianxia frowned. The structure of the barrier before him was extremely bizarre. It bore some resemblance to the seal that sealed the otherworldly battlefield in the subterranean gallery, just that it was much simpler. Even so, without opening it, it would be nigh impossible for one to barge in. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been able to keep the entire otherworldly demonic tribe at bay for tens of thousands of years. Perplexed, Xianxia followed behind the crowd, and soon, they arrived before the barrier. At this moment, the others finally got a clear look at what was beyond the barrier, and their faces paled. Lava is right ahead. Could it be that the ancient domain is within the lava? A master teacher asked in bewilderment. Lava was made up of molten rock, and its temperature was extremely high. Even steel would be melted into liquid if placed within it. Even Saint Realm experts dared not enter recklessly. The information I have is limited. We'll have to enter to find out more. Wuxia shook his head. He didn't know much about the specifics. Then, let's not think too much about it. Since we are already here, let's head in to take a look first. Seeing the bewildered looks on everyone's faces, Wuxia stepped forward and said, "All right, I'll give it a try first. If there's any danger, let's not enter." He was the strongest master teacher in the group, so he had to take the lead if there was any danger. After saying those words, he immediately infused his Xianxia into his acupoints, and with a leap, he dashed straight toward the barrier. Voila! Without the slightest resistance, Wuxia fell into the barrier, and his figure disappeared before everyone's eyes. Following which, the crowd saw Xianxia's silhouette emerging from the other side of the barrier. Even though they couldn't see him clearly, they could clearly see him waving his hand. "Let's go in." President Han followed closely behind. Xianxia also followed closely behind. As soon as his body touched the barrier, it felt as if he had touched water. In the next instant, he appeared right above the scorching lava. Waves of heat assaulted him from time to time, causing his scalp to go numb. Xianxia looked downward. It was a massive volcanic crater with a radius of more than 10 kilometers. Flames would surge up from time to time, threatening to swallow him whole. Could the ancient domain really be beneath the lava? Xianxia frowned. He thought that there would be a passageway leading the group into the ancient domain, but when he arrived, he realized that there was nothing else in the surroundings other than lava. If the ancient domain was really beneath the lava, this place was far more dangerous than he had imagined. Putting aside the searing heat, just the sheer size of the lava, coupled with the fact that they were unable to see anything, could very well lose their way and never return. How do we get there? Wuxia, who was the first to enter, frowned. He couldn't help but turn to look at President Han. The other party was a formation master. Perhaps there might be some kind of invisible formation hidden here that would allow them to enter successfully. Let me take a look, President Han nodded. He took out his compass and circled around the volcanic crater, and the frown on his forehead grew deeper and deeper. The aura in the surroundings is very stable, and there aren't any formations around. It seems like we'll have to slowly search. For the entrance, search? Everyone glanced at the lava, which was more than 10 li in diameter, and their mouths twitched. How were they supposed to search for the entrance? Were they really going to have to dive in? Even if they could withstand the heat, their clothes wouldn't be able to. After all, they couldn't possibly allow a group of 6-star and 7-star master teachers and combat masters to walk around naked, right? If they were to do so, they would probably die of shame before they could even find the ancient domain. With such thoughts in mind, Xianxia couldn't help but turn to look at Luozi and stroke his lower jaw worriedly. What if she takes off her clothes? Should I take a look or not? You. What nonsense are you thinking? Just as Xianxia was deep in thought, he suddenly heard the furious voice of the young lady beside him. Raising his head, Xianxia saw Luozi's face reddening, and she was so furious that she could explode. While others were busy thinking about how to find the entrance, this fellow was staring at him intently. With just a look, it was clear that he was up to no good. Cough cough. Xianxia choked on his saliva, not expecting the other party to notice him while he was deep in thought. He straightened his face, and his eyebrows shot up. I was thinking that given how dangerous the lava is, it can't possibly be a trial. A trial? Seeing that she had misunderstood Xianxia's intentions, Luozi felt a little embarrassed. That's right. Standing in the air, Xianxia gazed ahead as he gestured with his hands. If the person who left behind the ancient domain didn't intend for the later generations to enter, he wouldn't have allowed a gap in the formation to appear. Since he did so, it means that the ancient domain was left behind for the later generations, and this lava is likely to be the first trial. Only by clearing this trial will one be able to proceed deeper and deeper. This? Luozi was taken aback for a moment before nodding in agreement. The other party was right. If one could barge into the ancient domain as one pleased, it would have long since ceased to exist. What's the point of knowing all of this? Have you guessed the reason why the other party left behind this lava? Or perhaps, find the true entrance to the ancient domain? Luozi looked at Xianxia. I'm still trying to figure it out. Turning around, Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief. It was fortunate that he had reacted quickly. Otherwise, if the other party were to learn of his thoughts, she would surely strangle him to death. Forget it, let's not think about this for the time being. Shaking his head, Xianxia tossed aside the thoughts in his mind and lowered his head to look at the lava below. The lava below was bubbling nonstop, reminiscent of boiling water. Even before entering the lava, one could already feel the searing heat, as if they would be scorched at any moment. Activating his eye of insight, Xianxia took a closer look. The entire mouth of the volcano was shrouded in heat, reminiscent of a sauna filled with steam, making it difficult for one to see clearly. Sweeping his gaze across the area, Xianxia was unable to find the slightest trace of a formation. In fact, he could not even see the slightest trace of spiritual energy. Perhaps there is a folded space. Frowning, Xianxia was just about to communicate with the myriad ant hive queen to have it investigate when a voice suddenly sounded. This doesn't look like ordinary lava. He turned around and saw Wuxia, President Han, and the others standing together. The latter had a surprised look on his face. Everyone was puzzled. Look. President Han flicked his wrist and a spirit-grade intermediate stage weapon appeared in his palm. He infused his true chi into it and shot it straight down. Thump, as the weapon fused with the lava, a sizzling sound could be heard. Not long after, the weapon melted into liquid and disappeared. A mid-stage spirit rank, can melt it? Everyone was startled. Previously, they had only felt that the temperature below was very high, but with their Saint Domain experts' battle prowess, they should have been able to withstand it for a long time without suffering any injuries. However, upon seeing this scene, they immediately understood that the lava below was much more terrifying than they had imagined. It's earth core lava. Wu Tianqiong, the dean of Yunxiu College, hesitated for a moment and said, "Earth core lava?" Perplexed, the crowd turned to look at Xianxia. "I have read some books on it, and it said that the temperature of lava increases the deeper one goes. The most formidable ones are the earth core lava. A single droplet of it can melt a spirit or even a saint artifact. While the lava before us isn't that hot, its temperature has already exceeded that of ordinary lava. Thus, there's a good chance that what's below isn't the ancient domain but the Earth's core." Wu Tianqiong analyzed. This, the crowd frowned. "Regardless of whether that's the case or not, we'll know once we take a look." Wu Shi's eyebrows shot up. "Why don't you wait here while I head down to take a look? Given how hot the lava is, the temperature down there must be even higher. No matter how powerful you are, it should be difficult for you to head down, right?" President Han asked. "I have analyzed the situation just now, and with my current strength, I should only be able to dive 100 meters down. If I encounter any danger, I'll immediately come out." "Don't worry," Wu Shi nodded grimly. "If I don't go in and wait here, I fear that I won't be able to hold on for too long either." Even though they were flying through the air and there was still some distance between them and the lava down below, there was still a seal above them. The temperature had already reached a frightening level. For a short period of time, they could still withstand the heat by relying on their Xianxia, but as time went on, their Xianxia would be completely exhausted, and they would be burned to death. "That's true. You must be careful." Hearing those words, guild leader Han knew that Xianxia was speaking the truth, so he nodded in agreement. Don't worry. If I encounter any danger, I'll surely come out." Wu Shi chuckled softly before falling silent. With a grim look on his face, he drove his Xianxia, and as if a massive dragon soaring through the starry sky, he turned around and dived downward. Voila, driving his Xianxia aside, Xianxian dived right into the lava. Not expecting Xianxian to move so quickly, Xianxian hesitated for a moment before swallowing his words. To be honest, he still hadn't figured out what was going on. Perhaps, Wu Shi might be able to uncover some new clues once he dived down. Gugugugu, the area where Wu Shi dived into was bubbling non-stop, and the lava gathered once more. It was as if no one had gone down at all. Will he be fine? Looking at the situation below and feeling the searing heat in the air, a combat master couldn't help but ask. After a moment of silence, President Han said, "Wu Shi's cultivation has already reached Saint 4 Dan, and as a master teacher, he has many life-saving means up his sleeves. He shouldn't face much of a problem." Even though he was confident in his words, there was still a hint of worry in his eyes. Clearly, even he didn't have absolute confidence that he would be able to survive. "Don't worry. While Wu Shi isn't the strongest of the Qingyuan Empire's Mingshi Tang faction, his means of escape are definitely the best. It's for this reason that he was sent here to explore the ancient domain." Mu Shi said with a smile. "Means of escape?" Everyone was taken aback. Indeed. Wu Shi has a unique cultivation technique known as the Star Silkworm Steps. Once executed, his speed is comparable to that of a Saint 5 Dan primordial spirit realm. Expert. Even though it consumes a lot of Xianxia, it's still an invaluable life-saving technique. Mu Shi nodded. Even though the lava below is scorching hot, given his strength and means, it shouldn't be a problem for him to survive. Besides, since there's a life gate on the seal, he can't possibly die the moment he enters. That's true. The eyes of the combat masters lit up, and they heaved a sigh of relief. If a 7-star pinnacle master teacher were to be burned to death just by entering the lava, this ancient domain was simply too difficult. If that was the case, how did Su manage to come out alive? What was the point of the elder who left behind the ancient domain doing all this? Xianxian nodded in agreement. In truth, it wasn't too far off from what he had been thinking. Since the ancient domain was meant for humans to enter, it was possible for the trial to be a little more difficult. However, it was impossible for the trial to be completely shut out. After waiting for 8 minutes, just as everyone was starting to get anxious, a loud rumble suddenly sounded from the lava below, and a figure darted up from the ground. Whoosher, everyone hurriedly turned their gazes over, and with just a single glance, their eyebrows shot up. At this moment, Whoosher's appearance was completely different from before. His clothes had been burnt to a crisp, leaving him completely naked. If not for the massive dragon formed from his Xianxia, he would have died from embarrassment. Of course, the fact that his clothes had been burnt didn't mean much to him. What was more important was that he was panting heavily, and his face was ghastly pale, as if he had lost his life. In fact, there were even some parts of his body that were exposed that were charred black. It was a horrifying sight to behold. What happened? President Han hurriedly rushed up to Xianxia. Whoosher quickly swallowed a pill to recover his Xianxia before changing into a fresh set of clothes. Only then did he heave a sigh of relief. The temperature in the lava is much higher than I thought, with a bitter smile, Whoosher explained. After I entered the lava, I immediately headed down. I thought that with my stamina and Xianxia, it wouldn't be a problem for me to reach 100 meters in. Who could have known that, when I was 30 meters in, I suddenly felt the temperature rising, and I couldn't hold on any longer. The rate at which my Xianxia was being depleted also increased by more than twofold. By the time I reached 40 meters in, I realized that I had already depleted more than half of my Xianxia. Knowing that I wouldn't dare to venture any deeper, I decided to head back up, but in the end, I still nearly ran out of Xianxia and died in there. You only managed to reach 40 meters in? Wu Tianqiong was astonished. Despite Whoosher's strength, he had only managed to reach such a shallow depth. From this, it could be imagined just how fearsome the lava was. Did you notice anything? Xianxia asked. Whoosher shook his head. It's all lava down there, so I can't see anything at all. Furthermore, the pressure is extremely high, such that even my spiritual perception can only cover a radius of 10 meters or so. Any further than that and I'll fall short. 40 meters down, the temperature is even higher, and based on my observation, I can't tell how deep the end is. Your spiritual perception can only cover a radius of 10 meters or so? How deep is it? Everyone's face warped in astonishment. While Whoosher's cultivation wasn't the highest among them, his fighting prowess was definitely the strongest among them. Even President Han wouldn't be a match for him. Yet, even an expert of his caliber was only able to reach a radius of 10 meters. How in the world was he supposed to explore a volcanic crater with a diameter of 10 li? Even if there was an entrance to the ancient domain below, surely they wouldn't be able to enter it. Indeed. When my spiritual perception was at the surface, it could only cover a radius of several hundred meters. The deeper I go, the tighter the restraints on my spiritual perception. 40 meters is my limit, and I won't be able to go any deeper, Whoosher shook his head. You can only reach 40 meters, and there's still a long way to go. What should we do? The crowd glanced at one another. Despite Whoosher's incredible fighting prowess, he was only able to advance 40 meters into the formation. Given so, it was unlikely that the others would be able to advance any further. Could it be that the seal had finally been broken, and they were all trapped here? Not good. The seal has closed. Just as everyone was shocked by the news, a voice suddenly sounded amidst the crowd. Everyone turned their gazes over, only to see that the light barrier that they had just passed through had reverted back to its original white color. The rainbow bridge had also disappeared, as though the entrance had been sealed shut. It's almost the Lunar New Year. Do you all know why Valentine's Day is on the 29th this year? That's because if you don't handle Valentine's Day well, you can forget about celebrating the Lunar New Year. Haha, I implore everyone to pay attention to this official account. I've created a beauty list for the ladies in this book. You can all take a look at it. Just search for Sweeping the Horizon on WeChat and add me as your follower. One of the master teachers stepped forward, intending to pass through the barrier just like before. However, as if he had struck a metal plate, a powerful force repelled him. This? The master teacher narrowed his eyes in disbelief. If that's the case, how are we supposed to leave this place? He wasn't the only one. The other master teachers also stepped forward to give it a try, and their faces turned pale. The red barrier from before was as easy as touching the surface of water. However, this white barrier was like a city wall. Given their strength, it was impossible for them to break through it. In other words, once the entrance closed, they would be in a dead end. If he couldn't find a way forward, he could only be trapped here. It was impossible for him to escape. No wonder it's said to be a narrow escape. It is indeed fearsome. One of the master teachers muttered with a bitter smile. Before coming here, Wuxia and the others had warned them that this was an extremely dangerous place. Initially, they didn't think much of it, but after seeing this sight, they realized that it was indeed as they had expected. They hadn't even entered the ancient domain yet. Just the entrance alone was enough to leave them at a loss. Wouldn't it be even more terrifying if they were to enter the ancient domain? I have already said that the seal will close in 15 minutes. Once it closes, we won't be able to open it unless we find a way to solve it. President Han shook his head. Alright, there's no point in worrying about this. Since we have entered this place, we are already prepared to die. What we should do now is to find the entrance to the ancient domain. The others nodded. Knowing the dangers of this place, most of them had already made arrangements beforehand. Since there was no turning back, they might as well proceed forward. Xianxia also understood this as well. He turned his gaze to the lava below and secretly communicated with the myriad ant-hive queen. Master, there isn't a folded space here. Even if there is, it might be beneath the lava, and I can't see through it. Not too long later, the myriad ant-hive queen's voice sounded. There isn't? Xianxia's face turned livid. Could the passageway to the ancient domain really be beneath the lava? Even Wuxia couldn't enter it, let alone them. Surely it wouldn't be so difficult before entering the ancient domain. If that was the case, how did the old principal and the other outstanding individuals manage to enter the ancient domain back then? It's a pity that we didn't obtain the map of the poison temple, or else we wouldn't be in such a passive position. Xianxia shook his head helplessly. If he could find that map, he should be able to easily find the way out. He wouldn't be like this, completely clueless. Let's not think about it. Let's try the library and see if we can find anything. Casting these negative emotions aside, Xianxia flew straight toward the lava. Lava was an inanimate object. One could not execute martial techniques or circulate it. One could only touch it with their hands to activate the Library of Heaven's Path. Xianxia, what are you doing? Wuxia couldn't help but ask. Let me take a closer look at it. Knowing that he couldn't go into the details regarding the Library of Heaven's Path, Xianxia waved his hands casually. In the blink of an eye, Xianxia was already above the lava. As expected, he could feel waves of heat assaulting him. The heat seeped through his skin and seeped deep into his bones, threatening to burn him to a crisp at any moment. It's so hot. Xianxia narrowed his eyes in astonishment. It was no wonder Wuxia was only able to reach 40 meters into the lava. The temperature here was far higher than he had imagined. Even if he were to exert his full strength, 30 meters would still be a huge barrier. After driving his Heaven's Path Xianxia to expel the heat from the surroundings, Xianxia reached out and touched the lava. Flaws? Xianxia thought. Who? A book materialized in the Library of Heaven's Path. Volcano lava is formed by melting rocks with earth flames. Its temperature is extremely high, and it contains bluestone, granite, lapis lazuli, and many other types of rocks. Upon solidification, it can be used to construct houses. Upon seeing the content of the book, Xianxia staggered, and he nearly fell to the ground. Construct houses? Construct your head, that's not what I want to know. Alright, Xianxia felt stifled, but he knew that this was within his expectations. The Library of Heaven's Path could only analyze what he had touched, and it was only a small portion of it. It was just like how he had tried to collect the books on the bookshelf into his Library of Heaven's Path, but he knew that it was impossible. What the Library of Heaven's Path revealed was the properties of the lava, not the flaws within the area. In other words, the Library of Heaven's Path, which had always been successful, was useless at this moment. What should he do? Rubbing his glabella, Xianxia had no choice but to return to the surface. If it comes down to it, we should split up into several areas and explore the area one by one. Since the seal can be opened, it means that the ancient domain isn't too deep. As long as we work together, we should be able to find some clues. Seeing that even the omnipotent President Zhang had returned empty-handed, President Han sighed in disappointment. Explore the area one by one? Everyone nodded with a solemn expression. This was the only solution they had at the moment. There was no formation on the surface of the lava, and there was nothing special about it either. This meant that the ancient domain was likely to be hidden within. Since there was no way out, there was only one solution left: to explore the area one by one. What if the ancient domain is hidden 40 meters beneath the surface of the lava? The head of the Luoqing Master Teacher Academy, Shenpingqiao, frowned. Upon hearing those words, the others nodded in agreement. Even Wuxia had only been able to reach a depth of 40 meters, so it was impossible for them to do so. It was indeed possible for them to search the area one by one, but if the ancient domain was hidden 40 meters beneath the surface of the lava, it would be futile even if all of them were to die here. It's indeed a good idea to search the area one by one, but it's not feasible. Luozi spoke up. Oh? Luoshi, what do you think? President Han turned to look at her. Just like what they said, if the ancient domain is hidden 40 meters beneath the surface of the lava, it will be impossible for us to find it. Besides, given the size of the lava, how long do you think it will take for the 30 of us to comb through the area? Luozi asked with a frown. This? President Han was rendered speechless. Most of the people present possessed spiritual perception, allowing them to peer into the depths of the lava. However, the deeper one went into the lava, the greater the resistance would be, and the smaller the radius of their search. Given their current strength and Jinqi recovery rate, it would take at least a month for them to comb through the entire volcano. If they didn't fight for such a long period of time, they would surely run out of strength and die here. What should we do then? A master teacher asked. I don't know either. I just think that since the other party left behind the life gate, there must be a way out. It's just that we didn't think of it before. Rather than trying our luck, we might as well think through the situation first before making a move. Luozi said. The others nodded in agreement. She was right. Casting a wide net and trying to get lucky was indeed not a good idea for them right now. The environment here was simply too harsh. Even if they were to persist for 2 hours, 4 hours, or even 20 hours, they would still be able to do so. However, if they were to persist for a day, they would probably be afflicted by the fire poison, and if they were to persist for 2 days, they would probably be reduced to a dried husk. Indeed. We have to continue searching, Xianxia nodded before turning his gaze back to the volcano. The volcano was circular in shape, but it wasn't very orderly. From time to time, there would be energy seeping out from the volcano, striking the seal above, resulting in a deafening explosion. Had it been before, the seal would surely explode if it couldn't be released. However, since Xianxia had poked a hole on the outside, it wasn't too dangerous. Could it be related to the energy seeping out from the volcano? Xianxia suddenly thought. Back then, the old principal, Yu Su, and the others didn't have to go through so much trouble to enter the volcano. Based on the latter's explanation, they encountered a tempest of energy as soon as they entered the barrier, and they were swept to an unknown location, where they encountered the otherworldly demons. In other words, when they arrived, the barrier was filled with energy, making it impossible for anyone to withstand it. Could the tempest be the energy seeping out from the volcano? If that was the case, even though the volcano would be much safer without the energy seeping out, it would still be impossible for them to find the entrance to the ancient domain. Energy seeping out from the volcano. Could it be that the location of the energy seeping out from the volcano is where the ancient domain is hidden? With such thoughts in mind, a thought flashed across Xianxia's mind. If what Yusu said was true, the location where the energy seeping out from the volcano was most likely closely related to the ancient domain. With such thoughts in mind, Xianxian couldn't help but turn his gaze downward. At this moment, a surge of energy seeped out from the lava below, surging upward. As soon as it came into contact with the formation flag, it immediately vanished without a trace. The node that he was looking for was where the loophole of the seal was located. Once the formation flag was planted, the energy seeping out from the volcano would be unable to accumulate anymore. This was also the reason why he had forgotten about this matter. Let me give it a try, Xianxia nodded. Regardless of whether the location was the loophole or not, he would have to test it out himself to find out. Other than this location, he couldn't think of anything else that was unique. I can't probe the lava, and the Library of Heaven's path isn't of any use either. The only way is to enter the volcano to take a look. Wuxia has already exhausted his energy, and he still hasn't recovered yet. I'll have to do it myself. Xianxia tapped his finger forward, and a massive cauldron appeared before his eyes. Jin Yuanding, that fellow had already been upgraded to a Saint Intermediate tier artifact, granting him strength comparable to a Saint 4 Dan Pinnacle Cultivator. In a one-on-one fight, he might not be a match for Wuxia, but in terms of resistance to heat and lava, the latter was far from being a match for him. Jin Yuanding has been upgraded to a Saint Intermediate tier artifact? Seeing Zhang Xian's sudden movements, everyone turned their gazes over, and with just a glance, they were stunned. Everyone had heard of the Guardian artifact of the Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy, but it was only a Saint Low tier artifact. When did it become a Saint Intermediate tier artifact? Even though there was only a small difference between low tier and intermediate tier, there was a huge gap between the two. It's because my master accepted an apprentice blacksmith last night. He casually forged a Saint Intermediate tier artifact for me, and after that, I managed to reach this level. How can you be envious of me? Seeing the astonished gazes of the crowd, Jin Yuanding burst into laughter as he said gleefully, however, there's no point in being envious. Given my outstanding talent, you won't be able to learn how to achieve a breakthrough so easily. Shut up. Zhang Xian's eyebrows shot up. Yes. Hearing the reprimand, Jin Yuanding immediately fell silent, not daring to utter another word. Even though it had stopped speaking, the crowd still managed to catch a glimpse of what was going on, and they couldn't help but turn their gazes over. You took in a blacksmith apprentice at the last minute? You just casually forged it? President Zhang, what's going on? Jin Yuanding was a Saint-tier artifact, and in order to upgrade it, one would have to possess the prowess of a 7-star blacksmith at the very least. To take in an apprentice at the last minute. What was going on? An apprentice blacksmith shouldn't have any rank at all. How could such a person possibly upgrade a Saint-tier artifact? Oh, I met an apprentice who was about to commit suicide last night. Under the gazes of the crowd, Zhang Xian decided that there was no need to hide anything from them. Thus, he recounted the happenings in detail. An apprentice who can't even forge a Saint-tier artifact actually managed to upgrade Jin Yuanding's cultivation with just an hour of your guidance. This? Surely that shouldn't be possible? After hearing the explanation, everyone felt as if they were going insane. To guide an apprentice to forge a Saint-tier artifact. How much confidence did the other party have in himself to dare do such a thing? How deep did one's understanding of smithing have to be in order to accomplish such a feat? I've heard that President Zhang's smithing skills are incredible, but it seems like I've underestimated him, indeed. His smithing prowess has most likely reached 7-star, perhaps even pinnacle. Just this move alone is already something that none of us can match up to. The principals of the 3 great master teacher academies smiled bitterly. They had heard from Zhao Bingshu that the young man before them was a skilled blacksmith, but they had thought that he would only be a 6-star blacksmith at the very most. Only at this moment did they realize that the young man before them wasn't as simple as they thought. One must know that even a true 7-star pinnacle blacksmith wouldn't be able to guide an apprentice to forge a Saint-tier artifact so easily. You saved a person after we parted ways, and you even exposed the identity of a blacksmith? Unlike the crowd, Lozosi's eyes widened in shock as she stared at the young man before her. After you left, I was just about to chase after you when I saw someone committing suicide, so I was delayed. Zhang Xian nodded. I see. Lozosi shook her head helplessly. Yesterday, he had been so infuriated that he had thought that Zhang Xian was lacking in discernment. It seemed like that wasn't the case at all. As a master teacher, it was more important for him to uphold his dignity as a teacher. Even though he knew that she had misunderstood him, he didn't bother to explain himself. If it weren't for Jin Yuanding being so smug, she probably wouldn't have known about it even now. This kind of character was truly admirable. I'm guessing that the core of the lava is where the energy is, so I plan to go down and take a look. Zhang Xian didn't continue discussing this topic. He looked over again. Where the power erupted. Everyone frowned. This place is so ferocious. Even if there is a formation and folded space, it should be destroyed. Why was it built here? President Han couldn't help but ask. He had already observed this place for a long time and eliminated the first possibility. If the wriggling energy below were to explode, everything within a radius of 1,000 li would be destroyed. This was enough to show how powerful it was. Under the impact of such a ferocious energy, no matter how stable a folded space was, it should be impossible for it to withstand it. We'll only know if it's true after going down to take a look. Powerful energy can destroy a formation, but it can also sustain it. There are pros and cons to it as well. It's just that the level of the energy is too high for us to comprehend. Xianxia waved his hands. This? President Han opened his mouth, wanting to refute Xianxia's words, but he found himself at a loss for words. The other party was right. Water could carry a boat, but it could also capsize it. Powerful energy could destroy a formation, and if used properly, it could be used as a source of energy to drive a formation to greater heights. Of course, this could only be done by a formation master of a higher tier. Given his current strength, he was still far from reaching that level. Alright, I'll go in and take a look first. After explaining the situation, Xianxia beckoned to Jin Yuanding, and he leaped into the cauldron. Given the massive size of this fellow, it wouldn't be a problem for 3 to 4 people to sit in the cauldron. This was a good opportunity for him to bring him into the depths of the lava to take a look. Given its unreliable and smug personality, it was unlikely that it would be able to see through the cauldron by itself. Be careful, seeing that Xianxia was about to enter the cauldron at any moment, Lozozi couldn't help but warn him. Xianxia chuckled lightly. I'm coming. Jin Yuanding exclaimed excitedly as he charged toward the source of the energy. At this moment, the energy should have already dissipated, and there should be a 10-minute break. This was a good opportunity for Xianxia to enter the cauldron. Otherwise, once the energy burst forth, even Jin Yuanding wouldn't be able to withstand it. Gugugugu, as soon as the massive cauldron entered the lava, bubbling noises immediately sounded. Seated within, Xianxia felt intense heat assaulting him from the surroundings. The Golden Origin cauldron was an artifact cauldron, and it was capable of melting even iron ores. From this, it was apparent that the temperature within the cauldron was extremely high. Even though Xianxia would not come into contact with the lava, the sealed environment would prevent any heat from leaking out. Chuckling softly, Xianxia drove his Xianxia, and the pressure on him immediately lessened. He stood up and said, Jin Yuanding, stop. Stop here? The cauldron was taken aback. They had only just entered the lava, and they weren't even 10 meters away from it. To stop here? What for? Xianxia nodded. There's no need to go too deep. Wait for me here. After saying those words, Xianxia drew out his primordial spirit and dived right into the lava. Even though Jin Yuanding's cultivation had improved significantly, 40 meters was still his limit. Furthermore, going back and forth was dangerous and troublesome. Thus, Xianxia had only allowed him to enter the lava to protect his physical body. His true goal was to enter the lava with his soul. The soul was formless and intangible. Even though it would still be affected by the heat of the lava, it wouldn't be too much of a problem. Furthermore, it wouldn't be affected by the heat of the lava at all. Thus, it was inevitable that he would be able to explore deeper into the lava and uncover more secrets. It's just as I expected. Not only is my soul not harmed by the lava, it's even able to absorb energy and grow stronger. Xianxia's eyes lit up as his soul dived into the lava. His soul had been tempered by the Heaven's Path soul art, so it was impervious to heat and scorching sun. If it had been any other ordinary soul oracle, they would have been roasted alive in the cauldron, let alone entering the lava. Since this heat can temper weapons and reduce the impurities within them, does that mean that it can temper my soul as well? A thought suddenly surfaced in Xianxia's mind. Even though the soul was formless and intangible, it was still a sentient entity. Since it could temper weapons, why couldn't it do the same for his soul? Let me give it a try. With a thought, Xianxia's soul floated quietly in the lava, slowly absorbing the heat in the surroundings. Tzzzzzzzzzz, a surge of heat immediately gushed into his soul, causing it to become even more resilient and powerful. Just as he had expected, the impurities within his soul were being purged continuously. It's indeed possible, Xianxia's eyes lit up. All along, he had felt that his soul was too bloated, and it was extremely troublesome for it to enter his body. He had wanted to temper his soul, but he had never been able to do so. However, the temperature of the lava was just right for him. However, let's not rush into cultivating for the time being. The eruption of energy here will only occur once every 10 minutes. While it's unlikely that our souls will be harmed, the golden origin cauldron could very well be sent flying by the shockwave. Even though Xianxia wanted to cultivate and temper his soul, he knew that this wasn't the time for him to do so. Chuckling softly, he continued flying downward. What was more important at the moment was to find the entrance to the ancient domain. As for cultivating, that could wait. Just as Wuxia had said, the deeper he went, the more intense the heat became. It was as if there was a limit of 10 meters. Based on my calculations, a Saint 1 Dan cultivator should be able to move within 10 meters, a Saint 2 Dan cultivator should be able to reach 20 meters, and so on and so forth. Wuxia is a Saint 4 Dan cultivator, so he should be able to reach 40 meters at most. Anything beyond that would be impossible. The speed of his soul was extremely fast, and in just a few breaths, he had already reached the depth of 40 meters. Feeling the change in temperature along the way, Xianxia deduced. 40 meters is indeed hot. Even in my current soul state, I am finding it difficult to withstand the heat. As a soul oracle, Xianxia didn't feel too affected in the first 30 meters. However, at 40 meters, he immediately felt a surge of heat assaulting him. Even in his soul state, he found himself struggling to withstand the heat. Continue on, driving the heavens past soul art in his body, Xianxia broke through the bottleneck of 40 meters and continued diving downward. As soon as he crossed the threshold, he immediately felt as if he had been plunged into a pot of boiling oil. Even in his current soul state, he was still slightly warped from the heat. Even though he wasn't sweating, his bloated soul felt as if it would collapse at any moment. This won't do. This is a place where only leaving Aperture Realm experts are able to enter. Even though I am a soul oracle, I have already reached my limit. Xianxia's face darkened. He had thought that he would be able to reach a deeper level with his soul, but from the looks of it, he had still underestimated the temperature of the lava. Considering how even a Saint 4 Dan master teacher was unable to withstand the heat, it was only natural that his soul would be unable to withstand the heat. Gritting his teeth, Xianxia continued diving downward. However, just as he reached the 50-meter mark, he suddenly felt his soul starting to crumble. The greater the heat, the greater the activity of an object, and the more unstable it would become. It was just like how many solid weapons would turn into liquid under extreme heat. Even though the soul wasn't a physical object, if there was too much activity in the surroundings, even space would become unstable, let alone a soul. Xianxia hurriedly returned to the 50-meter mark, and this time, he felt much more relaxed. At the same time, a deep frown appeared on his forehead. I have already reached the 50-meter mark, but I still haven't found any traces of the ancient domain. Could it be that my deduction was wrong, and the entrance isn't here? He had already reached the 60-meter mark, but he still hadn't found anything. All he could feel was that the temperature was rising higher and higher. Just like what Wu Tianqiong had said, he was about to come into contact with the lava. Even the formation flags would melt in such a scorching heat. Even if he had a folded space, it wouldn't be able to withstand the heat. Could it be that his deduction was wrong, and the entrance to the ancient domain wasn't here? While Xianxia was deep in thought, a loud explosion suddenly sounded from below, and a massive millstone began rotating. Crap! Why did the energy erupt prematurely this time around? I'm doomed. Xianxia narrowed his eyes. Following which, he saw a powerful surge of energy gushing toward him. Happy Valentine's Day. Those who don't have a lover, enjoy the new year. How is it? This year isn't too bad. At the very least, those who don't have a lover can still celebrate the new year. The overwhelming might was as powerful as a raging tsunami. Before Xianxia could even make a move, it had already appeared before him. Xianxia's soul jolted, and just as he was about to flee, his vision blurred. In the next moment, a building appeared before his eyes, reminiscent of a mirage. It's indeed below. Barely after the thought surfaced in his mind, he felt a crushing force crushing down on him. Unable to withstand it, he was sent flying upward. Hong Long, following which, Jin Yuanding was sent flying out of the lava as well. he crashed heavily into the seal above, and a resounding chime echoed in the air. It was fortunate that Jin Yuanding had been upgraded to a Saint Intermediate tier artifact. Otherwise, he would have been severely injured even if he didn't die. President Xianxia. Seeing how Jin Yuanding was sent flying out of the lava, the crowd standing guard outside leaped in fright, and they hurriedly rushed over. This is bad, Xianxia narrowed his eyes in alarm. There was only his physical body within the cauldron. If the crowd were to surround it, given their strength, they would surely be able to discover his soul, and it would be difficult for him to return, if they were to discover that the principal of the Master Teacher Academy was a soul oracle. How would they view him? However, if his soul didn't return, he would be no different from a corpse. What if those fellows felt that he had died and cremated him out of grief? Even if they didn't do so, given that his physical body would be completely devoid of thoughts, he could easily kill a few of them while he was in danger. That would be a huge headache for him. Anxious, Xianxia was just about to charge out of the lava when he suddenly stopped himself. He hurriedly sent a message to Jin Yuanding. Wushi, President Han, and the others were all Saint 4 Dan experts. As long as Xianxia's soul left the lava, he would surely be able to sense it. Thus, the best solution was for him to send that fellow back into the lava. Come back. Xianxia sent a telepathic message over. No, it's too dangerous. Jin Yuanding's body trembled uncontrollably. You must be joking. It had only gone down for a short while, and it had nearly been torn apart. Seeing that a weapon cauldron was actually so afraid of death, Xianxia felt like his lungs were about to explode. What in the world was this? There were so many master teachers around, but none of them were afraid of death. Yet, you, a saint-tier artifact, were so afraid of death. Just the thought of it left one speechless. As long as you come over, I'll find a way to help you reach leaving Aperture Realm. Helpless, Xianxia could only agree to the benefits. Although this guy was a little afraid of death, his loyalty was unquestionable. Leaving Aperture Realm? The Golden Origin Cauldron leaped up in astonishment. The leaving Aperture Realm of a saint artifact was different from that of a human. Humans were able to draw their primordial spirits out of their bodies, allowing them to traverse 1,000,000 li in the night. On the other hand, upon reaching the leaving Aperture Realm, a saint artifact would gain a clearer spirit, making it as powerful as one's primordial spirit. While it was still unable to leave its body to traverse the world, it was already able to control its form and grow limbs. Even though it was extremely ugly and strange, it was equivalent to having a life of its own. To a saint artifact, it was definitely a great improvement. Don't worry, I always keep my word, Xianxia said. As difficult as it was to help a saint-tier artifact achieve a breakthrough, it wasn't impossible. He still had the black gold crystal ore left behind by Wu Yangzi. As long as he could assimilate it into this fellow's body, he should be able to achieve a breakthrough easily. But of course, the black gold crystal ore was extremely difficult to assimilate, such that ordinary earth flames wouldn't be able to do it. Even the lava below might not be able to do it. All right. Hearing Xianxia's promise, the Golden Origin Cauldron ignored the crowd that had gathered around it and dived right into the lava. Seeing how that fellow was rushing toward the lava once more, everyone was dumbfounded. They looked at one another in bewilderment, not knowing what was going on. Pudong, after diving into the lava, Xianxia stealthily withdrew his soul back into his physical body before flying out of the cauldron and returning to the crowd. Xianxia, are you all right? The crowd turned to look at Xianxia worriedly. I'm fine. Xianxia shook his head. I saw many pavilions below earlier. If I'm not mistaken, the ancient domain should be right below. How deep is it? Wushi couldn't help but ask. After a moment of contemplation, Xianxia replied, this. Based on my estimation, it should be around 100 meters. Even though he had only caught a glimpse of it, given his prowess, this distance shouldn't be too far away. 100 meters? Everyone's face warped in shock. Even Wushi had only ventured 40 meters in, and he had nearly lost his life. 100 meters. This was an impossible mission. What was the difference between knowing where the ancient domain was and not being able to enter it at all? Do you have any ideas? Wushi turned to President Han, only to see the latter shaking his head with a bitter smile. It was impossible for them to enter the depths of the lava. I do have an idea. Xianxia hesitated for a moment before replying. Oh? The crowd turned their gazes over. That surge of energy earlier was so powerful that it caused the lava to split apart. In other words, a vacuum will appear in the lava once the surge of energy occurs, creating a passageway wide enough for a human to pass through. We can make use of this opportunity to enter the ancient domain. Xianxia said slowly. The reason they were able to see the situation below with their souls earlier was because the lava had split apart. As long as they were quick enough, they would be able to dive down. That's not a bad idea, but it's nearly impossible. Indeed. That surge of energy is so powerful that even Jin Yuanding was unable to withstand it, and he was forced out. How is it possible for us to go against the flow of energy? President Han and Wuxia glanced at one another before shaking their heads. It was a good idea, and it seemed to be the best one they could come up with at the moment, but it was a pity that it was impossible. It would already be a blessing if they weren't torn apart on the spot if they were to dive into the lava. Going against the flow of energy and traversing a distance of 100 meters within a short period of time was simply impossible. Even if they were able to advance, if they were only halfway through, the lava would close up, and that would be their end. It's indeed difficult to go against the flow of energy, but what if we follow behind the energy? Xianxia asked. Follow behind the energy? The crowd was perplexed. The energy was gushing up from below, so how could they follow behind it? Coming to a realization, President Han asked, President Zhang, do you mean to say that we should gather the energy using a unique formation and attack it from above? That's right. Xianxia nodded. But that will only be more dangerous. Given how powerful the energy is, if we fail to gather it properly, it could very well collapse. President Han said anxiously. Gather the energy using a unique formation? Increase the energy? Hearing the conversation between the duo, the crowd came to a realization, and their faces warped in horror. They had seen the energy gushing out from below with their own eyes. It was extremely powerful, and if they were to gather it together and attack it from below, it would be one thing if they were to succeed, but if they were to fail, they could very well be killed on the spot. Do you have any other ideas? Xianxia asked. President Han froze, unable to say a word. It was indeed impossible for them to enter the 100-meter deep lava. Perhaps this was the best solution they could come up with. The seal has already closed, and we won't be able to get out. If we can't enter the ancient domain, we'll be doomed. Rather than that, we might as well give it a try. Xianxia said. The crowd nodded in agreement. They had no other options at the moment, so they could only give it a try. Otherwise, they would die if they were to remain here. What should we do? As master teachers, they were decisive in their actions, and they had come here with the resolve to die. It didn't take long for them to finish their discussion, and they turned to Xianxia. Simple. Pass all of your 7-star formation flags to me and listen to my commands. When the time comes, all of you will enter the Jin Yuanding and charge in together. Xianxia. The Jin Yuanding was a saint-tier artifact, and it could expand or shrink at will. It could accommodate 3 to 5 people or even 30 people at the same time, and it wouldn't feel cramped at all. If they were to fly around randomly, they might as well stay in the Jin Yuanding. Firstly, it would be safer, and secondly, it would be faster. All right. Hearing the arrangements, the crowd nodded in agreement. There were quite a few 7-star formation flags in their possession, and this was especially so for President Han. Xianxia took the flags and counted them. There were more than 500 of them, and he couldn't help but nod in approval. With so many of them, it should be more than enough. At the moment, the most important matter at hand was how to set up a formation that could gather the rampaging energy below. At the very least, it had to be at 7-star pinnacle. President Han, you are the leader of the Qingyuan Empire Formation Master Guild. Do you have any formation manuals or formation blueprints on you? Xianxia asked. Formation manuals? I have quite a few of them. Hearing that Xianxia wanted books, President Han couldn't help but be taken aback. They were going to be setting up a formation soon, so why would he need books? Take all of them out. If anyone else has any books on formations, feel free to take them out as well. The formation that we're going to set up later on is of great importance, so even I wouldn't dare to neglect it. I'll have to take a look at it to find a direction. Xianxia scanned the surroundings. All right. Knowing that this matter was of great importance, the crowd hurriedly took out their respective formation manuals. As expected of the leader of the Formation Master Guild, Han Su had a huge collection of books on him. Just the books on 7-star Formation Master alone numbered in the thousands, and the others added up to more than 10,000 books. Xianxia swiftly scanned through the books, and the content was immediately imprinted into his mind, forming a Heaven's Path Formation Master. His consciousness continued to study the newly formed manuals while he flipped through them one by one, pretending to be studying them. 2 hours later, Xianxia had finally mastered the 7-star Heaven's Path Formation Master. Alright, I have found the solution. You can take back your books now. After which, Xianxia closed his eyes and began analyzing the formation in his mind. Soon, a formation appeared in his mind. After mastering the 7-star Heaven's Path Formation Master, his comprehension of formations had already reached 7-star pinnacle. In fact, he was even on par with some 8-star primary formation masters. If he could design a formation based on the terrain, it would be much easier. I'll just set up a 7-star pinnacle, Heaven Reversal Formation. However, this formation has a huge demand on my soul, and I'm still unable to set it up with my current strength. Xianxia frowned. Given the current situation, setting up a 7-star pinnacle Heaven Reversal Formation should be sufficient to resolve the problem. However, this formation had a huge demand on his soul energy, and he was only a nascent saint. Even if he was able to defeat opponents stronger than him, he would only be able to match a Saint 2 Dan cultivator at best. He was still a long way off from being able to set up this formation. Unless I can advance my soul cultivation to a higher level, a thought flashed across Xianxia's mind. His soul cultivation was only at Transcendent Mortal 9 Dan at the moment. While it was much stronger than most Saint Realm experts, it was still a long way off from being able to set up a formation of this caliber. This formation could only be set up by a 7-star pinnacle Saint Realm 4 Dan expert through the use of his primordial spirit. However, his soul cultivation was still too weak at the moment, so he was still unable to set up this formation. Unless, of course, he could improve it further. Of course, as a 7-star pinnacle formation master, President Han would have been able to set up this formation in any other location as well. However, the lava was beneath him, and the formation had to be activated at the very moment when the energy burst forth. This was something that Xianxia was unable to accomplish. Furthermore, a formation could only be perfectly controlled by one who set it up. If anything were to go wrong, they could very well miss the location of the ancient domain, and they might even end up losing their lives in there. I have already thought of a way to set it up, but I still need to make some preparations. Xianxia scanned the surroundings before turning to the crowd. I will enter the lava with Jin Yuanding once more to calculate the location. This trip might take a long time, so all you have to do is wait patiently outside. There won't be any danger. Xianxia intended to enter the lava to cultivate his soul, and it would take some time for him to do so. Otherwise, it would be troublesome if the others ran over to look for him out of worry. The crowd nodded. After the discussion was over, Xianxia dived into the Golden Origin Cauldron once more. With a loud whistle, the Golden Origin Cauldron dived right into the lava. This time, it was still some distance away from the eruption of energy, so there wasn't any danger. After entering the lava, the cauldron floated 10 meters away from the group's spiritual perception. After making preparations, just as Xianxia was about to draw his soul out, a thought suddenly came to his mind. An identical silhouette appeared in the cauldron. Clone, since this place could temper one's soul, it would be a good opportunity for him to raise his cultivation as well. After communicating with Xianxia's clone's eyes lit up. Hula, his soul flew out. I'll go in to take a look. After saying those words, he dived into the lava. Seeing that the other party was even faster than him, Xianxia shook his head helplessly before following behind him with his primordial spirit. With the previous experience, Xianxia didn't stop this time and flew straight down. 20 meters, 30 meters, 40 meters. In the blink of an eye, he was within 50 meters. The higher the temperature, the more effective it would be in tempering the soul. Although 50 meters was difficult for the soul to withstand, it was also the most effective. Any deeper and he would not be able to persist. Where are the doppelgangers? Coming to a stop, Xianxia sat down cross-legged, intending to cultivate when he suddenly recalled the fellow who had left before him. He quickly scanned his surroundings, only to realize that the other party had already run 60 meters away, and his eyes were tightly shut. The scorching flames flowed along his soul, tempering his soul and making his aura stronger and stronger. It actually reached 60 meters? Xianxia's eyes widened. This doppelganger was born from the same soul as him, and he had only managed to reach the 50th meter after exhausting all of his effort. Yet, the other party actually managed to reach even deeper. I exhausted quite a bit of my soul to help Wei Ruyan, and I also expended a portion of my soul to split my soul in the Mausoleum of Principles. That fellow was originally stronger than me, so it's only natural for him to be even stronger now. Soon, Xianxia realized what was going on, and he felt deeply stifled. In order to awaken Wei Ruyan, he had lost a portion of his soul, and after that, he had split his soul. Even though he had managed to replenish his soul wasn't as pure as before. As such, the other party was able to reach even deeper than him. This won't do. I have to cultivate faster. Otherwise, if I can't even match up to my clone, it would really be embarrassing for me. Looking up, Xianxia felt a heavy pressure bearing down on him. While everyone else was pummeling their clone, he was the one being pummeled by his clone every single day. What the heck was this? Closing his eyes, Xianxia drove the heavens past soul art, and the scorching flames in the surroundings slowly seeped into his body. The searing flames burned his soul, making it even more resilient and resilient. Goo. Previously, when he was in the subterranean gallery, he had assimilated the cultivation techniques of the otherworldly demonic tribe into the transcendent mortal 9 Dan heavens past soul art, and his soul energy had reached 34 million ding. After the tempering, his soul, which was over 10 meters tall, was getting smaller and smaller, but its strength had increased significantly. 35 million ding, 36,000,000 ding, 37,000,000 ding. As time passed, Xianxia's aura grew denser and denser. Gotcha. After an unknown period of time, the strength of his soul finally reached its limit, and he reached half-saint from transcendent mortal 9 Dan. I've achieved a breakthrough? Without a half-saint soul art, he thought that it would be impossible for him to achieve a breakthrough. Who could have thought that he would actually succeed in the scorching magma? It seemed like it wasn't always better to have a larger soul. The purer one was, the more agile and powerful one would be. It was similar to Xianxia. Feeling refreshed after achieving a breakthrough, Xianxia lowered his head to look at his clone, only to see that the latter had achieved a breakthrough as well, and from the looks of it, he had reached half-saint intermediate stage as well. Humph. Gritting his teeth, Xianxia swam toward the 60-meter mark. Previously, he had felt his soul shattering when he entered the magma, but now that his soul had stabilized, he was able to withstand the pressure. Continue. Knowing that he would have to be even stricter with himself in order to catch up to his clone, Xianxia immediately swam into the 70-meter mark. Upon reaching this point, Xianxia felt his soul trembling once more, as if on the verge of shattering. Not daring to venture any deeper, he sat down and continued tempering his soul. As the rate at which he was tempering his soul increased, Xianxia's cultivation grew stronger and stronger. At the same time, his soul had also shrunk back to around 10 meters. If I can return to a depth of 10 meters, my fighting prowess will increase exponentially. Xianxia knew that 10 meters was a huge boundary for a soul. Back then, it was in order to overcome this boundary that he managed to reduce the cleansing lake of the Miryu Empire to dust. If he could make use of the searing heat of the magma to suppress his soul back to its original size, not only would it be easier for him to enter his physical body in the future, his fighting prowess would also soar. The power of flames coursed through his body, tempering his soul. The excruciating pain was unbearable, as if he had been placed in a blazing inferno. Gritting his teeth, Xianxia persevered for an unknown period of time before his body rumbled once more. His soul had already broken through the 10-meter mark, and his cultivation had successfully reached half-saint intermediate stage. I succeeded. Xianxia's eyes lit up as he hurriedly turned his gaze upward, only to realize that his clone was no longer there. Lowering his head, he saw that his clone was already at the 80-meter mark, cultivating with his eyes closed. Surprisingly, his soul had shrunk to 9 meters, and his cultivation had reached half-saint advanced stage. That fellow, not expecting his clone to be faster than him, Xianxia panicked. He quickly swam toward the magma as well. His soul cultivation had returned to the 10-meter mark, and it was even more stable than before. The 80-meter mark, which had threatened to collapse at any moment, was no longer a problem anymore. Xianxia continued swimming forward, and when he reached the 90-meter mark, he stopped to cultivate once more. This time around, his soul cultivation had shrunk to 9 meters as well. Knowing that his clone was still faster than him, Xianxia could not be bothered to continue watching him. Thus, he hastened his pace, and 20 minutes later, his soul cultivation finally reached 8 meters. At the same time, his cultivation had also reached half-saint pinnacle, and he was just a step away from achieving a breakthrough. Having reached his current realm, he knew that the 90-meter mark was no longer of any use to him. Thus, he stood up and continued swimming downward. Soon, he saw that his clone was already at the 100-meter mark. At this moment, his clone was at the same cultivation realm as him, half-saint pinnacle. However, instead of cultivating, his clone was looking down at something. Walking up, Xianxia took a look as well, and what he saw left him stunned. There was no more magma at the bottom of the 100-meter mark. Instead, there was a massive barrier, and beneath it, there were layers upon layers of buildings. Is this the ancient domain? It's indeed hidden down there. Astonished, Xianxia's eyes lit up. He had been a little hesitant when he caught a glimpse of it previously, but at this moment, he was 100% certain. This was the ancient domain that they were looking for. Just that, how in the world did the old principal and the others manage to get in here? Xianxia placed his finger on the barrier, and just like the white barrier above, it was impossible to open it before it was opened. Even with his current strength, he was unable to open it. Slowly swimming along the barrier, Xianxia's eyebrows suddenly shot up, and his eyes narrowed. Otherworldly demons. There were a few otherworldly demons slowly walking forward, but they didn't seem to notice the duo behind the barrier. These otherworldly demons possessed the cultivation of Saint Wen Dan, and the killing intent they exuded was enough to strike fear into one's heart. What are they up to? Xianxia remarked in astonishment. In order to get here, they had paid a heavy price, and they were still trapped above the magma. How in the world did these otherworldly demons, who were only at Saint Wen Dan, get in here? What were they up to? Following behind them, Xianxia soon arrived at an average-sized square at the center of the building. At the very center of the square was a circular platform, and on top of it was a massive door. There was a sturdy seal around the door, and it seemed like it was being maintained by some kind of power. Dozens of otherworldly demons were surrounding the door, seemingly intent on breaking it open. Xianxia took a closer look at the door, and he immediately felt a destructive heat burning within. Even with his current strength, he would be reduced to cinders if he were to approach it. What pure energy! Could the magma have been melted by the energy gushing out from the door? Xianxia had thought that the entrance was connected to the Earth's core, and it was due to the magma in the Earth's core that the magma was so scorching hot. However, from the looks of it, that wasn't the case. Walala, while Xianxia was still in a state of shock, a towering otherworldly demon suddenly walked out from the crowd. His cultivation had already reached Saint Fordan. Following his words, the crowd bellowed furiously, and they swiftly launched their attacks at the seal. Hong Long, with a flash of light, a powerful burst of energy shot upward, and the seal grew thinner and thinner, as if it was on the verge of shattering. This burst of energy, Xianxia's face darkened. It was none other than the energy that had given them such a huge headache. The power that they had always feared, the power that could destroy everything within 1,000 miles, had actually come from here. More importantly, it was triggered by the otherworldly demonic tribe trying to break the seal. It was no wonder that the formation outside hadn't been shaken at all. Something had happened a few days ago. It was likely that these fellows had started it from that time. On top of that, according to what Mu Shi and Wushi had said, there were otherworldly demons sneaking into the territory of the Master-Teacher continent so that the transcendent mortal experts would notice them. Previously, he was filled with bewilderment. Now, it seemed like it had something to do with the current situation. They probably knew that breaking the seal would cause a great commotion and bring unknown danger, so they purposely sent people to let Mingshi Tang's people find out and then attack from below. In this way, when the people of Mingshi Tang discovered that the inhibition formation was about to collapse, they would most likely take action to solve it. Although it was to save the common people, in fact, it would be a great help to them. This could also explain why the power released, although the interval was 10 minutes, was not as regular. To break the seal, one had to attack as long as they had the strength. It was like swinging a sledgehammer to forge iron. There was a time interval, but it was impossible to achieve the exact same result every time. If that's really the case, the otherworldly demonic tribe should be able to communicate with the outside world. With a grave expression, Xianxia speculated in his heart. If that was the case, they would be in grave danger. Clearly, the otherworldly demonic tribe had far more information than them. If we don't attack the seal, the immense power emanating from the door could easily form an energy storm above the lava, pushing the lava away to form a natural passageway. Old Principal Zhang and the others would be able to make use of the storm to enter this place. Xianxia thought. After watching for a while, Xianxia finally understood and smiled bitterly. In the end, it turned out that the reason they were unable to reach the ancient domain was not because they had found the wrong location but because he had been too idle. Using a single formation flag, he had released all of the energy within the formation. In other words, if he hadn't made a move a few days ago, the otherworldly demons below would have been afraid that they would be killed by the explosion, so they wouldn't have dared to continue their assault. Similarly, after arriving here, they could still borrow the power of the storm to smoothly enter, and it wouldn't be as troublesome as before. His good intentions turned out to be bad. What was going on? Let's head back to set up the formation first. This way, we'll be able to stop those fellows, and at the same time, we won't have to worry too much. After figuring out what was going on, Xianxia knew that there was no point in staying here any longer. Thus, he began making his way back in the direction he had come from. It had been about 4 hours since Xianxia had entered the lava to cultivate. The people above must have been waiting anxiously. Before leaving, Xianxia hesitated for a moment before using his soul to scoop up some lava and bring it back with him. Considering how hot it was, Xianxia decided to keep some of it for now and store it in his storage ring later on. Perhaps he would have a chance to use it. Returning to his original position, Xianxia called out to his clone before returning to Jin Yuanding. This time, the clone was extremely obedient and did not cause any trouble. After keeping the clone into the myriad anthive nest, the myriad anthive cauldron flew out. Sure enough, it was just as he had guessed. The people outside were anxious, but when they saw him come out, they all heaved a sigh of relief. I've already scouted out the terrain below. I'll start setting up the formation now. Everyone, get ready. We'll enter Jin Yuanding and wait. Once we succeed, we'll set off immediately. Xianxia said as he scanned the surroundings. All right. Knowing that this matter was of great importance, the crowd nodded in agreement. Hearing Xianxia's instructions, Jin Yuanding bellowed, and his body immediately grew 10 times larger, reaching a height of 20 to 30 meters. Following which, the crowd entered the cauldron. I won't be going in. I'll go with you. Lozozi said. Instead of following behind the crowd, she walked up to Xianxia. It'll be safer inside the cauldron. I'm afraid that it might be dangerous for me to follow behind you. Xianxia frowned. No matter what, it was safer to be inside the cauldron. If they were outside, it would be dangerous for them to be unable to keep up with the flow of lava. Don't worry, I still have some life-saving means up my sleeves, Lozozi said with a light chuckle. All right. Seeing the confident look on Luo Ruoxin's face, Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief and nodded. That's right. Jin Yuanding, listen to my instructions. Once I give you the permission to set off, you must move out immediately. Xianxia turned around and issued some instructions. After which, he flew up to the area where the energy was gushing out from. It had been 8 minutes since the previous eruption, and it wouldn't be long before it erupted once more. Flicking his wrist, Xianxia took out more than 100 formation flags and placed them before him. Activating the Eye of Insight, he stared intently at the lava beneath him. Hong Long, a moment later, Xianxia sensed that the lava beneath him was starting to boil. Raising his eyebrows, he abruptly raised his hand, and a large number of formation flags immediately shot forth. They flew downward and landed at the corresponding locations of the heaven reversal formation. Rise! Leaping into the air, Xianxia stomped his feet, and a powerful shockwave rippled into the surroundings. Wang, in the blink of an eye, the stabilized formation flags came to life, and a massive formation came to life. At the same moment as the formation was activated, the lava beneath finally reached its limit. As if a piece of silk being torn apart, a massive crack appeared on the surface of the lava, and energy gushed toward the formation that Xianxia had set up. Long, as soon as the two came into contact with one another, the energy immediately piled up and gathered into the formation. The heaven reversal formation was a powerful formation used to defend against one's opponent's attack and to counterattack as well. If used well, it could absorb the opponent's attack and reflect it back perfectly. In other words, this formation wasn't just for defense. It could also reflect the opponent's attack back. Of course, there were always two sides to everything. This formation had a high requirement on the person who set it up, and if the formation couldn't withstand the energy, not only would the person in the formation be injured, the person who set up the formation would also be the first to bear the brunt of the impact. Seeing that the formation didn't show any signs of breaking, Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief. He couldn't help but wipe the cold sweat off his forehead. He wasn't 100% confident that the formation would be able to withstand the energy coming from below. It was fortunate that he had learned the 7-star Heaven's Path formation art. Otherwise, even if President Han were to set it up, it would still crumble under the intense impact. President Zhang, his understanding of formations sure is formidable. The crowd in the Jinyuanding manor released their spiritual perception to take everything in. President Han narrowed his eyes in astonishment. Initially, he was still a little displeased with Xianxia's decision to have him hide while he set up the formation himself. However, upon seeing this sight, he realized that it was fortunate that he had listened to Xianxia's instructions. If he had tried to force his way through, not only would he not have been able to enter the ancient domain, he would have been blown to death instead. Even though the heaven reversal formation was a 7-star pinnacle formation, in the hands of the other party, it was as effective as an 8-star formation. Every single aspect of the formation was perfectly coordinated. Not only was it aligned with the terrain, it was even powered by the heat from the lava below, thus exerting unimaginable might. Amidst his astonishment, the energy finally came to an end. At the same time, Xianxia took out another formation flag and tossed it forward. Just like when he was dealing with the formation flag seemed to have struck the opening of the formation, and a powerful surge of energy burst forth in the direction of the formation flag. Voila, the lava below bore the brunt of the energy, and a rift was torn open. Hurry up! Knowing that the opportunity had come, Xianxia bellowed. Without any hesitation, Jinyuanding Manor dashed toward the rift. After shooting a glance at Luozi, Xianxia also followed suit. Knowing that time was of the essence, and the rift would only last for an instant, Xianxia drove his Xianxia and executed the Heaven's Path movement art. Over the past few days, he had been experimenting with the Heaven's Path movement art and read Dust Heaven ascending steps perfectly. With the two working together, his speed was as fast as a bolt of lightning, not even a match for the Saint Fordan pinnacle Jinyuanding Manor. Luosher, fearing that the young lady might not be able to catch up, Xianxia quickly turned around, only to see her following behind him. She was only 3 to 4 meters away from him, and no matter how fast he moved, he was unable to widen the gap. As expected of someone from a powerful clan. Her speed is truly fearsome. Xianxia nodded in approval. To be honest, he was still unable to see through the young lady's cultivation. However, judging from her speed, she was on par with him even when executing the Heaven's Path movement art. Furthermore, judging from the young lady's calm demeanor, it was likely that she would be even faster if she were to use her full strength. Long, 100 meters of lava flashed past Jinyuanding and Xianxia Manor in the blink of an eye, and with a resounding boom, the lava fell into the ancient domain. Everyone, hurry up and come out. There are otherworldly demons. Be careful. Roaring furiously, Xianxia hurriedly stepped in front of the young lady and retreated. He had seen several dozen otherworldly demons below earlier, and even though most of them were only at St. Wendan, the sheer number of them was still a fearsome force to be reckoned with. If the otherworldly demons were to launch a sneak attack on them, there was no way they would be able to stop them. Otherworldly demons? Those who had just flown out of the cauldron immediately got into a defensive stance as they scanned their surroundings warily. However, with just a glance, they couldn't help but be stunned. Xianxia, is this the ancient domain you were talking about? Didn't you say that it was filled with pavilions? Why, is it filled with rubble? Wuxia glanced at Xianxia. Rubble? Xianxia was taken aback. Taking a closer look at the surroundings, he saw that the luxurious buildings had indeed collapsed into rubble. White smoke was rising from the rubble, as if they had just collapsed not too long ago. Could it be that the otherworldly demons knew that we were coming, so they intentionally destroyed the ancient domain? Xianxia asked with a frown. Cough cough. They weren't the ones who destroyed the ancient domain. Rather, the force from earlier was simply too great. Not only did it tear apart the lava, it even reduced the entire area to such a state. Seeing the furious look on Xianxia's face, President Han explained. The force that Xianxia had exerted through the formation had not only torn apart the lava, it had even destroyed the entire area. Me? Xianxia's lips twitched in embarrassment. He was just thinking that his clone had been obedient this time around, but who could have thought that he would end up in such a state? What the heck was this? Right, where are the otherworldly demons? Did they manage to escape? While Xianxia was looking around for the fellows that he had seen earlier, Jin Yuanding's slightly embarrassed voice suddenly sounded. Master, they seem to have been crushed to death by me. It's the year of the dog. Happy New Year, everyone. Crushed to death? Alarmed, Xianxia hurriedly turned his gaze to the area beneath Jin Yuanding, and sure enough, he saw a bunch of otherworldly demons lying haphazardly on the ground. Most of these fellows were only at Saint 1 Dan, and only one of them had reached Saint 4 Dan. Even so, he was still unable to withstand the full might of the Golden Origin Cauldron. In just a single strike, he had been reduced to a meat patty, and his body was stuck tightly to the ground. Get out of my way. Seeing that Jin Yuanding was still standing on top of the pile of corpses, Xianxia's eyebrows shot up. Yes. The cauldron hurriedly leaped away. Xianxia lowered his head and counted, and it was exactly as he had seen before. Never in their wildest dreams could they have imagined that the rampaging energy of the Golden Origin Cauldron would come crashing down on them. In the first place, they were already severely injured, and before they could even escape, they were crushed to death by the enlarged Golden Origin Cauldron. However, their deaths were swift and decisive, and there wasn't any pain at all. I was intending to ask them how they got in here and what this door is. How am I supposed to interrogate them now? Xianxia rubbed his glabella in distress. Not only did the energy of the formation destroy all of the buildings in the ancient domain, Jin Yuanding had even crushed all of these fellows to death. How was he supposed to interrogate them? Violet Leaf King, do you recognize these fellows? After a moment of hesitation, Xianxia communicated with the myriad ant hive nest telepathically. The Violet Leaf King scanned the area with his spiritual perception, and his voice immediately sounded, Young Master, I don't recognize those transcendent mortal 1 Dan cultivators, but that transcendent mortal 4 Dan cultivator over there, is one of the upper 5 kings, the Fireleaf King. Fireleaf King? Xianxia was taken aback. To think that the Fireleaf King, one of the upper 5 kings of the Qingtian 10 Great Kings, would be crushed to death just like that, without even having to say a single line. Wasn't this a little too tragic? Yes. The Fireleaf King possesses the ability to control heat and flames, and in such a scorching environment, he is able to exert extraordinary fighting prowess, far surpassing that of a Saint 4 Dan pinnacle cultivator. How did you all manage to kill him? The Violet Leaf King was astonished. Every single one of the upper 5 kings was a formidable individual who wielded incredible skills. Yet, the young master had killed one of them, and judging from his tone, he did not even know who the culprit was. Up until now, it seemed like 6 of the 10 great kings had died at his hands. This fellow was simply the nemesis of the Qingtian imperial clan. Oh, I accidentally killed him, Xianxia shook his head helplessly. Since the other party was already dead, there was no point thinking too much into it. Xianxia took the storage rings of the crowd and scanned through them, but he was unable to find any useful clues. Thus, he turned to the crowd and said, "Even though the entire area has collapsed, if this is really an ancient domain, we should still be able to find something. Let's take a look around first. Even if it had collapsed, there should still be some recognizable things in this place. If O.L. Amos and the others had been here before, they should have been able to investigate it clearly." Everyone nodded and flew off in all directions. "Aren't you going to take a look?" Seeing that the young lady was still standing on the spot, Xianxia turned to look at her. "If there's anything here, it should have been taken away by the otherworldly demons." Lozozi shook her head. "The fact that all of them are gathered here at the same time probably has something to do with this door. Perhaps, we still haven't reached the real ancient domain yet." Xianxia was taken aback. He turned to look at the young lady with admiration in his eyes. As expected of an expert from a powerful clan, her eye of discernment and knowledge were truly extraordinary. Indeed, if this place was really an ancient domain, there was no reason for so many otherworldly demons to go through so much effort to break the seal on the door. Furthermore, even if there were any treasures here, they would still be in the storage rings that he had taken with him. There was no way they would leave them behind for others to search for. As expected, it did not take long for the crowd to return. This building only has a diameter of several hundred meters, and it was built in a cavern. There isn't a single trace of it left behind. Wuxia walked up to Xianxia and shook his head. After 4 hours of recuperation, his cultivation had already returned to its peak. With a sweep of his spiritual perception, he was able to scan through the rubble without leaving anything behind. "There's no need to search anymore. If I'm not mistaken, the secret lies in this door." Xianxia waved his hand. The crowd nodded in agreement before turning their gazes toward the door. The door wasn't too large, roughly 5 meters in length and width. It was shrouded in a seal, and from time to time, it would emanate a frightening heat, making it difficult for one to approach. Earlier, when the energy surged through the door, I noticed that the otherworldly demons were attacking the seal, seemingly trying to open it. Xianxia explained. He dared not say that it was his soul that had seen it, so he could only say that it was the energy surging through the seal. Attacking the seal? While the crowd walked up to the door, Wuxia raised his palm and struck it. "Don't." Seeing Xianxia's actions, Xianxia felt goosebumps rising all over his body. He wanted to stop Xianxia, but it was already too late. Thus, he hurriedly bellowed, "Everyone, retreat." After saying those words, not daring to stop, he hurriedly retreated. Seeing that Xianxia was in such a hurry, the crowd hurriedly retreated as well. However, before they could get far, the seal suddenly flashed, and a powerful surge of energy surged upward, tearing through the lava and shooting into the sky. But not too long later, the surge of energy surged toward the spot where they had been standing a moment ago, and the corpses lying on the ground bounced up like rubber balls. These fellows had already been battered beyond recognition by Jin Yuanding, so under the surge of energy, they were immediately torn to shreds. Upon seeing this sight, the crowd couldn't help but wipe the cold sweat off their foreheads. This was especially so for Wuxia, whose face had turned ghastly pale. If not for Xianxia's swift reaction, most of the otherworldly demons would have been crushed to death by that surge of energy. Even if they managed to survive, they would surely have sustained grievous injuries. They had thought that it was just an ordinary seal, but who could have known that an attack on it would cause such a powerful shockwave of energy? More importantly, there was also the heaven reversal formation that Xianxia had set up on the seal. As long as the energy was released, it would be reflected back at them. Just the thought of it was frightening. Given how resilient the seal is, and if we attack it, it will be reflected back at us. How are we supposed to breach it? Not daring to make any unnecessary movements, the crowd returned to the door fearfully and glanced at one another. There was nothing in the surroundings, which meant that the true entrance to the ancient domain had something to do with this door. But now, they were unable to even break the seal. What should they do? As long as they were to collide with the seal, the energy would be triggered, and they would be attacked. The current situation was even more difficult to deal with than before. Those otherworldly demons have been here for a very long time, but they still haven't managed to decipher the seal. It will be difficult for us to break it as well. The seal seems to have thinned significantly. It will take at least a few days for us to break it open. Just thinking about how they would have to face the relentless attacks of the otherworldly demons over the next few days made their scalps go numb. Xianxia, do you have any ideas? After a moment of discussion, President Han turned to Xianxia and asked. After the previous incident, everyone had already developed deep respect for the young principal. Even President Han had to admit that the other party's knowledge and understanding of formations far surpassed his. Let me think about it, Xianxia frowned. Under normal circumstances, as long as he could approach the door and touch the seal, he would be able to resolve the problem. However, the heat emanating from the door was simply too intense. Given his current strength, it was impossible for him to approach it. As for the previous attack, Wusher's strength was still insufficient to shake the seal. At the very most, he could only wear it down. As such, he was unable to form a book from afar. Let's see if I can get close to it. Gritting his teeth, Xianxia began making his way forward. As long as he could do it, he would be able to find the flaws in the seal with the help of the Library of Heaven's Path. However, it would depend on how close he could get. Slowly advancing forward, Xianxia drove his Xianxia, but he could still feel the intense heat assaulting him, causing sweat to drip down his forehead. Even though he had tempered his soul, his physical body and Xianxia hadn't undergone too much of a transformation. As such, it was still impossible for him to approach the door. Xianxia stopped. Raising his head, he shook his head helplessly. He was still 20 meters away from the door. Putting aside touching it, even without the eye of insight, he wouldn't be able to see it clearly. My physical body is still too weak. Unless I cultivate it now and strengthen it, Xianxia sighed. Even though his soul had been strengthened, allowing him to approach the door, he couldn't possibly release it in front of so many people. On top of that, he didn't have the 7-colored earth jade essence, so he wouldn't be able to achieve a breakthrough anytime soon. Thus, the only way out was to strengthen his physical body and come into contact with the door as quickly as possible. With such thoughts in mind, Xianxia quickly scanned the crowd. May I know who has the Cinnabar Sunwood? Cinnabar Sunwood? You mean, the unique plant that lives above earth flames and relies on the scorching sun to survive? Wusher frowned. The Cinnabar Sunwood was an extremely rare plant that could only survive above earth flames. Furthermore, it required the scorching sun to grow, and even the slightest bit of rain would incinerate it into ashes. For this reason, it was even rarer than Saint-Tier artifacts. That's right. Xianxia nodded. The Cinnabar Sunwood was the final artifact required for one to cultivate the quintuple incandescence golden body. As long as one could find one and absorb the blazing yang energy within, one would be able to reach major accomplishment in the physical body cultivation technique. Even though there was only a small cultivation stage between the 4th and 5th incandescence, it was the difference between minor accomplishment and major accomplishment. For quintuple incandescence golden body, one would be able to circulate the Cinnabar Sun, heart yang, lungs yang, spleen yang, liver yang, kidney yang, and so on. If one were to succeed, one would be able to crush a Saint 1 Dan Pinnacle expert or even a Saint 2 Dan expert with just their physical body. Even a saint beast like the Byzantium Helios beast would be no match for them. The Cinnabar Sunwood is extremely rare. If you had asked me a few days ago, I wouldn't have been able to take it out. However, when I was strolling around Firesource City a few days ago, I happened to come across it, so I bought one. Is this the one you are looking for? President Han chuckled as he took out a piece of wood that was as thick as an arm and passed it over. The Cinnabar Sunwood was something that couldn't be found anywhere else, but in the unique environment of Firesource City, it wasn't too difficult to find one. Furthermore, Xianxia had coincidentally stumbled upon it, so he bought one. That's right, that's it. Looking at the wooden block in the other party's hand, even though it wasn't large, it felt as hot as charcoal. Xianxia's eyes lit up. It was the 5-yang tough wood. Initially, he was just asking casually. If it really didn't work out, he could only think of other ways. Who would have thought that President Han really did have such a large chunk of it? It was more than enough for him to cultivate the 5th level of the quintuple incandescence golden body. How much is it? I'll buy it, Xianxia said as he took the money from Xianxia. Previously, the reason why he had made use of the other party's formation flags was so that they could enter the Library of Heaven's Path. After all, it was official business, and the other party's sacrifice was nothing to him. Even if it was him, he would be willing to give up everything for the sake of everyone. However, the reason why he took out the 5 young tough wood was to improve his physical strength. It was a personal matter, so he naturally had to pay a corresponding reward. We are all working together and helping each other. Only then can we find a way forward. How can we accept money? President Han shook his head. In his current situation, he didn't even know when he would die. No matter how valuable this artifact was, it was just a mere worldly possession. He had only bought it out of curiosity, it wasn't of much use to him. If he could use this opportunity to decipher the seal and enter the ancient domain, he would have profited greatly. That's that. If I don't accept it, I won't be able to rest easy. Xianxia shook his head. Guild leader Han knew that it would be inappropriate for him to reject the other party's offer. Thus, he could only shake his head bitterly and say, I spent 200 high-tier spirit stones to purchase this tenebrous wood. If you need it, just give me the same price. All right. Nodding, Xianxia flicked his wrist and took out 200 high-tier spirit stones before passing them over. Selling the unique cloud mist tea of the cloud mist ridge had greatly increased his income, and on top of that, he had plundered the storage rings of many otherworldly demon kings. Thus, he had more than 10,000 high-tier spirit stones on him. This sum of money was nothing to him anymore. After receiving the spirit stones, President Han sighed helplessly. He looked at the young man before him once more, and the admiration in his eyes grew even stronger. Despite his young age, Xianxia already possessed a vast amount of knowledge. Putting aside the fact that his understanding of formations far exceeded his own, more importantly, the importance he placed on his teacher's path and the restraint he placed on himself was truly admirable. As long as such a person didn't die, he would surely surpass Xianxia and become an 8-star master teacher. When the others saw this scene, they were also full of worship. This was what it meant to be selfless. It was no wonder why the other party was able to become the principal at such a young age. On the other hand, they were of the same age, yet they had accomplished nothing at all. Just the thought of it left them feeling ashamed. Lu Mo, in particular, wished that there was a hole in the ground that he could crawl into. When the young man had first arrived, he had thought that Xianxia was being too arrogant, so he had even reprimanded him. Yet, not only did Xianxia resolve the problem with the seal, he even led the group here. This ability was not something he could compare to. If the other party was the bright moon, then he would be the cinders on the ground, completely incomparable. I'll be making use of this Wuyang Tencel wood to cultivate. Feel free to study the seal or regulate your breathing to recover your stamina. Once the seal is broken and we enter the portal, it's hard to say what kind of dangers we'll face. However, the stronger you are, the higher your chances of survival will be. Xianxia. Everyone nodded. After saying those words, Xianxia walked over to a corner of the rubble where no one could see him before sitting down cross-legged. Clasping the pentayang hardwood he had just obtained, he began driving his Xianxia to cultivate. Hong Long, the energy within the pentayang tencel would float into his body through his meridians, tempering every single cell in his body, causing his physical body to undergo a qualitative transformation. The quintuple incandescence golden body was meant to bring the 5 suns of one's physical body to perfection, thus raising one's fighting prowess significantly. Xianxia had cultivated the Heaven's Path divine art for the previous 4 incandescents, and there were no flaws in his cultivation at all. As such, he was able to cultivate the quintuple incandescence smoothly. The Xianxia infused with the energy within the pentayang tencel would stimulated his entire body, and even his blood seemed to be undergoing a qualitative transformation. 2 hours later, a resounding buzz echoed from his body, and all of the energy gathered together to form a ring. Heart yang, lung yang, spleen yang, liver yang, kidney yang. The 5 suns flowed smoothly through his body, emanating a brilliant glow. It was as if his entire body had been transformed into a golden body, giving off an indestructible aura. This is great. Feeling the energy coursing through his body, Xianxia opened his eyes and clenched his fists tightly. At this moment, he was already able to crush Saint Tudan cultivators with ease with just his physical body. The strength of his body was already comparable to a Saint artifact, even though it was only a Saint low-tier artifact, it was still extremely fearsome. He had grown slightly taller as well. At this moment, his shoulders were wide, and his waist was slender. His entire body was streamlined, giving him a sense of perfection. If the glacier rain sword were to pierce his skin, the latter would surely break while he would remain unscathed. In fact, even if he were to clash head-on with Jin Yuanding, he wouldn't lose by much. It could be said that the current Xianxia was already a human-shaped weapon. Even without using his sword or saber arts, he was already ridiculously powerful. Exhaling deeply, Xianxia stood up and concealed the abnormality in his body. No one would have believed that such a huge change would occur to him after cultivating for such a short period of time. There was no harm in being careful. In order to avoid trouble, it would be best for him to keep a low profile. Lowering his head to take a look, Xianxia saw that the Pentayang tensile wood in his palm had already been depleted. Storing it into his storage ring, Xianxia began making his way toward the door. Before he could reach the door, he saw that the crowd was seated cross-legged not too far away from the door. Some were seated close to the door while others were further away from it. It was a bizarre sight to behold. "Xianxia, you are here." Upon seeing Xianxia, one of the combat masters at the very back stood up. "You all are?" Xianxia was perplexed. It was one thing for them to cultivate, but why were they queuing up for food in the cafeteria? "Oh, it's like that." Earlier, Wuxia realized that using the heat of the door to temper his Xinqi would result in the purity of his Xinqi, so, we decided to cultivate together. However, everyone's tolerance is different, so we can only choose the position that suits us best, the combat master explained. "Tolerance?" Xianxia nodded. The fact that the door was so hot that it was able to burn so much lava all year round showed just how fearsome it was. Just like when he was tempering his soul previously, it was indeed beneficial to the purity of his Xinqi. What the other party said was true. Just like before, he was only able to get within 20 meters of the other party. He couldn't get any closer. Indeed. The few of us can only cultivate within 40 meters of the door so as to avoid going berserk. On the other hand, Wuxia and the others are already able to reach a distance of 15 meters. That's truly frightening. The combat master nodded as he gazed at Xianxia in awe. To be able to reach a distance of 15 meters, not only is their physical body, their soul, and their Xinqi aren't weak either. Xianxia nodded. He had been to a distance of 20 meters previously, so he knew that the further he advanced, the more difficult it would become. It was already frightening for Wuxia and the others to be able to reach such a distance. "Right, Xianxia, are you done cultivating?" After explaining the matter, the combat master suddenly recalled something and turned to Xianxia. Xianxia nodded. "You should continue cultivating." As he spoke, he walked forward, and in the blink of an eye, he was already 20 meters away from the door. At this moment, only Wuxia, President Han, Feng Sun, and a few others were seated at the front. Even Wu Tianqiong and the other school heads were seated at the back. "Xianxia, is he going to walk over just like that? Didn't he say that he couldn't hold on a moment ago?" Seeing the young man nodding to the crowd with a smile on his face and gesturing for them not to get up so as not to disturb their cultivation, the combat master who had been speaking to him earlier felt his jaws dropping to the ground. He had clearly seen how Xianxia was unable to advance any further after reaching the 20-meter mark. He had thought that it was already an incredible feat for a nascent saint to be able to reach the 20-meter mark, but who could have thought that the other party would actually walk over as if he didn't feel the temperature at all? How in the world did he do it? While the combat master was still in shock, Feng Sun, who was around 19 meters away, was also staring at the smiling Xianxia with widened eyes, and his eyeballs nearly popped out of their sockets. He was a Saint 3 Dan Pinnacle expert, 1,000-men commander of the Combat Master Hall. Yet, to reach the 19-meter mark, he had already expended so much effort, nearly losing his life in the process. He could only rely on his cultivation to neutralize the heat poison in his body. Yet, this fellow was walking over with a smile on his face as if he was taking a stroll. Did he really have to be so exaggerated? Just as he was wondering how far the other party could go, the other party had already begun chatting with Wuxia. "Wuxia, you're still cultivating. Don't get up, just continue cultivating. I'll head over to take a look. There's no need to stand on ceremony." following which, the other party continued walking forward with a smile on his face. 14 meters, 13 meters, 12 meters. In the blink of an eye, he had already reached the 10-meter mark. The searing heat from the flames caused his clothes to flutter noisily, as if they would be torn apart at any moment. Yet, Xianxia was still wearing the same smile as before, as if the heat didn't affect him in the slightest. This time, not only was Feng Sun shocked, even Wu Shi and President Han glanced at one another in astonishment, and their mouths twitched uncontrollably. 15 meters was already their limit, and yet, this fellow was able to walk within 10 meters without feeling anything at all. On top of that, he was still wearing a smile on his face. He was truly an inhuman monster. 8 meters, 7 meters, 6 meters. As the distance grew closer, Xianxia's eyebrows shot up. Hong Long, Zhenqi gushed out from his acupoints, shrouding his entire body. To only use his Zhenqi when he's within 5 meters. How strong must his physical body be? Upon seeing this sight, Wu Shi gulped down a mouthful of saliva. As a 7-star pinnacle master teacher, his eye of discernment was far superior. For the other party to walk within 5 meters without noticing at all, he had thought that the other party was just putting on an act, but in truth, the other party had already begun driving his Xianxia. However, upon seeing this sight, he realized that that wasn't the case at all. To only use his Xianxia when he's within 5 meters. Wasn't his physical body a little too fearsome? Could it be that the other party had gone off to cultivate his physical body? But wasn't the physical body the most difficult aspect to cultivate? How did he manage to reach such a level in just 2 hours? While Feng Sun was still in shock, President Zhang had already walked up to the seal, placed his hand on it, and retreated 8 steps before coming to a halt. He closed his eyes for a moment, as if contemplating something. A moment later, a frown appeared on his forehead, as if he had noticed something, and a bizarre expression appeared on his face. How is this possible? Seeing the bizarre expression on Xianxia's face, Wu Shi couldn't help but ask, Xianxia, is there something wrong with the seal? In his impression, the Principal Zhang before him had always been a composed and steady person. No matter what happened, his expression would never change. For him to have such an expression at this moment, it was clear that something difficult to resolve had happened. Oh, it's nothing much. I just find it a little weird. With twitching lips, Xianxia walked to a distance of around 40 meters away before beckoning the crowd over. Everyone, don't be in such a hurry to cultivate. Let's discuss how we can undo the seal and enter the door. Xianxia, you have already found a solution? The crowd hurriedly walked over to Xianxia with glowing eyes. I did think of one, but, scratching his head, Xianxia knew that what he had just seen was simply too inconceivable, so he couldn't bring himself to say it. Thus, he could only ask, which one of you has the spirit solution of vigor with you? Spirit solution of vigor? The crowd was stunned. They glanced at one another in confusion. Spirit solution of vigor was the scientific name for the urine of Saint Beasts, and it didn't sound too vulgar. Most cultivators would carry a little of it with them when they were out training, so as to prevent the disturbance of spirit beasts at night. Back then, in the life and death physician duel between Xianxia and Yu Su, he had forced the other party to drink the spirit solution of vigor, leaving the latter so frustrated that he nearly spurted blood and died on the spot. This ancient domain is extremely ancient, so I thought that there shouldn't be any saint beasts or spirit beasts in it. Thus, I didn't prepare the spirit solution of vigor. With me, same here. I did prepare a bottle of it, but as I grew stronger, I realized that it was no longer of much use anymore. Thus, I kept it with me, thinking that it would be a disgrace to the culture, so I threw it away. Our combat master hall doesn't use such a thing. If there are spirit beasts attacking us, we just have to kill them. After killing so many of them, naturally, no one dares to cause trouble anymore. The crowd shook their heads. Those who were invited here were all reputable figures. Han Su, the head of the Qingyuan Empire Formation Master Guild, Wu Rufeng, and Mu Yuan, the 7-star Master Teacher Academy. Wu Tianqiong, Shen Pingchao, and Wu Ran, the principals of the 3 great Master Teacher Academies. On top of that, the members of the Combat Master Hall didn't have the habit of carrying the urine of Saint Beasts around with them. Thus, everyone was taken aback by Xianxia's question. You didn't bring it? Rubbing his forehead, Xianxia glanced at Luozi. The girl gritted her teeth angrily. I didn't bring it either. All right. Since no one brought. Seeing that no one had brought anything with them, Xianxia shook his head. Rubbing his glabella, he flicked his wrist, and a bunch of pots and pans appeared on the floor. With a helpless look on his face, he said, then. You can pee on your own. Pooh. Everyone staggered at the same time, feeling like they wanted to vomit blood. You want to find the spirit solution of vigor, and you want us to pee on it. Do you have to change your mind so quickly? Furthermore, all of them were reputable figures, and yet, they actually urinated right away. Everyone was on the verge of going insane. Hurry up. Also, give me as much as you can. Whether or not I can decipher the seal will depend on how much you provide. Ignoring the conflicted looks on everyone's face, Xianxia waved his hand. Everyone's faces turned green, and they were on the verge of tears. All right, take a tool according to your situation. Xianxia gestured to the pots and pans on the floor. These were the tools that he had found in the storage rings of the otherworldly demons. Most likely, they were the tools that the otherworldly demons used to cook, and they were extremely clean. All right. Seeing how serious Xianxia was, the crowd glanced at one another before nodding in agreement. Gritting their teeth, they each took a container. Hoo, in the blink of an eye, everyone was gone. They didn't want to take their urine in front of so many people. That would be too embarrassing. Only Xianxia and Lozozi were left in the square. Cough cough, this is for you. Seeing that the young lady hadn't taken a container yet, Xianxia hesitated for a moment before passing a cup over. Lozozi gritted her teeth so tightly that they were on the verge of shattering. She glared at the fellow before her coldly, wishing that she could just slap him to death. What's wrong? Seeing the displeasure on Luo Ruoxin's face, Xianxia stroked his chin and frowned. Is it too small? Then, this is for you. After saying those words, he reluctantly passed a huge basin over. Scram! Lozozi roared furiously. She felt as if she would explode at any moment. No matter where she went, she was a goddess, an existence revered by others. Yet, this fellow actually dared to pass a cup over to her. More importantly, he even passed a basin over to her. Do you think that I can fill it up? Do you think that I won't kill you right now? It's fine if you don't want to pee. Why are you throwing a tantrum? Not expecting the other party to reject his goodwill and even ask him to scram, Xianxia replied indignantly. Lozozi had really lost her mind. All along, she had never shown much of an expression on her face. It was as if she was an oil painting, yet at the same time, she felt as if she was an outsider. However, ever since she met this fellow, she would be infuriated every single time. All of her composure had vanished without a trace. All right, I'll be leaving. Seeing that the young lady would surely explode if he were to continue speaking, Xianxia turned around and fled. Watching as Xianxia left, Lozozi was still fuming with rage. Just as she was about to capture that fellow and beat him up, she suddenly heard a flustered voice not too far away. I don't have anything on me. What should I do if I can't pee? Turning around, she saw Jin Yuanding pacing around anxiously, as if he was trying to see if he could solve this problem. With a single glance, he was on the verge of tears. Don't go. Can anyone lend me one? Also, master, can you forge one for me? Black lines streaked across Lozozi's face. What kind of people did she meet this time? Unaware of the reason behind the young lady's rage, Xianxia found a secluded spot and prepared some for himself. However, just as he was about to forge some for himself, he suddenly slapped his forehead. Why was I so foolish? The next moment, he vanished from the spot and entered the myriad ant-hive nest. Come here, all of you. Floating in the air, Xianxia bellowed. Hoo. In the blink of an eye, the saint beasts in the myriad ant-hive nest flew over. Knowing that the ancient domain was dangerous, he had intentionally brought more saint beasts with him when he returned to the Master Teacher Academy. In total, there were more than 100 Byzantium Helios beasts, the 9 kings of the Cloud Mist Ridge, and those beyond Saint Realm. All of you, pee. Xianxia whipped out a bunch of pots and pans and passed them to the beasts. Roar. The beasts were perplexed, but the other party was their master, so they didn't dare to disobey. Thus, they quickly grabbed a large basin each and turned around. In an instant, a commotion filled the air. Not too long later, each of the beasts carried a large basin over, and the smallest among them weighed at least 10 jin. These saint beasts were all several meters tall, and they were massive in size. If they really wanted to pee, there was no doubt that there would be an astonishing number of them. Not bad. Seeing that those fellows had indeed put in the effort, Xianxia nodded in satisfaction. With a wave of his hand, he gathered all of the spirit solution of vigor together, filling up an entire barrel, weighing close to 2,000 jin. Alright, you can all go and rest now. With a wave of his hand, Xianxia turned his attention away and left the myriad ant-hive nest. Returning to the square, he saw that quite a few people had already returned. They were the members of the Combat Master Hall. This is what you wanted. Fengsun harumphed as he passed the basin in his hands over. The others also followed suit, but there wasn't much of it. Even with a dozen or so members of the Combat Master Hall, there was only half a basin in total. So little? Xianxia glanced at the valiant and spirited members of the Combat Master Hall, and he couldn't help but frown. There were so many of them, and every single one of them was filled with vigor. To think that there would only be so little? Where's yours? If you have the ability, take it out and show it to us. You probably don't even have as much as we do. Recalling the sight of him being pummeled, Fengsun gritted his teeth and bellowed furiously. Just as Xianxia was about to speak, Wu Tianqiong, Mu Shi, Wu Shi, and the others suddenly flew over, and their faces reddened in embarrassment. After gathering all of the spirit solution of vigor together, they realized that they didn't even have as much as the members of the Combat Master Hall. Xianxia sighed helplessly. It was fortunate that he had come up with a solution. Otherwise, with just the few of them, they wouldn't even be able to scratch an itch, let alone break the formation. After gathering the spirit solution of vigor together, Xianxia tossed the spirit solution of vigor to the ground and shook his head. Forget it, there's no need for your spirit solution of vigor. It's too little. Just use mine. Use yours? Do you think that your spirit solution of vigor can be more than our spirit solution of vigor? Hearing those words, Fengsun felt even more infuriated. That's mine, Hong Long. A massive wooden bucket weighing over 2,000 jin fell to the ground, sending a cloud of dust into the air. Pooh, how is this possible? All of the master teachers and combat masters turned to look at Xianxia with a frenzied look in their eyes. Even if your bladder is huge, there should be a limit to it. With so much vigor, you could easily drown in it several times over. Where in the world did you get such a huge amount of vigor? This was especially so for Fengsun. He felt blood gushing up his throat once more. How in the world did you manage to do that? It was one thing for you to be so powerful, but to urinate so much. Do you even have a folded space in your bladder? If only we had known that you were able to produce so much vigor single-handedly, we wouldn't have gone through so much trouble. Alright, I'm going to break the formation now. Ignoring the shocked expressions of the crowd, Xianxia gathered his Xianqi and lifted the wooden bucket. With a push of his feet, he leaped into the air and flew toward the seal. Seeing that Xianxia was going to break the formation, the crowd hurriedly turned their gazes toward the door. They had been studying the seal for a very long time, but they were unable to come up with a solution. Even with so many otherworldly demons attacking it with all their might, they were unable to come up with a solution. Yet, Xianxia was actually able to find a solution with just a touch, and he even had them prepare some vigor. Everyone was curious to see what kind of method Xianxia was going to use, and what did it have to do with vigor. Whoosh, under everyone's gazes, Xianxia arrived directly above the door. His gaze was solemn as he suddenly pointed at the wooden barrel below. Rumble, a hole immediately appeared in the barrel, and the urine inside shot straight toward the seal. Sizzle. Sizzle, the moment this thing came into contact with the seal, it was like sulfuric acid coming into contact with steel. The latter emitted a corroding sound, and the originally incomparably sturdy seal instantly melted away. Looking at how Laowa updates every new year, shouldn't you give him 2 monthly votes and cheer for the hardworking person? Let's get rid of those gods who asked for leave. I can't watch this anymore. Seeing this sight, President Han suddenly recalled something, and his eyes narrowed. With a quivering voice, he said, I get it now, you get it now? What's going on? Even though Xianxia had finally understood what was going on, the crowd couldn't help but turn to look at him in confusion. Even a Saint 4 Dan expert like Wusher couldn't damage the seal in the slightest with his full might. So, why would it suddenly dissipate and begin to crumble just by sprinkling a little of it? If I'm not mistaken, this seal is of the pure yang attribute, and it's extremely resistant to filthy substances and water. If it was just water, it would have been extremely difficult to decipher it. However, if the spirit solution of vigor was used on it, it would have succumbed to the pressure and crumbled on its own, President Han said. Even the seals of the pure yang attribute don't have such a characteristic, right? Why haven't I heard of it before? Wusher frowned. He had seen quite a few seals of the pure yang attribute, but he had never heard of one that could be deciphered using urine. If it was that simple, there would have been no reason for the formation to exist. Of course, a pure yang attribute seal wouldn't have such a characteristic, but, if it was a flawless seal of the pure yang attribute, it would be hard to say. In truth, most formations are afraid of filthy substances. For example, some people are trapped in a formation, unable to decipher it no matter how hard they try. In the end, when a woman gives birth, the spiritual energy in the formation dissipates, resulting in the collapse of the formation. President Han said. I seem to have heard of it before, Wusher nodded in agreement. Women were of the yin attribute, and most people believed that the blood that flowed during childbirth was an extremely yin substance, making it ideal for deciphering formations. As such, there were quite a few people who used the blood to forge formation artifacts to decipher formations. To be able to decipher the flaws of the seal with just a glance, President Zhang's comprehension of formations is indeed astounding. Seeing that everyone had come to a realization, President Han turned to the young man floating in the air and remarked. While the flawless seal of the pure yang attribute sounded simple, it wasn't as simple as it seemed. Even if one had a filthy substance like urine, if one couldn't find the nodes of the seal and sprinkled it over, not only would it fail to decipher the seal, it might even result in a backlash. It was just like how the more powerful one's attack was, the stronger the backlash would be, and eventually, the more one would succumb to it. That was how the seal worked. On the surface, President Zhang's action seemed simple. All he had to do was bring the barrel up into the sky, break it, and undo the seal. But in truth, the height of the barrel, the impact of the liquid, and the point where it landed on the seal, everything was off. It required an extremely high degree of control. Perhaps only this freak would be able to think of such a solution and succeed in one fell swoop without any mistakes. One of the combat masters couldn't help but ask, such a bizarre deciphering method. How did Zhang Yinqiu and the others from Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy manage to get in? The others were also puzzled. President Zhang was probably the only one who could come up with such a bizarre idea. Zhang Yinqiu was an upright and inflexible person, so even if he knew about it, he probably wouldn't be willing to do it. I'm not too sure how they managed to enter the ancient domain, but the ancient domain has never appeared for so many years, and it was only after they entered that we were able to arrive here. Most likely, they have grasped some kind of secret that we are unaware of, or perhaps they have obtained the key to enter the ancient domain. President Han pondered for a moment before replying. For any ancient domain, there was bound to be a key or a passageway artifact. As long as one had such an artifact with them, it would be much easier for them to decipher the seal. It would be much easier for them to break through the ancient domain than to barge into the ancient domain with brute force. That's indeed possible. The crowd nodded in agreement. That was true as well. Without the so-called key, it would have been difficult for them to enter the ancient domain. If not for President Zhang, they would have still been trapped above the lava, unable to do anything at all. Jai. While they were speaking, the liquid in the barrel continued to flow, and the seal that came into contact with it began to crack and dissipate. A moment later, a massive door appeared before everyone's eyes. We can enter now. Xianxia leaped down and tossed the barrel aside before heaving a sigh of relief. When the Library of Heaven's path showed the flaws, he knew that it was a pure yang formation, and it just so happened that the liquid in the urine worked against it. That was why he had dared to come up with such a bold idea, and to think that it would actually work. All right. Everyone nodded at the same time and flew toward the door in unison. As usual, Wusher was the first to enter. After confirming that there was no danger, he beckoned for the crowd to enter as well. Previously, when they were outside the seal, they had felt an incomparable heat, but when they entered, they found that the heat had disappeared without a trace. Instead, they felt a slight cooling sensation coming from the door, as if what they had felt before was just an illusion. Could it be that we were mistaken? One of the combat masters couldn't help but ask. Previously, when they were outside the seal, they had been making use of the heat emanating from the door to cultivate, and it had been extremely beneficial to their cultivation. They had thought that they would be unable to withstand the heat after entering the door, but why did the opposite happen? Not only did they not feel any heat, they even felt a slight cooling sensation. Could it be that everything they had experienced before was an illusion? Wasn't that a little too bizarre? Everyone, don't panic. If I'm not mistaken, what we experienced before is real, and what we are experiencing now is real as well. President Han said with a grim expression. There's a good chance that this is a formation that blends heat and cold together. Similar to the climate control formation, it's able to alter the temperature of the surroundings to induce different sensations. Many of the Formation Master Guild members would set up formations that could control the temperature of the surroundings. Perhaps, this door was one such formation. Previously, when they were outside, they had found the temperature to be unbearable. However, when they entered the door, it was very likely that they had triggered some kind of mechanism that adjusted the temperature of the surroundings. That's possible. Hearing this explanation, the crowd nodded in agreement. Even though they found it inconceivable that a formation could cause such a huge difference in the temperature of the surroundings, the person who had left behind the ancient domain had to be an extremely powerful expert. It wasn't unreasonable for them to have set up such a formation. After all, due to the limitations of their cultivation, they might find it inconceivable, but that didn't mean that it was impossible. It was just like how President Zhang had deciphered the seal using his urine. This isn't a formation, the crowd nodded. Just as they were about to head in, a calm voice suddenly sounded. The one who had spoken wasn't Wushi or Xianxia but the usually silent Luozi. If it isn't a formation, what is it? Seeing how certain Luo Ruoxin was, the crowd turned to look at her in bewilderment. It's the manipulation of space. Luozi replied. Manipulation of space? The crowd glanced at one another in bewilderment. Just like the folded space and the storage ring, this door leads to another dimension. It's on a completely different level from the one that was previously concealed under the seal, so naturally, it gives off a different feeling as well. Luozi explained. Another dimension? The crowd felt their bodies jolting in astonishment. They could understand the implications of formations, but they couldn't fathom the implications of ascending to another dimension. For the elder who had left behind the ancient domain to be able to reach such a level, just how powerful was he? It said that a Saint 9 Dan expert is able to comprehend the laws of space and set up a folded space, allowing living beings to enter it without feeling suffocated. Could it be that the owner of the ancient domain has already reached such a level? Wushi clenched his fists tightly. As a 7-star high-tier master teacher, he was privy to many secrets. While Saint 9 Dan experts were rare, he had read some books on them, so he knew just how fearsome they were. For them, the things left behind by such an expert could only be found by chance. However, any random mechanism or formation was not something they could understand. Luozi shook her head. It was hard to tell whether it was because she didn't know or because she was refuting Zhang Xian's words. A Saint 9 Dan expert is able to comprehend the laws of space? Zhang Xian blinked in astonishment. To be honest, this news was a little too shocking for him. On the Saint Ascension platform, he had entered a folded space and had the myriad ant hive queen collect it. If that was the case, that folded space had been left behind by a Saint 9 Dan expert. Back then, Kongsher had only just achieved a breakthrough, so it was unlikely that he had set up the folded space himself. Thus, there was a good chance that an expert of such caliber had been following him loyally back then. Given Kongsher's unique charisma and capability, it shouldn't have been too difficult for him to take in a few followers who were stronger than him. Back when I first arrived at the Master Teacher Academy to conduct the public lecture, I saw Luozi walking amidst the crowd, but she didn't collide with anyone at all. It was as if she controlled space itself. A thought surfaced in Zhang Xian's mind, but he quickly shook his head with a bitter smile. That's impossible. She's only a 6-star master teacher. Even if she's stronger than me, it can't be by much. Most likely, it's some kind of unique secret art. After reading through the books in the Master Teacher Academy, Xianxia knew that the Master Teacher continent didn't just have unique constitutions but bloodlines as well. There were many powerful clans that relied on the power of their bloodlines to execute secret arts that were far more powerful than their battle techniques. It was precisely for this reason that the sage clans were feared by the Master Teacher continent. Perplexed, Xianxian turned to Luo Ruoxin and asked, "How can you be certain that this isn't a formation but a manipulation of space?" Wu Tianxiong and the others also looked at Luo Ruoxin doubtfully. Indeed, a manipulation of space was far too profound a concept that they couldn't comprehend. It's simple. Just take a look ahead and you'll understand. Lozozi blinked her eyes as she pointed forward. Raising their heads, the crowd saw that after passing through the door, the scenery before them had changed. Behind the door was a mountain range that stretched as far as the eye could see. Lush greenery covered the mountain range, and a warm aura emanated from it. It felt as if they had left Fire Source City and arrived in a city that was reminiscent of spring. This is a folded space? It's huge. Zhangxian was stunned. Ever since the first time he saw the myriad ant hive nest, he had seen quite a few folded spaces, and he even had one himself. But such a huge one, he had never even heard of one before. It was already incredible that his folded space had a diameter of several hundred meters, and yet, it was able to hold mountains and rivers. That was truly frightening. One must know that the larger a folded space was, the greater the pressure from the outside world, and the lower the stability of the folded space. How in the world did such a huge folded space do it? No, this isn't a folded space but a spatial formation. While Zhangxian was still in the midst of his shock, he suddenly heard President Han's voice. Turning around, he saw the latter frowning, and his body stiffened. Spatial formation? Zhangxian was perplexed. He had heard of beguilement formations, illusory formations, and slaughter formations, but what was a spatial formation? What was the difference between it and folded space? A spatial formation is a self-contained space within a formation. It's not as stable as folded space, but it makes it easier for it to contain slaughter formations, illusory formations, beguilement formations, and the like. President Han's voice trembled. As a 7-star pinnacle formation master, he knew how fearsome a spatial formation could be. If one were to fall into it, their consciousness would be affected by the laws of nature, making it impossible for them to escape. More importantly, there was a good chance that formidable slaughter formations were hidden within it. No matter how powerful one was, as long as one hadn't reached Saint Nine Dan, it would be impossible for one to breach it. Hearing those words, the crowd glanced at one another, and frowns appeared on their foreheads. Even though they weren't too familiar with spatial formations, President Han had always been a composed person. For him to be able to make such a frown, there was no doubt that this was an extremely fearsome place. What if I were to breach this formation? Zhangxian asked. Who cared if the formation was formidable or not? At the very most, it would just be a waste of effort. There was no need for him to be so nervous. Other formations can be breached, but a spatial formation is impossible. Unless you possess the strength to withstand the shattering of space without harming yourself. President Han said. Zhangxian's lips twitched upon hearing those words. Putting aside the fact that he was only a nascent saint, even if he were to raise his cultivation by 6 or 7 cultivation realms, he would still be unable to withstand it. In fact, his primordial spirit might even be torn apart by the shattering of space. If one were to live within space, how could one survive if the space were to shatter? Without the skin, how could the hair attach itself to it? That's right. This is precisely the reason why a spatial formation can only advance in accordance with the path laid out by the other party. At this point, President Han's voice grew deep. In other words, we are already in the ancient domain, and every step we take is fraught with danger. Fraught with danger? Grim expressions appeared on the faces of the crowd. As difficult as the previous 2 tests were, they weren't too dangerous if one was unable to clear them. It was just like how it was impossible for one to pass through the scorching lava to enter the palace below, but one would be able to fly above the lava for the time being. As for the second trial, as long as one didn't attack the seal, they wouldn't be harmed even if they stayed inside for a few years. But now, according to President Han's tone, things would be different after entering this array space. Regardless of whether they walked or not, whether they moved forward or not, danger could appear at any time. In other words, the test of this relic had just begun. Since we're already here, we might as well take things as they come. Since this is the real ancient domain, it means that Xianxia and the others have definitely been here before. We can find the path that they took. As long as we can find it, we'll be much safer. Wu Tianqiong said. That's right. The others nodded at the same time. This time, Xianxia had already put his life on the line. Since he had already entered the ancient domain, it meant that he had already achieved his goal. He had not taken the wrong path, so he should be happy instead. Zhang Yinqiu and the others came 2 years ago, so even if there were any traces of them, they should have already dissipated by now. However, since they were able to send news out, they must be trapped somewhere. As long as we advance forward, we should be able to find something, Wuxia nodded as he led the way forward. There was no way to confirm whether the old principal was dead or alive, but since he was able to send news out, it was likely that he was still alive. Since he was still alive, there was no doubt that he would have left behind some traces for others to find. Otherwise, there would be no point in sending news out. Zhangxian silently activated his eye of insight to scan the surroundings, and after a moment, he couldn't help but shake his head. Regardless of whether it was the array space or the folded space, the person who had left this place was far stronger than him. Even the Eye of Insight, a unique ability that only appeared once every 10,000 years, was unable to see through it. Flaws? Zhangxian thought. Not too long later, he shook his head as well. Even though this was a formation, the Library of Heaven's path was unable to do anything about it. It was as if the Library of Heaven's path was unable to do anything about it. It was just like how it was impossible to use the rising of the sun and setting of the moon in the outside world to find flaws in the world. The area of effect was simply too vast. Even the Library of Heaven's path was unable to do anything about it. It seems like I can only take it one step at a time, knowing that there was nothing he could do about it, Zhangxian sighed deeply. Thus, he followed behind the others and proceeded forward. It must be said that the array space was simply too lifelike. If not for the fact that he knew that he was deep beneath the lava, he might have really thought that he was walking in a warm and sunny mountain range. Walking along the path, looking at the lush greenery around him, not only did he not feel any fear from entering the ancient domain, he felt a sense of tranquility instead. This was especially so when he heard the moaning of the trees as the mountain breeze blew against them. It felt like he was standing aloof from worldly affairs. Isn't there no danger here? Indeed. I feel that the spiritual energy here is abundant. If I don't want to fight in the future, I can just stay here. The environment here is indeed good. It's suitable for cultivating one's mind. After walking for a while, everyone's eyes lit up in excitement. Previously, President Han had spoken of how terrifying this place was, and they had been extremely nervous. However, after walking for a while, they realized that it was far from what he had said. On the contrary, it felt peaceful and tranquil. Walking in the midst of it, one could not help but feel like staying here for the rest of their lives. Something is wrong. Everyone, stay alert. We might be under attack. Just as the group was about to proceed forward, President Han couldn't help but exclaim, "Under attack? Guild leader Han, you must be joking, right?" "Why don't I see anything?" one of the combat masters asked with a chuckle. Indeed. I think that President Han is being a little too paranoid. With so many of us here, if we were really under attack, we would surely notice it, another combat master said. Every one of them was a veteran of the battlefield. If they were really attacked, they would definitely fight back. It was impossible for them to feel nothing like what they were doing now. Not noticing anything is the scariest part. President Han said with an awful complexion. If it was an open assault, even if they were no match for the other party, they could still put their lives on the line. However, what they feared the most was a frog being cooked in warm water. Did President Han notice something? Wuxia asked. Did you all notice that ever since we entered this place, our tense nerves have completely relaxed? Under such circumstances, if we were to encounter any danger, we wouldn't even have the means to deal with it, President Han said. Furthermore, More importantly, despite walking for so long, we still can't see the end of the path. It's as if there's something pulling us forward. This is simply too bizarre. Wuxia was taken aback. He wouldn't have noticed it if the other party hadn't mentioned it, but now that the other party had mentioned it, he immediately felt that something was amiss. Walking in this place was simply too relaxed, such that even the most basic of defenses had been tossed to the back of one's mind. Putting everything aside, just this point alone was extremely bizarre. Pooh. While the duo was still discussing the matter, the sound of someone spurting blood suddenly sounded not too far away. Hurriedly turning their heads over, they saw the combat master who had said that President Han was being overly paranoid. Blood was flowing down his lips non-stop, but a faint smile still hung on his face as he continued advancing forward. Seeing how that fellow was spurting blood non-stop, as if he didn't know pain, the corners of his lips were even curled up into a faint smile. Upon seeing this sight, the duo couldn't help but shudder in fear. The sight before them was simply too bizarre. No matter how knowledgeable they were, they had never seen such a bizarre sight before. His Xianxia is completely depleted, and his stamina is running out. A moment later, Wuxia's face darkened. With his eye of discernment as a 7-star master teacher, he could easily tell that the combat master's condition was due to his depleted Xianxia. How long had it been? How could a combat master who was known for his endurance be unable to withstand it? Just as President Han was perplexed by the situation, Wuxia's anxious voice sounded once more. Take a look at your Dantian, Dantian? Taken aback, President Han lowered his head to take a look, and with a single glance, his eyes narrowed in astonishment. The Xianxia within his body was nearly completely depleted. If one were to compare his Dantian to a pond, it would be on the verge of drying up. My Xianxia. Why is it being depleted so quickly? Xianxian's body trembled uncontrollably. President Han was a 7-star pinnacle formation master, a Saint 4 Dan pinnacle expert. He was the strongest of the group, and his Xianxia was also the most abundant. Putting aside walking, he could even fight for 2 hours at a time without running out, yet, in just a short journey, he had already depleted his Xianxia. What in the world was going on? This was too frightening. Pooh. 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 While Xianxian was still in a state of shock, the sound of blood spurting could be heard once more. Another few weaker combat masters spurted blood, and even the faces of Wu Tianqiong, Shen Pingchao, and the other 2 principals of the Master Teacher Academy had turned ghastly pale, and veins were bulging on their foreheads. It was as if they were on the verge of collapse. This was especially so for Wu Tianqiong. Not only was his complexion awful, his hair seemed to have turned even whiter, as if he had aged 10 years in the blink of an eye. President Han's body trembled as he turned to look at Wuxia. Even though he was certain that they were in the formation emanation dimension and knew that it was dangerous, he had no idea what was going on at all. I have no idea as well. Wuxia shook his head. It was as if they had fallen into a deep well. Even though they had read countless books, they were still unable to comprehend what was going on. It is likely that we have been drawn in by the sound of the wind and fallen into a unique state. Not only will our Xianxia be depleted rapidly, our lifespan will also be depleted. If we don't walk out of it, we will end up in the same state as them, walking forward tirelessly until our Xianxia and blood essence are completely depleted. While the duo was still perplexed by the situation, Xianxian's voice suddenly sounded. Turning around, they saw a deep frown on the young man's forehead, seemingly deep in thought. I have already corrected the question in the previous chapter. Actually, the ancient times favored males over females, and there was nothing that could be done about it. Cough cough. As for now, let's not talk about it anymore. I'm going to prepare dinner and wash the dishes. Woo. The sound of the wind? Taken aback, Wuxia and President Han hurriedly scanned their surroundings. The sound of the wind was very light, but it was still rustling the leaves of the trees. Previously, they had thought that the tranquil and calm demeanor of the wind would leave them feeling a sense of relief. However, at this very moment, they could not help but shudder in fear. Turn off your hearing, muttering softly, the 2 of them turned off their hearing simultaneously. However, for some reason, the sound of the wind was still able to reach their minds, placing them under its control without them realizing it. It's useless. This is a demonic tune. Even if we turn off our senses, it will still be able to enter our minds. Shaking his head, Xianxia sent a telepathic message over. If demonic tunes could be rejected so easily, they wouldn't be worthy of being called demonic tunes. Not to mention, they wouldn't have been able to form an independent occupation that had been passed down for tens of thousands of years. What should we do then? The two of them turned on their hearing once more anxiously. They couldn't reject it, but they couldn't escape from it either. Were they going to die right after entering the ancient domain? Xianxia, since you are able to sense the demonic tune, have you thought of a way to deal with it? Wuxia asked anxiously. This is the demonic tune produced by an 8-star demonic tunist. Even I am barely able to withstand it. If we want to free everyone from this state, we'll have to overcome it with our own voice. Xianxia pondered for a moment before replying. He had known that it was a demonic tune as soon as he entered. With his heaven's path Xianxia and identity as a demonic tunist, he should have been able to withstand it. However, he had never thought of a way to overcome it, unless he reached the level of an 8-star demonic tunist as well. Overcome the demonic tune with my own voice? The faces of the duo paled. Where in the world could they find an 8-star demonic tunist at this juncture? If such an 8-star demonic tunist had the strength to do so, they wouldn't have fallen into such a state. This 8-star demonic tunist is only at primary stage. Otherwise, your primordial spirits would have been jolted as well, and you wouldn't even know that you were injured. However, I am only a 6-star pinnacle demonic tunist at the moment. Even if I were to use my full strength, it would still be difficult for me to deal with it. Xianxia shook his head. The sound of the wind was only equivalent to the music produced by an 8-star primary demonic tunist. Otherwise, President Han and Wuxia would have been unable to maintain their consciousness. Even so, it was not something he could contend against. His current strength was still too weak. Then what should we do? Do any of you have a 7-star level book on demonic tunes? Xianxia asked. If he could compile a 7-star cultivation technique manual and start cultivating it, even if he wasn't able to reach 8-star, he would at least be able to reach 7-star pinnacle. With such strength and the innate ability of the Heaven's Path divine art, it shouldn't be too difficult for him to deal with the demonic tune. Demonic tune? President Han and Wuxia looked at each other and shook their heads at the same time. One of them was a formation master while the other was a master teacher. Even though they had 7 supporting occupations, demonic tunes were one of them. As such, they didn't bring their books with them. That will be difficult, seeing that they were shaking their heads. Xianxia frowned. Without it, one would not be able to learn a higher-level demonic tune. If one wanted to break the demonic tune, it would be many times more difficult. Alright, the two of you should look after the others and try your best to prevent them from succumbing to exhaustion. If it comes down to it, replenish them with some pills. I'll head over to find the source of the demonic tune. Xianxia hesitated for a moment. Since he couldn't break the demonic tune through brute force, he could only find the source and destroy it. I'll be troubling you then, President Zhang. The two of them bowed deeply. They had no other choice at the moment. You're being too polite. Seeing their attitude, Xianxia shook his head and flew in the direction where the demonic tune had come from. Even he felt a little lightheaded when he heard the demonic tune. If not for his soul being tempered further by the lava, he might have succumbed to it as well. While this demonic tune can leave one exhausted, it isn't fatal. As long as one replenishes their pills in time, it shouldn't be too much of a problem. Xianxia glanced behind him and saw that the combat masters who had spurted blood earlier had recovered significantly after being replenished with pills by Wuxia and Xianxia. However, their bodies were still moving forward uncontrollably. At this moment, it was as if they were puppets whose strings had been pulled. Even though they knew that they had fallen into a disadvantageous position, there was nothing they could do about it. The reason why demonic tunists were so renowned across the master-teacher continent, to the point that even the Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy had to set up an entire school for them, was that even though they knew that they were in danger, they were unable to escape from it. After flying for a while, Xianxia realized that there was no change in the demonic tune at all. Thus, he frowned. Given his current speed, he had already flown several hundred li in the past half a day, but he still hadn't escaped the range of the demonic tune, and he hadn't even found the source. Wasn't the range of the demonic tune a little too large? Taking him as an example, he was able to drive everyone within a radius of several hundred meters into a frenzy with his zither. However, if he wanted to extend the range any further, it would be hard for him to do so. Even an 8-star demonic tunist wouldn't be able to play music that encompassed a radius of several hundred li. If that was the case, wouldn't the fighting prowess of an expert of that caliber be even more fearsome than a master teacher if he were to play a zither in Royal City? Could this be the peculiarity of the formation dimension? Even though I am moving forward, it feels as if I am walking in a circle, moving in the same direction. Suddenly, a thought flashed across Xianxia's mind. Could it be that even though he felt that he was heading in the right direction, he was actually walking in circles? This kind of situation was also very common in formations. Many beguilement formations possessed the ability to make one lose their sense of direction. Once one stepped into one of them, one would lose their sense of direction, and even the compass would lose its effect. Even though one felt that he was heading east, the truth was that he was actually heading in the opposite direction. Since this place is capable of making one lose their sense of direction, I should set up a formation to make my direction clearer. Stopping in midair, Xianxia's eyebrows shot up. With a flick of his wrist, a bunch of formation flags appeared in his palm. His demonic tunist prowess was still at 6-star pinnacle, comparable to a 7-star primary stage cultivator. However, his mastery of formations had already reached 7-star pinnacle, allowing him to set up a formation that would allow him to discern his direction clearly and fend off the other party's attack. Many formations flowed through Xianxia's mind, and soon, a formation blueprint surfaced in his mind. Xianxia's eyebrows shot up, and a light smile crept onto his lips. The formation flags immediately shot forth and landed on the ground in a specific location. With a resounding buzz, the formation came to life. Standing in the center of the formation, Xianxia rested for a moment before opening his eyes once more. I was indeed heading in the wrong direction. Xianxia's lips curled up. Through this formation, he was able to discern his true direction, and it seemed like his previous intuition was indeed wrong. It seemed like the formation dimension wasn't just filled with demonic tunes, there was also something that could disrupt one's sense of direction as well. On top of that, those who entered the formation dimension would be unable to discern their direction at all. In fact, they might even run out of energy without even realizing it. The old principal and the others must have brought along the direction-seeking needle, left behind by Elder Wu Yangzi back then. Even though it isn't a Saint-tier artifact, it seems to be even more powerful than a Saint-tier artifact. Understanding all of this, Xianxia nodded in agreement. If the old principal had really died here, he would have surely found his corpse by now. Considering that their cultivation was much lower than Wuxia and the others, the fact that they were able to walk out of the formation dimension was likely due to some kind of artifact. Through the books in the blacksmith school, Xianxia had learned that the blacksmith school once had a masterpiece of Wu Yangzi's, the compass needle. It was a unique artifact forged using the unique compass wood. Even though it wasn't a Saint-tier artifact, its ability to discern directions was far superior to that of Saint-tier artifacts. However, as long as one didn't encounter a place where yin, yang, and the 5 elements were reversed, one wouldn't be able to use it at all. Thus, after successfully forging it, he didn't think much of it and gave it to the Master Teacher Academy. Xianxia had paid a visit to the treasure vault before coming here, but he hadn't found anything. Most likely, the old principal had already taken it away when he left. It was also through this that he managed to walk out of the formation dimension. Of course, he had no idea how long it took for the old principal to walk out of the formation dimension. It could have been 2 hours, 3 days, or even 5 days before he noticed the anomaly. In any case, it was unlikely for him to notice the anomaly as quickly as they did. After all, even Wuxia was only perplexed by the anomaly, unable to find the root of the anomaly. Xianxia was the only one who was unfazed by the demonic tune. After confirming the direction, Xianxia leaped out of the formation and flew in the direction he had found earlier. After flying for 10 li, he realized that he must have made another mistake. Thus, he took out the formation flags and set up another identical formation. After confirming the direction, he continued forward. He did this a few more times before he finally got out of the situation where he had been walking in circles. A massive stone tablet appeared before his eyes. It was hard to tell what kind of material was used to carve it, but it was 3 meters tall and 2 meters wide. It had been standing on the spot for a very long time, and due to the corrosion of wind and rain, it had already started to turn white. It was vibrating lightly, releasing a melodious melody that left one intoxicated. Walking up to it, Xianxia raised his head to take a look, only to see 3 massive words carved on the stone tablet. It was hard to tell who had left them there, but it seemed as if they would fly out at any moment. Unbounded world? Xianxia frowned. Looking at the words, he saw a line of smaller words behind them. Unbounded world, unbounded world. Anyone who enters the unbounded world will be affected by the demonic tune, causing them to lose their sense of direction. They will be forced to wander around in circles, unable to leave. Only those with a strong will be able to remain unaffected. Within 3 days, if you are able to discern the direction, discern the demonic tune, and find your way here, you will be rewarded with one of my secret arts. Within 10 days, you will be rewarded with an opportunity that I have left behind. If you fail to do so, it will mean that your aptitude is mediocre. Fate has brought us together, so I advise you to return as soon as possible. After reading through the content on the stone tablet, Xianxia blinked his eyes in astonishment. It should have been less than an hour since I entered the door, right? If I am able to discern the direction and find my way here within 3 days, I will be rewarded. Isn't this trial a little too simple? Is there really someone so foolish as to not realize that something is amiss even after 3 days? Muttering to himself, Xianxia turned around and walked to the back of the stone tablet. Looking down, he saw a different set of words appearing before his eyes. I, Xianxia, have led my troops here, but I have been lost in the unbounded world for more than half a month. I have no hope of obtaining the reward, but I hope that I can stop the otherworldly demonic tribe. You only realized it after more than half a month. Xianxia's lips twitched in embarrassment. I didn't think that there would really be someone so foolish. Monday, please give me 2 recommendation votes. In his opinion, as long as there was a problem, he would surely have noticed it and deduced that they had been afflicted by the demonic tune. This process shouldn't have taken too long, and no matter how slow they should have been done within 2 to 3 days. Who could have thought that the old principal and the others would spend half a month in there before they realized? Wasn't this way too stupid? It might have something to do with their cultivation. Even Principal Wu Tianqiong and the others were unable to withstand the effects of the demonic tune, so it went without saying that they were unable to recover their rationality. After a moment of hesitation, Xianxia began deducing. The old principal and the elders he had brought with him back then were only at St. Wendan, and even the strongest of them was only at spiritual perception realm. Given their cultivation, it was very likely that they had fallen into a state of confusion as soon as they arrived, just like Wu Tianqiong and the other combat masters. Under such circumstances, even feeding themselves medicine would be a huge problem, let alone finding the root of the problem. Since the old principal left behind these words, it means that they have managed to walk out of here alive. After figuring out what was going on, Xianxia decided not to dwell on it any longer. After walking for so long and experiencing so many dangers, he finally understood that the old principal and the others had been trapped in this area as well. The stone tablet says that if I were to arrive here within 3 days, I would be able to obtain a secret art. It just so happens that I am currently within this range. Putting the matter of the old principal aside, Xianxia turned his attention back to the stone tablet. It was hard to tell what kind of material the stone tablet was made of, but it was extremely heavy. Placing his finger on it, he soon noticed that something was amiss. There was a groove on the side of the stone tablet that allowed one to place one's hand into it. It seemed like touching it would activate some kind of mark left on it. After taking a closer look and confirming that there were no traps or dangers, Xianxia took a deep breath and set up his defenses before placing his hand on the groove. The person who had left behind this ancient domain was simply too bizarre. Even though the words on the stone tablet were written casually, it was still better to be safe than sorry. Wang, as soon as his hand came into contact with the groove, a brilliant light shone from it. As if a switch had been switched off, the bewitching demonic tune came to a halt. Seeing this, Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief. As long as the demonic tune came to a halt, even if he didn't save Wushi and the others, the latter would still be able to extricate themselves from danger. Creak, the voice stopped, and the stone tablet shook once more, as if some kind of mechanism or formation had been activated. Who? A faint silhouette appeared before Xianxia's eyes. It was an old man with white hair and a beard. His body exuded a sharp aura. Although he was only a remnant soul, he gave off a spiritual pressure. How powerful! Xianxia's face darkened, and wariness crept into his eyes. Even though the other party was just a soul that had existed for countless years and was on the brink of death, if the other party really wanted to make a move against him, he would still not be able to withstand it. In other words, the owner of the fragmented soul before him had at least been a Saint 5 Dan cultivator when he was still alive, or perhaps even higher. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so fearful. Don't worry, I'm the one who left this ruin behind. Noticing the wariness in Xianxia's eyes, the silhouette chuckled softly. The fact that you were able to discover the trap I left behind so quickly and find your way here means that your eye of discernment and knowledge far surpass that of an ordinary person. You are qualified to obtain my secret art and bring it to greater heights. There was a hint of praise in the silhouette's voice. He had set a time limit of 3 days, but the other party had only used less than an hour. The prowess of the other party had far exceeded his expectations. I am just a fragmented soul, so I won't be able to stay here for long. Time is of the essence, so hurry up and acknowledge me as your teacher. The silhouette said as he placed his hands behind his back. Acknowledge me as your teacher? Xianxia frowned. Indeed. If you wish to obtain my heritage, you will have to become my disciple. Otherwise, how can I impart my secret art to you? The silhouette nodded. The inheritance of a teacher was dependent on one's status. If one were to obtain the secret art of another without acknowledging the other party as their teacher, it would be unjustifiable. This? Xianxia hesitated. Up till now, he had never acknowledged anyone as his teacher. Even back then, when Xianxia wanted to take him in as his student, he was rejected. Thus, he was very resistant to having a random guy of unknown origin, whose name he didn't even know, as his master. Seeing the conflicted look on Xianxia's face, the silhouette was surprised. Why? Are you unwilling? Back when he was still alive, the number of people who wanted to acknowledge him as their teacher was more than enough to form a queue that spanned an entire city. Yet, when he was about to take another person in as his student and impart his secret art to him, the other party was actually hesitating. This left him in disbelief. It's not that I'm unwilling, but I already have my own teacher. Without his permission, it would be unbecoming of me to acknowledge another person as my teacher. Xianxia paused for a moment before replying. In any case, his identity as Xianxia was meant to be his scapegoat, so there was no harm in lending it to him. Thinking that Xianxia was worried about something, the silhouette chuckled. It's impossible for a person to only have a single teacher in their lifetime. Back then, even Xianxia had acknowledged many teachers. This isn't a big deal. Even though Xianxia was the world's teacher, he was not an innate saint. Instead, he had walked step by step to reach his current level. As such, he had acknowledged many teachers when he was younger. Since he was already in such a state, there was nothing for others to be conflicted about. Elder, you're right. I have been too naive. Xianxia nodded. With a light chuckle, he said, It's not that I can't acknowledge you as my teacher, but what kind of secret art are you going to impart to me? Can you demonstrate it to me first so that I can have a rough idea of what it is? Very well, the silhouette replied. Even if he wanted to take in a disciple and impart his secret art to them, he had to show them his strength first before they would be willing to accept him. It was just like inspecting the goods before buying. While it might seem as if the other party was doubting his authority, it had been a long time, and he hadn't revealed his identity yet. Thus, it would be best if he could impress the other party with his true secret art. Placing his hands behind his back, the silhouette spoke of his secret art confidently, carrying an aura of invincibility. This secret art of mine is a movement technique known as the Unbounded Voyager. It has a total of 5 dawn, and if one cultivates it to perfection, one will be able to bypass the limitations of space and reach any place one wishes to in the shortest time possible. Unbounded Voyager? Xianxia's eyes lit up. Even though he had never seen this movement technique before, just from the name alone, he could tell that it was an extremely fearsome technique. It was no wonder why this place was called the Unbounded World. It was probably a place used to test a cultivator's aptitude in terms of mind, space, and direction, Only those with exceptional talent would be able to notice the anomaly within 3 days and find their way here. If not for his heaven's path Xianxia, it would have been difficult for Xianxia to notice the unbounded voyager's presence. Indeed, there are boundaries between the heavens and the earth, and the unbounded voyager. If one wishes to learn the most profound movement technique, one must first discard the limitations of one's territory. Only with a boundless heart will one be able to travel unhindered. The silhouette said impassively. Xianxia nodded. It was just like how when one cultivated a sword art to its limits, one would be unable to move at all. If one were to rigidly adhere to the sword art, one would only be able to achieve the lowest level of mastery. True secret arts were those where the absence of a move was superior to the presence of a move. Even though Xianxia had never seen the unbounded voyager before, the other party's words were enough to make him feel that the other party's strength was vast and extraordinary. Since you wish to see it, allow me to show you. Seeing through the young man's astonishment, the silhouette knew that the other party's pride and confidence had been shattered. Without any visible movement, the silhouette suddenly vanished. In the next instant, he was already several thousand meters away. How fast? Xianxia narrowed his eyes in astonishment. The other party's speed was indiscernible to the naked eye. It was already comparable to teleportation. Even though Xianxia's heaven's path movement art was formidable as well, it was no different from a snail in comparison. Of course, it was not that his heaven's path movement art was inferior to the other party's, but its tier was simply too low. The cultivation technique that he was currently cultivating was a compilation of the basic cultivation techniques that he had collected along the way. It wasn't even at the level of a saint-tier cultivation technique yet, so it was understandable that he was inferior to the other party. While Xianxia was still in shock, the other party's silhouette suddenly blurred once more. In the blink of an eye, he was already several thousand meters away, and the next moment, he returned, as if he had never moved at all. His speed was unimaginable. The silhouette chuckled heartily. Are you willing to learn it? His movement technique was unparalleled, such that even Xianxia was in awe of it. He didn't believe that anyone would be able to turn him down. Your movement technique isn't too bad, but, instead of answering the other party's question, Xianxia hesitated for a moment before speaking. But what? The silhouette frowned. It's just that there are a few flaws in your movement technique that make it seem imperfect. Xianxia replied. Flaws? How arrogant. With your strength, you were actually able to see through the flaws in my movement technique? Not expecting the young man before him to be so arrogant, the silhouette flung his hands in displeasure. Firstly, even though your movement was extremely fast, making it hard for me to see your movements clearly, if I'm not mistaken, you should be using the Xianxia threads. Paying no heed to the silhouette's rage, Xianxia turned to look at the silhouette and said, It's very simple. First, you have to move your Xianxia to the place you want to go, and then, as if a puppet being pulled by strings, your body will appear in front of you in an instant. It's extremely fast, but there's a flaw in it as well. If someone were to discover the secret behind it and sever the strings, there's a good chance that you will end up in an unpredictable location. If such a situation were to occur when you are facing an enemy, you could very well be killed on the spot. Secondly, this technique is extremely taxing on your Xianxia, right? Even though you will be able to evade attacks for a short period of time and arrive at a safe location, if you run out of Xianxia, you will end up sapping your Xianxia right away. If you use this technique in battle, not only will it not be effective in subduing your enemy, it will also put you in greater danger. Thirdly, such a swift movement technique is extremely demanding on your physical body. You are currently in your soul form, so you aren't affected by it. However, if you are in your physical body, it will be impossible for you to do so without a saint-tier cultivation. On top of that, if you possess a saint-tier physical body, how powerful must you be? Do you have the corresponding cultivation technique? If not, what's the point of using this movement technique? The silhouette's face suddenly warped in shock upon hearing Xianxia's words. There was nothing wrong with the other party's words. The first two were still manageable. As long as Xianxia didn't expose his secret, he would be able to catch his opponent off guard. However, the third one was the most difficult one to deal with. The reason Xianxia was able to cultivate this movement technique was due to the unique bloodline he possessed, granting him an innately powerful physical body. Even without cultivating it, he could still easily execute it without suffering any damage. As for others, the same couldn't be said for them. While this movement technique was indeed powerful, it was impossible for one to cultivate it without a sufficiently powerful physical body. If one were to forcefully cultivate it, it would only result in one's body collapsing, resulting in a drastic drop in one's cultivation. This was something that could only be understood by those who cultivated it. It could be said to be the secret of secrets. For the other party to be able to ascertain it with just a single glance, wasn't his eye of discernment a little too incredible? Was he really just a nascent saint cultivator? Seeing the other party's expression, Xianxia chuckled softly. Even without using the Library of Heaven's Path, he could still find many flaws in the other party's movement technique. Back then, when he first started cultivating the Heaven's Path movement technique, he had faced the problem of his physical body being too weak and moving too quickly. The Unbounded Voyager was even faster than the Library of Heaven's Path movement technique. If one's physical body wasn't strong enough, putting aside executing the movement technique, one could very well end up harming oneself before harming others. More importantly, once one's physical body reached the Unbounded Voyager level, one would surely possess incredible strength. At that point, even without using the movement technique, one would still be able to move at incredible speeds. Thus, there was no point in learning the Unbounded Voyager anymore. Thus, even though the other party spoke of the Unbounded Voyager, he had to have a strong physical body and abundant Xianxia to complement it. Otherwise, it would be futile. Of course, if he possessed these two qualities and successfully cultivated the Unbounded Voyager, he would surely become invincible among those of the same cultivation realm, just that. It was impossible for him to acknowledge Xianxia as his teacher. How is it? Is what I said correct? Xianxia turned to look at the other party with a glint in his eyes. You are right. That's why this movement technique is only imparted to those who are talented. The fact that you were able to pass through the lava to get close to the seal and destroy it shows that your physical body has reached an incredible level. On top of that, the fact that you were able to find your way in the unbounded world shows that your soul and Xianxia are sufficiently powerful as well. You have already cleared the trial and fulfilled the requirements to cultivate the Unbounded Voyager. The figure paused for a moment before continuing. Regardless of whether it was the lava or the seal, both of them were tests that he had left behind. The fact that the other party was able to come here meant that he had already cleared the test and was qualified to cultivate the Heaven's Path divine art. As long as it was suitable, these flaws would no longer be a problem. I can cultivate it, but I have the ability to improve this cultivation technique and make it even more powerful. I wonder if you want to hear it? Xianxia smiled. Improve? Impossible. The figure shook his head. His cultivation had already reached an astounding level when he was alive, but even so, he did not manage to alter his cultivation technique at all. Considering how the young man before him was only a nascent saint, how could he possibly succeed? There's no need to be in such a hurry to reject me. Why don't we do this instead? Why don't you show me your Unbounded Voyager cultivation technique, and I'll point out a few flaws in it for you to hear. Xianxia. I was going to impart this cultivation technique to you anyway, so it's not a big deal to show it to you. However, I'm just a fragmented soul, so I don't have much time left. If you really want to read through it, it'll probably take several hours, the figure said. The reason he had left behind the ancient domain was to pass down his cultivation technique to the later generations, and the young man before him was one of the chosen ones. Naturally, he would impart the Unbounded Voyager to the other party. However, the cultivation technique was incomparably profound. Putting aside learning it, even a talented cultivator would not be able to comprehend it without several hours of study. Needless to say, find its flaws. He was just a fragmented soul, so it was likely that he would disappear before the other party could finish reading through it. If so, there was no way he could verify the authenticity of the other party's words. Several hours? There's no need for that. As long as you show me the cultivation technique, I'll be able to find the flaws within a minute and find a way to fix it. Xianxia said with a smile. A minute? The figure hesitated for a moment before flicking his wrist, and a series of words reminiscent of the Milky Way appeared before his eyes. It was the Unbounded Voyager cultivation technique. With a single glance, Xianxia could not help but feel astonished. Just as the other party had said, there were indeed 5 dan to the unbounded Voyager cultivation technique, and each dan represented a realm. Putting aside the final 5th dan, even if he were to cultivate the first dan to major accomplishment, his fighting prowess would rise significantly, and his speed of cultivation would increase significantly as well. If he were to learn the unbounded Voyager cultivation technique, his fighting prowess would surely rise even further. Exhaling a mouthful of turbid air, Xianxia chuckled softly. It's true that this cultivation technique is unparalleled, but, if I'm not mistaken, there should be 9 flaws in it, right? The figure shuddered and jumped in fright. Back then, he had asked Xianxia to appraise his cultivation technique, and the latter had indeed said that there were 9 flaws in it. However, instead of correcting them, Xianxia had pointed them out and told him to find a way to resolve them himself. When he first opened the ancient domain, his cultivation hadn't reached its peak yet, so he hadn't been able to find a way to resolve it. Thus, he had left the flawed cultivation technique behind. To think that the person whom he was going to inherit would be able to deduce it with just a glance. Wasn't his eye of discernment a little too incredible? Firstly, when you cultivate the first dan, when your Xianxia flows through the closed-door acupoint, you will experience temporary blindness. If your luck isn't good, there's a good chance that you will lose your sight forever. May I know if my words are correct? This? Yes. The figure paused for a moment before nodding his head. What the other party had said was exactly the same as what Xianxia had said back then. Back then, when he first started cultivating the first dan, he did experience temporary blindness. It was fortunate that Xianxia had saved him, and that was how the problem was resolved. The reason for this is due to the Xianxia flowing through the Mingmu acupoint. The acupoints that you are channeling your Xianxia through are wrong, and if you can't find the correct sequence, this will happen. The Library of Heaven's Path wasn't able to provide the correct cultivation technique, but it wasn't too difficult for him to point out the flaws and convince the other party. The second flaw is also in the first dan. When you cultivate the technique, you have to complete it in a single breath. If your Xianxia is insufficient and you are unable to channel it into the Xinqing acupoint, there's a good chance that you will end up paralyzed. Without any hesitation, Xianxia continued. The unbounded Voyager, creating a gust of wind beneath one's feet, allowing one to walk further and faster. In order to achieve this, one had to open the legendary Xinqing acupoint. This acupoint was located at the center of one's feet, and it was extremely difficult to open. It had a high requirement on the purity and density of one's Xianxia. The slightest deviation could result in one's entire body being paralyzed. Back then, when he was cultivating the Xinqing acupoint, he had only managed to survive due to a stroke of luck. As such, none of the disciples he accepted were as fortunate as him. Not only did they fail to cultivate the technique, they even ended up losing their ability to walk. All along, he had thought that it was due to his disciples lacking Xianxia and weak physical bodies. As long as they could find a cultivator with a bloodline as fearsome as his, they would be able to avoid such a fate. But now, the words of Xianxia and the young man before him were spot on. Most likely, things weren't as simple as he thought. The third flaw is in the second dan. When one cultivates it, one's Xianxia will flow, thus inducing inner demons. The fourth flaw is in the third dan, the fifth flaw is in the fifth. Unable to be bothered to waste his breath on the other party, Xianxia went through all 9 flaws in a single breath. These were all reflected in the Library of Heaven's Path, so all he had to do was to recite them. This is the 9th flaw. What do you think? Am I right about these 9 places? This, the silhouette shuddered for a moment before putting away the river of words in the air. Nodding his head, he said, "Not bad, you are correct." At this moment, he was incomparably shocked. There were more than 10,000 words in this cultivation technique. Even he would require several hours to fully comprehend it. Yet, with just a glance, the other party was able to point out the flaws in it. Furthermore, it was exactly the same as what Xianxia had said back then. His eye of discernment was truly fearsome. This talent was on par with Xianxia back then. Do you believe that I can help you improve your cultivation technique now? Xianxia. I do. The silhouette hesitated for a moment before nodding his head. Given how the other party was able to see through the flaws in the cultivation technique with a single glance, it was likely that he would really be able to correct it. It's good that you believe me. Right, I have something that I would like to ask you. 2 years ago, did a group of master teachers come here? May I know if they are still alive or dead? Xianxia asked. 2 years ago, there were indeed people who came here. However, they didn't leave the unbounded world within the stipulated time, so I didn't impart any cultivation technique to them. Instead, I allowed them to leave. However, they didn't heed my advice and continued onward. My consciousness is only here, so I'm not too sure about the situation at the later stages. The silhouette shook his head. Even though he was left behind by the creator of the ancient domain back then, he was no different from a puppet guarding the trial. He could only manage the trial, and he was unable to peer into the situation at the later stages. Alright then, hearing the explanation, Xianxia came to a realization. He had thought that he would be able to obtain some information from the other party, but from the looks of it, he still had to clear the trial one after another. Just as Xianxia was about to turn around and leave, the silhouette behind him suddenly said, "Since you know how to correct the flaws, can you tell me the correct cultivation technique?" When he was left behind, he hadn't resolved the flaws yet. As such, even though he knew the problem, he was unable to resolve it. Even though he wouldn't be able to stay for too long, if he could listen to the correct cultivation technique, his life wouldn't have been in vain. Knowing the truth in the morning, one can die in peace in the evening. You wish to know how to correct the flaws? Xianxia halted his footsteps and turned to look at the silhouette. Yes. The silhouette nodded. I'll be grateful if you can hear it. The other party was able to see through the flaws in his cultivation technique with a single glance, so he didn't dare to say anything about imparting the cultivation technique to the other party anymore. He only hoped that he could learn the corrected cultivation technique before he disappeared. With a light chuckle, Xianxia placed his hands behind his back, and an indescribable aura emanated from him, reminiscent of a deity who had descended from the 9 heavens. Acknowledge me as your teacher, and I'll impart it to you. The silhouette nearly dissipated on the spot. The reason he had left his fragmented soul here was to take in students and pass down his secret art to the future generations, not to acknowledge the other party as his teacher. Yet, not only did he fail to take in any students, the other party actually wanted him to acknowledge him as his teacher. The overwhelming frustration he felt left him on the verge of exploding. However, he couldn't really blame the other party for this. When they first met, the other party had already said, "If you wish to inherit my heritage, you will have to become my disciple. Otherwise, how can I impart my secret art to you?" Now that he wanted the other party to impart his secret art to him, he had to do the same. Otherwise, why would the other party impart his secret art to him? Alright, I guess I was being too rash. Shaking his head, the silhouette turned to Xianxia and said, "Only by passing through me will you be considered to have truly entered the ancient domain. The difficulty beyond will only be greater, so I hope that you will be able to reach greater heights." After saying those words, the silhouette began to fade away. It seemed like he should have been able to hold on for a period of time, but now that he had suffered such a huge blow, he couldn't hold on any longer. Kacha, Kacha. Countless cracks appeared on the stone tablet, and in the blink of an eye, it was reduced to rubble. "You haven't told me what your name is yet." Not expecting the other party to vanish so quickly, Xianxia was stunned. In truth, the reason why he said that he could correct the flaws of the unbounded voyager was just to bait the other party into handing over the secret art. The cultivation techniques that he had browsed through previously were all too weak, so it was impossible for him to fuse them together with a high-tier battle technique like the unbounded voyager. As such, even though he knew the flaws of the technique, he was still unable to say the correct one. The other party had said that he wanted to learn the unbounded voyager earnestly, so he could only use the other party's words to refute him. Yet, before he could finish his words, the other party had already vanished. He had obtained the other party's unbounded voyager secret art, but he didn't even know the other party's name. "Elder, thank you for your cultivation technique. I will surely bring it to greater heights so as to not let you down." Looking at the shattered stone tablet before him, Xianxia kneeled to the floor and cowed out earnestly. No matter what, the other party's cultivation technique was worthy of him bowing wholeheartedly. This wasn't just out of understanding, it was also a form of respect from the bottom of his heart. The unbounded voyager is indeed formidable, but I am still unable to cultivate it at the moment. After paying his respects, Xianxia recalled the cultivation technique he had just learned and felt helpless. His Xinqi and physical body had already met the requirements. Even if he were to successfully execute the Heaven's Path divine art, he wouldn't run out of Xinqi, and his physical body wouldn't collapse under the strain. The only problem was that there were simply too many flaws in the Heaven's Path divine art. He didn't really want to practice. After all, the flaw in the first layer could lead to blindness. He didn't want to become blind just because of a cultivation technique. It seemed like he would have to wait until he got out of the ruins to find a higher-level cultivation technique to fuse with it and form a perfect cultivation technique. In any case, the Heaven's Path movement art was already sufficient for him, so there was no need for him to take the risk. Let's go back first. Without the sound of the wind, they should have woken up from their special state and should be here soon. Not bothering himself with the cultivation method of the unbounded voyager, Xianxia's figure flashed as he flew straight back in the direction he came from. Everyone had been bewitched by the demonic tune, unable to control themselves. With the disappearance of the demonic tune, they should have already woken up from their special state and found their way back. Along the way, Xianxia collected the formation flags he had set up earlier one after another. Not too long later, he returned to the area where he had parted ways with Wushi and the others. Lowering his gaze, he frowned. There was no one in sight. Instead, it was a complete mess. Innumerable craters could be seen on the ground, as if a brutal battle had just taken place. Fresh blood could be seen everywhere. What happened? Xianxia clenched his fists tightly. Wushi and the others were Saint Four Dan experts. What kind of danger could they have encountered for them to fight so intensely? They didn't even have the time to leave anything behind? I have insight. Knowing that the others might have met with danger, Xianxia immediately activated his Eye of Insight, and he swiftly scanned the surroundings. Soon, a faint trail appeared before his eyes. Chase. Knowing that the others must have headed in this direction, Xianxia hastened his footsteps and chased after them. Otherworldly demons? After traveling for a while longer, Xianxia found yet another battlefield. This time, not only was there human blood, there were also the corpses of two otherworldly demons. This is bad. Taking a closer look, Xianxia narrowed his eyes in astonishment. While others would need a long time to deduce the strength of the otherworldly demons before they were born, Xianxia possessed the Eye of Insight. With just a glance, he could tell that the two otherworldly demons lying on the ground were at least Saint 3 Dan. With such strength, they could be considered as one of the strongest experts in the Qingtian royal family. Who, with a thought, the Violet Leaf King appeared before Xianxia. Do you know these two fellows? The Violet Leaf King asked with a sharp gaze. Based on what he had seen so far, it seemed like the Qingtian royal family was interested in the ancient domain as well. The sudden appearance of the otherworldly demons must have something to do with it. With glowing eyes, the Violet Leaf King examined them for a moment before replying, "Young master, I don't know these two fellows. However, judging from their attire, they should be subordinates of the Stoneleaf King." Stoneleaf King? Xianxia frowned. That was the fourth of the 5 upper kings that the Violet Leaf King had mentioned. The Stoneleaf King is famed for his physical body. When he executes his cultivation technique, his skin hardens like stone, granting him invincible defense. The skin of these two fellows is dry and rough, devoid of the usual softness. Most likely, they are his subordinates, and they have learned a similar cultivation technique as well. The Violet Leaf King analyzed. Xianxia nodded. Previously, when he used the Eye of Insight to examine the two fellows, he noticed that their skin was dry and grayish, reminiscent of stone. He had thought that it was due to the harsh environment the otherworldly demons lived in, but who would have thought that it was because they had cultivated some kind of unique cultivation technique? The Stoneleaf King possesses an invincible physical body, and his cultivation has reached Saint 4 Dan pinnacle. Even I would have to flee as far as possible if I were to encounter him. Wushi and the others would be in grave danger if they were to encounter him. Knowing what was going on, the Violet Leaf King asked. With a worried look on his face, Xianxia didn't say anything else. Instead, he continued following the trail. Hong Long Long, after traveling for a moment, he suddenly heard a loud rumbling in front of him. Raising his head, he saw dark clouds gathering not too far away, and the rumbling of thunder could be heard. This formation space was extremely similar to the outside world. There were warm and cold seasons, and naturally, there was also the rumbling of spring thunder. They have entered this place. Seeing that the trail led straight into the region of lightning, Xianxia frowned. This kind of spring thunder was extremely fearsome. Even he would try his best to avoid it. However, entering this place, the slightest carelessness could very well lead to one's death. To think that the group would actually enter this place. It seemed like the dangers they had encountered were far more fearsome than he had imagined. I should have left Jin Yuanding behind, Xianxia reproached himself. He had thought that there wouldn't be any danger, so he had taken Jin Yuanding with him. Who could have thought that they would encounter an otherworldly demon? Young master, the lightning is extremely fearsome. Are we going to enter just like that? Looking at the sea of lightning before him, the Violet Leaf King cowered in fear. You should enter the myriad ant hive nest first. Knowing that an additional person would mean an additional target, Xianxia placed the Violet Leaf King into his storage ring. Just as he was about to enter the myriad ant hive nest, a thought suddenly flashed through his mind, and he halted his footsteps. He found a secluded spot and sat down cross-legged. After which, he drew his primordial spirit out from his glabella. He had no idea whether they were in the midst of the lightning or whether there were any otherworldly demons chasing after them. If he were to enter the area with his physical body, he could easily be surrounded by the lightning. Furthermore, his speed was far slower than that of a soul oracle. Xianxia's primordial spirit was of the yang attribute, and it was formless and intangible. As long as he didn't actively attract it, it would be difficult for the lightning to notice him. After stowing his physical body into the storage ring, Xianxia grabbed the storage ring with his primordial spirit and dived into the region filled with lightning. Activating his Eye of Insight, Xianxia swiftly followed the trail left behind on the ground. The trail left behind by the lightning was extremely faint, nearly impossible to discern. It was only due to Xianxia's exceptional eye of discernment that he was able to keep up with it. If it had been anyone else, even a 7-star high-tier master teacher like Wuxi, they would have been unable to do anything about it. After flying for a moment, Xianxia suddenly felt the spiritual energy in the area ahead of him rippling. The sounds of battle could be heard amidst the lightning. Taking a closer look, Xianxia saw an ancient-looking town amidst the lightning. The lightning here seemed to be much weaker than the lightning in the surroundings. 2 groups of otherworldly demons were currently engaged in a fierce battle. 8 otherworldly demons surrounded the area, and Wuxi and the others were seated cross-legged on the ground. Their faces were pale, indicating that they had sustained severe injuries. Violet Leaf King, which one of them is the Stone Leaf King that you spoke of? Given how the other party was able to pummel Wuxi and the others to such a state, there was no doubt that the other party was no pushover. Instead, Xianxia communicated with the myriad ant hive nest. After taking a look, the Violet Leaf King sent a telepathic message to Xianxia. Young master, there isn't the Stone Leaf King here. Most likely, they are his subordinates. They are all fearless of death and are immune to all attacks. There isn't anyone here? Hearing that the Stone Leaf King was nowhere to be seen, Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief. He quickly returned his soul back into the myriad ant hive nest and returned to his physical body. He was the only one who could save the others. If he wanted to save them, he would have to succeed in a single strike. Otherwise, if he were to be surrounded, even he would be helpless. Ding ding, let's attack them together later on, Xianxia instructed as he released Jin Yuanding from his myriad ant hive nest. Young master, don't worry. I'll burn these fellows to cinders. Jin Yuanding exclaimed in excitement. He had always been a battle-hardened individual. How could he possibly let such a good opportunity slip by? Alright, let's do it. Finding the right opportunity, Xianxia bellowed as he charged forward. Driving the Heaven's Path movement art, he charged straight toward one of the otherworldly demons. His current physical body was comparable to a Saint-tier artifact, making him far more powerful than any artifact. Peng, the otherworldly demon that was struck by him died on the spot. Just as Xianxia was about to continue his assault, a loud howl suddenly sounded behind him. Jin Yuanding had already charged right up to the otherworldly demons. His body had expanded to an incomparably massive size, and with a single swing of his cauldron, 6 or 7 otherworldly demons were reduced to meat paste. Even at the moment of their deaths, they had no idea what was going on. That's way too fearsome. Xianxia was stunned for a moment before his mouth fell open. He had thought that it was already a formidable feat for him to charge head-on into the otherworldly demons, but who could have thought that Jin Yuanding would be even more fearsome? Rewind time to a few minutes ago. I never thought that I, Wu Ruffing, would be surrounded and killed by a bunch of Saint 3 Dan otherworldly demons. Sitting on the ground, Wu Shi's face was ghastly pale. He turned to look at the crowd before him, and the confident look in his eyes a moment ago was replaced by sorrow. It was just a moment ago that Xianxia had left to find a solution to the problem, and shortly after the demonic tunes disappeared, they encountered the otherworldly demons. Under the torment of the demonic tunes, the crowd's Xianxia had been severely depleted, such that they didn't even have the strength to walk properly. Needless to say, they couldn't even put up a fight. They had been forced to retreat as they fought, and only he had managed to kill 2 of the otherworldly demons with his full strength. Yet, he had still ended up being severely injured by a mere Saint 4 Dan otherworldly demon. Even though he had come to the ancient domain with the resolve to die, he still couldn't accept the fact that he had been killed before he could even catch a glimpse of Xianxia and the others. More importantly, he was a 7-star high-tier master teacher of the Mingshi Tang school. To die in the hands of an otherworldly demon was simply too humiliating. If we really can't withstand their attacks, we'll just self-detonate. I don't want to die in their hands and have my corpse sullied. Looking at the otherworldly demons before him, President Han clenched his jaws tightly. As a human, if he were to be killed by the otherworldly demons and have their corpse used, he would never be able to rest in peace. Rather than be humiliated, he might as well self-detonate and die. Perhaps, he might even be able to perish together with the otherworldly demons. All right. Gritting their teeth, the crowd nodded in agreement. Even though there were master teachers, combat masters, and formation masters present, they were all humans. Farewell, Mingshi Tang School. Farewell, humanity. Farewell, we failed our mission. Just as the crowd was about to give up and self-detonate, they suddenly saw a figure charging right into their midst. Xianxia? Upon seeing the other party's appearance, the crowd clenched their fists tightly, and their faces flushed in agitation. He had thought that he was dead for sure, but President Zhang had rushed over at the last moment. Raising their gazes, they saw Xianxia charging forward with brute force, crushing an otherworldly demon into a meat patty. On the other hand, not too far away, Jin Yuanding was even more ferocious. Growing to a height of 10 meters, he plummeted from the sky and crushed 7 otherworldly demons on the spot. After being upgraded to Saint Intermediate tier, Jin Yuanding's fighting prowess was already on par with a Saint 4 Dan Pinnacle Cultivator. On the other hand, those who had surrounded them were only at Saint 3 Dan Pinnacle. As soon as he exerted his full strength, there was no way they would be able to escape. It wouldn't take long for them to be reduced to meat paste. Don't kill him yet. After knocking down an otherworldly demon expert, Xianxia was just about to speak up to stop Xianxia when he suddenly realized that all of the otherworldly demons were dead. Halfway through his words, he found himself unable to utter a single word. Initially, he had wanted to capture one of them alive for interrogation, but who knew that this fellow was too fast? He had only killed one when the other party had already killed all the others. It was too late to stop him. Forget it. Shaking his head, Xianxia walked up to the crowd and asked, "How are you all feeling?" With his eye of discernment, he could tell that all of them had sustained severe injuries. It would take him a great deal of effort to treat them. "Thank you for saving our lives." Looking at Xianxia gratefully, the crowd quickly took out recovery pills from their storage rings and swallowed them. As much as they wanted to say a few words, their injuries were simply too severe. Knowing that they had their own means to treat their injuries, Xianxia decided not to meddle in their affairs. Instead, he stood on the spot and scanned the crowd, and the more he examined them, the tighter his frown became. Not too long later, Wu Shi was the first to recover a little, and he slowly opened his eyes. In their weakened state, they had been encircled by the otherworldly demons. Even if they wanted to retaliate, they wouldn't have been able to do so, resulting in their current state. If they had been at their peak, they would have been able to deal with even 2 Saint 4 Dan experts easily. What's going on? Xianxia asked. It's like this. Shortly after Xianxia left, we were encircled. Wuxia swiftly explained the situation to Xianxia. After hearing the story, Xianxia realized that the otherworldly demons weren't as fearsome as he had thought, and he heaved a sigh of relief. Then, he asked, "Where's Luoshi? Why isn't she with you?" As soon as he arrived, he had noticed that Luozi wasn't with the crowd, and that was also why he was so worried. After the demonic tunes disappeared, Luoshi seemed to have noticed something. She said that she would head over to take a look before leaving. We don't know where she went either. Wuxia replied. Luozi had left after the demonic tunes disappeared, and in less than 2 minutes after she left, the otherworldly demons had already encircled them. If only she had been around, they wouldn't have been in such a state. You don't know? Xianxia frowned. If they had encountered an otherworldly demon, could she have encountered one as well? Given that they had nearly wiped out so many of them, how could she possibly have stood a chance against an otherworldly demon all by herself? You mentioned earlier that a Saint 4 Dan otherworldly demon attacked you. Where is that fellow at the moment? Wuxia had said earlier that a powerful otherworldly demon had attacked them, resulting in their defeat. If he wasn't mistaken, that powerful otherworldly demon should be the Stoneleaf King. But why wasn't he here? Could he have discovered Luozi and gone to hunt her down? After that fellow entered the area, he informed us of his whereabouts before heading straight ahead. He seemed to be searching for some kind of treasure, and we can't afford to waste any time. He told those fellows to kill us first before heading over, President Han said. After regulating his breathing, he had also recovered quite a bit. Although the injuries on his body were still serious, it was no longer like before, where he would not wake up at any time. Searching for some kind of treasure? It's fine as long as he didn't discover Luozi. Heaving a sigh of relief, Xianxia instructed, Jin Yuanding, I'll leave you here to protect the others. I'll go and find Luoshi first. Regardless of what the Stoneleaf King was up to, Luozi was the most important person in his heart. After leaving the group, Xianxia made use of the strength of his soul to leave the lightning zone and head back to search for Luoshi. Not too long later, he found her. The young lady was standing before the shattered stone tablet with a deep frown on her forehead, seemingly deep in thought. Are you all right? Xianxia quickly rushed over and asked. Upon seeing Xianxia, Luozi smiled and replied, I'm fine. What's wrong? What happened? Wuxia and the others are in trouble. Xianxia swiftly explained what had happened earlier to Luoshi. Attacked by the otherworldly demons? Damn it. It seems like those fellows followed us in. Luozi harumphed. The undoing of the seal on the outside meant that the otherworldly demons had sneaked in behind them. Xianxia nodded. Were you the one who destroyed the stone tablet? Luozi pointed at the stone tablet. This? Xianxia replied awkwardly. Even though he wasn't the one who had destroyed the stone tablet, he was still directly involved in the matter. It wouldn't be wrong to say that he was the one who had done it. There's something strange about this stone tablet. Did you notice that it's made of the same material as the inscriptions on the Saint Ascension platform? Furthermore, this formation is extremely similar to the one in which Kongshi left behind the book back then, Luo Ruoxin asked, seemingly having noticed something. This, Xianxia was taken aback. Now that Luoshi had mentioned it, there was indeed some similarity. Since the stone tablet was similar, it could be said that the Saint Ascension platform wasn't too far away from the Saint Ascension platform, and the stone tablet had existed for a very long time. Thus, it could be said that the stone tablet was similar to the Saint Ascension platform. Could it be that this ancient domain is really related to Kongshi? Xianxia thought. Previously, the crowd had speculated that the two ancient domains might be related due to the close proximity between them. However, due to the fact that Kongshi was involved, they chose to keep quiet about it. No, that's not right. I was the one who activated the stone tablet, and the one who came out of it was an elder. Luoshi suddenly recalled something. Xianxia. The elder from before was clearly the creator of the ancient domain. Regardless of whether it was in terms of appearance or mannerisms, he couldn't possibly be related to Kongshi at all. What's the name of that elder? Hearing that Xianxia had activated the stone tablet, Lozozi hurriedly asked. Name? He didn't say anything, but he said that he was going to impart to me a movement technique known as the Unbounded Voyager. Xianxia explained. Before he could ask about the other party's name, the stone tablet had already disappeared. Unbounded Voyager? Could it be? Lozozi's eyes lit up as she thought of something. Seeing Luosher's expression, Xianxia asked, You've heard of this movement technique before? If it's really the Unbounded Voyager, the person you met should be ancient sage Qiu Wu. Lozozi nodded. Ancient sage Qiu Wu? Xianxia frowned. I seem to have heard of that name before. He was the one who left behind the subterranean gallery seal beneath Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy. Previously, when he entered the subterranean gallery and touched the seal, he had learned that it was left behind by an expert known as Qiu Wu. Could it be that the elder whom he wanted to accept as his student was a fragmented soul left behind by that elder? Cold sweat trickled down Xianxian's forehead as he shuddered. When he came into contact with the seal, he knew just how fearsome that expert was. Even 9-Star's master teachers were unable to breach the seal, and yet, he actually wanted to accept the other party as his student. Wasn't he being a little too gutsy? It was fortunate that the other party didn't fly into a rage, or else even a fragmented soul would have been able to kill him easily. An ancient sage Qiu Wu possesses a deep understanding of space. Many of the node seals in the otherworldly battlefield were set up by him. Luo Ruoxin nodded as her eyes lit up in excitement. More importantly, while ancient sage Qiu Wu isn't Kongshi's direct disciple, he's one of Kongshi's followers. His cultivation is unfathomable, and he'll follow Kongshi wherever he goes. Even though the two of them are master and servant in name, they are actually like brothers. Even the 72 sages of Kongshi have to address him respectfully as Senior Uncle Qiu Wu. Senior Uncle Qiu Wu? Indeed. Qiu Wu has been following Kongshi for his entire life. Back then, in order to stop the otherworldly demonic tribe, he used his own body as a seal to stop the invasion of the otherworldly demonic tribe. Among the ancestors of the Mingshi Tang, his contributions are definitely within the top 5. Upon speaking of Qiu Wu, Lozozi's eyes gleamed with admiration. It's precisely for this reason that many of the juniors of the Mingshi Tang treat him with utmost respect. Putting everything aside, even Pavilion Master Go of Qingyuan conferred Empire's Mingshi Tang Empire is one of his most ardent admirers. Xianxia, what's wrong? While Lozozi was deep in thought, she suddenly saw Xianxia lying limply on the floor. Unknowingly, he had a conflicted expression on his face, as if someone had slapped him, and he was on the verge of tears. I'm fine. Struggling to his feet, Xianxia felt his entire body aching. To think that he would actually make a powerful expert like ancient sage Qiu Wu acknowledge him as his teacher. It was fortunate that no one else had noticed this, or else just Wushi and the others would have pummeled him to death. I sensed a powerful soul harnessing an ancient aura in this area, so I left the group to come here. However, who could have thought that it would disappear so quickly? So it was ancient sage Qiu Wu. Have you learned his Unbounded Voyager? Lozozi asked. I haven't learned it yet. Xianxia shook his head. You haven't learned it yet? That makes sense. I have read through the records regarding it, and it has a high requirement on one's physical body and jinqi. It isn't something that can be mastered in a short period of time, so you need not worry. Seeing that Xianxia was in a daze, Lozozi thought that he was feeling guilty for failing to learn the movement technique, so she consoled him. Knowing that there was no way he could explain this matter, Xianxia could only nod with a bitter smile. This movement technique can be ranked in the top 3 on the master teacher continent. Even if you cultivate it in the future, you must be careful when using it. Otherwise, if someone were to notice it, it could spell trouble for you. Lozozi said. Master teachers were very particular about rules, but it was still possible for one to be tempted by a powerful master teacher. Take Xianxia for example. It wasn't that no one coveted his talent, but that he was intimidated by Xianxia and Mingshi Tang. If not for the fact that Xianxia had appeared a few times and everyone knew that he had a fearsome teacher, he would have long been targeted by others and used as a guinea pig. This was also the case for the Unbounded Voyager as well. It was simply too powerful, and it involved ancient sage Qiu Wu's heritage as well. If news of it were to spread, not only would the master teachers dare to snatch it from him, but those unaffiliated cultivators and unique occupations would likely turn a blind eye to it. This was also the reason why Xianxia wanted to keep a low profile. It was best to be safe. Thank you for your reminder. I'll take note of it. Xianxia nodded. Since ancient sage Qiu Wu was able to appear once, he will surely appear again. Let's hurry up and find Wushi and the others. If the Stone Leaf King appears once more, we'll be in trouble. Seeing that he was in low spirits, Luozi smiled. Yes, there will be more later. Let's go. Zhang Xian was still feeling guilty for his reckless words earlier, but upon hearing that ancient sage Qiu Wu might still appear, he heaved a sigh of relief. That's right, the one I met just now was just a remnant soul. There will definitely be more later. At most, I'll just apologize later. The urgent matter at hand was not for him to dwell on these matters but to advance deeper into the otherworldly demonic tribe, find the old principal, and foil their plans. Otherwise, if the otherworldly demonic tribe were to succeed in their schemes, he would really be letting the ancient sage down. Without stopping for too long, the two of them flew straight in the direction of Leitang. Rumble, before he could even get close, he could already hear the violent rumbling of thunder, as if the entire world was on the verge of being torn apart. Zhang Xian narrowed his eyes, and his face tensed up. When he arrived, the lightning was also very violent, but compared to now, it was still a long way off. If it was just a light drizzle before, then it was definitely a downpour now. It was on a completely different level. Innumerable lightning bolts struck the ground relentlessly, and the area before him was charred black. The previously intact area had been reduced to a living hell, leaving one flinching in fear. What's going on? Why did the lightning suddenly become so violent? Zhang Xian asked anxiously. Wushi and the others hadn't fully recovered from their injuries yet, and the lightning bolts had suddenly become so ferocious. There was a good chance that they might be in danger. Just what in the world could have caused the calm sea of lightning to turn into such a state? How do we get in? Zhang Xian frowned. If the lightning had been sparse, they would still have been able to avoid it with their souls. However, with so many lightning bolts flooding the area, no matter how good their movement technique was, it would be impossible for them to avoid it. If they couldn't avoid it, they would be reduced to dust before they could even get in. The lightning is too concentrated. It's impossible for us to force our way in. Luozi frowned as well, seemingly unable to think of a solution for the time being. After a moment of silence, Zhang Xian turned to Luo Ruoxin and said, "You should head to the myriad ant hive nest first. I'll think of a way." The myriad ant hive nest had been formed together with her through the ant hive queen devouring the folded space on the Saint Ascension platform. As such, it wasn't much of a secret before Luo Ruoxin. All right. After a moment of hesitation, Luo Ruoxin nodded. You should be careful too. After instructing Luo Ruoxin to enter the myriad ant hive nest, Zhang Xian drew his soul out and flew in. Even if his physical body had reached the level of a saint artifact, he would still be reduced to meat paste in the face of such violent lightning. Thus, it would be best for him to enter with his soul. Due to the intangible nature of one's soul, the danger posed by the lightning would be significantly reduced. Hong Long, as soon as Luo Ruoxin entered, several lightning bolts immediately fell from the sky and struck his body. His entire body stiffened, and a bone-piercing pain threatened to tear him apart. Ouch! Gritting his teeth, he felt as if his soul was on the verge of collapse. It was fortunate that he cultivated the Heaven's Path divine art, so his soul didn't possess the attribute of frost. Otherwise, he would have already dissipated. Even so, he still felt as if countless steel needles were pricking his body. It felt as if he was being sliced into pieces, and he would faint at any moment. This is too painful. I might even faint before I reach Wushi and the others. Zhang Xian's body trembled slightly as his complexion turned awful. His will had been extremely resilient throughout his cultivation, but in the face of such intense pain, he still found himself unable to hold on any longer, and he felt as if he would faint at any moment. He was still a long distance away from the ancient city where Wushi and the others were. If he were to continue enduring the pain, he would surely be unable to hold on any longer. I'll just have to hold on no matter what. If even my soul is unable to withstand it, I fear that Wuxia and the others will be even more difficult to deal with. Xianxia's eyebrows shot up. If even his soul was unable to withstand the pain, Wuxia and the others would surely be in even greater danger. He had to save them as soon as possible. Gritting his teeth, Xianxian pressed on. Pilipala, even though a soul was formless and intangible, the lightning in the sky was simply too dense, making it difficult for one to escape once one stepped into the midst of it. In less than 100 meters, Xianxian had already been struck by at least 500 lightning bolts. Under the intense pain, Xianxian felt a bout of dizziness. Just as he was about to give up and retreat, he suddenly caught sight of something, and his eyes narrowed in astonishment. Under the immense agitation, even his soul seemed to be on the verge of collapsing. The innate fetal poison is actually afraid of the lightning, and it's gathering together. Xianxian hurriedly turned his gaze to his soul, and he subconsciously clenched his fists tightly. At this moment, the arrogant innate fetal poison in his body was gathered together, and it seemed to be afraid of the lightning coursing through his body. It was hiding in a corner, trembling in fear, not daring to move at all. The fusion of his soul with Wei Ruyan had allowed his soul to form the innate poison soul constitution, which greatly suppressed the poison aura, preventing it from wreaking havoc for the time being. However, this was only temporary. As long as he waited for an opportunity, he would still be able to launch a sneak attack. But at this very moment, the innate fetal poison was actually gathering together in fear. Since it was so afraid of lightning, could he use the lightning to vanquish it? If he really succeeded, he would be able to resolve the problem once and for all, and he would no longer have to worry about it. Since you are afraid of lightning, I'll absorb it then. With such thoughts in mind, Xianxian suppressed the giddiness in his head and sat down cross-legged. Previously, he had been trying his best to avoid the lightning to prevent it from striking him, but now, he was actively absorbing it. Since I can absorb the heat from the lava, I should be able to absorb the lightning as well. Since the heat from the lava could enter his soul to temper it, perhaps the same could be done with lightning as well. Focusing his mind, Xianxian opened all of his acupoints and drove the Heaven's Path soul art. Even though he didn't have a half-saint cultivation technique yet, he was still able to temper his soul with the help of the transcendent mortal 9-dan Heaven's Path soul art, thus strengthening his soul. Tzzzzzzzzzz. As soon as he absorbed the lightning, it began crawling all over his body like tiny snakes. Previously, it was only a stinging pain, but at this moment, it felt as if he had been thrown into a pot of boiling oil. There wasn't a single part of his body that wasn't aching. Ah! A long howl echoed in the air, and it felt as if his entire body was being torn apart. If it had been anyone else, they would surely have been unable to withstand the pain. However, Xianxian cultivated the Heaven's Path soul art, and both his physical body and soul carried the aura of the heavens. On top of that, he was able to maintain his composure despite the pain. Jai. The tiny snake-like lightning slithered through his meridians and made a small circulation according to the Heaven's Path soul art. Despite the excruciating pain that threatened to kill him at any moment, to Xianxian's delight, he realized that not only did the innate fetal poison become more fearful of him, his soul had also shrunk by a notch. His soul, which had already shrunk to 8 meters in size, had shrunk by 10 centimeters in just a small circulation, reaching a height of 7.9 meters. Not only so, after absorbing the lightning energy, his resistance to lightning had also increased significantly. The excruciating pain from before seemed to have become tolerable as well. Continue. Even if he wanted to save Wuxia and the others, he would have already fainted before the lightning could reach them. Thus, Xianxian decided to calm down and continue sitting cross-legged on the spot. The surging lightning in the air continued to seep into his soul, making his soul more and more corporeal. Initially, Xianxian was still unable to withstand it, but as he absorbed more and more lightning energy, the stinging pain from the lightning gradually lessened. Hong Long, some time later, with a loud buzz, his soul advanced from half-saint to nascent saint. At the same time, his height also increased from 8 meters to 7 meters. I should head over to save the others first. Knowing that the lightning in the air was no longer able to knock him out due to his breakthrough, Xianxian heaved a sigh of relief. He hurriedly got to his feet and continued heading forward. Even though his soul would grow stronger if he were to continue cultivating, his priority was to save the others. If he were to cultivate for too long, the others might already be dead by the time he reached them. Unfazed by the overwhelming might of the lightning, Xianxia flew at an incredible speed. In just a few dozen breaths, he had already arrived at the area where Wuxia and the others had been. Taking a look, he couldn't help but frown. The area was in a complete mess. Wuxia and the others, who had been recuperating from their injuries a moment ago, were nowhere to be seen. It was as if they had vanished into thin air. Could it be that the Stone-Leaf King has returned? Xianxian's face darkened. Given how concentrated the lightning was, even if Wuxia and the others were at their peak, they would still have been unable to escape. Yet, the fact that they had vanished into thin air could only mean one thing: the Stone-Leaf King had returned and was attacking them. No. Jin Yuanding might seem unreliable on the surface, but his fighting prowess isn't to be underestimated. As long as he hasn't reached St. Five Dan leaving Aperture Realm, it should be impossible for him to defeat the Stone-Leaf King. Besides, I haven't been gone for too long. Even if I can't defeat the Stone-Leaf King, I should still be able to hold on for some time. Besides, no matter how formidable the Stone-Leaf King is, he won't be able to withstand such a violent lightning strike. How could he possibly have the time to deal with Wuxia and the others when he can't even protect himself? As a Saint Intermediate tier artifact, even though Jin Yuanding could only rampage around without anyone driving it, the fighting prowess it could exert was limited. However, with its protection, even the Stone-Leaf King might not be able to make a move on them, not to mention, given how violent the lightning was, it was impossible for him to kill the Stone-Leaf King here. Guessing that it wasn't the Stone-Leaf King who had returned, Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief. Since they weren't surrounded, they must have hidden themselves somewhere. Taking a closer look, Xianxia realized that something was amiss, and he couldn't help but chuckle softly. The soil on the ground was fresh. Even though the city walls had collapsed, the rubble had been piled up on top of the new soil. If he was not mistaken, Wuxia and the others had probably dug a hole and hidden themselves underground. Due to the unique constitution of humans, they would be able to attract lightning to them. Thus, it would be much safer for them to dig underground. Xianxia took out his physical body from his storage ring and dived his primordial spirit into it. With a jolt of Xianxia, he pushed aside the soil and dived right into it. Entering the soil, he found that the lightning had indeed weakened significantly. After diving 8 meters deep, he saw a massive cauldron hidden in the soil. It was Jin Yuanding. At this moment, Jin Yuanding had a massive body, spanning 20 to 30 meters in diameter. There was no one outside the cauldron. It seemed like they had all been hidden within it. "You are injured?" Just as Xianxia was about to open the lid of the cauldron to check on the condition of the crowd, he noticed that Jin Yuanding's aura was extremely weak. Clearly, the latter had sustained severe injuries. "Young master, you're here." Upon seeing Xianxia, Jin Yuanding replied weakly, "They're fine, what's wrong with you?" Xianxia frowned. "The lightning has become more ferocious. I have to save someone, but my body has grown too big, and I've been struck by the lightning. All I want now is to rest." The golden origin cauldron shook slightly. Xianxia clenched his fists. The lightning was so dense, and Jin Yuanding had shrunk to a diameter of 20 to 30 meters. Naturally, he was attacked intensely. As a Saint Intermediate tier artifact, lightning attacks would not cause too much damage to it. However, the spirit within it would not be able to withstand it. Lightning was a powerful attack on the soul. Therefore, although Jin Yuanding had protected everyone, his own spirituality had been agitated and he looked like he would fall into a coma at any moment. "I'll impart a cultivation technique to you. Cultivate it first. You mustn't fall into a coma." Knowing that Jin Yuanding's spirit could very well die if he were to fall into a coma, Xianxia panicked. Thus, he imparted a cultivation technique to Jin Yuanding. It was a soul-tempering technique. He had no idea whether it would be effective on a spirit or not, but he had no other choice at the moment. That fellow was usually a carefree person, but there was no doubting his loyalty. This time, he was in such a state to save someone, so he couldn't allow anything to happen to him. "All right. I'll cultivate when I'm free. Young master, even though I fear death, I'm not a coward." Jin Yuanding's voice grew softer and softer. Ding ding. Xianxia called out anxiously, only to realize that it had already fallen into a deep sleep. The other party had already reached the limits of his endurance, and it was only in order to answer to Xianxia. You aren't a coward but a hero. A glint flashed across Xianxia's eyes as he gritted his teeth tightly. Don't worry, I'll definitely save you. Even though Jin Yuanding was just a weapon, and it had always been afraid of death, it still chose to protect the others without any hesitation. Xianxia had promised it that he would help it reach leaving Aperture Realm, and he had even promised to bring it along with him. Now that it had fallen into a coma, he was determined to wake it up and fulfill its wish to become stronger. Having made up his mind, Xianxia lifted the lid of the cauldron and leaped into it. Xianxia, you're back. Upon seeing Xianxia, Wu Shi and the others immediately stood up. With Jin Yuanding's protection, they hadn't sustained any injuries. On the contrary, after half a day of recuperation, their injuries had healed, and their fighting prowess had recovered significantly. What's going on? Wasn't the lightning very stable previously? Why did it suddenly become so violent? Xianxia couldn't help but rush over to take a look. He had gone to look for Luozi, so he had no idea what was going on inside. Since they were in the center of the Sea of Lightning, they should have a better idea of what was going on. It should be related to the Stoneleaf King you spoke of. He went to look for the so-called treasure, so he might have touched something that caused the lightning to grow so powerful. Wu Shi said. While they were inside, they had already deduced that this was the reason behind it. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for such a massive sea of lightning to change so abruptly. That's very likely. Xianxia nodded. Indeed, previously, they had said that the Saint Fordan Stoneleaf King had gone to look for some kind of treasure, but not too long later, such a situation occurred. There was no doubt that the two were related. Where did the Stoneleaf King go? Xianxia asked with narrowed eyes. If not for the Stoneleaf King, Jin Yuanding wouldn't have gone into hibernation. No matter what, he would have to exact vengeance. Besides, regardless of what kind of treasure it was, if the Stoneleaf King were to obtain it, mankind would be in grave danger. He went into the depths of the ancient city. Wu Shi pointed in a certain direction. They were currently in a dilapidated ancient city at the very center of the Sea of Lightning, and the Stoneleaf King was heading toward the very center of the ancient city. I will head over to take a look. The rest of you should continue recuperating here, Xianxia said with a wave of his hand. In truth, the safest method was to bring everyone into the myriad ant hive nest. While doing so would protect everyone, it would also expose the secret of the myriad ant hive nest. Besides, they were all here for the otherworldly demonic tribe, so it was unlikely that they would be willing to remain hidden. This was a form of disrespect to the master teachers. Feng Sun stood up and said, Xianxia, the Stoneleaf King is extremely powerful. I will head over with you. Besides, I have a unique method that allows me to track down otherworldly demons. Due to the protection of Wu Shi and the others during the battle with the otherworldly demonic tribe, he hadn't sustained any severe injuries. After recuperating for a period of time, he had already made a full recovery, and his aura was reminiscent of a ferocious dragon. All right. Seeing that Feng Sun was fine, Xianxia nodded. What combat masters valued was courage and courage. If he were to allow Feng Sun to continue hiding, it would be a huge blow to his confidence. Besides, even though Feng Sun had been pummeled by him, that was only because he had suppressed his cultivation. If he were to use his full strength, he would be able to put up a fight even against the Stoneleaf King. There was no way that combat masters could defeat opponents stronger than them. Not to mention, they had a way to track down otherworldly demons. While the Eye of Insight was also capable of tracking down otherworldly demons, most of the traces left behind by the lightning had already disappeared. Rather than causing trouble for himself, he might as well bring the Eye of Insight along with him. The others also offered to participate, but they were all turned down by Xianxia. Firstly, they hadn't fully recovered yet, and secondly, they had to take care of Wu Shi and the others as well. Otherwise, if the Stoneleaf King and the others were to find them before they did, without Jin Yuanding's protection, they would be in grave danger. Knowing that Xianxia was worried about them, the others chose not to say anything. They could only focus on cultivating and recuperating as soon as possible. On the other hand, Xianxia and Feng Sun leaped out of the mud and returned to the surface. The lightning seemed to have lessened slightly, allowing them to evade the lightning without using their souls. Heaving a sigh of relief, the two of them began making their way deeper into the city. The deeper they went, the lesser the lightning they encountered. It was as if the ancient city had some kind of unique power that shielded them from the lightning. Even though the lightning had lessened, the Stoneleaf King seemed to have used some kind of means to conceal his tracks. After walking for a while, even Xianxia found himself having trouble finding his bearings. "Let me take a look." Fengsun halted his footsteps and flicked his wrist. A unique artifact appeared in his hand. It was similar to a compass, and it was capable of pointing out a direction. Biting his finger, he tapped on it. Wang, a crisp buzz sounded from the artifact, and the needle on it pointed out a direction. "They are heading in that direction," Fengsun nodded. "What's that?" "It's able to discern the path taken by the otherworldly demons?" Xianxia asked in bewilderment. This was the first time he had seen such an artifact. "This is the dustless mirror, and it's extremely sensitive to blood and slaughter. Due to the Xianxia of slaughter that otherworldly demons cultivate, they will definitely leave behind a trace of their aura. Of course, I can't use it for too long, or else the effect will diminish." Fengsun nodded. "Dustless mirror?" Xianxia nodded. The purpose of the combat masters was to fight against the otherworldly demons. It seemed like the dustless mirror was a product of their research, and it could be used to track down the otherworldly demons. Following the direction, the two of them advanced swiftly. After flying for a short while, Fengsun would take out the dustless mirror to confirm their location. After a few tries, they finally arrived at a dilapidated residence at the very center of the ancient city. "Be careful." Knowing that the Stoneleaf King was likely to be in the residence, the two of them exchanged glances, and after instructing one another, they flew in silently. The courtyard of the residence had been completely destroyed, and a towering otherworldly demon was currently standing at the very center of the residence. His hands were raised, and energy was gushing furiously from his body, as if he was trying to resist something. In front of him was a small pond, and a fist-sized deep blue ball was spinning ceaselessly on the surface of the pond. The energy that the otherworldly demon was exerting was directed toward the pond, seemingly trying to suppress something. Hong Long, as powerful as the otherworldly demon was, the orb wasn't weak either. As if struggling to break free of its control, it abruptly spun, and a deep blue ray of light shot into the sky. Following which, a deafening rumble echoed, and lightning flashed in the surroundings. It was as if the lightning in the sky was being controlled by the orb. Controlling lightning. Could that be the lightning elemental orb? Fengsun narrowed his eyes in astonishment. Lightning elemental orb? Xianxia frowned. Having read through all of the books in the Master Teacher Academy, he had learned of the names of countless artifacts. However, he had never heard of the lightning elemental orb before. It's a lightning attribute artifact. Similar to the spiritual energy contained in spirit stones, it harnesses a large amount of lightning energy. Once released, it possesses devastating might. With a look of disbelief on his face, Fengsun continued, "The lightning elemental orb can only be found in places where lightning is most concentrated, and its rarity is comparable to that of a 9-star master teacher. Why would it appear here? It's that valuable?" Xianxia was astonished. Even though he had never heard of the lightning elemental orb before, he knew how rare a 9-star master teacher was. Even across the entire master teacher continent, there might not be more than a handful of them. Wasn't it a little too rare? It's one thing for it to contain lightning energy, but more importantly, it can be used as the core of a lightning attribute formation. Fengsun continued. It's similar to a formation plate. Once one tames it, one will be able to control the formation, and one will be able to unleash astounding might. Could this sea of lightning be a formation? Xianxia's face warped in astonishment. It must be, and it must be at least at grade 8. Given how powerful it is without anyone controlling it, even if we possess Wusher's strength, we won't be able to stand against it. Fengsun's face paled. This? Xianxia's body tensed up. Walking through the sea of lightning, he knew just how fearsome the formation was. If not for his soul, it would have been impossible for him to enter. And this was under the circumstances that it wasn't under anyone's control. Once it was, there would be no openings in its offense. Most likely, no one would be able to stand against it, and if one were to be trapped within, it would be impossible for one to escape. Previously, the sudden increase in lightning bolts must have been caused by that fellow trying to refine the lightning elemental bead, thus triggering a disturbance in the formation. Knowing how terrifying this thing was, Xianxia understood. The lightning elemental orb had the ability to control the lightning formation, and that fellow had used his Xianxia to touch it, causing the sea of lightning to become even more violent, nearly killing everyone. Just a touch was already so terrifying. It was hard to imagine what it would be like to control it. With an awful complexion, Xianxia secretly communicated with the Violet Leaf King in the myriad ant hive nest, and soon, he received a clear answer. The towering otherworldly demon before him was indeed the fourth of the upper 5 kings, the Stoneleaf King. It was no wonder why Xianxia dared to touch a treasure as powerful as the lightning elemental orb, intending to tame it. I have to stop him, or else it'll be even more difficult to deal with him in the future. Fengsun clenched his fists. Xianxia had witnessed the battle between the Stoneleaf King and Wushi, and he knew that the latter was an extremely powerful individual. Even at his peak, he wouldn't be a match for the Stoneleaf King. If he allowed the Stoneleaf King to assimilate the lightning elemental orb on top of that, the Stoneleaf King would surely be a match for him. If they were to meet once more, there was a good chance that they would die here. Understanding Fengsun's worries, Xianxia sent a telepathic message to Fengsun. Indeed. He hasn't succeeded yet. We might still be able to make it in time if we think of a solution. Fengsun nodded grimly. Just as he was about to speak, the lightning elemental orb before him suddenly revolved once more, emanating a warm glow. Not too far away, the Stoneleaf King's eyes lit up, and he stretched his hand forward and grabbed the orb. Hoolah! The orb emanating a blue glow slowly flew toward him. It's too late. Hurry up. Seeing this sight, Fengsun flicked his wrist and whipped out a sword. Following which, he morphed into a streak of sword chi and thrust it toward the Stoneleaf King's back. From the looks of it, the lightning elemental orb had already been fully refined. Once it fell into the Stoneleaf King's hand, it would be equivalent to the Stoneleaf King wielding the boundless power of lightning. Wait a moment. Not expecting the Stoneleaf King to charge forward without even discussing a strategy with him, Xianxia shouted anxiously as he hurriedly rushed forward. While it was indeed fearsome for the Stoneleaf King to tame the lightning elemental orb, as long as one were to look carefully, one should be able to find a flaw in the Stoneleaf King's movements. If one were to make good use of it, it might still be possible for one to emerge victorious. Hong Long, as expected of 1,000-men commander of the Combat Master Hall, Fengsun's movements were reminiscent of a comet piercing through the air. Even a Saint Four Dan pinnacle expert would have to retreat before him, not daring to face him head-on. He's actually still alive? The Stoneleaf King, who was in the midst of assimilating the lightning elemental orb, suddenly felt an intense killing intent. He immediately turned around, and upon seeing Fengsun's appearance, his eyebrows shot up. You chose to barge into the gates of hell instead. Get down here. After saying those words, the Stoneleaf King continued assimilating the lightning elemental orb with one hand while slashing forward with the other. Hong Long, a powerful shockwave burst forth, colliding with Fengsun's sword chi. As if a hammer smashing into a porcelain bowl, the latter shattered inch by inch. Pung, the remaining force struck Fengsun's chest, sending him flying backward. He crashed heavily onto the ground, and a mouthful of blood spurted from his mouth. The disparity in their strength was simply too great. He was sent flying in a single move. Powerful. Xianxia narrowed his eyes in astonishment. He had already met 6 of the 10 great kings, and nearly all of them had died by his hands. Even though they were all Saint Four Dan experts, they were nothing compared to the Stoneleaf King before him. It was no wonder why the Violet Night King, ranked 4th among the 5 upper kings, would tremble uncontrollably at the mention of his name. However, no matter how powerful he was, he had to put up a fight. Grasping the Glacier Rain sword tightly, Xianxia drew a semicircle in midair and thrust it toward the Stoneleaf King. However, his target was not the Stoneleaf King but the lightning elemental orb. What he needed to do at the moment was to stop the Stoneleaf King from assimilating the lightning elemental orb. There was still time for him to neutralize the Glacier Rain sword. Woo! The Stoneleaf King had used his full strength in this attack. The Xianxia in his body surged, and the might of his physical body and soul augmented his attack. As it tore through the air, a whimpering sound echoed in the air. This was probably the strongest attack he had executed thus far, and it was on par with Feng Sun's previous attack. "You're courting death." Seeing through Xianxia's intentions, the Stone-Leaf King narrowed his eyes, and without any hesitation, he raised 2 fingers and flicked them lightly. Peng, feeling a jolt in his hand, Xianxia lost his grip on the glacier rain sword, and it was sent flying into the wall not too far away. On the other hand, just like Feng Sun, fresh blood spurted from his mouth. Forcefully changing his direction in midair, he slammed his palm against the ground and finally managed to stabilize himself. Shock reflected in his eyes. The Stone-Leaf King's strength was far more fearsome than he had imagined. Despite using his full strength, he was still unable to withstand even a single finger from the other party. Xianxia hurriedly flipped through the books in the Library of Heaven's Path. In the previous battle, he had forced the Stone-Leaf King to use his battle technique, and there was already an introduction to him. Stone-Leaf King, one of the upper 5 kings of the Qingtian 10 Great Kings. His cultivation is at St. Four Dan Pinnacle, and he possesses an invincible defense. Flaws: firstly, when driving his cultivation technique, his glabella is lacking in jinqi. Secondly, his armpit is soft, preventing him from channeling his strength through it. It didn't take long for Xianxia to finish reading through the book, but instead of cheering up, his complexion turned even more awful. The book compiled by the Library of Heaven's Path had indeed recorded his flaws. However, his glabella and armpit were the most heavily guarded areas, and he had to get close to them in order to attack them. Yet, before he could even get within 2 zhang of the Stone-Leaf King, he had already been pushed back so easily. There was no point in knowing these flaws. Hung Long, just as Xianxia was reading through the book, he suddenly heard a resounding boom. The Stone-Leaf King had sent another palm strike toward him. The palm strike covered a distance of several dozen meters, shrouding both Xianxia and Feng Sun within it. Even before the palm strike had reached them, they could already feel their breathing hastening. "This is bad." Knowing that he was no match for the Stone-Leaf King, Xianxia immediately executed the Heaven's Path movement art and dashed away. Peng, but before he could even get out of the range of the palm strike, he suddenly felt an immense force striking his back. Fresh blood spurted from his mouth, and he crashed through 8 walls before finally coming to a halt. Struggling to his feet, Xianxia's eyes were filled with shock. It was fortunate that his physical body had just undergone a breakthrough, or else that palm strike would have left him with a layer of skin. Even though he had cultivated the Saint Ascension decipher, he was still far from matching up to a true Saint Four Dan Pinnacle expert. There was no way they could be compared at all. "Where's Feng Sun?" Xianxia hurriedly turned his gaze over and saw Feng Sun lying on the ground not too far away. His face was pale, and fresh blood had dyed the front of his robe crimson. Clearly, the other party's injuries were even more severe than his. While Feng Sun's cultivation was higher than his ability to flee was clearly lacking. As a result, he had taken most of the palm strike head-on. If not for the fact that Feng Sun's physical body, jinqi, and soul were far superior to that of ordinary master teachers, he might have been dead by now. Even so, his entire body still felt weak, and several of his bones had been fractured. He was unable to move even if he wanted to. "Die, both of you." The Stone-Leaf King sneered coldly as he continued assimilating the lightning elemental orb. The Stone-Leaf King's movement was light, seemingly devoid of strength, but Xianxia knew that he would die if he were to be struck by the palm strike. Frightened out of his wits, he immediately dashed toward Feng Sun. The other party had come together with him, so he couldn't allow the other party to die before him. Voila, with the incredible speed of the Heaven's Path movement art, Xianxia arrived before Feng Sun in the blink of an eye. Grabbing the ladder tightly, he tried to retreat, but it was already too late. The Stone-Leaf King's palm strike was already right above his head. "Vicious!" Xianxia roared furiously as a surge of pure killing intent gushed forth from his body. Even though the killing intent didn't affect the otherworldly demonic tribe too much, it was still able to delay the Stone-Leaf King for a moment. As expected, sensing the powerful killing intent emanating from the young man before him, the Stone-Leaf King was stunned for a moment, and his palm strike faltered slightly. Making use of this opportunity, he grabbed Feng Sun and escaped from the range of the palm strike. Boom, the ground trembled, and innumerable buildings collapsed. A massive palm print appeared before Xianxia's eyes, and his entire body was covered in dust. It was fortunate that he had reacted swiftly and ordered Vicious to attack, or else the both of them would have been reduced to meat paste. How could he be so powerful? Feng Sun clenched his jaws in disbelief. As 1,000-men commander of the Combat Master Hall, he was more than capable of killing ordinary Saint Four Dan master teachers with ease. Yet, the young man before him was like an unshakable mountain. Wasn't his strength far beyond his expectations? Could he have held back his strength in his battle with Wuxia? But that shouldn't be the case. No, he must have tamed the lightning elemental orb and borrowed the power of the formation. Feng Sun narrowed his eyes in horror. He had thought that he would be able to stop the other party, but from the looks of it, it was already too late. Even though the other party had yet to gain full control over the lightning elemental orb, from the looks of it, he had at least tamed 70 to 80% of it. Even a Saint 5 Dan expert would find it hard to stand against the other party, needless to say, them. Who are you? Just like Feng Sun, the Stoneleaf King was horrified as well. Turning his head around, he glared at Xianxia coldly. The killing intent that he had exuded previously was extremely fearsome, on par with his own. For a human to suddenly exude it, he could hardly believe his eyes. Let's go. Knowing that Feng Sun was here, he knew that it would only get more troublesome if he spoke any further. Thus, he quickly pulled Xianxia and fled. The fellow before them was far stronger than the Violet Leaf King, Golden Leaf King, and the others. Even if the two of them wanted to stop the other party, it would be impossible for them to do so. Trying to escape? Do you think that you can? Harumphing coldly, the Stoneleaf King raised his hand and grabbed. Voila, the floating lightning elemental orb fell into his palm, and with a light flick of his finger, several streaks of lightning fell from the sky, forming a cage that trapped the duo within. We won't be able to escape. Seeing that his surroundings had been sealed, Xianxia's heart turned cold. If he were to charge in, there was a good chance that he would be reduced to ashes. The other party had already completely refined the lightning elemental bead and was in control of the Sea of Lightning array. As long as he was within the range of the array, it would be impossible for him to escape from the other party. Xianxia, our Combat Master Hall has an ultimate technique that allows one to increase one's fighting prowess by twofold. I'll head over to stop him while you make use of this opportunity to escape. After struggling for a moment, Feng Sun stood up before Xianxia and waved his hand. Double? After that, do you still have a chance to escape? Xianxia frowned. This kind of ultimate move that allowed one's strength to increase explosively would usually damage one's foundation and cultivation. Once it was used, even if one could kill one's opponent, one wouldn't be able to live for long. Instead of answering Xianxia's question, Feng Sun chuckled softly and said, President Zhang, your student has been humiliated by our Combat Master Hall. To tell you the truth, I have never liked you since the first time I saw you. The martial arts competition was just an excuse. I wanted to find a chance to teach you a lesson. Unfortunately, I never succeeded. As much as I hate you, I know that you are more useful than me alive. You are of greater use to mankind. I don't want to admit it, but I have no choice but to admit it. Just thinking about it makes me feel a little sorrowful. However, it's nothing much. The prosperity of mankind is more important than the integration of an individual. So, later on, I'll break through the lightning barrier, and you should make use of this opportunity to escape. You have to make it out alive. Escape? Not expecting this fellow to put aside his personal grudges at such a crucial moment for mankind, Xianxia couldn't help but feel moved. Nodding, he said, All right. Let's begin then. Seeing that Xianxia had agreed to it, Feng Sun heaved a sigh of relief. His eyebrows shot up, and his aura suddenly surged. Hung Long, just as he was about to activate his secret art, a powerful force suddenly struck the back of his head, and his vision darkened. His body fell heavily to the ground, and he fainted. Even if we use our secret art, we won't be able to escape. My apologies. Xianxia shook his head helplessly after knocking the other party out. The other party's idea was not bad, and it was the best solution they could come up with at the moment. However, to Xianxia, it would only result in their deaths. Even if they were able to escape under the other party's obstruction, they wouldn't be able to get out of the range of the lightning barrier. As long as they were still within it, they would still be killed. Furthermore, if they didn't deal with this fellow, Wuxia and the others would be found, and they would be doomed as well. Thus, the best course of action at the moment wasn't to escape but to face the other party head-on. The two of them were communicating telepathically, so the Stoneleaf King was oblivious to their conversation. However, seeing how the two of them were killing one another, he couldn't help but be taken aback. "Stoneleaf King, long time no see. Didn't you ask me who I am? Let me tell you right now, it's me." After knocking Feng Sen out, Xianxia raised his head to look at the otherworldly demon king before him with a smile. "Jai. The jade token pinned to his chest flashed with light, and as if removing some kind of disguise, he grew taller and taller. A powerful killing intent emanated from him, making him feel as if he was a mountain. "Violet Leaf King?" Upon seeing the other party's appearance, the Stoneleaf King was taken aback. "It's me." Xianxia nodded. Given that the other kings had been killed, there was a good chance that the fellow before him might have already found out about it. However, the Violet Leaf King was still alive and had remained in his myriad ant hive nest all this while. Thus, it was the most suitable time for him to disguise as the Violet Leaf King. Besides, Xianxia was also the most familiar with this fellow, so it would be difficult for others to notice his disguise. "You and the Waterleaf King went on a mission, but there hasn't been any news from you. What happened?" The Stoneleaf King's face darkened. That fellow had gone to the Poison Temple together with the Waterleaf King to search for the map, but the Waterleaf King's soul jade token had shattered. While the Waterleaf King was fine, there had been no news of him at all. Everyone thought that he had been killed, but who could have thought that he would suddenly appear once more? "You've seen it for yourself. I've disguised myself and blended in with the humans. In order to gain their trust, I didn't dare to send a message casually." Xianxia. "Infiltrating humans?" The Stoneleaf King frowned. He swiftly extended his spiritual perception to envelop the Violet Leaf King. To be honest, it had been half a month since the Violet Leaf King had disappeared. It was hard for him to believe that the other party would suddenly appear before him. Taking a closer look, the Stoneleaf King confirmed that the other party's Xianxia of slaughter was pure and powerful. In other words, the person standing before him was indeed the Violet Leaf King. I have unearthed a huge secret of the human tribe, and if I were to verify it, there is a good chance that our otherworldly demonic tribe will be wiped out. Thus, I disguised myself and blended in with the humans." Knowing that the Stoneleaf King was discreetly probing him, Xianxia frowned and spoke with a hushed voice. "Wiped out?" Retracting his spiritual perception, the Stoneleaf King shook his head and said, "You must be joking. Back then, despite how powerful Xianxia was, he was only able to keep us out of the Master-Teacher continent. What kind of news could possibly wipe us out? Xianxia had founded the Master-Teacher occupation and unified mankind. Back then, even though the otherworldly demonic tribe had been unable to stand against him, they had only been able to retreat from the Master-Teacher continent to preserve their lineage. How could they possibly destroy the otherworldly demonic tribe over a single piece of news? Alarmist talk. I didn't believe it at the start either, but this is the truth," Xianxia said grimly. No matter how well he disguised himself as the Violet Leaf King, it was inevitable that the Violet Leaf King would suspect him. In order to distract the Violet Leaf King from thinking about this matter, the best course of action was to divert the Violet Leaf King's attention. "Truth? What is it?" Seeing Xianxia's expression, the Stoneleaf King asked. To be honest, he still didn't trust the Violet Leaf King, but that didn't stop him from listening to the other party's words. "Have you heard of a Celestial Master Teacher?" Xianxia asked. "Celestial Master Teacher?" The Stoneleaf King was taken aback for a moment before narrowing his eyes. "Of course I have. Xianxia is one of them. A Celestial Master Teacher who is acknowledged by the heavens is an invincible existence. Could it be?" "Indeed. I was tasked to carry out a mission to the Poison Temple, but I happened to stumble upon a Celestial Master Teacher. Due to that, I had no time to report the matter to the Master-Teacher continent, so I changed my plans at the last minute and disguised myself as a human to blend into the crowd." Xianxia nodded. "How is that possible?" "Based on the news we have received, Xianxia is the only celestial master teacher in the history of the master teacher continent. Not even his direct disciples, the 72 sages, have been able to achieve the same feat. Where did you hear this news from? The Stone-Leaf King's body stiffened in disbelief. The implications of becoming a celestial master teacher were simply too great. If there was really a celestial master teacher who had reached the same level as Xianxia, the entire otherworldly demonic tribe could very well be wiped out. Putting everything aside, when they fled from the master teacher continent back then, they had suffered a huge blow to their vitality. It took them tens of thousands of years to recover fully. If another celestial master teacher were to appear, they would really be no match for the otherworldly demonic tribe. After tens of thousands of years of development, they had managed to recover. However, with the master teachers, mankind had grown stronger as well. This news is true. Furthermore, I have been following behind that celestial master teacher and intentionally lured him here. Xianxia nodded. Lured him here? The Stone-Leaf King was taken aback for a moment before turning his gaze to the unconscious Feng Su. Are you saying that he is that celestial master teacher? Indeed, it is him. Xianxia replied with a forceful and righteous tone. This? The Stone-Leaf King frowned doubtfully. Even though the fellow before him possessed the ability to fight those stronger than him, he seemed to be a little reckless, completely unlike the rumored celestial master teacher. You don't believe me? Xianxia, who was disguised as the Violet Leaf King, sneered coldly. Our otherworldly demonic tribe should have a way to verify the identity of a celestial master teacher, right? If you don't believe me, feel free to give it a try. We do have a way. The Stone-Leaf King frowned. However, it is a little troublesome. Troublesome isn't a problem at all. What's more important is that once we verify that he is a celestial master teacher, as long as we can find a way to make him work for us, our otherworldly demonic tribe will surely grow stronger. It will only be a matter of time before our name is recorded in the annals of history. Xianxia's voice was filled with bewitchment. That's true, the Stone-Leaf King nodded. After a moment of hesitation, he continued, however, in order to verify the identity of a celestial master teacher, we will need the Jade Leaf King's help. As long as he comes, we will be able to verify whether the other party is a celestial master teacher or not. Jade Leaf King? Xianxia was taken aback. The Jade Leaf King was the third strongest of the 5 upper kings. To think that he would be here as well, just the Stone Leaf King alone had nearly wiped out their entire army. If an even stronger Jade Leaf King were to appear, how could they possibly deal with him? However, given his current identity as the Violet Leaf King, he couldn't turn down the other party's request. Besides, since he knew that the other party was here, rather than hiding behind him, he might as well meet the other party in advance. He is in the vicinity. I'll call him over right now. With a flick of his wrist, the Stone-Leaf King whipped out a communication jade token. He tapped on it casually and sent a message over. After that was done, he turned to Xianxia with a doubtful look in his eyes. Since he is a celestial master teacher, why would he appear here and be noticed by you? Clearly, he was still a little worried about the young man before him. After all, the Violet Leaf King had disappeared for half a month before suddenly reappearing. On top of that, he had even disguised himself as a human and made a move on him. Besides, celestial master teachers were incredibly rare. If they were to appear, they would surely be under the strict protection of Mingshi Tang. How could the other party have been able to find them so easily? Speaking of which, this celestial master teacher didn't appear in a sage clan or the headquarters of Mingshi Tang. Instead, he appeared in an unranked kingdom, and he slowly made his way here. Xianxia chuckled softly. In order to prevent others from noticing him, he has been concealing his identity all this while. In other words, the headquarters of Mingshi Tang are unaware of his appearance. It was a coincidence that I discovered him when I was investigating the Poison Temple in Jingyuan City, and I happened to notice that he had received the acknowledgement of the heavens. That was how I was able to ascertain his identity. You mean to say that you saw him when he was receiving the acknowledgement of the heavens? The Stone-Leaf King was astonished. That's right. Xianxia nodded. Then, what kind of phenomenon is it? The Stone-Leaf King asked curiously. It's simple. A unique aura will descend from the heavens and shroud the Master Teacher Pavilion, and all Master Teachers will feel an immense pressure pressing down on them, forcing them to acknowledge the Master Teacher Pavilion's identity and standing. On top of that, the Master Teacher Pavilion will also be struck by the chiming of countless bells, and all sorts of bizarre phenomena will appear. Xianxia chuckled. He had experienced the acknowledgement of a celestial Master Teacher 3 times in total, so he knew exactly what would happen. Thus, he didn't hesitate to say it out loud. It seems like he really is a celestial Master Teacher. The Stoneleaf King nodded. Even though Xianxia had never seen such a grand sight before, he had heard of all kinds of legends and books regarding it, and the sight before him was similar to what the Violet Leaf King had described. It seemed, even if the person lying on the ground was not a celestial king, was king, he. If I were to capture a celestial Master Teacher and hand it over to the royal family, I would be able to make a huge contribution to the empire. A glint flashed across the Stoneleaf King's eyes. There was no doubt about the importance of a celestial Master Teacher. If this news were to turn out to be true, the entire otherworldly demonic tribe would be shocked. Saint King Saint had king, he had and king, he, the king had by Saint, the other king, the saint had zhang him by Xian, by, he. However, if the credit belonged to him alone, it would be easy for him to obtain it. But if it belonged to the other party, even if he didn't help, he wouldn't be able to get anything at all. After all, he has been missing for so long, who knows whether he has betrayed the spirit tribe or not. After all, this celestial Master Teacher had been tricked by the Violet Leaf King into bringing him to the otherworldly demonic tribe. As long as I can get rid of his corpse quickly, no one will suspect anything. A glint flashed across Xianxia's eyes as he discreetly shot a glance at the Violet Leaf King. Even though they were both members of the 10 Great Kings, they didn't share any feelings for one another. On the contrary, they were even competitors. The Qingtian royal family had always distributed resources based on contribution, and over the years, they had been longing for the deaths of the other kings. This was also the reason why no one felt the slightest sympathy or sorrow for the other kings when they heard that the other kings had been killed. Instead, they were all delighted. I was the one who brought this fellow here, so I know everything about him. Furthermore, he has already treated me as a true friend. If you kill me, not only will you not be able to convince him to submit to you, it might even backfire. Seeing through the killing intent in the Violet Leaf King's eyes, Xianxia chuckled softly. From what the Violet Leaf King had told him, he had already learned of the relationship between the 10 Great Kings. The otherworldly demonic tribe was a cold-blooded tribe, so it was clear that the Stoneleaf King wanted to hog the credit of a celestial Master Teacher for himself. Violet Leaf King, what are you talking about? You were the one who found this fellow and brought him here, so naturally, the credit belongs to you. Why would I make a move on you? The Stoneleaf King chuckled dryly as he concealed the ferocity in his eyes. He gripped the lightning elemental orb tightly, seemingly ready to make a move at any moment. There's no need for us to disguise ourselves. If I were stronger, I wouldn't have wasted my breath on you, and I wouldn't have told you his identity either. Xianxia shook his head. However, I advise you not to make a move on him. Otherwise, if he dies, you won't be able to verify his identity. Even if you sent him back to the tribe, it would be a futile effort. Hearing those words, the Stoneleaf King hesitated for a moment before releasing his grip. That's right. Don't worry, I won't make a move on you. The other party was right. Whether the other party was a celestial Master Teacher or not wasn't up to them. They had to verify the other party's identity first. If the other party were to die, there would be no way to verify the other party's identity. You won't make a move on me? I don't believe you, unless you make a vow to the spirit god. Xianxia shook his head. Vow? The Stoneleaf King frowned. That's right. As long as you make a vow not to make a move on me, I will say that we were the ones who discovered and captured him at the same time. Xianxia. Oh? The Stoneleaf King was perplexed. Of course, it would be best for him to claim the credit for himself. After all, an additional person meant an additional portion of the pie. My strength doesn't count for much among the 10 Great Kings. If someone were to covet the credit, I wouldn't be able to retaliate even if I wanted to. Besides, the credit of becoming a celestial Master Teacher is simply too great, and I won't be able to reap it all by myself. If I have someone to look after me, I'll be much safer. Xianxia nodded in response. This? The Stoneleaf King fell into deep thought. The other party was right. The credit of becoming a celestial master teacher was indeed immense. With the strength of the fellow before him, it was impossible for him to claim the credit for himself. As long as he could pull the Stoneleaf King over to his side, he would be much safer. Of course, more importantly, given the Stoneleaf King's strength, it would be easy for him to find a way to deal with the Stoneleaf King. Not too long later, the Stoneleaf King came to a realization, and he asked, "What do I have to do for you to trust me?" Simple. I have some wine here, and you and I will swear a blood oath to the spirit god that neither of us will harm the other. If that's the case, I will trust you. With a flick of his wrist, Xianxia took out a gourd of wine and turned to the Stoneleaf King. A blood oath? The Stoneleaf King hesitated. That's right. I advise you to consider it quickly. Once the Jade Leaf King arrives and learns of his identity, I fear that he might make a move on both of us, Xianxia. Even master teachers were no exception to this rule, let alone the otherworldly demonic tribe. If the Jade Leaf King were to learn that the fellow before him was a celestial master teacher, there was a good chance that he would try to claim the credit for himself and make a move on the both of them. More importantly, if the Jade Leaf King were to side with the Jade Leaf King, the one who would be isolated would be him. A glint flashed across the Stoneleaf King's eyes as he made up his mind. He was well aware of the personalities of the 10 great kings, especially the greedy and vicious Jade Leaf King. It was not entirely impossible for him to turn against his own kin. Given the Jade Leaf King's strength, even if the both of them were to work together, they might not be a match for him. Let's begin then. Seeing that the Stoneleaf King had agreed to it, Xianxia took out his blood and dripped it into the gourd before tossing it over. Catching the gourd, the Stoneleaf King discreetly sent his spiritual perception into it, and after confirming that it was indeed fine wine, he felt reassured. Thus, he bit his finger and dripped a droplet of his blood into the gourd. Drink up. Xianxia waved his hand. All right. The Stoneleaf King raised the gourd, and just as he was about to gulp down the wine, a thought flashed across his mind, and he hesitated for a moment before saying, "You first." Glancing at the Stoneleaf King, Xianxia knew what the Stoneleaf King was worried about, so he took the gourd and gulped down 2 mouthfuls of wine. Seeing that there was no problem with the Stoneleaf King drinking the wine, the Stoneleaf King heaved a sigh of relief. The Stoneleaf King also took a few mouthfuls before raising his hand and swearing to the heavens. I, the Stoneleaf King, swear to the spirit god that I am willing to form an alliance with the Violet Leaf King. I, the Violet Leaf King, swear to the spirit god that I am willing to form an alliance with the Violet Leaf King. Seeing that the Stoneleaf King had made his vow, Xianxia hurriedly followed suit. In any case, he had sworn on the name of the Violet Leaf King that it had nothing to do with him at all. If the Jade Leaf King harbors any other thoughts, I hope that we can work together to face the enemy together, Xianxia said. Don't worry. The Stoneleaf King nodded. Celestial master teachers were simply too rare, and only the Jade Leaf King had a way to verify them. Otherwise, he wouldn't have sent the other party over. Once he confirmed that the Jade Leaf King was a celestial master teacher, he wouldn't mind killing the other party. How about this? After confirming that the Jade Leaf King is a celestial master teacher and that the Jade Leaf King harbors any other thoughts, watch for my signal. After a moment of contemplation, the Stoneleaf King turned to Xianxia and said. Even though he couldn't fully trust the Stoneleaf King, he was still leaning toward the other party. All right. Xianxia nodded. After confirming his identity, I will test him out. It's one thing if he doesn't say anything, but if he really intends to kill him. I hope that the Stoneleaf King can make a swift and decisive move. We are in the same boat at the moment, and we share weal and woe together. The Stoneleaf King nodded. Just as the duo was about to speak, a loud buzzing sound suddenly echoed in the air, and a towering figure flew over. Stoneleaf King, don't you know that I have more important matters to attend to? Why are you looking for me in such a hurry? Voila, a powerful otherworldly demon landed on the ground. Do you still have a monthly ticket? Laowa is going to work tomorrow. Woo-woo, please comfort me. The otherworldly demon wasn't too tall, and the aura he emanated wasn't too powerful either. Compared to the Stone Leaf King, his aura was clearly incomparable. However, his eyes gave off an extremely cold feeling, especially his skin, which was as translucent as jade. When he breathed in and out, the interval between his breaths was extremely long. One look was enough to tell that he had a profound cultivation base. "Young master, he is the Jade Leaf King." The Violet Leaf King sent a telepathic message to Xianxia, and his voice seemed to be quivering slightly. "He cultivates the broken jade art. Not only does he possess a powerful physical body, his primordial spirit is also extremely fearsome. He has already reached half-leaving aperture realm." Half-leaving aperture? Taken aback, Xianxia turned his gaze over once more, only to see that the glabella of the otherworldly demon before him was glowing brightly. It seemed as if his primordial spirit would leap out of his body at any moment and soar into the sky. Saint Phi down leaving aperture realm meant that one's primordial spirit would be able to leave one's body and soar freely. At such a realm, it would be easier for one to fuse with the world and tap into the power of nature to bring forth greater fighting prowess. There was a huge dividing line between the leaving aperture realm and primordial spirit realm. Take the current Xianxia for example. While he was able to assassinate primordial spirit realm cultivators easily, if he were to encounter a leaving aperture realm cultivator, he would have to flee as far as he could. He wouldn't be able to do it even if he broke through to Saint Domain. While half-leaving aperture realm cultivators weren't as fearsome as Xianxia's, they weren't existences that could be killed with normal physical attacks. It was no wonder the Violet Leaf King was so fearful of him. His strength was even greater than that of the Stone Leaf King. "I have miscalculated. I should have told the Qingyu and Mingshi Tang branch about the Qingtian 10 Great Kings and had them send more formidable master teachers over." Xianxia felt a little helpless. Back then, he had killed quite a few otherworldly demons, and the seal was guarded by Mingshi Tang, so he had thought that it would be impossible for the otherworldly demons to enter the master-teacher continent. Currently, the only 7-star master teachers on their side were Wushi, Mushi, and the 3 principals. Feng Sun and the others from the Combat Master Hall had also reached 7-star, but in terms of fighting prowess, they were still a long way off from reaching half-leaving aperture realm. It could be said that their overall strength was on a completely different level compared to the 10 kings. If only he had known that he would be placed in such a disadvantageous position, he would have reported the matter to the Master Teacher Pavilion in advance so that he could dispatch more formidable master teachers over. Even though the Qingyuan Empire Master Teacher Mingshi Tang Academy was only a branch of the Qingyuan Empire Master Teacher Academy, there should be quite a few Saint Four Dan Pinnacle Master Teachers in the academy. Forget it, there's no point in saying anything. This thought flashed through his mind, and he stopped thinking about it. In any case, there was no point in worrying about it. Besides, he had already killed 6 out of the 10. If he worked a little harder, the remaining 4 shouldn't be too difficult. "The reason why I called you over so anxiously is because there's something that I need your help with." The Stone Leaf King stepped forward. The Jade Leaf King asked. "It's like this. The person lying on the ground is said to be a very noble being in the human race. He hopes that you can help him examine Mingxian's body," the Stone Leaf King said as he pointed to Feng Sun, who was lying on the ground. Putting aside the matter of Xianxia being a celestial master teacher for the time being, once the other party verified his identity, there would be no doubt that he was a celestial master teacher. "Examine Mingxian's body?" the Jade Leaf King asked. "Judging from his attire, he seems to be a combat master. Could he have some other identity? Also, Violet Leaf King, why are you here?" After saying those words, the Jade Leaf King stared intently at Xianxia. "It's like this." Xianxia repeated the lie that he had told the Stone Leaf King previously. However, he didn't mention the fact that he was a celestial master teacher. "You are saying that in order to follow this noble human, you disguised yourself as a human and lured him here?" the Jade Leaf King asked. The Jade Leaf King was perplexed by Xianxia's words, but he still nodded in agreement. "Alright, let me see what kind of person he is for you to do such a thing. If he is really a noble human, I will help you request a contribution from the Qingtian Emperor." After saying those words, the Jade Leaf King flicked his wrist and took out an altar. This altar was different from the one that Xianxia had obtained from the Violet Leaf King. It was made entirely out of bronze, and it was much larger. There were many bizarre inscriptions inscribed on it, and just looking at it would leave one feeling dizzy, as if one's soul would be devoured. This is the Jade Leaf King's clear jade altar. Of the 10 great kings, the Qing Tian Emperor only bestowed it to him. If one uses this altar to worship the spirit god, they will be able to verify Mingzhen's identity. The Violet Leaf King sent a telepathic message over. Only him? Xianxia was perplexed. The person before him was neither the strongest nor the weakest of the 10 great kings, so why would the Jade Leaf King only be bestowed it to him? The Jade Leaf King is from the Qing Tian lineage. Otherwise, he would be in charge of the Hall of Punishment and Interrogation. Xianxia nodded. Naturally, those in charge of the Hall of Punishment had to possess the ability to discern the authenticity of a person. Otherwise, even without an attack, the entire Hall of Punishment would be thrown into disarray. Xianxia turned his gaze to the altar, and he couldn't help but be perplexed. Judging was supposed to be a unique ability, so what did it have to do with this altar? Xianxia's bewilderment didn't last for too long before the Jade Leaf King took out a bunch of sacrificial items with a grim expression. A faint glow emanated from the altar, and the sacrificial items were set ablaze. Following which, a pure white glow enveloped the Jade Leaf King and Feng Sun. Seeing that the Violet Leaf King wasn't coming out despite being enveloped by the white glow, the Jade Leaf King frowned. The Stone Leaf King's complexion wasn't too good either, and he shouted, "Violet Leaf King, we are in the midst of verifying the identity of this person. You should leave first, there's no need for that. I was the one who captured this fellow personally, so I want to verify his identity with my own eyes." Xianxia shook his head. He wasn't too sure how the Jade Leaf King's examination worked, but he was certain that Feng Sun wasn't a celestial master teacher. If he were to leave, there was no way the examination would be able to detect anything. If he were to be enveloped by the white glow, there was a good chance that his identity would be compromised. However, he was confident that he would be able to expose his identity as a celestial master teacher before the other party could see through his disguise. Of course, he was going to frame Feng Sun for this celestial master teacher. "Do whatever you want." Seeing the wariness in the other party's eyes, the Stone Leaf King thought that the other party was worried about his safety, so he shook his head helplessly. "Continue," the Jade Leaf King said as he continued placing the sacrificial items into the altar. Heaving a sigh of relief, Xianxia placed his feet lightly on Feng Sun's back and infused the unique aura of a celestial master teacher into the latter's body. This aura allowed a master teacher to easily discern the other party's identity, but if he didn't infuse it, it would conceal itself, making it impossible for others to notice it. It was precisely because of this that he revealed that Feng Sun was a celestial master teacher without the slightest fear. Weng, the white glow shrouding the duo grew brighter and brighter. While Xianxia didn't notice anything amiss, the Jade Leaf King couldn't help but frown. That person's identity is indeed extraordinary. After saying those words, the Jade Leaf King continued tossing treasures into the altar. By this point, the items on the altar had already been depleted. The Stone Leaf King also couldn't help but clench his fists tightly. While Xianxia wasn't too familiar with the concept of rituals, he knew that the more items required, the higher the standing of the other party was. After tossing the treasure several times, the glow on the altar finally came to a halt, revealing 4 words, "Acknowledgement of the heavens." It's indeed. Upon seeing the words on the altar, the Stone Leaf King's eyes immediately reddened in agitation, and his breathing hastened. It seemed like the Violet Leaf King wasn't lying. The person lying not too far away was indeed a celestial master teacher, just like Kongshi. As long as this person was handed over, it was foreseeable that his status and identity would undergo an earth-shattering change. Acknowledgement of the heavens. Celestial master teacher? The Jade Leaf King's eyes burned with passion. As the third of the upper 5 kings, he knew what these 4 words represented. It's no wonder those 2 fellows were so anxious to find me. It turns out that they have caught such a huge fish. The Jade Leaf King clenched his fists tightly. Jade Leaf King, this fellow was captured by me and the Stone Leaf King. Since we have verified his identity, I hope that you will grant us permission to send him back to our clan immediately. Seeing that his plan had worked, Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief. While these words sounded simple, they carried a hint of provocation. If the other party were to claim that he and the Stone Leaf King had captured the other party and request to leave, it would be equivalent to cutting off the credit from the Jade Leaf King. Hearing those words, the Stone Leaf King immediately came to a realization, and his face warped in horror. It was inevitable that they would return to their clan, but he couldn't say it out loud right now. Otherwise, the Jade Leaf King would surely think that he was trying to claim all the credit for himself. As expected, before he could explain himself, the Jade Leaf King's face suddenly darkened, and a deep frown appeared on his face. Following which, his lips curled up into an indescribable smile. I haven't completed the mission given to me by His Majesty yet. I fear that it will be troublesome for me to leave just like that. It won't be troublesome at all. In any case, this fellow was captured by the two of us, so it has nothing to do with the other kings. Xianxia nodded in response. Hearing those words, the Stone Leaf King nearly spurted blood and fainted on the spot. The Jade Leaf King was already displeased by the Jade Leaf King's words. At the very most, he could have just lied to the other kings and claimed that the credit belonged to all of them. Yet, the other party actually said that it had nothing to do with the other kings. It was clear that he was looking down on the Jade Leaf King. Jade Leaf King, that isn't what he means. The Stone Leaf King hurriedly leaped up to explain himself, only to see the Jade Leaf King's face turning livid. Are you saying that it has nothing to do with me? Of course. The Stone Leaf King and I have already discussed this matter. If you know what's good for you and don't say anything about it, we won't mind killing you. Xianxia nodded as he looked at the Jade Leaf King nonchalantly. The Stone Leaf King's body swayed weakly, and his vision turned dark. When the heck did I say such a thing? I told you to probe the other party, not to challenge him. Even if you really have such thoughts in your heart, you should at least do it discreetly. If you say it out loud, you will lose the initiative. Aren't you courting death? Very well, very well. I, the Jade Leaf King, have lived for many years, and it has been a long time since I have been threatened like this. Gritting his teeth tightly, the Jade Leaf King glared at the Stone Leaf King and Feng Sun with killing intent in his eyes. Jade Leaf King, it's not what you think. Capturing that celestial master teacher, the Stone Leaf King hurriedly tried to explain himself. Just as he was about to ease the tension between them, he suddenly heard a harumph not too far away. Feng Sun, who was lying on the ground, rubbed his head, seemingly intending to stand up. What's wrong? What celestial master teacher? In his daze, Feng Sun suddenly heard a term, and he couldn't help but ask. He had only been knocked out by a single palm strike from Xianxia, but as a combat master, he possessed immense Xianxia and stamina. It didn't take long for him to recover. While still in a daze, Xianxia heard the word celestial master teacher. Thinking that he had already returned to a safe zone and that there was no longer any danger in the surroundings, he couldn't help but ask. You woke up just in time. Seeing that the Violet Leaf King had woken up, the Stone Leaf King heaved a sigh of relief. He was just about to grab the Violet Leaf King and interrogate him for some useful information to alleviate the current situation when the Violet Leaf King abruptly sent a kick toward the Stone Leaf King. Bang! A foot landed on Feng Sun's head, and before the latter could even react, his body convulsed violently before he fainted once more. Ah? The Stone Leaf King was stunned on the spot. Didn't you say that you two had a good relationship? Why did it feel like it was no different from kicking an animal? Kill me? With just you guys? Paying no heed to the unconscious Feng Sun, the Jade Leaf King turned to look at Xianxia coldly. That's right, it's us. After confirming his identity, your life will be meaningless. Paying no heed to the Stone Leaf King's rage, Xianxia waved his hands and said, if he were to continue living, he would surely leak the news to the Stone Leaf King and steal our credit. Thus, I have discussed this matter with the Stone Leaf King. As long as you listen to us obediently, swear an oath not to leak this information and not to snatch the credit from us, we'll spare your life. Very good. Seeing how the Jade Leaf King was getting more and more arrogant with his words, the Jade Leaf King's killing intent intensified. Since you want to kill me, I'll kill you first. Rumble. After saying those words, the Stone Leaf King raised his palm and launched an attack at the Stone Leaf King. In Xianxia's view, the Violet Leaf King was not worth a mention at all. Instead, the one who was truly fearsome was the fourth ranker. Listen to me. Seeing that the Stone Leaf King was thoroughly enraged, the Stone Leaf King hurriedly spoke up. However, halfway through his words, the Violet Leaf King suddenly shouted, Old Sure, hurry up and execute the plan. Otherwise, we will all die here. The Stoneleaf King nearly went insane from rage. Plan? Was there no plan at all? What I said earlier was that if the Jade Leaf King really intends to make a move on us, we should consider how to retaliate. The Jade Leaf King didn't say anything at all, and yet, you keep on provoking us. I don't think anyone would be able to take it. Besides, Old Sure my ass. My surname isn't Sure at all. However, he also knew that this wasn't the time for him to be conflicted. The moment the Jade Leaf King made a move, it was clear that he was determined to kill the Jade Leaf King. If he didn't retaliate, he would be the one to die. Gritting his teeth, Xianxia spun the lightning elemental orb in his hand and a thick bolt of lightning fell from the sky. Rumble, after clashing with the Jade Leaf King's palm strike, the two of them vanished into thin air. At the same time, the entire manor shook violently, and a large portion of it collapsed. No wonder you dare to challenge me. It turns out that you have tamed the lightning elemental orb and gained control of this lightning formation. However, if you think that you can kill me just like that, you must be dreaming. Seeing that his attack had been nullified by the other party's lightning, the Jade Leaf King roared furiously as he whipped out a saber. Voila! The saber sliced through the air and descended upon the Jade Leaf King. When Xiaochen brandished his saber, it felt like heaven and earth were being torn apart. The incessant lightning seemed to have been isolated from the outside. No matter how powerful it was, it could not enter in a short time. Even though the Stoneleaf King had tamed the lightning elemental orb, he was only able to wield a portion of the power of the Sea of Lightning. Due to the limitations of his cultivation, he was unable to bring out the full might of the Sea of Lightning. While he could easily deal with those weaker than him, against a half-leaving Aperture Realm expert like the Jade Leaf King, he was still a little lacking. I was indeed not a match for you previously, but it's hard to say who will be the victor now. Seeing that the Jade Leaf King was able to nullify the lightning bolts, the Stoneleaf King took out the lightning elemental orb once more. Voila, the lightning bolts in the sky grew even more fearsome as they charged frenziedly at the saber. In the blink of an eye, the Jade Leaf King was able to shatter the lightning bolts and descend upon the Jade Leaf King's head once more. Instead of dodging, the Jade Leaf King moved his body, and an illusory figure appeared on his glabella. Upon reaching half-leaving Aperture Realm, even though one's primordial spirit was still unable to leave one's physical body, it was already capable of leaping out of one's Xianxia acupoint to form something similar to an avatar. As expected, as soon as the illusory figure appeared, the surrounding space seemed to have turned into a cage. The frenzied lightning bolts were unable to penetrate it, as if they had been sealed. Die. After doing so, the Jade Leaf King raised his eyebrows and swung his saber downward. Knowing that there was still a significant gap between him and the Jade Leaf King without the augmentation of the lightning formation, the Stoneleaf King panicked. He whipped out a spear with his other hand to fend off the Jade Leaf King's attack. He is using his primordial spirit to seal the space, but he can only maintain it for a few breaths. On top of that, it is extremely damaging to one's primordial spirit. It was indeed difficult for him to deal with the Jade Leaf King alone, but if the Violet Leaf King were to make a move at this moment, the Jade Leaf King would surely be unable to fend off the Jade Leaf King. Sealing space with one's primordial spirit was indeed a formidable ability, but it came with a heavy toll on one's Xianxia as well. No matter how powerful the Jade Leaf King was, it was unlikely that he would be able to last for too long. Seeing that the Violet Leaf King had yet to make a move, the Jade Leaf King couldn't help but turn his gaze over. With a single glance, he nearly spurted blood on the spot. The Jade Leaf King was standing by the side with his arms crossed, seemingly not intending to help at all. Damn it, I fell for that fellow's ploy. Narrowing his eyes, Xianxia came to a realization. From the very start, the Jade Leaf King had never intended to work with him. Instead, the Jade Leaf King had intentionally led him into a fight with the Jade Leaf King. If the Jade Leaf King were to kill him, it wouldn't be considered a violation of the oath. Furthermore, regardless of which one of them died, in order to ensure that the Celestial Master Teacher would be more easily controlled, the one who was still alive would not dare to kill him. In other words, regardless of who won the battle, the one who would benefit from it would be that fellow. What a terrifying scheme. No, I can't let this guy succeed. Realizing this, the Stoneleaf King gritted his teeth and sent a telepathic message over to Xianxia. Jade Leaf King, don't fall for that fellow's ploy. He wants us to kill one another. Kill each other? Indeed. The celestial master teacher has contributed greatly to this matter, so it's fair to say that the three of us were the ones who discovered it together. There's no need for us to sully our relationship over such a small matter. The Stoneleaf King heaved a sigh of relief upon seeing that the Stoneleaf King's offense had been alleviated. After a moment of hesitation, the Jade Leaf King was just about to speak when he suddenly felt a chilling sensation on his back. Unknowingly, a surge of sword chi had shot toward him from behind. This beam of light was aimed at a weak point in his body, making it difficult for him to guard against it. The Jade Leaf King hurriedly dodged the attack, but even so, his back was still lacerated, and fresh blood gushed out from his wound. Turning around, Xianxia saw the Violet Leaf King retreating several dozen meters away after stabbing him with a sword in hand. With eyes brimming with excitement, the Violet Leaf King shouted, "Stone Leaf King, you were right. His Ming Man is right here. Damn it." The Jade Leaf King felt goosebumps rising all over his body. He had thought that the Stone Leaf King was telling him the truth, but who would have thought that the Stone Leaf King was just trying to distract him so that the latter could launch a sneak attack on him. Roaring furiously, he sent a palm strike toward Xianxia while slashing his saber toward the latter once more. Not expecting the Violet Leaf King to attack him right after the other party trusted him, the Stone Leaf King felt frenzied. He had seen shameless people in his life, but he had never seen someone as shameless as this. "You are the one who caused this mess, and you want me to take the blame for it?" Lifting his head, he saw that the Violet Leaf King had already escaped from the Jade Leaf King's attack range. At this moment, the Jade Leaf King was standing with his arms crossed before his chest, seemingly enjoying the show. Furious, the Stone Leaf King knew that there was no point in trying to explain himself. The Jade Leaf King no longer trusted him, so he could only grit his teeth and face the other party head-on. Boom boom boom. While the Jade Leaf King was stronger than the Stone Leaf King, the latter's defense was far superior. On top of that, the latter had assimilated the lightning elemental orb and was able to control the lightning formation. The two sides were locked in battle, and the entire ancient city continuously collapsed under the ferocious attacks, turning into ruins. Incredible. Looking at the battle between the two, Xianxia raised his thumb in admiration. As expected of the top 5 kings of the 10 great kings, every single one of them was terrifyingly powerful. With his current fighting prowess, he could easily kill a Saint Tudan pinnacle expert. However, if he were to encounter an expert of that caliber, he would have to flee as far as he could. Not to mention fighting, even the shockwaves from the battle were not something he could withstand. As time passed, the battle became fiercer. Logically speaking, given the Stone Leaf King's superior defense and the fact that he wielded the lightning formation, it should have been impossible for the Stone Leaf King to stand a chance against him. Yet, in the end, the two of them ended up fighting evenly with one another. However, since the Stone Leaf King was in control of the formation, he was able to exert greater strength within it. As a result, the Jade Leaf King's injuries gradually worsened, and it was clear that his stamina was starting to run out. "Damn it. I will drag all of you down with me." Knowing that he would be killed by the other party at this rate, the Jade Leaf King roared furiously, and the illusory silhouette behind him suddenly grew larger, as if it had torn apart some kind of shackle and leaped out. "This is primordial spirit projection." Xianxia narrowed his eyes in astonishment. He had seen such a situation with the Waterleaf King before. That fellow was killed by him, and in a fit of rage, he used a secret art to project his primordial spirit to attack him, but it was a pity that he didn't succeed. As the Jade Leaf King's injuries worsened, he realized that it was only a matter of time before he was killed, so he decided to use a secret art to project his primordial spirit. Even if he didn't die from this, he would at least suffer a severe injury and lose his cultivation. Nevertheless, there was no doubt that the Jade Leaf King would be killed. Given how powerful my primordial spirit is, if the Stone Leaf King were to be killed, I won't be able to survive either. I should find a place to hide first. Knowing that the Jade Leaf King must have made up his mind to kill the Jade Leaf King, Xianxia frowned. He was here to watch the battle from the sidelines. If the Jade Leaf King were to take a bite out of him before his death, he would be in deep trouble. Just as Xianxia was about to hide and avoid the battle, a figure suddenly rose to his feet. That figure shook his head as he stood up. It was Feng Sun. That fellow's constitution was simply too powerful. After fainting for a moment, he actually regained consciousness. What is going on? Where am I? Fengsun muttered. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw a brick falling right on his head. Pada, Fengsun's eyelids rolled back, and he fainted once more. Otherwise, how could he have disguised himself as an otherworldly demon and forced the Stoneleaf King and Jadeleaf King to kill one another? If he were to explain the matter to the otherworldly demonic tribe, he would be in even greater trouble. Therefore, the fastest way to deal with it was to knock it out. There was no need for explanation, and it was fast. It was simple and effective. As for the bricks, they were everywhere, so it was easy to pick them up. Lowering his head to take a look, he saw Fengsun lying on the ground with his thighs twitching uncontrollably. Even before he fainted, he could hardly believe that he, 1,000-men commander of the Combat Master Hall, had been knocked out time and time again. Each time, it was easier and more humiliating than the last. Ignoring him, Xianxia raised his head to look at the two fighting in the sky, and his eyebrows couldn't help but twitch. In the next moment, the Jadeleaf King's primordial spirit was drawn out from his body, and his fighting prowess was enhanced significantly. The Stoneleaf King, who had the upper hand a moment ago, was being pummeled beyond recognition. Even his invincible physical body was riddled with wounds. One of his arms had been severed, and the lightning elemental orb had fallen to the ground. Fresh blood flowed freely from the wound, and his face was pale. It seemed like Xianxia had already realized that the latter was no match for him without the help of the Sea of Lightning formation. Thus, he formed his primordial spirit and severed the lightning elemental orb that was controlling the core of the formation. This way, without the support of the Sea of Lightning formation, he would only be able to take a beating passively. Let's all die together. The Stoneleaf King knew that he was no longer a match for Xianxia. With a furious roar, he activated his secret art and summoned his primordial spirit. However, his strength was far beneath that of the Jadeleaf King. As long as the Jadeleaf King's primordial spirit was able to find a suitable physical body within a short period of time, he would still be able to survive. On the other hand, the only fate awaiting him was death. Rumble, the battle between the two primordial spirits became increasingly intense, and their strength also grew stronger. The surrounding space was sealed. Xianxia looked around and shook his head helplessly. Under such circumstances, it was impossible for Xianxia to escape. If he were to hide in the myriad ant hive nest, the myriad ant hive nest would not be able to conceal itself, and it would be discovered. At that time, it would be like catching a turtle in a jar. If the Stoneleaf King were to win, things would be much simpler. Since he has drunk my wine, I can just poison him to death. However, if the Jadeleaf King were to win, I would be in deep trouble. Xianxia frowned. Even if they wanted to interfere in a battle of this level, they would be powerless. If they really stepped in, they would definitely be killed on the spot. If the Stoneleaf King were to win, he would still have the upper hand in the battle. However, if the Jadeleaf King were to win, the Jadeleaf King would have ended up in such a miserable state. If things were to go wrong, the Jadeleaf King might just kill him. Raising his head once more, he saw that the Stoneleaf King, who had reverted to his primordial spirit form, was forced into a disadvantageous position. From the looks of it, it was only a matter of time before the Stoneleaf King lost. I miscalculated, the corner of Xianxia's mouth twitched. As expected of the third strongest expert. Even though the Stoneleaf King had mastered the lightning formation, he was still the one who had the last laugh. What should I do? Seeing that the people above were unable to hold on any longer, Xianxia was at a loss as to what to do. All of a sudden, he caught sight of a figure. While the Jadeleaf King's primordial spirit had left his body, his physical body remained motionless, as if his soul had left his body. By the way, doesn't he like to project his primordial spirit out of his body? Hee, let's do it this way. With a light chuckle, he walked up to the Jadeleaf King's body. It had to be said that the Jadeleaf King's broken jade art was indeed fearsome. His body was as resilient as a piece of jade. Even though there was still a gap between him and the Stoneleaf King, it was still a fearsome feat taking out the Glacier Rain Sword. Xianxia struck the Jadeleaf King's broken jade art with all his might, but he was unable to break the Jadeleaf King's body. After which, he shook his head. The Jadeleaf King's body was as tough as a piece of jade. With his current cultivation, he was unable to infuse his Xianxia into the Jade Leaf King's body, so he was unable to form any lethal poison. After a moment of hesitation, Xianxia flicked his wrist, and a pile of scorching lava appeared above him. Previously, when he was passing through the lava, he had not only tempered his soul, he had also secretly stored some of it in his storage ring. He had thought that it would be of great use in smithing in the future, and this was a good opportunity for him to put it to good use. With a flick of his wrist, Xianxia tossed the lava toward the Jade Leaf King. Tzzzzzzzzzzzzzz. As soon as the lava came into contact with the Jade Leaf King's body, a deafening corrosive sound immediately echoed in the air. The Jade Leaf King's body, which even the Glacier Rain Sword was unable to slice through, melted like molten metal. Not bad, Xianxia nodded in satisfaction. To be honest, even if he had stored the lava in his storage ring, it wouldn't have lasted long before it cooled down. Thus, it was best to use it now. As powerful as the Jade Leaf King's physical body was, it was still far from being able to withstand the heat of 100 meters of lava. The Jade Leaf King, who was still in the midst of burning the Jade Leaf King's body, noticed the commotion, and he nearly spurted blood. As a half-leaving Aperture Realm expert, even though he had inflicted great damage to his body through the use of a secret art, as long as his physical body remained intact, he would still be able to survive even if his cultivation were to plummet. Yet, his physical body was being burned away. This was as good as having his lair destroyed. Even if he wanted to return, he wouldn't be able to. Damn it, the Jade Leaf King gritted his teeth so tightly that they were about to shatter. In that moment of distraction, the Stone Leaf King made use of this opportunity to launch a few sneak attacks, nearly causing his primordial spirit to dissipate. I'll deal with you first before dealing with that fellow. Furious, the Jade Leaf King knew that it would be impossible for him to deal with the Violet Leaf King if he didn't kill the other party. Thus, he charged forward once more. Boom 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 boom, the world rumbled, and the spiritual energy within a radius of several dozen li was disrupted. Not too long later, the Stone Leaf King's primordial spirit dissipated, and his physical body collapsed heavily onto the ground, dead. While one's primordial spirit could survive, one's physical body would perish. Once one's primordial spirit dissipated, it would be equivalent to one's soul dissipating into nothingness. The reason why the Stone Leaf King was ranked fourth among the 5 upper kings was due to his powerful physical body and invincible defense. On the other hand, his primordial spirit was slightly weaker than the Jade Leaf King's. However, given the situation back then, he had no choice but to use his primordial spirit. His physical body had been severed by the Jade Leaf King's primordial spirit, and the injuries he had sustained were simply too severe. If he didn't use a secret art, he would have been killed. It was just a matter of time. It's your turn now. After killing the Stone Leaf King, the Jade Leaf King suddenly recalled how his body had been reduced to cinders a moment ago, and rage welled up within him. Roaring furiously, he charged toward Xianxia. Since you killed me, I'll kill that celestial master teacher. As long as he's still alive, with the countless rewards from our clan, it won't be too difficult for you to possess a new body and recover your strength. Xianxia hurriedly grabbed Feng Sun and used him as a shield. At this point, he could only hope that the Jade Leaf King would hold back for a moment. The Jade Leaf King gritted his teeth furiously. If he could, he would have skinned the young man before him alive. However, the other party was right. If the Celestial Master Teacher were to die, all of their efforts would have been in vain. Do you think that I will still believe you? The Jade Leaf King glared at Xianxia coldly, as if he was looking at a dead man. If not for this fellow, he wouldn't have ended up in such a miserable state after fighting with the Stone Leaf King. In any case, from now onward, he wouldn't believe a single word that the other party said, not even the punctuation marks. Grabbing Feng Sun by the neck, Xianxia looked at the Jade Leaf King impassively. It doesn't matter whether you believe me or not, but if that fellow dies, you won't be able to obtain anything at all. I won't be able to obtain anything if he dies, but without my physical body, I won't be able to live for long either. Since I'm going to die anyway, I might as well drag you down with me. The Jade Leaf King roared. If he had reached St. 5 Dan leaving Aperture Realm, he might have been able to survive if his primordial spirit were to leave his body on its own. However, if he were to use a secret art to do so, his primordial spirit would be severely damaged. If he didn't find a new body to enter, it wouldn't be long before he died. Just like an unborn child, a baby would be born after 10 months of gestation. If one were to forcefully make a cesarean before the time was ripe, it would be detrimental to both the baby and the adult. Such was the case with primordial spirits. Half-leaving. Aperture realm cultivators had already opened their primordial spirit acupoints, but they were still unable to leave their bodies. It wasn't that they were unable to do so, but that their primordial spirits weren't strong enough. Forcefully making a cesarean attempt would result in the destruction of one's physical body. If one didn't find a new body to nourish one's primordial spirit would gradually be worn down until one died. It was just that the duration of a soul oracle was much shorter. Don't worry, who says that you can't survive without your physical body? Don't you have the body of the Stoneleaf King? You can enter his body. Xianxia chuckled. The Jade Leaf King's eyes were as cold as ice. The Stoneleaf King's cultivation technique is different from mine. If I forcefully enter his body, even if I manage to survive, I will be tortured every single day. Xianxia stroked his lower jaw in astonishment. That will be a little difficult. Even though he didn't know much about primordial spirits, he had inherited the heritage of the soul oracles, so he knew that the Jade Leaf King was right. Entering the Stoneleaf King's body would indeed allow him to survive for the time being, but due to the difference in his constitution and cultivation technique, his fighting prowess would be severely affected as well. Right. Not too long later, Xianxia suddenly slapped his forehead, as if recalling something. I remember now. This is a puppet forged by me, so its cultivation technique won't clash with yours. Why don't you enter it to recuperate for the time being? Once you bring the celestial master teacher back to the tribe and receive the reward, you will be able to strengthen your primordial spirit. It doesn't matter whether you have a physical body or not. A puppet? The Jade Leaf King frowned. That's right. Xianxia nodded. With a flick of his wrist, a towering otherworldly demon puppet appeared before his eyes. It was one of the puppets he had brought out from the underground chamber. After some adjustments to its structure, it possessed the strength of a Saint 3 Dan cultivator. This puppet is forged from the physical body of an ordinary tribesman, so it doesn't possess any elemental attribute. The Jade Leaf King took a look at it and hesitated for a moment. The puppet before him was forged from the physical body of an ordinary tribesman, and it was driven by absorbing spiritual energy. Even though its cultivation was low, it was much more compatible with the puppet than the Stoneleaf King. This would allow him to exert greater fighting prowess. To be honest, it's useless for you to hate me. The one who wants you dead is the Stoneleaf King, not me. Given my current strength, I won't be able to make a move on you even if I wanted to. Xianxia shook his head. I have spent a great deal of effort to forge this puppet, and I intend to use it as my clone in the future. I will give it to you for now. You should make do with it for the time being, and things will be much easier once we reach the tribe. As he spoke, he patted the puppet's body, seemingly reluctant to part with it, as if he was dusting off the dust on it. Humph. The Jade Leaf King harumphed coldly. Given that his physical body had been destroyed, if he were to really kill the Violet Leaf King, that celestial master teacher would surely die as well. Once that fellow died, there would be no hope left. As long as Xianxia kept him alive and allowed him to return to the clan, he would be rewarded handsomely. His primordial spirit would grow stronger, his cultivation would rise, and he would even be able to possess stronger cultivators. Why don't I agree to it first? As long as I can survive, it will take a long time for me to return to the clan. At that time, I should be able to kill him while he's still away. Schemes after schemes flowed through his mind. It would take a long time to return to the clan from here. As long as this fellow made a mistake, he could be killed on the spot. By then, he would be able to exact his vengeance without harming the celestial master teacher. At this moment, the other party was obviously on guard. If the stalemate continued, he would definitely be the one to suffer. After all, his current state was that of a primordial spirit. It was true that he was powerful, but he would not be able to hold on for long. Let me take a look first. After a moment of contemplation, the Jade Leaf King willed the puppet on the ground to fly up to him. In the blink of an eye, the Jade Leaf King had his spiritual perception scan the puppet. This puppet was a marvelous work of art. It was able to bring out the greatest power from the simplest materials. It was indeed a good item. Although it was a little weak, it could also bring out extremely powerful combat strength when used with his primordial spirit. Even though it was still far from being comparable to before, it was more than sufficient to deal with the Violet Leaf King. After coming to a conclusion, Xianxia inspected the puppet inside out and found that there were no traps or anything else. Only then did he heave a sigh of relief. His primordial spirit moved and burrowed straight into it. A moment later, the puppet opened its eyes and stretched its limbs. Turning to the Violet Leaf King, it said, "All right, you can release this celestial master teacher now, right?" "Of course." With a light chuckle, Xianxia casually tossed Feng Sun to the ground. The power of the brick was too great, and this guy still hasn't woken up. "Let them go?" The Jade Leaf King was taken aback. Based on his deductions, the other party would surely continue to threaten him so as to ensure his safety. Yet, at this very moment, the other party had actually obediently let him go. Was the other party really not afraid that he would turn around and kill him? "He's courting death." Xianxia's eyes lit up, and he swiftly grabbed the unconscious celestial master teacher lying on the ground to protect him. At the same time, he dashed right toward the Violet Leaf King. Since the other party was courting death, how could he, the Jade Leaf King, let this opportunity slip by? He was a super expert ranked third among the upper 5 kings. Being toyed with by the other party, he was so angry that he was about to explode. "Sigh, I gave you a chance to live, but you don't know how to cherish it." Seeing that the Violet Leaf King was charging toward him, the Violet Leaf King did not dodge or counterattack. Instead, he shook his head and sighed deeply. Raising his palm, he snapped his fingers and said, "Lie down." Ka-cha! In the next moment, the Jade Leaf King suddenly felt an intense pain in his body, and his body stiffened. Putong! He collapsed to the ground. You poisoned this puppet?" The Jade Leaf King narrowed his eyes in fury. In just an instant, he understood why the other party was so fearless. It turned out that this puppet had already been poisoned. Even an existence as powerful as his own primordial spirit couldn't escape and was directly poisoned. "You are a smart one. Listen to my words obediently and become my puppet, and I can spare your life," Xianxia said calmly. After taking out the puppet, he had already made up his mind. Tapping on it a few times, he infused his Heaven's Path Xianxia into it. His Xianxia had no attribute to it, so even if he were to notice it, he would just think that it was the innate Xianxia of the puppet. As such, he didn't suspect anything at all. As soon as his primordial spirit entered the puppet, he would trigger it and poison it. "You want me to listen to you? Dream on." Gritting his teeth, the Jade Leaf King drove his primordial spirit toward the acupoints of the puppet. Since the puppet was able to enter the puppet, it went without saying that it would be able to leave as well. "Since I am already in here, how can I leave now?" Xianxia shook his head. Hearing those words, the Jade Leaf King's heart turned cold. He realized that all of the acupoints of the puppet had been sealed by a unique surge of Xianxia. No matter how powerful he was unable to escape. In other words, all of his escape routes had been sealed. Even with his current strength, there was nothing he could do about it. No matter how careful he was, he still ended up falling for the other party's trap. The Jade Leaf King was so furious that he nearly spurted blood. However, he realized that the puppet had no blood to spit. The more he thought about it, the more fearful he felt. The young man before him had not only planned for him and the Stoneleaf King to fight one another, he even planned out how he would deal with the Stoneleaf King after he won the battle, preparing a puppet laced with lethal poison in advance. When did the Violet Leaf King become so formidable? "You aren't the Violet Leaf King." All of a sudden, a thought flashed across his mind. "Not bad, you aren't too bad. At least you managed to figure it out in the end." Xianxia chuckled softly. A moment later, he reverted back to his original appearance. "You are a human? Could it be that you are the celestial master teacher?" The Jade Leaf King's body stiffened, and his eyes narrowed. A celestial master teacher was an existence acknowledged by the heavens. How could a celestial master teacher possibly be captured so easily? Furthermore, considering how the other party insisted on standing under the light of the altar, it wasn't too difficult to deduce the truth. "Why don't you consider becoming my servant?" Ignoring the Jade Leaf King's words, Xianxia said impassively. The implications of becoming a celestial master teacher were simply too great. Even in Mingshi Tang, he refused to acknowledge it, let alone an otherworldly demon. You want me to become your servant? Dream on. But then again, if I can die in the hands of a celestial master teacher that only appears once every 10,000 years, I will gladly accept it. The Jade Leaf King sneered coldly as he shook his head. Golden fluid flowed from the puppet's eyes, and it collapsed heavily to the ground. Xianxia hurried forward, only to realize that the other party had already breathed his last. With his primordial spirit trapped within the body of the puppet, unable to escape, unable to self-detonate, and unwilling to submit to Xianxia, the Jade Leaf King chose to commit suicide. You sure are decisive and loyal to the otherworldly demonic tribe. Xianxia shook his head. Knowing that there was no way out, the Jade Leaf King chose to commit suicide. While the Jade Leaf King was a selfish person who didn't care about the lives of his comrades, his loyalty to the otherworldly demonic tribe was unquestionable. But I really wasted one of my puppets. Lowering his head to look at the puppet lying on the ground, Xianxia felt his heart ache. The Jade Leaf King's primordial spirit was simply too powerful. Even though he had been able to seal it with his Heaven's Path Xianxia, the Jade Leaf King's act of suicide had also destroyed the internal structure of the puppet. It hadn't been easy for him to raise his cultivation to Saint 3 Dan, but in the end, it was as good as crippled. However, those two kings sure have a lot of treasures with them. Putting everything aside, just the saber and spear alone have reached Saint tier. Even though they are only low tier, they are still not bad. Even with his smithing ability, it seemed like he wouldn't be able to repair the puppet. Nevertheless, it wasn't a loss for him to kill those two fellows. He had only lost a puppet, but those two fellows had simply too many treasures on them. The saber and spear that he had used in the previous battle had already reached Saint tier. Not to mention, the Jade Leaf King still had many sacrificial artifacts and that bizarre altar. I should keep it first. Putting aside his thoughts, Xianxia stowed away the storage rings that the two kings had left behind before walking over to the lightning elemental orb lying on the ground not too far away. The lightning elemental orb was currently in the Stoneleaf King's hand, but after his hand was severed, it had fallen to the ground not too far away, emanating a faint glow. Walking up to it, Xianxia touched it lightly. Palipala, but before he could even touch it, he suddenly felt a searing pain, and innumerable streaks of lightning bolted toward him, threatening to reduce him to ashes. Xianxia swiftly dodged the lightning bolts, and his lips twitched. The lightning elemental orb was indeed powerful, but with his current strength, it seemed like he was unable to approach it at all. Needless to say, tame it. It wouldn't be a good idea to throw away such a powerful artifact. Xianxia rubbed his glabella in distress. It was one thing if he hadn't seen it, but he had already seen it, and he wasn't too far away from it either. If he didn't take such a powerful artifact with him, he would be letting himself down. Let me try this. After a moment of hesitation, Xianxia's eyes suddenly lit up. Placing the Stoneleaf King's body before him, he slowly walked toward the lightning elemental orb. Pipa, sensing that a life form was approaching, the lightning elemental orb charged forward once more, but it was all deflected by the Stoneleaf King's body. A moment later, Xianxia walked up to the lightning elemental orb and touched it lightly. Gotcha! Barely after shouting flaws in his head, he was sent flying. His entire body stiffened, and his hair stood on end. Wisps of smoke rose from his body, and his clothes were torn to shreds. It was as if he had just been struck by lightning. This is too powerful. It took him a long moment to recover from his shock. It was fortunate that his soul had been tempered by the lightning, and his physical body had reached the level of a Saint-tier artifact. Otherwise, even if he didn't die from that attack, he would have been bedridden for several days. Let me see if there is any way for me to tame it even though I am still lacking in strength. Knowing that he was still lacking in strength, Xianxia didn't feel dejected. Instead, he turned his attention to the Library of Heaven's Path. Even though he had shouted out the flaws of the lightning elemental orb when he touched it, he should have accomplished his goal and obtained the corresponding books. As expected, as soon as he thought of this, a book flew over from the bookshelf and landed in his hand. Xianxia casually flipped it open. Lightning elemental orb, born in places where lightning gathers. It can be used as the foundation of a formation to control the sea of lightning formation. The contents of the book flowed into Xianxia's mind, and it didn't take him long to figure out the flaws of the lightning elemental orb. I see. With my current strength, I should be able to tame it as well. However, it will be difficult for me to use it unless I reach primordial spirit realm. Understanding what was going on, Xianxia smiled bitterly. Just as he had guessed, the Sea of Lightning elemental orb was a grade 8 formation that could only be controlled by a primordial spirit realm cultivator. Even though he knew the flaws of the lightning elemental orb and was able to tame it, it was still impossible for him to fully control the formation. Forget it, I shouldn't think too much about it. I should just assimilate it first. Deciding not to dwell on this problem, Xianxia turned his gaze to the orb not too far away, and his eyes glowed in excitement. Even if he couldn't use it now, he would still be able to do so once he grew stronger. After all, a grade 8 slaughter formation was an invaluable artifact. In order to tame this object, I'll have to nourish it with my Xianxia first. After reading through the introduction in the Library of Heaven's Path, Xianxia already had a deep understanding of the lightning elemental orb's strengths and weaknesses. It was impossible for him to forcefully touch the lightning elemental orb, so he needed to nourish it slowly, just like what the Stoneleaf King had done previously. Raising his hands, Xianxia infused his Xianxia into the lightning elemental orb. Wang, sensing the assault of Xianxia, the orb spun slightly, and a brilliant blue glow burst forth from it. In an instant, countless streaks of lightning fell from the sky. Xianxia hurriedly tossed the Stoneleaf King's corpse aside to shield himself. However, Feng Sun, who was lying on the ground not too far away, wasn't as fortunate. 2 streaks of lightning managed to break the seal the Jade Leaf King had left behind, and his body was trembling even more violently than before. It was fortunate that the seal had absorbed most of the energy, or else he would have been electrocuted to death on the spot. I must be careful. Xianxia's lips twitched as he hurriedly gathered his Xianxia together and infused it into the lightning elemental orb. This time, he was careful, and the lightning elemental orb didn't retaliate. Roughly 20 minutes later, Xianxia's face lit up in delight. With a hook, the lightning elemental orb slowly flew toward him. After half a day of stalemate, he had finally managed to tame it. This is indeed something good. Holding the orb in his hand, Xianxia's eyes lit up in excitement. Just as he had deduced, the lightning elemental orb was indeed controlling the lightning formation outside. Even though his cultivation was still lacking, he was still able to keep it. Taking a deep breath, Xianxia raised the lightning elemental orb and drove his Xianxia furiously. Keep! Xianxia commanded. Walala, innumerable streaks of lightning fell from the sky toward the orb in his hand. It was as if hundreds of rivers had converged into the ocean, or as if metal powder had met a magnet. Not too far away, Feng Sun slowly regained consciousness. Upon seeing this sight, his eyes widened in shock, and his body trembled uncontrollably. The sight before him was simply too frightening. A fellow who had been struck by lightning raised his hand, and innumerable streaks of lightning fell from the sky, threatening to tear him apart. Am I dead, or am I dreaming? Is that person Xianxia? Taking a closer look, Feng Xian finally recognized the other party. The person who had been struck by the lightning was none other than Xianxia to Xianxia. Hurriedly turning his head over, he saw the corpse of the Stoneleaf King lying not too far away. Feng Feng of the heavens of God of Heaven was two of two. To be to two, he, the Zhang to think. While they were unconscious, the Stoneleaf King had been attacking them relentlessly. His strength was so great that none of them were able to stop him. Xianxia of Tutu of Orof to Zhang of Du Feng to Tutu, of Zhang to Tutu of this to of Xian of Tu, to think Zhang to of Zhang of Heaven of. To of King of to Zhang to be to, Zhang. Moreover, the most important thing was, although he didn't die, why was he twitching uncontrollably? Xian Orto to Chen to of Tutu, Emperor to of Zhang of Tutu to him. Of. He was conflicted for a moment, but he was still unable to comprehend the situation. Then, he turned to look at the figure that was being struck by lightning not too far away, and he felt deeply moved. I have been wanting to teach him a lesson every day, but in the end, he still ended up saving me at a crucial moment. It was no wonder Lozozi did not like him. If it had been anyone else, they would have chosen him as well. Recalling what had happened earlier, Xianxia felt so embarrassed that he wished that there was a hole in the ground that he could dive into. Not too long later, Xianxia finally collected all of the lightning in the sky. Heaving a sigh of relief, he placed the lightning elemental orb into his storage ring. Stretching his stiff body, Xianxia was just about to drive his Xianxia to relieve the pressure on his body when Fengsun suddenly walked over. "Thank you, Xianxia, for saving my life." Fengsun clasped his fist and bowed deeply. "There's no need to stand on ceremony." Xianxia hurriedly waved his hands apologetically. Even though he had been forced by the circumstances, he had still knocked the other party out 3 times and electrocuted him once. Even now, the other party was still trembling nonstop. Most likely, this was the after-effect left behind by the brick. If the other party were to learn of this, would he not be grateful to him anymore? Forget it, it would be best not to talk about it. It wouldn't be a good thing if it caused internal discord. Just because Xianxia did not speak of it did not mean that the other party would not speak of it. Following which, Fengsun asked doubtfully, "Xianxia, do you know if it was the Stoneleaf King who had been making a move on me?" "That isn't important." With twitching lips, Xianxia hurriedly shook his head and said, "Let's return." Wuxia and the others should have recovered by now. The sky gradually cleared up, and it did not take long for Xianxia to return to where Wuxia and the others were hiding. They had already walked out of Jinyuanding. Sighing deeply, Xianxia placed the sleeping cauldron back into his storage ring. Even though he had awakened Lu Chong and Wei Ruyan as a Saint-tier artifact, the Stoneleaf King was different from humans. Thus, he could only find an opportunity to head to a higher-tier blacksmith school to find a solution. "Xianxia has killed the Stoneleaf King." Returning back to the crowd, Fengsun revealed the news that he had heard, and everyone was dumbfounded. Even Wuxia was no match for the Stoneleaf King, and yet, the young man before them had actually managed to kill the latter and even break the lightning formation. This was truly unbelievable. Looking at the young man once more, they couldn't help but feel admiration for him. Xianxia had wanted to explain the situation, but in the end, he still chose to stop himself. It was already difficult for him to explain the matter to the Jade Leaf King and Stoneleaf King, and the more he spoke, the more trouble he would bring. Thus, it would be better for him to remain silent. Since everyone's injuries haven't fully recovered yet, the path ahead will be even more dangerous. "Why don't we rest here for a while? We can continue on our journey after we have fully recovered." Seeing that everyone had yet to fully recover from their injuries, Xianxia suggested. Having experienced the previous incident, everyone knew how dangerous it was, so they nodded in agreement and closed their eyes to cultivate. Seeing that everyone had recovered from their injuries, Xianxia found an opportunity to release Lozozi before entering the myriad ant hive nest himself. The lightning elemental orb appeared in his palm. Soul drawing. With a thought, Xianxia's soul flew out and picked up the lightning elemental orb. Previously, he had used the lightning elemental orb to temper his soul, and it had been extremely effective. Now that he had assimilated the lightning elemental orb, he was in no rush to advance any further. This was a good opportunity for him to temper his soul cultivation. The orb was filled with lightning. Holding it in his hands, Xianxia drove the heavens path soul art. Tzzzzzzzz. Streaks of lightning seeped out from the lightning elemental orb and seeped into his soul to temper it. An hour later, his soul shrank from 7 meters to 6 meters, and his cultivation reached nascent saint intermediate stage. 2 hours later, his soul shrank to 5 meters, and his cultivation reached nascent saint advanced stage. 4 hours later, his soul shrank to 4 meters, and his cultivation reached nascent saint pinnacle. Even though his soul had shrunk in size, its energy had become purer. On top of that, every single movement of his was infused with the might of lightning, giving him a powerful presence. With his current strength, he could easily defeat a Saint 2 Dan pinnacle cultivator with just his soul alone. My soul, body, and Jinchi cultivation have all reached nascent Saint pinnacle. After cultivating for a while longer, Xianxia realized that there was no way he could continue tempering his body without a follow-up cultivation technique. Thus, he returned his primordial spirit back to his physical body and smiled. In less than a day after entering the ancient domain, he had managed to forcefully raise his physical body and soul to nascent Saint pinnacle, just like his Jinchi cultivation. If he had done so outside, who knew how long it would have taken him to achieve this feat? This lightning elemental orb is extremely beneficial to cultivating one's soul. You should cultivate it as well. After enhancing his soul cultivation, Xianxia tossed the lightning elemental orb to his clone before leaving the myriad anthive nest and returning to the group. After this period of recuperation, the group had fully recovered their cultivation, and their auras were reminiscent of a majestic dragon. Let's go. Xianxia beckoned for the group to proceed forward. With the disappearance of the Sea of Lightning, Wuxia walked for a moment before coming to a halt. Xianxia, take a look and see if you recognize this object. As Xianxia spoke, he passed something over. It was a sword. It had been severed by something, and only half of it remained. It was stabbed into the mud not too far away. There were traces of battle on the ground, and it seemed like it had been buried by the sandstorm over a long period of time. I don't recognize it. Taking a look, Xianxia shook his head. Similar to the glacier rain sword, this sword was a half-saint artifact as well. However, he had never seen it before, let alone recognize it. It's Xianxia's weapon. I have crossed blows with him before, and I've seen him use it before. Wu Tianqiong walked up to Xianxia. As the head of Yunqiu Academy, he had met the old principal of Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy many times, so he knew what the other party's weapon was. The old principal's weapon? Xianxia was taken aback. That's his weapon. Wu Ran and the others also walked up to Xianxia. Since his sword fell here, he must have passed by this area. Let's continue forward. Everyone's eyes lit up. Ever since they had entered the ancient domain, they had encountered many dangers. Now that they had finally found the footprints of their predecessors, they couldn't help but feel excited. The group hastened their footsteps, and it did not take long before they came to a halt. There was a massive sandstorm shrouding the area ahead of them. It was incomparably dark, and even before they arrived, they could already feel their hearts palpitating in fear. What is that? I have no idea. Even though they had no idea what it was, they could clearly sense the power emanating from it. That's the black sandstorm of oblivion. Wu Tianqiong exclaimed with an awful complexion. Black sandstorm of oblivion? The crowd asked doubtfully. It's an extremely bizarre sandstorm that possesses incredible corrosive properties. Regardless of whether it's a human or an object, as long as they step into it, they will be swiftly reduced to ashes. After a moment of hesitation, Wu Tianqiong said, if you don't believe me, take a look. After saying those words, he took out a spirit pinnacle artifact and tossed it into the sandstorm. Tzzzzzzzzzz. As soon as the spirit pinnacle artifact entered the sandstorm, countless spots began appearing on it, as if it had been soaked in the rain for many days. Xianxia grabbed the spirit pinnacle artifact and flicked it lightly. Kacha. As if melting ice, the incredibly resilient spirit pinnacle artifact shattered into pieces. The faces of the crowd warped in horror. Spirit pinnacle artifacts were extremely rare even in the territory of Tier 1 empires. To be able to shatter it within a few breaths, the black sandstorm of oblivion was a little too fearsome. Is it possible for us to circle around this area? A combat master asked. I'm afraid that's not possible. President Han took a look at the sandstorm for a moment before shaking his head with a bitter smile. We can't? The crowd turned to look at Xianxia. The black sandstorm of oblivion has shrouded the path ahead. Just like the lava from before, it's a trial. If we fail to clear it, we won't be able to venture deeper into the ancient domain. President Han said. Hearing those words, Xianxia nodded. That was indeed the case. Only by clearing this trial would the formation for the next trial be activated. If one failed to clear it, they would be stuck in the same spot forever. It was impossible for them to bluff their way out of this trial. The one who had designed this ancient domain was most likely ancient sage Qiu Wu. How could an expert of that caliber possibly leave them with any loopholes? Even if there were any loopholes, they wouldn't be able to pass through them with their current strength. If they were unlucky, they might even end up falling into an even more difficult trial. Based on the traces, Zhang Yinqiu and the others must have entered the ancient domain. But, how do we get in? Wuxia asked with a deep frown on his forehead. He had noticed the old principal's sword and the traces of a battle, so it was clear that they were headed in this direction. However, the sandstorm before them was powerful enough to corrode even pinnacle spirit artifacts in an instant. It was impossible for cultivators to enter it, and even if they could, they wouldn't be able to venture too deep into it, needless to say, walk out of it. Ignoring the anxious gazes of the crowd, Xianxia took a closer look at the sandstorm with a deep frown. Just like the Sea of Lightning, the Black Sandstorm of Oblivion was a massive formation as well. However, due to its size, it was impossible for them to decipher it even if they knew the flaws of the formation. After studying it for a moment, Xianxia shook his head helplessly. Just like them, they had no other choice but to barge their way through. Along the way, we have either encountered otherworldly demons or been ambushed by them. But now, other than the Black Sandstorm of Oblivion, there isn't a single person in sight. Could it be that, if I'm not mistaken, we are heading in the wrong direction? Just as the crowd was at a loss, Lozozi suddenly spoke up. Heading in the wrong direction? The crowd was perplexed. Indeed. We are currently following the traces left behind by old Principal Xianxia, but, if there really are otherworldly demons passing through the area ahead of us, the traces left behind might not necessarily be real. Perhaps we should be able to follow the traces left behind by the otherworldly demons. Lozozi explained her analysis. This? The crowd was stunned. Indeed, Luosher is right. Xianxia's eyes lit up. Ever since they entered the ancient domain, they had been searching for the traces left behind by the old principal. While there was nothing wrong with doing so, it would be disastrous if the traces were a trap set up by the otherworldly demons. Of the 10 great kings of the otherworldly demonic tribe, Xianxia had already killed 7 of them and subdued one of them. Even though he hadn't met the Skyleaf King back at the Poison Temple, he knew just how fearsome the other party was. Under normal circumstances, the Skyleaf King should have come here after obtaining the map. But now, he couldn't find any trace of it. It would be a lie to say that it wasn't strange, since the 3rd and 4th ranked Jadeleaf King and Stoneleaf King were already here, and given how difficult it was to deal with them, the 1st and 2nd ranked Jadeleaf King would surely be even more fearsome. The fact that they hadn't made a move all this while meant that they were relying on the map to enter the area ahead of everyone else. Since that was the case, the path they took was definitely the safest, and they could easily pass through. Check it out, Xianxia leaped into the air and activated his Eye of Insight to assess his surroundings. Previously, he had been focusing on the tracks left behind by the old principal, so he hadn't paid much attention to other areas. However, after taking a closer look, he soon realized that something was amiss. There were indeed otherworldly demons passing through the area, and they had done so just a few hours ago. Feng Sun, I'll have to trouble you to use your undefiled mirror, Xianxia said as he reached out his hand. The otherworldly demons had intentionally erased all traces of their presence. Due to his current cultivation, he was unable to utilize his Eye of Insight to its limits. As such, he could only vaguely sense that someone had passed through the area, but he wasn't able to pinpoint the exact path. The undefiled mirror of the Combat Master Hall should still be effective within the next few hours. Feng Sun nodded as he passed the mirror over. After asking about its usage, Xianxia bit his finger and tapped on the mirror. Wang! The undefiled mirror flickered twice as it pointed in a certain direction. Walking over, Xianxia examined his surroundings carefully before turning to the crowd and saying, "The otherworldly demons have indeed passed through the area ahead. They should have entered the Black Sandstorm of Oblivion from here." They entered the Black Sandstorm of Oblivion from here? Are they not afraid of the Black Sandstorm of Oblivion? One of the combat masters asked doubtfully. I don't know either. Xianxia shook his head. Based on the direction that the undefiled mirror had pointed out, the otherworldly demons who had passed through the area several hours ago had entered from here. However, he had also examined the area carefully, and it wasn't a flaw either. The sandstorm was still as fearsome as before, so even he couldn't tell how the otherworldly demons had managed to pass through the Black Sandstorm of Oblivion without sustaining any damage. Let me give it a try. Perhaps the sandstorm here might seem fearsome, but there might actually be an invisible passageway. Taking a deep breath, Wuxia walked up to Xianxia. Be careful. Guild leader Han was stunned for a moment before instructing. This was a common occurrence in formations as well. Even though it was the gate of life, it looked extremely frightening from the outside. It was impossible to detect through any means, and only by experiencing it personally would one be able to find out. Wuxia nodded. Taking a deep breath, he drove his Xianxia and formed a faint silver armor around his body. Saint battle technique, silver armor of the true dragon, this was his strongest defensive battle technique, and it allowed him to shroud his entire body within it. It was perfect for dealing with the black sandstorm of oblivion. Thus, Xianxia stepped forward. Kacha! 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 As soon as Xianxia stepped into the sandstorm, the sound of something crashing against the ground echoed nonstop, reminiscent of a torrential downpour. After taking 8 steps forward, Wuxia was already forced to retreat with a pale face. The armor formed from his Xianxia had already shattered, and his face was ghastly pale. This won't do. Not only is the sandstorm here not weak, it's even more fearsome. It's impossible to pass through it. After recuperating for a moment, Wuxia shook his head and said. The sandstorm was extremely taxing on one's Xianxia. While he had been able to enter 40 meters into the black sandstorm of oblivion, 7 to 8 steps was already the end of the sandstorm. If it's impossible to pass through, how did the otherworldly demons enter without sustaining any damage? Xianxia couldn't help but ask. Even the Skyleaf King and Scarlet Leaf King, the strongest of the 10 great kings, couldn't possibly be so powerful as to enter the black sandstorm of oblivion without sustaining any damage, but why were the otherworldly demons able to enter the black sandstorm of oblivion while they were unable to? Unless, they used some kind of artifact. President Han said. Artifact? There are some powerful artifacts that are capable of fending off the sandstorm. If we have a Saint high-tier artifact with us, we'll be able to barge through it without sustaining any damage. President Han nodded in agreement. The black sandstorm of oblivion was indeed formidable, capable of dealing damage to spirit pinnacle artifacts and low-tier saint artifacts in the ancient domain. However, before a saint high-tier artifact, it was completely useless. If they had a saint high-tier artifact with them, they would be able to barge through the black sandstorm of oblivion. Saint high-tier artifact. Where can we find one? Even though Xianxia's words sounded simple, Xianxia knew that it was impossible. Despite his flawless tempering, the Golden Origin Cauldron had only barely been upgraded to a Saint Intermediate tier artifact. Not to mention, it was the weakest of all Saint Intermediate tier artifacts. The difficulty of forging a Saint high tier artifact was unimaginable. As long as one was not an 8-star blacksmith, it would be nigh impossible. Actually, even if it isn't a Saint high tier artifact, it's still possible to forge a Saint high tier artifact. The black sandstorm of oblivion possesses corrosive properties, and normal material artifacts won't be able to withstand it unless they reach a certain tier. However, if it's a soul-type artifact, it won't be affected by the corrosive properties of the black sandstorm of oblivion. Lozozi assessed the situation for a moment before explaining. As the descendant of a sage clan, she had seen many secrets and countermeasures to deal with formations. Soul-type artifact? Shouldn't that be harder to find than a Saint high-tier artifact? A combat master asked. As long as one's blacksmith reached a certain level and had sufficient materials, it was possible to forge a Saint high-tier artifact. However, soul-type artifacts were much more valuable. Most of the time, soul-type artifacts were formed naturally, making them extremely difficult to forge. Blacksmiths who were able to forge soul-type artifacts were all highly esteemed, and they were even rarer than master teachers. Indeed, soul-type artifacts are simply too difficult to find. Even our Qingyuan conferred empire's Mingshi Tang Academy isn't able to find a single one. Our Yunxiu College isn't able to find a single one either. The crowd shook their heads. Even if soul-type artifacts were able to ward off the black sandstorm of oblivion, they were still unable to find one. It's a pity. I heard that the royal family of Hongyuan Empire has a Bodhi Saint tree. It's a soul-type innate plant. If only I knew that there was such an artifact here, I would have borrowed it directly. That would have saved me a lot of trouble, Musha remarked with a sigh. More importantly, who could have thought that there would be such a bizarre formation in the ancient domain? Wuxia shook his head. Actually, it's useless even if they thought about it. I heard that the Bodhi Saint tree of the royal family is already on the verge of death. Even if they borrowed it, it wouldn't be able to ward off the black sandstorm of oblivion. Besides, the Bodhi Saint tree is the lifeblood of the royal family, so there's no way they would lend it to us, Wu Tianqiong said. Indeed. How could they possibly lend it to us when the survival of the royal family is at stake? Unless they snatch it from the royal family or agree to certain conditions in the name of the Mingshi Tang Empire, it's impossible for them to do so. But before they could finish their words, they suddenly saw Xianxia standing not too far away with a dazed look on his face. What did you all say? The Bodhi Saint tree will work? Of course. Even though it's not a soul-type artifact, it's still a soul-type innate plant. It should be able to ward off the black sandstorm of oblivion, President Han nodded. Just as he was about to continue speaking, President Zhang flicked his wrist, and a huge tree appeared in his palm. He lifted it up and asked, "Is this thing really going to work?" "That's an entire Bodhi Saint tree?" "President Zhang, did you destroy the royal family of Hongyuan?" Everyone was dumbfounded. Anyone who had spent some time in Hongyuan City would know how important the Bodhi Saint tree was to the Yu clan. It could be said to be the foundation of the empire. Putting aside lending it out, even taking a look at it was difficult. Now that Zhang Xian had casually taken out an entire Bodhi Saint tree, it was no wonder that everyone would be thinking such nonsense. Of course not. I planted it myself. Not expecting the crowd to be so wild, Zhang Xian shook his head, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Naturally, this Bodhi Saint tree wasn't the Bodhi Saint tree from the royal family. Instead, it had been planted in the myriad ant hive nest all this while. It was just that Zhang Xian had forcefully plucked it out. Hearing that the Bodhi Saint tree wasn't stolen, the crowd heaved a sigh of relief. This way, there wouldn't be any grudges between the Mingshi Tang and the local powers. Let me give it a try and see if it works. After recovering from their shock, Wushi stepped forward excitedly. It was only a guess that a soul energy artifact would be able to withstand the black sandstorm of oblivion. As for whether it would work or not, he had no idea. After saying those words, Zhang Xian took the Bodhi Saint tree from Zhang Xian's hands and channeled his Xianxia into it. The massive tree floated above his head, and he infused his soul energy into it through the roots, causing the tree to emanate a warm, crystalline glow. The Bodhi Saint tree wasn't just capable of nourishing one's soul, infusing one's soul energy into it would also enhance its prowess. Zhang Xian walked over to the sandstorm. Under the protection of the Bodhi Saint tree, Wushi stepped into the black sandstorm, and the warm glow of the Bodhi Saint tree immediately kept the black sandstorm at bay. Just as Luo Ruoxin had said, the Bodhi Saint tree was indeed effective against the formation. This is great. The otherworldly demonic tribe must have known that there would be such a trial, so they prepared a soul artifact in advance. That's why they were able to walk right through the sandstorm. With this artifact, we'll be able to pass through the sandstorm easily. Seeing that it was a success, the eyes of the crowd lit up. Zhang Xian nodded in agreement. It was only at this moment that he came to a realization. It was no wonder why Yu Su, who had obeyed the orders of the otherworldly demonic tribe, was willing to pay such a huge price to poison the Bodhi Saint tree of the royal family. All this while, Zhang Xian had been perplexed as to why the otherworldly demonic tribe would make such an unnecessary move. However, at this moment, he realized that it was a precautionary measure. As long as the Bodhi Saint tree died, even the master teachers who knew of the existence of the black sandstorm of oblivion would be helpless before it. However, no matter how much he thought about it, he would never have imagined that not only would Zhang Xian successfully save the Bodhi tree, he would also obtain the Bodhi fruit and successfully plant it. He had inadvertently helped the imperial family, but he had played a key role here. Just as Zhang Xian was lamenting, he saw Wushi walking out of the sandstorm once more. At this moment, he wasn't as excited as the others. His face was still a little pale. He placed the Bodhi Saint tree on the ground and looked at Zhang Xian with a bitter smile on his face. Infusing one's soul into the Bodhi Saint tree will indeed be able to fend off the sandstorm. Furthermore, the area it covers is large enough for all of us to enter at the same time. However, this thing is simply too taxing on one's soul. Given my current strength, I can only enter 100 meters before my soul is completely depleted. Over 100 meters? Everyone frowned. The black sandstorm of oblivion before them covered a radius of several kilometers. If they could only enter 100 meters, they wouldn't be able to reach the end. As a Saint 4 Dan expert, Wushi's soul was the strongest among them. Yet, even he was only able to get this close to the sandstorm, let alone the others. Could it be that they had finally found a soul artifact and a solution to the black sandstorm of oblivion, only to be stopped once more due to insufficient soul energy? Let me give it a try. Xianxia placed the Bodhi Saint tree above the crowd, and a surge of soul energy gushed out from his glabella. Sensing the depletion of his soul energy, Xianxia chuckled softly. Everyone, stay close to the tree. Don't leave its range. After saying those words, Xianxia began walking toward the sandstorm. The crowd glanced at one another, but seeing how confident Xianxia was, they didn't dare hesitate and quickly followed suit. As soon as they stepped into the sandstorm, they immediately felt a black sandstorm sweeping toward them, seemingly intent on devouring all life. Crackling sounds echoed as the sandstorm fell on the light shrouded by the Bodhi Saint tree. Seeing that the sandstorm was indeed unable to reach them, Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief, and his eyes lit up in excitement. Soul energy was formless and intangible, making it much weaker than Jinqi in terms of defense. Yet, it was actually able to fend off the sandstorm. Indeed, there were many things that couldn't be explained by common sense. Isn't Luosher a little too knowledgeable? Is she really just a 6-star master teacher? Walking forward, Xianxia discreetly shot a glance at the young lady before him. Wuxer, President Han, and the others didn't know anything about the spatial formation or the fact that a soul artifact could fend off the sandstorm. Yet, the young lady before him was able to point out all of these in a single breath. Her knowledge was truly astounding. Is this the strength of a descendant of a sage clan? If that's the case, it would indeed be best for Yuan Tao to return to the Luo clan, Xianxia thought. Back then, when Yuan Tao returned to the Yuan clan, he was still a little reluctant to part with him. However, from the looks of it now, it was probably the best choice for him to make. Under the illumination of the Bodhi Saint tree, the group was no longer worried. However, a moment later, they realized that something was amiss. They turned to look at the young man controlling the Bodhi Saint tree in astonishment. They had already walked more than 300 meters so far, but that fellow didn't seem to be fatigued at all. In fact, he even seemed to be in a daze. Wasn't his soul energy a little too concentrated? This was especially so for Wuxer, who was dumbfounded. He had personally experienced the fearsomeness of the sandstorm. Even after exhausting all of his soul energy, he still couldn't walk too far. Yet, President Zhang was able to walk 300 meters without feeling tired at all. He found it hard to believe that a nascent saint cultivator's soul energy was actually stronger than a Saint 4 Dan expert. That fellow is truly a monster, Xianxia smiled bitterly. He had thought that such a formidable figure was only a nascent saint cultivator, so he didn't want to bring him along. Thinking about it now, it was truly embarrassing. It was fortunate that he had brought them along. Otherwise, they wouldn't even have been able to clear the first trial, needless to say, reach this far. I was able to persevere for 100 meters. Even if his soul energy is innately powerful, he should only be able to persevere for 500 meters at most. Wuxer continued walking forward, intending to wait for the young man to reach his limits so that he could take his place. However, after 500 meters, the young man's expression didn't change at all. His eyes were still wandering about, as if he wasn't concerned about the exhaustion he had expended. 600 meters, 800 meters, 1000 meters, it didn't take long for the group to walk a full 5,000 meters. Even at this distance, Xianxia still maintained the same expression on his face, as if he wasn't concerned about the exhaustion of his soul energy at all. Instead, he seemed to be getting more and more relaxed. He can't possibly be cultivating as he walks, right? Wuxer felt as if his jaws were about to fall to the ground. Not only was the exhaustion that he couldn't sustain not even worth mentioning in the eyes of the other party, he was even able to continue cultivating. Just what kind of monster was that? Forget it, it's only a matter of time before I die if I compare myself to him. Knowing that he couldn't be compared to the other party, Wuxer felt a little better. With the support of Xianxia's boundless soul energy, it didn't take long for the crowd to arrive at the end of the black sandstorm of oblivion. It was a magnificent pavilion that resembled a celestial palace. It floated before a massive waterfall, giving one the feeling that they were in paradise. How is this possible? Fengsen widened his eyes in disbelief. Only after reaching Saint Realm would a cultivator be able to transcend the gravitational pull of the ground and travel freely in the sky. For a palace to actually float in the air, it felt like a dream. Just how powerful was the other party to be able to do such a feat? This was way too exaggerated. It's probably a kind of spatial manipulation. Even though it looks like it's floating in the air, it's actually in a different form, guild leader Han said after a moment of contemplation. The crowd nodded in agreement. Given their limited knowledge and eye of discernment, they were unable to comprehend what was going on. This should be the deepest part of the ancient domain. Let's head in to take a look, Wu Tianxiong said with a smile. They had been through trial after trial in the ancient domain, and they should be reaching the end soon. All right. Everyone nodded in agreement as they made their way toward the celestial palace. Not too long later, a massive heaven's gate appeared before them. Divine energy lingered in the air, leaving one with a dreamy feeling. Stepping into the gate, one could immediately feel the overwhelming spiritual energy. Why do I feel like there's something weird about this place? As soon as his feet landed on the ground, Xianxia frowned. Even though the celestial energy lingered in the air, for some reason, it felt extremely bizarre to him. Bizarre? Xianxia, you must be mistaken this time around. Laughing heartily, Wuxia was just about to continue speaking when the ground suddenly trembled violently. The celestial palace that had been shrouded in heavenly aura suddenly turned into a living hell, and an overwhelming killing intent surged toward him. Concentrated killing intent surged in the air like a storm. Following which, innumerable sword chi surged forward, sealing off the entire area like a heavenly net. This is bad. It's a formation trap set up by the otherworldly demonic tribe. Wuxia narrowed his eyes as he bellowed in alarm. Only the otherworldly demonic tribe would be able to emit such a concentrated killing intent that could kill them. Pung 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 pung. Right after those words were spoken, 3 nascent saint combat masters were struck by the sword chi and exploded into minced meat. Even Feng Sun's arm was sliced open by the sword chi, causing fresh blood to gush out. Defend. The formation had changed so quickly that no one was able to react in time. Seeing that there were casualties and even deaths, President Han roared furiously. All right. At this moment, everyone also realized that they had fallen into a trap. Driving their Xianxia furiously, they drew their weapons. Ding 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 ding, no matter what, they were still a team of master teachers and combat masters. Even though they were still a little unaccustomed to the situation at the start, as soon as they regained their composure, they swiftly displayed astounding fighting prowess. With a powerful surge of aura, all of the sword chi in the surroundings were blocked before dissipating into the surroundings. To be able to catch up so quickly, you aren't too shabby. However, this is where you will be buried. At that instant, a sinister voice could be heard. It's the Scarlet Leaf King. Following which, the horrified voice of the Violet Leaf King echoed in Zhang Xian's ears. The second-ranked Scarlet Leaf King? Zhang Xian narrowed his eyes in astonishment. Having witnessed the prowess of the Jade Leaf King and Stone Leaf King, he had always been wary of the higher-ranked Scarlet Leaf King. Just that, he didn't think that he would meet the other party under such circumstances. Who are you? Stop acting all mysterious and come out with me. While the two of them were conversing telepathically, Wuxia scanned the surroundings with his eagle eye, seemingly confirming the location of the other party. Bellowing furiously, he abruptly thrust the sword in his hand forward. Voila, a majestic burst of sword chi tore through the air as if a comet, and as soon as it came into contact with the wall, a massive hole was created. How powerful! This was the first time that Zhang Xian had seen Wuxia make a move, and he nodded in approval. Along the way, the 7-star high-tier master teacher had either been injured or was on the verge of being injured. This had left him thinking that the other party's strength wasn't all that impressive. Only after seeing him going all out did he realize just how fearsome the other party was. While he still couldn't match up to the Jade Leaf King at his peak, he was definitely on par with the Stone Leaf King. In a real battle, it was hard to say who would emerge victorious. Hong Long, piercing through the wall, the sword chi suddenly exploded, and a huge portion of the building collapsed. Dust and debris rose into the air, but there was not a single person in sight. There's no one? Not expecting that his judgment would be wrong, Wuxia's face darkened. He hurriedly scanned the surroundings once more. Haha, you wish to make a move on me? You are still too inexperienced. The voice sounded once more. Voila, Wuxia thrust his sword forward once more. This time, the speed was even faster. His sword transformed into a series of afterimages that extended several hundred meters before slashing down. As if slicing through tofu, the building before him was torn apart at a speed visible to the naked eye, leaving behind a massive hole in the ground. However, just like before, there was not a single person in sight. It was as if the person who had just spoken didn't exist at all. There's no need to waste your effort. Even if you tear down this entire building, you won't be able to find me. Enjoy yourself. Seemingly knowing that his actions were futile, the Scarlet Leaf King sneered coldly. Voila, as soon as he said those words, the collapsed building suddenly reverted back to its original state, as if the attack from before was just a feint. Titus. How is this possible? Everyone narrowed their eyes in disbelief. Earlier, Wuxia's sword had been imbued with immense strength, and it was clear that the entire pavilion had collapsed. How could it possibly recover in an instant? Furthermore, from the looks of it, he looked exactly the same as when he first came in. We must have fallen into some powerful formation, Wuxia couldn't help but ask warily. Everyone nodded. Could it be an illusion array? Wu Tianqiong said. Although he was also an array master, the scene in front of him was too strange. Even he couldn't be sure. That's right, it should be an illusion array. President Han nodded his head. You guessed right. The moment we entered, we fell into it. In other words, what we see before us is fake. No matter how you attack, it's useless. Useless? It's just like how these buildings, regardless of whether they collapse or remain standing, are all fake. If we don't find the essence and the truth, we'll be trapped here forever, living in a world of falsehood, unable to escape. President Han clenched his fists. Everyone stiffened. If this was really an illusion array, everything before them was a little too realistic. Most of them were master teachers, and they were skilled in seeing through the essence of a formation. Yet, they couldn't sense anything at all. Just how powerful was this formation? For an illusion to be so realistic, and someone was controlling it, it was impossible for them to escape from it. Xianxia's face warped in astonishment. He had felt that something was amiss as soon as he arrived, but he still hadn't realized that this was an illusion. With a thought, countless lines of insight surfaced in his eye of insight, but the buildings before him were still the same as before. Could it be that this isn't an illusion and everything is real? Xianxia was taken aback. The eye of insight was capable of seeing through reality and illusions. If this was really an illusion array, it should have been able to see through it easily. How could there be no changes at all? No, that's not right. Perhaps, the level of this formation is too high, and my eye of insight isn't able to see through it. Xianxia soon came to a realization. The eye of insight was indeed powerful, but it was a pity that his cultivation was too low. If his strength exceeded his, it would be useless. It was just like how even if an 8-star master teacher were to disguise himself before him, he wouldn't be able to see through their disguise if they didn't want him to. This was clearly the case with the illusory formation before him. It's probably on the same level as the Sea of Lightning. At the very least, it's a grade 8 formation. Xianxian thought. Only a formation of this level would be able to trap all of them without them noticing. Flaws. Knowing that the level of this formation was extremely high, Xianxian dispelled his eye of insight and scanned the surroundings. Even though his eye of insight wasn't able to see through such a high-tier formation, the Library of Heaven's Path shouldn't be a problem. A book materialized before him. Xianxian quickly flipped it open. 172nd door, a portion of the formation. There are 8 flaws. Number 1, soon, Xianxian finished reading, and his complexion turned awful. The Library of Heaven's Path wasn't limited by the level of the formation, but this formation was simply too big. What they could see was only a portion of it. It was just like how the book showed that there were 172 doors, which meant that there were at least 171 similar doors in front of it, or even more. With so many doors, it would be one thing if they were the life door, but if they were the death door, they might just die before they knew it. The formations we encountered before were all a single entity, and a slight movement in one part would affect the rest of the formation. However, this formation is composed of countless smaller formations, and no matter how powerful my library of heaven's path is, I won't be able to see through the entirety of the formation. Coming to a realization, Xianxia clenched his fists tightly. The formations he encountered in the past would start as soon as they were activated, but this formation was composed of countless doors. No matter how powerful his library of heaven's path was, as long as he didn't leave, he wouldn't be able to see through the essence of the formation and find the most suitable path. In other words, the library of heaven's path wouldn't allow him to find the flaws and leave as easily as before. Walala, these thoughts flashed across Xianxia's mind. Just as he was at a loss as to what to do, the sound of the wind echoed once more, and innumerable surges of sword chi flew in their direction. It was as if a rain of arrows from 10,000 soldiers was coming from all directions. The slightest carelessness could very well turn one into a porcupine. Everyone, be careful. This isn't just an illusory formation but an illusory slaughter formation. President Han bellowed. Illusory slaughter formations were a combination of slaughter formations and illusory formations. It was one thing for one to be unable to discern the difference between the two formations, but an illusory slaughter formation was a combination of an illusory slaughter formation and an illusory slaughter formation. It was one thing for one to be unable to discern the difference between the two formations, but on top of that, there were also all kinds of attacks that could potentially lead to one's death. Illusory slaughter formation? The faces of the combat masters warped in astonishment. They swiftly drove their Xianxia to prepare for battle. Just as Xianxia was about to make a move as well, Fengsun suddenly bellowed, "Combat Master Hall, Black Tortoise Sword Formation." Yes. The remaining 9 combat masters of the Combat Master Hall immediately stepped forward to form a defensive barrier around them as they raised their swords. Walala, the sword formation was displayed, forming a circular halo of light, like a tortoise shell. Ding 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 ding, as the sword chi struck the barrier, even though the barrier vibrated intensely, it was unable to pierce through it at all. What a formidable defense! Upon seeing this sight, Xianxia's eyes lit up in excitement. Even though the combat masters weren't too powerful individually, they were able to coordinate their attacks with one another. The Black Tortoise Sword Formation was able to withstand all of the sword chi without missing a single one. This was a feat that even he wouldn't have been able to achieve. Voila, after the first wave of sword chi, it abruptly came to a halt. The combat masters retracted their weapons and scanned their surroundings warily. This kind of attack can't possibly be sustained indefinitely. There should be some kind of pattern to it. President Han said. No formation could possibly be sustained indefinitely. If that was the case, they wouldn't be able to sustain the energy required to sustain it. Hula! Right after those words were spoken, another wave of sword chi burst forth. The combat masters quickly formed a formation to block it once more. Taking this sight into sight, Wuxia frowned. He glanced at the surroundings and said loudly, "Hey, aren't you very powerful? Do you dare to face me in an open battle?" They were currently in a passive state where the enemy was in the dark. If they could lure the other party out, regardless of whether they could kill him or not, they would be much safer. Open battle? Hee, we'll see if you can walk out of there alive. The other party didn't fall for his ploy at all. The air suddenly tightened, and countless more attacks flew toward them. This time, it wasn't sword chi but saber chi. The sheer force of the attacks left one's arms numb. However, the sword formation that the combat masters had formed was extremely powerful, and they were able to keep the attacks at bay. After 3 consecutive attacks, the saber chi finally came to a halt. A moment later, the melodious tune of a zither echoed in their ears, invading their souls. It's a demonic tune attack. The faces of the combat masters warped in horror. Previously, they had suffered a demonic tune attack in the unbounded world, and it had nearly led to their total annihilation. This was a much more dangerous environment, and they could very well lose their lives here. What do we do? Realizing that sealing off their senses was still the same as before, they couldn't suppress the sound at all. Their faces paled in anxiety. To be honest, under such circumstances, a demonic tune attack was much more effective than a physical attack. I can't take it anymore, all of a sudden, one of the combat masters bellowed furiously and leaped forward. He swung his sword wildly in all directions, as if he had gone berserk. Hu Chen. Seeing that the other party had leaped forward, Feng Sun hurriedly shouted. Just as he was about to pull the other party back, another gust of wind sounded. Walala, countless sword chi burst forth once more, and before Hu Chen could react, he was already pierced through, and his corpse fell heavily to the ground. Puha! Puha, with a person missing from the black tortoise sword formation, there was an opening in the formation. In an instant, 2 combat masters were injured. Their thighs were pierced through, and fresh blood gushed out from their wounds. Everyone, back off! Wuxia bellowed as he charged forward. With a brilliant burst of sword chi, he slashed down, and all of the sword chi in the surroundings were annihilated. After which, he glanced behind him and said, "Hurry up and apply medicine. Saving your life is more important." "All right." Feng Sun hurriedly nodded as he hurriedly bandaged the wounds of his injured subordinates. Shortly after the bandages were done, the demonic tune sounded once more. This time, the zither melody carried a seductive quality to it, making one unable to control their own thoughts. "This is bad, it's a type of bewildering tune," Xianxia's face warped in horror. Just like formations, demonic tunes could be divided into many different types: bewildering tune, illusory tune, deep tune, chaotic tune. Bewildering tune was just one of the many types of demonic tunes, but it was one of the most fearsome of them all. As long as one was immersed in it, they would find themselves unable to extricate themselves. Similar to the impartation of heaven's will, once one fell into a trance, one could easily lose control of their own actions, or even commit suicide. Back then, there was a zither demon who used demonic tunes to massacre an entire city, resulting in the occupation being known as demonic. As a 7-star demonic tunist, Xianxia knew how fearsome the demonic tunes were. The one before him harnessed a seductive intent that originated from the depths of one's heart, making it extremely easy for one to fall into a trance. Once one fell into a trance, one might even lose all of them here. Without any time to explain, Xianxian flicked his wrist, and a zither appeared before him. Driving his Xianxia, he slashed his fingers across the zither. Dong dong dong, reminiscent of a resounding bell or a sudden clap of thunder, a majestic sound reverberated in everyone's ears. Their current situation was different from that of the unbounded world. Back then, they hadn't paid attention to the sound of the wind, and by the time they noticed it, it had already seeped into their bones. With his current strength, it was impossible for him to overcome the sound of the wind. If he were to forcefully do so, he could very well end up injuring all of them to death. Since they had just fallen into the zither, it would be much easier for them to deal with it. As expected, the sound jolted everyone, and blood spurted from their mouths and noses. Even though they were injured, they still managed to regain consciousness. "If we remain here any longer, we will all die. Follow me." Xianxian pointed out a direction and began walking forward. Even though they had no idea what the 172 doors meant, they knew that if they were to remain here any longer, their injuries would only worsen. Perhaps, they might very well end up in the same state as the previous combat master, losing control of his body and going berserk, only to end up being killed by the chaotic sword chi. Even if the other doors were dangerous, this was still the worst-case scenario. It was better to get out of here first. Everyone also realized this. Following closely behind Xianxian, Wuxia, President Han, and the others held their swords and vigilantly looked around. Once another attack appeared, they would immediately counterattack. Even though there were only 2 of them, they were both Saint 4 Dan experts who had comprehended the power of primordial spirit. As such, they were more than capable of fending off the sword chi. Ding 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 ding, after advancing for a while, the sword light attacked again. The 2 experts blocked it at the same time, and the group hid behind them as they continued to advance. Walking past 2 wide corridors, Xianxian glanced around and frowned. All of a sudden, his body swayed, and he crashed into a wall. Just as everyone was perplexed, the wall suddenly collapsed, and a spacious courtyard appeared before their eyes. The incomparably ferocious sword glint from before seemed to have been demarcated. As soon as the crowd entered the courtyard, they immediately stopped attacking, as if the previous attack had never existed. "The attack is gone, and so is the sound of the zither. We escaped?" The two master teachers behind Wu Tianqiong and the others couldn't help but ask in astonishment. No, we are still within the formation at the moment. However, the formation has been split into countless smaller formations, and we only managed to escape from one to the other. Xianxia shook his head. Grade 8 formations were indeed more fearsome than the previous. If it was that easy to escape, he wouldn't have been so helpless. Not to mention, there was still the Scarlet Leaf King eyeing them from outside the formation. Hearing Zhang Xian's explanation, the crowd clenched their fists tightly. They had thought that they had already escaped from danger, but from the looks of it, the danger was still there. Everyone, there's no need to worry. At the very least, we are safe for the time being. Seeing the awful expressions on the crowd's faces, Zhang Xian chuckled softly before surveying the surroundings. This courtyard was much larger than the one they had been in before. There was a door in the east, west, south, and north respectively. The wall that had been destroyed when they first entered had already been restored to its original state, blending in perfectly with the surroundings. If one didn't pay close attention, it would be impossible to find it. How should we proceed? There was no way they could return to the wall they had just entered, or else they would be in danger once more. How should they choose from the 4 doors? Xianxia, the crowd quickly turned their gazes to Zhang Xian. After going through so many dangers, it was the young man before them who resolved them all. As such, they had developed a sense of trust in him. I'm not too sure either, Zhang Xian shook his head. Since the formation hadn't been activated yet, the Library of Heaven's Path wasn't able to compile a corresponding book. Naturally, he wouldn't be able to tell where the flaws were. You all wait here. I'll try one of the doors first. Zhang Xian hesitated for a moment before nodding. What was more important was for him to get the formation to work so that he could find the flaws. Waiting here wouldn't do him any good. All right. The crowd nodded. Taking a deep breath, Zhang Xian picked a direction and was just about to head in that direction when Jia, the door before him, suddenly opened with a resounding sound. Hula! As soon as the door opened, a sharp gust of wind surged toward the crowd, slicing the air in half as if it was a piece of paper. Get down! Wusher's face warped in horror as he bellowed. It's just a wind blade. Let me sever it. An elder from Yunxiu College chuckled nonchalantly as he whipped out a gigantic axe and swung it toward the wind blade. Voila, the gigantic axe was imbued with immense strength. As soon as it came into contact with the wind blade, it was sliced into 2. Before the elder could even react, his palm and body had already been sliced into 2. What? Cold sweat trickled down the crowd's back. This was especially so for Wu Tianqiong. He nearly fainted on the spot. Others might not be aware of the weapon that the elder used, but he was well aware of it. It was a top-notch spirit pinnacle artifact. Yet, such a formidable weapon couldn't even last half a breath before the wind blade. This was way too frightening. It seems like the wind blade has sliced open space, President Han exclaimed. Not daring to hesitate any longer, he quickly got down on the ground as well. Even though the wind blade didn't seem to have any effect on the surroundings, it was impossible for one's spiritual perception to see through it. In other words, the space above and below the wind blade were 2 different dimensions. As the wind blade brushed past everyone's head, it felt as though one's hair was about to explode. Zhang Xian's body stiffened, and he didn't dare to move at all. Even though his physical body had reached the level of a saint-tier artifact, it would still be unable to withstand a single blow from such a bizarre wind blade. Jia, just as the wind blade brushed past everyone's heads, they heaved a sigh of relief. Thinking that they had escaped danger, the door behind them suddenly opened once more. Following which, another wind blade swept toward them. This is bad. A single wind blade was already enough to cause them to faint. How could they possibly defend against 2 at the same time? However, this wasn't the end of the matter. The remaining 2 doors opened once more, and another 2 wind blades flew toward them from different angles, sealing off all of their possible escape routes. This won't do. At this rate, we'll be killed sooner or later, Wusher couldn't help but exclaim. Even though they were still able to dodge the wind blades by splitting up, as the number of wind blades increased, it was only a matter of time before they were killed here. In other words, the courtyard before them was even more fearsome than before. Let's head this way. Realizing that they were in grave danger, Xianxia hurriedly pointed out a flaw in the formation before leading the group in a certain direction. The others quickly followed behind him. Not too long later, they arrived at another courtyard. This courtyard was also protected by bizarre formations, but instead of wind blades, they were traps. It wasn't easy for them to escape, but just like before, a master teacher and an elder had died here. Proceeding forward, they passed by another 2 courtyards, and they lost another 2 men. Eventually, they came to a halt at a relatively small courtyard. Seeing that there weren't any traps in sight, they panted heavily as their faces paled. It had only been a few minutes since they had entered the celestial palace, but they had already lost 4 combat masters and 4 elders. This was far more than what they had suffered in all of the previous trials combined. A moment of silence fell over the group. At this rate, we'll surely run into countless smaller formations. If we aren't careful, we might just end up dying here, President Han said. The others nodded in agreement. He was right. The formations before them were stacked one after another, making it impossible to see where the end was. If they were to proceed any further, it would only get more and more dangerous. 1 or 2 of them would die in each trial, and there were only 20 of them in total. It would only be a matter of time before they all met their end. What do we do then? The crowd turned to Xianxia. No matter how formidable a formation is, it needs someone to maintain it. On the contrary, it's no different from a tree without a source. The reason why we are in such a passive state is because that otherworldly demon from before is maintaining the formation. If we can find him and kill him, the formation will automatically unravel. President Han said. A formation without a person maintaining it was just like the unbounded world's black sandstorm of oblivion. While it was dangerous, as long as they found the right method, they would be able to escape easily. However, the courtyard before them was filled with bizarre formations. If they were to barge in without a target, they would only end up falling into countless traps. President Han is right. The best solution is to kill the Scarlet Leaf King. Xianxia nodded in agreement. They were currently out in the open while the Scarlet Leaf King was hiding in the shadows. It was clear that the Scarlet Leaf King was keeping an eye on them. If they were to remain in such a passive state, it would only be a matter of time before they were wiped out. Scarlet Leaf King? The crowd turned to look at Xianxia. The one who spoke earlier is the second of the 10 great kings, the Scarlet Leaf King. He's even more fearsome than the Jade Leaf King and Stone Leaf King. Xianxia explained. I have read some books on the Qingtian lineage before. It's a branch of the otherworldly demonic tribe, and the 10 great kings are the Sky, Crimson, Jade, Stone, and Inferno kings. If the one encircling us is the Scarlet Leaf King, I'm afraid that we won't be a match for him. Wusher's eyelids twitched. As a master teacher of the Qingyuan Mingshi Tang Academy, he had a good grasp of the otherworldly demonic tribe. Every single one of the 10 great kings of the Qingtian lineage was a fearsome existence. You sure know your place. Hee hee. Shortly after Wusher said those words, the sinister voice from before sounded once more. Scarlet Leaf King? Xianxia narrowed his eyes. That's right, it's me. To be able to tell who I am from my voice. You were the one who killed the Jade Leaf King and Stone Leaf King, right? Sneering coldly, Xianxia suddenly felt his body tensing up, as if he had been targeted by a venomous snake. It's the oppression of one's primordial spirit. Cold sweat trickled down Xianxia's forehead. He knew that the other party had exerted the oppression of his primordial spirit. Even though it was just a sliver of it, it was more than enough to render him completely helpless. Indeed, I was the one who killed them. Are you intending to exact vengeance for them? Driving his heaven's path Xianxia felt the pressure on his body lightening slightly. Gritting his teeth, he scanned his surroundings. He had no idea where the other party was hiding. Even with his eye of insight, he was unable to see through him. Exact vengeance? To be killed by a nascent saint cultivator, it means that they are unworthy of being kings. Even death cannot wipe out their crimes. The Scarlet Leaf King sneered coldly. The otherworldly demonic tribe was only loyal to the emperor, and they were known to be cold-hearted by nature. Even if their comrades were to die, they wouldn't care at all. Since you were able to kill them so quickly that they didn't even have a chance to send a message, you can be considered as a formidable figure. How about this? I won't be in a hurry to kill you. Why don't we play a game instead? The Scarlet Leaf King said with a smile. Play a game? Xianxia was taken aback. The others were also perplexed. Indeed. The rules of the game are simple. Don't you want to escape from this place? I have a total of 5 clues here. As long as you obtain all of them, you will be able to escape from the formation and meet my true body. The Scarlet Leaf King said. 5 clues? I doubt that it will be easy to obtain them, right? Xianxia frowned. Smart. I like talking to smart people, the Scarlet Leaf King said with a smile. It's simple. Kill a master teacher, and I'll give you the first clue. Kill 2, and I'll give you the second. Kill 3, and I'll give you the third. So on and so forth. In other words, as long as you kill 15 master teachers, you will be able to obtain all the clues and escape from here. Kill master teachers? Xianxia clenched his fists tightly. They had a total of 30 people, and 8 of them had already died. There were only 22 people left. 15 of them had been killed, there were practically not many left. How ruthless! Even though Xianxia had yet to meet the Scarlet Leaf King in person, he could tell that the Scarlet Leaf King was an extremely sinister and vicious individual. He was many times stronger than the Jade Leaf King and the others. That's right. You're a smart person, so you should know what to choose. If you don't kill them, you won't have the chance to see me, and you'll still be killed by the formation. If you kill them, at least you'll be able to see me, and perhaps you can avenge them, the Scarlet Leaf King continued. Despicable. Everyone was so angry that their faces turned pale. Just as the Scarlet Leaf King had said, it was only a matter of time before he was killed. In fact, he might not even have the chance to meet the Scarlet Leaf King at all. Only by obtaining some clues would he be able to charge out and fight the Scarlet Leaf King. That's what he's trying to do. If he really does that, how would he be any different from the otherworldly demonic tribe? What right does he have to be called a master teacher? Wuxia gritted his teeth. The other party was determined to eat them up. He could only choose one of the 2 paths. Oh, that's right. It's fine if you don't kill them. Anyway, no matter who among you makes a move, as long as 15 of you die first, I'll still reveal the clue, the Scarlet Leaf King chuckled. Hurry up and make your decision. I'll give you 2 hours to think about it. Hee hee. I hope that our first collaboration will be a pleasant one. The piercing voice gradually faded away, as if the Scarlet Leaf King had decided not to pry any further. He should have left, extending his spiritual perception into the Scarlet Leaf King's body. Wuxia turned his head around. What should we do? Wu Tianqiong asked. The others couldn't help but turn their gazes towards Xianxia. It was impossible for them to continue charging forward like this. Could it be that they were really going to kill one another? This is definitely a scheme of the Scarlet Leaf King. His goal is to make us kill one another. We mustn't fall for it. Xianxia said as he scanned the surroundings. Indeed. If we were to fall for the Scarlet Leaf King's trap and kill one another, even if we manage to survive, we will surely become inner demons and be used by the Scarlet Leaf King. Wuxia nodded in agreement. Interrupting Xianxia's words, Wu Tianqiong said, to be honest, our chances of getting out of here aren't high at all. As long as we can kill the Scarlet Leaf King and avenge Elder Feng and the others, it wouldn't matter even if we were to die. Indeed. Our deaths wouldn't matter, but if we were to be trapped and killed by the formation, it wouldn't be worth it. Wu Ran added. My opinion is the same as the others. We can die, but not Xianxia and Wuxia. As long as you are still alive, we will surely have a chance to kill the Scarlet Leaf King and escape from here. Feng Sun nodded in agreement. The others also stepped forward to express their agreement. Their thoughts were simple. At most, 15 of them would die. As long as they could preserve their strength, it was better than all of them dying here. I understand your thoughts, but, can you guarantee that the Scarlet Leaf King will keep his word and provide us with clues? Besides, even if we do find some clues, will we really be able to escape from here? Seeing the attitude of the crowd, Xianxia shook his head helplessly. They were willing to sacrifice themselves for the sake of the Scarlet Leaf King, but, it was futile, putting aside the fact that the otherworldly demonic tribe was extremely cunning. Even if they were to give them clues and release them from the formation, master teachers were still master teachers. They had their own principles, and they couldn't possibly sacrifice others for their own sake. Otherwise, what difference would there be between them and the otherworldly demonic tribe? What should we do then? The crowd also understood the logic behind Xianxia's words, but after witnessing the deaths of so many of their friends and being toyed around by the Scarlet Leaf King, they couldn't help but harbor such thoughts. Hearing Xianxia's analysis, they turned their gazes over, hoping that the young man before them would be able to create more miracles. I don't know either. Xianxian replied with a bitter smile. He was truly at his wits' end at the moment. Without knowing how the formation worked and where the Scarlet Leaf King was, it would be futile no matter what he did. You don't know either? Seeing that even Xianxian was at his wits' end, the crowd deflated like a balloon. There had never been anything that had stumped Xianxia throughout his journey. If even he was at a loss on what to do, they really had no idea what they could do. I can't hold myself back anymore. Didn't the Scarlet Leaf King say that 15 deaths would suffice? After my death, those who are still alive must avenge me. After a long moment of silence, a furious roar suddenly sounded. Unable to hold himself back any longer, a combat master raised his sword, intending to commit suicide. Hold it right there. Not expecting someone to still want to commit suicide even after he had made things so clear, Xianxian's eyebrows shot up, and he flicked his finger. Ding! A surge of Xinqi burst forth and knocked the sword away. At the same time, Wuxia took a step forward and sealed the combat master's cultivation with a tap of his finger. This wasn't a situation that could be solved by committing suicide. He had to think of a better solution. Don't stop me. Let me die. Despite having his cultivation sealed, the combat master didn't stop. He continued to roar furiously. Since you won't allow us to commit suicide, I'll make a move then. Right after he was done with the combat master, another furious roar sounded. A master teacher leaped out and struck a combat master beside him. Humph! Feng Sun's face darkened as he rushed up to the combat master teacher and kicked him. Pung! Fresh blood spurted from the combat master teacher's mouth, and he was sent flying before crashing heavily into the ground. Feng Sun, what are you doing? Shen Pingqiao hurriedly helped the injured master teacher up and glared at Xianxian furiously. He was an elder of Luoqing Academy. What are you doing? It's good enough that he didn't kill my man. Feng Sun glared at him furiously. His combat master had been standing motionlessly on the spot all this while, and if he hadn't interfered, he might have already been killed. Yet, at this moment, the other party was actually asking him why he was doing this? What a joke. I think you're just looking for an excuse to attack. If that's the case, why don't you kill me first? Shen Pingqiao snorted. So what if I do? Those from the 3 great master teacher academies have always been a burden to me, and I have long found you to be an eyesore. Feng Sun sneered coldly. Enough. Unexpectedly, in the face of danger, not only did the group not unite, they even started arguing. Wuxia was so furious that he was on the verge of exploding. We are all master teachers and combat masters. Even though we are all prepared to die in this expedition to the ancient domain, we can't afford to kill one another in the midst of a battle against the otherworldly demonic tribe. If that was the case, how could he face Kongshur? Face our ancestors? Humph. Hearing those words, Feng Sun and Shen Pingqiao glanced at one another before flinging their arms and forcefully suppressing their rage. Alright, let's calm down and think of a way to get out of here first. Seeing that the duo had stopped arguing, President Han spoke up. How do we get out? Putting aside the fact that the formation is layered with traps, even if we were to get out and meet the Scarlet Leaf King, who among us would be a match for him? Feng Sun waved his hands. I have seen the strength of the Stone Leaf King with my own eyes. Even if Wuxia were to use his full strength, he would only be able to fight the Stone Leaf King to a draw. But the Scarlet Leaf King is far stronger than us, and on top of that, there's no way we can get out of here. Indeed. I also think that we won't be able to get out of here unless we kill 15 of them and obtain some clues regarding their whereabouts, the other 1,000-men commander of the Combat Master Hall, Jiang Yuan, said. If we were to make a move on them, we would really have fallen for the Scarlet Leaf King's ploy. Wuxia frowned. Fallen for their ploy? I don't think so. On the contrary, I think that there is a traitor among us. Otherwise, how could the otherworldly demonic tribe know our whereabouts so well? How could they have gotten ahead of us? It can't be such a coincidence. Jiang Yuan said. A traitor? How can that be possible? We are all master teachers, how could we possibly betray them? Wuxia shook his head. You Su are a master teacher as well, but didn't you betray mankind as well? Jiang Yuan asked. A glint flashed across Wuxia's eyes. Not knowing how he should respond to that question, he frowned and asked, Xianxia, did you notice something? Feel free to speak your mind. I did notice that something is amiss. Harumphing coldly, Jiang Yuan turned to Luo Ruoxin, and with a sharp glint in his eyes, he said, Luoxia, I have a few questions for you. Luozi frowned. Feel free to speak. After entering the ancient domain, Wuxia and President Han failed to notice the formation, but you managed to notice it with a single glance. In the unbounded world, we were trapped, and our Xianxia was severely depleted. You were the only one who managed to escape unscathed. Furthermore, as soon as you left, the otherworldly demonic tribe immediately attacked. No one knew whether a soul-type artifact would be able to withstand the black sandstorm of oblivion, but you were well aware of it. In fact, you even instructed us to follow the footprints left by the otherworldly demonic tribe, and in the end, we fell into their trap. Jiang Yuan sneered coldly. How do you explain all of this? Now that you mention it, it really does seem like, I didn't notice it previously, but now that Combat Master Jiang mentioned it, there seems to be something amiss with Luoxia. Initially, when she didn't say that she would come to the ancient domain, I already thought that there was something amiss with her. Let's see how she answers this question. Voila, hearing Jiang Yuan's analysis, the faces of the crowd warped in horror. They hurriedly retreated several steps, creating a circle around Luozi. Do you think that I am a traitor? Not expecting the other party to point his finger at her, Luozi frowned. That's right. He disguised himself beside us and led us into a trap step by step, but he didn't notice it at all. Of the Qing Tian lineage, the only one who possesses such ability and strength is probably that legendary expert. If I'm not mistaken. Jiang Yuan glared at Luo Ruoxin coldly. You are the Skyleaf King. It would be a waste if you don't cast your monthly votes for the last few hours. Also, there will be an update at midnight, so please save your monthly votes for Laowa. Thank you. Skyleaf King? The Skyleaf King should be a male, right? That's right. I've heard that the 10 great kings are all men. I've never heard of a woman, someone questioned. The 10 great kings of the otherworldly demonic tribe had always been men, so how could the Skyleaf King possibly be a woman? Who said that the Skyleaf King isn't a woman? Jiang Yuan sneered coldly. The Skyleaf King has always been a secretive person. I have only heard of her name, but most people have never seen her before. Why can't she be a woman? Besides, even if it's a man, it's said that he has already reached leaving Aperture Realm. With such strength, it shouldn't be too difficult for him to possess the body of a human and infiltrate our midst. Everyone clenched their fists and looked at Luozi again with vigilance. At leaving Aperture Realm, a cultivator's primordial spirit would be able to roam the world freely, granting them the ability to possess others. Furthermore, he didn't suffer from the possession deterioration of a soul oracle. At the very most, his primordial spirit wouldn't be compatible with his body, resulting in him being unable to bring out his full strength. It could be said that if the Skyleaf King were to possess Xianxia's body, no one would be able to notice it, not even Wuxia. Recalling Luozi's actions, Xianxia realized that she hadn't spoken much ever since they arrived at the ancient domain, but every single word that she had said had played an important role in the battle. No matter how knowledgeable a 20-year-old lady was, could she possibly be more knowledgeable than Wuxia and Muxia? Could it be that his body had really been possessed, and he had lured everyone into a trap along the way? You, better explain yourself. Just as he was about to say something, Wuxia paused, frowned, and looked coldly at the girl in front of him. It had to be said that there was nothing wrong with the other party's analysis. The young man before him was indeed worthy of suspicion. Even though Luozi was on close terms with Muxia, and the latter was the one who had introduced her to him, he was still unable to see through the other party's cultivation. As such, he had been perplexed as well. Facing the doubts of the crowd, Lozozi did not explain. Instead, she shook her head and looked around. Do you all think so? This? Why, you can't possibly be an otherworldly demon in disguise, right? With a pale face, Feng Sun hurriedly retreated. To think that he would actually fall in love with an otherworldly demon, and an otherworldly demon on top of that. Just the thought of it made his hair stand on end, and he felt like vomiting. Seeing his expression, the disappointment in Lozozi's eyes grew stronger and stronger. This guy kept saying that he liked her, but now, he was full of doubts. Shaking his head, he was just about to speak when a figure suddenly walked up to him. Done. Xianxia waved his hand as he glanced at the young lady and said, I believe that she isn't an otherworldly demon, and she hasn't been possessed by any life form either. You believe it? Lozozi looked over. Yes. Chuckling softly, Xianxia's eyes shone with determination. Don't worry. No matter what others say, I will stand by your side. He had come into contact with this young lady the most. Along the way, she had always been calm and composed, seemingly unconcerned about anything. If she was truly the Skyleaf King, given her strength, they would have long been killed. There was no need for her to go through so much trouble to disguise herself. Seeing the deep trust in the other party's eyes, Lozozi felt a surge of warmth in her heart. She said. He's right. The otherworldly demons appeared after I left, and I was the one who told you to look for traces of the otherworldly demons, only to fall into a trap. I can't refute his words, so why would you believe me? Do I need a reason? Staring into the other party's eyes, Xianxia chuckled softly. No matter what you do, I'll believe you. Don't worry, there's no need for you to refute my words. I'll settle it for you. After saying those words, he turned around and looked at the crowd. I can guarantee with my life that Luoshi isn't the Skyleaf King or an otherworldly demon. Xianxia. You have to reconsider your words. Combat Master Zhang's words aren't without reason. Wushi hurriedly spoke up. Indeed. Xianxia, there's indeed something peculiar about Luoshi. The others also turned their gazes over with doubtful looks on their faces. Not only did they trust Xianxia, they also felt admiration for him. Why would such a formidable master teacher be unable to convince a beautiful lady? Xianxia has saved all of our lives, and you were the one who led us here. I have nothing to say if Xianxia wants to protect her, but, if she's really the Skyleaf King, not only will we be wiped out, more importantly, our mission to find Xianxia and the others will fail, and the reputation of the Mingshi Tang Empire could very well be tarnished. Seeing Xianxia stepping forward to protect Luoshi, Jiang Yuan frowned. How should I choose? I don't need you to teach me. Xianxia harumphed coldly as he flung his sleeves. You, not expecting the usually amiable Xianxia to not give him any face at all, Jiang Yuan clenched his fists tightly. There's no need for you or me. There's nothing wrong with Luoshi. The one who should be the one with the problem should be you, right? Jiang Yuan, great combat master Jiang? Xianxia asked. I'm the one with the problem? What problem could I possibly have? Jiang Yuan shook his head. He hadn't said a single word along the way, and he hadn't given any wrong hints either. What problem could he possibly have? Hearing Xianxia's words, the crowd couldn't help but be perplexed. We have entered so many courtyards, and every single one of them has their own formations, traps, and checkpoints. As long as one enters them, they will trigger all kinds of dangers. I believe that all of you should have experienced it firsthand, right? Ignoring Jiang Yuan's question, Xianxia swept his gaze across the crowd and explained. The crowd nodded in agreement. Ever since they had entered the Celestial Palace, they had been through plenty of dangers. Every single time, they had barely managed to escape death. Even when their companions had been killed, they hadn't been able to retrieve their corpses. Every single courtyard that we have entered so far has been fraught with danger. But have you all noticed that despite being in this courtyard for so long, we haven't encountered any formations at all? Other than the Scarlet Leaf King leaving after saying a few words, there hasn't been the slightest anomaly. Xianxia turned to the crowd and asked, don't you all find it strange? This? The crowd fell silent. Just as Xianxia had said, all of the courtyards that they had entered so far had been fraught with danger. The slightest carelessness could have easily cost their lives. Yet, they had been in this courtyard for more than 20 minutes, and yet, there hadn't been the slightest anomaly. Is it because the Scarlet Leaf King didn't activate the formation? His goal is to have us kill one another, one of the combat masters said. It's true that he wants us to kill one another, but it's not that he didn't activate the formation, Xianxia said. President Han was taken aback. You mean to say that we are still in the midst of some kind of formation? As the leader of the Formation Master Guild, as well as a 7-star Pinnacle Formation Master, he would have been able to discern if a formation had been activated. That's right. Xianxia nodded grimly. Actually, it's not that there isn't a formation in this courtyard, and it's not that it hasn't been activated. To tell you the truth, not only is there a formation, we are currently under attack. This? Everyone glanced at one another in bewilderment. Even though they weren't as proficient in formations as President Han, as master teachers and combat masters, they still possessed a keen eye of discernment. The surroundings were completely silent, and there wasn't the slightest disturbance in spiritual energy, so how could there be a formation? Ignoring everyone's bewilderment, Xianxia turned to Shen Pingqiao and asked, Principal Shen, what's the personality of Elder Gon of your Luoqing Master Teacher Academy? The Elder Gon that he was referring to was the elder who had threatened to kill the combat masters previously. Elder Gon is a true master teacher. He's an amiable person, and he enjoys a good reputation among his students. Not knowing why Xianxia would suddenly ask such a question, Shen Pingqiao pondered for a moment before answering. Elder Gon was a person who couldn't even bear to reprimand his mischievous students. He was known to be a good person in the academy, and he was also a good friend of Xianxia's. It was for this reason that he had gone as far as to fall out with Feng Sun. As if expecting such a response, Xianxia chuckled. Don't you think that it's weird for such an amiable teacher to suddenly threaten to kill someone? This? Everyone was taken aback. Do you mean to say that there's some kind of formation in this courtyard that's interfering with our thoughts? Making us even more irritable? Recalling something, President Han's face darkened as he asked. Indeed, that's exactly the case. The sudden appearance of the Scarlet Leaf King and the words he said to sow discord was to leave an opening in our minds so that he could discreetly activate the formation in order to influence our thoughts. Haven't you noticed that in just 20 minutes, all of us have become a little irritable? Xianxia nodded in agreement. Hearing those words, the crowd fell silent. That was indeed the case. Previously, no matter which courtyard they were in, they would still treat it cautiously. However, at this very moment, what they were thinking about the most was how they could kill the other party or commit suicide so that they could fill the 15 slots. Clearly, their thoughts had gone awry, causing them to lose their rationality. This was the reason why so many conflicts had arisen, and a battle had even broken out at any moment. After hearing Xianxia's explanation, Feng Sun and Shen Pingqiao glanced at one another, and cold sweat trickled down their backs. If not for Wushi and the others stopping them, they would have surely fought each other to the death. Everyone fell for the same trick, and even Combat Master Feng Sun wasn't an exception. At this point, Xianxia turned his gaze to Jiang Yuan and asked, I am just curious as to how our Combat Master Jiang was able to deduce that there was a problem with Luoshi, as well as determine that she is the Skyleaf King. Indeed. Could it be that you weren't affected by the formation? Everyone quickly turned to look at Jiang Yuan. Jiang Yuan's eyebrows shot up, and he sneered coldly. Shaking his head, he said, Xianxia, there's no need for you to change the topic. It's true that I wasn't affected by the formation, but it doesn't seem like you and Luoshi were affected either. Everyone's strength and temperament are different from one another. Just because I wasn't affected by the formation doesn't mean that I'm a unique individual. You're right. Just because I wasn't affected by the formation doesn't mean that I'm unique, Xianxia glanced at Jiang Yuan and chuckled softly. However, both you and Feng Sun are 1,000-men commanders, and your standing in the Combat Master Hall is on par with one another. In fact, you might even be slightly higher than the other two. Yet, along the way, you didn't utter a single word, as if you didn't exist at all. In fact, even when your subordinates were attacked, you remained completely unmoved. Don't you think that you're being a little too calm? At the beginning of the month, I hope that you can guarantee the monthly votes. He's indeed way too calm. Hearing Xianxia's words, the others also noticed this as well. As 1,000-men commander of the Combat Master Hall, Jiang Yuan was indeed way too calm. If not for the fact that he had spoken earlier, everyone would have thought that he wasn't even there at all. Jiang Yuan's face turned a little livid. He waved his hands and said, "The Combat Master Hall has a strict requirement on one's temperament. Given how dangerous this place is, and I don't know much about formations and traps, it shouldn't be a problem for me to remain silent. There are also many people here who haven't spoken a word since they arrived, such as Formation Master Lu Mo. Actually, it's not a big deal for them to remain silent," Xianxia said with a light chuckle. Then, Jiang Yuan was perplexed. Xianxia's lips curled up into a smile. "Calm down. I just want to ask you a question. Do you know the names of the 4 combat masters who have sacrificed themselves?" Jiang Yuan was stunned. Other than Jiang Yuan, Feng Sun, and Shuqing Feng, there were 12 other combat masters in the Combat Master Hall, which meant that there were 15 of them in total. While the 4 combat masters who had died weren't the weakest of the group, they hadn't spoken much, and neither had they reported their names. Even Xianxia had no idea what their names were. But as a member of the Combat Master Hall and their direct superior, he should have a good idea of their names. "Why? You don't even know their names?" Xianxian asked mockingly. "Combat Master Jiang, how did you?" Feng Sun was taken aback. They were all members of the Combat Master Hall, and he had personally trained many of them. For him to be unable to recall their names, it was no wonder that he was lying. The others also took several steps back as they stared at each other in bewilderment. Everything else could be explained, but not being able to recognize one's own subordinates was not something that could be explained. Jiang Yuan opened his mouth a few times, but in the end, he still couldn't utter a name. Instead, he sneered coldly and said, "You are a smart one. Alright, since you have found out, let's end the game then." Hung Long, right after those words were spoken, a powerful aura burst forth from Jiang Yuan's body, exerting immense pressure on everyone present, making it difficult for them to even breathe. A leaving Aperture Realm expert, narrowing his eyes, Wuxia hurriedly stood in front of the crowd. His muscles tensed up, and he drove his Jinqi to its limits, ready to make a move at any moment. Just from the other party's aura, he could tell that the other party was a true leaving Aperture Realm expert, far stronger than him. "You think you can stop me?" Sneering coldly, Jiang Yuan lightly tapped his finger forward. Bang! Before Wuxia could react, he was sent flying and landed heavily on the ground, his face pale. Leaving Aperture Realm Primary Stage was only 2 cultivation stages away from Primordial Spirit Realm Pinnacle, but there was a world of difference in their fighting prowess. "Everyone, be careful. He is the Skyleaf King." While in midair, Wuxia had already verified the other party's identity and bellowed furiously. Even though the other party had only used his primordial spirit to launch his attack, it carried an overwhelming killing intent. Considering how powerful the Qing Tian lineage was, it was likely that the legendary Skyleaf King was the only one who possessed such strength. Skyleaf King? Everyone tensed up and raised their weapons in unison, looking at each other warily. Even though he knew that he wasn't a match for Xianxia, there was no way for him to escape. A bunch of weaklings. Facing the encirclement of the crowd, Jiang Yuan remained impassive. With a light chuckle, he raised his palm and pressed it down. Hung Long, in an instant, the crowd felt as if the world was collapsing around them, and an immense pressure bore down on them. Leaving Aperture Realm experts wielded the power of nature with their primordial spirits. While the crowd was not weak, they were still lacking in comparison. Humph. Suppressing the crowd, Jiang Yuan flicked his fingers. So, the weapons in the crowd's hands immediately flew out of their hands, and blood flowed from their perlicues. Their faces paled. "I will hold him back. Everyone, run." Seeing that none of them were a match for Xianxia, Wuxia bellowed furiously. Leaping up from the ground, he raised his sword and slashed it down with a powerful surge of sword chi. Saint-tier battle technique, overlapping waves, frenzied gale sword, like a tidal wave, the sword chi stacked on top of one another. Before the sword chi could even reach Xianxia, the surrounding air was already torn apart, and a massive ravine was formed on the ground. Interesting, Jiang Yuan chuckled. His 5 fingers moved like flowers. His little finger first collided with the sword qi, followed by his ring finger, middle finger, and thumb. Every time he did so, a part of the sword qi would be lost. After a few times, the power of the stacking waves gale sword was completely eliminated. It's the Saint-Tier battle technique wind folding hands. Isn't he the Skyleaf King? How could he possibly know a battle technique from the Combat Master Hall? Feng Sun could hardly believe what he was hearing. The battle technique that the other party was executing was not one of the otherworldly demonic tribe's trump cards but the Combat Master Hall's wind folding hands. The Skyleaf King is controlling Jiang Yuan to fight. In other words, Jiang Yuan is only temporarily possessed. Xianxia frowned. The wind folding hands was similar to his physical body's thoughtless void, so it was likely that the Skyleaf King was utilizing the strength of his physical body. Temporarily possessed? Xianxia, I beg of you, please save Jiang Yuan. Feng Sun pleaded anxiously. Jiang Yuan was 1,000-man commander like him, and they had fought alongside one another. Yet, the Skyleaf King had actually taken over Jiang Yuan's body. No matter what, he had to save the latter. I will definitely save him. However, there are 2 things that I'm still unsure of at the moment. Xianxia stroked his lower jaw. Given his current strength, he was unable to interfere in the battle. Thus, it would be better for him to focus on the current situation first. Seeing that Xianxia was still deep in thought, Feng Sun could not help but say, there's no time to think about it. I fear that Wushi and the others will destroy Jiang Yuan's physical body. By then, even if we manage to save him, it will be too late. Hearing the anxious look on Feng Sun's face, Xianxia raised his head to take a look. At this moment, President Han and Wushi had also joined the battle. This Jiang Yuan was so powerful that Wushi and the others were no match for him at all. However, with the 3 of them working together, the situation was different. I didn't think that the 3 of them would be able to execute such an exquisite formation. Taking a look at the formation, Xianxia's eyes lit up. Wushi, President Han, and Wushi were all from Qingyuan conferred empire. While there was a huge disparity between their strength and that of Jiang Yuan, when they worked together, they were able to exert a fighting prowess that far exceeded that of the 3 of them. However, there's still something amiss. Even if the Skyleaf King's physical body isn't compatible with the Skyleaf King's body, it shouldn't be this weak. Even so, Wushi and the others shouldn't have been a match for the Skyleaf King. Yet, they were still being pushed back by the Skyleaf King. This left Xianxia feeling more and more perplexed. You are courting death. After retreating a few steps, Jiang Yuan suddenly came to a halt. His eyes turned crimson, and with a furious roar, a primordial spirit leaped out from his glabella. Hung Long Long, as soon as the primordial spirit appeared, the spiritual energy within a radius of countless li immediately gathered around it, turning it into a giant. Every single movement it made carried devastating might and aura. With a swipe of his palm, the formation formed by Wushi, and Wushi crumbled. Following which, the 3 of them spurted mouthfuls of blood, sustaining severe injuries. Hold it right there. Seeing that the primordial spirit was still intent on making a move, Feng Sun couldn't hold himself back any longer. Heh. The primordial spirit sneered coldly as it flicked its finger. Pong, in just a single strike, Feng Sun was sent flying. Even though he was a Saint 3 Dan Pinnacle cultivator, the gap between him and the Skyleaf King was simply too huge. I get it. Seeing that Feng Sun was sent flying, Xianxia suddenly thought of something, and his eyes lit up. Slapping his thigh, he turned around and instructed, everyone, continue attacking. Hearing those words, the crowd nodded in agreement. Gathering their strength, they charged toward the primordial spirit in the sky. Even though they knew that they weren't a match for the Skyleaf King, since Xianxia had made such a request, there was no doubt that he had his reasons for doing so. Unlike the others, Xianxia's figure blurred as he charged right up to Jiang Yuan and punched him. Peng, with his primordial spirit leaving his body, it was impossible for Jiang Yuan to withstand the attack. In an instant, he was sent flying. Xianxia, upon seeing this sight, Feng Sun nearly spurted a mouthful of blood. It was just a moment ago that he said that Jiang Yuan wasn't dead yet, and yet, he was still pummeling him like that? Did you think that he would die just like that? Pung 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 pung, paying no heed to Feng Sun's cries, Xianxia smashed his fist toward the back of Jiang Yuan's head. This action. Why does it feel so familiar? Feng Sun was just about to rush forward to stop the other party when he suddenly froze. Why did the other party's action feel so familiar? Furthermore, he could vaguely feel a slight pain at the back of his head as well. However, this feeling was fleeting, and he didn't have much time to think about it. Following which, he saw the Skyleaf King's primordial spirit trembling uncontrollably as fear surfaced in its eyes. What are you doing? Roaring furiously, the Skyleaf King's primordial spirit charged forward to grab Xianxia. However, before it could reach Jiang Yuan, the latter's fist struck Jiang Yuan's body once more. The Skyleaf King's primordial spirit trembled once more, and it nearly plummeted from the sky. Could it be that, attacking Jiang Yuan's physical body is affecting his primordial spirit? Upon seeing this sight, Feng Sun, Wu Shi, and the others glanced at one another in delight. Xianxia, allow me. With a swift step, Feng Sun rushed up to the spot where Xianxia had struck earlier and sent a punch toward it. Voila, just as he had thought, the Skyleaf King's primordial spirit trembled uncontrollably. You deal with him first. I have some questions that I need to ask the Skyleaf King. Seeing that Feng Sun was rushing over, Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief. Leaving Jiang Yuan, he walked up to Wu Shi and the others and gazed at the Skyleaf King's primordial spirit. Xianxia, what's going on? Wu Shi and the others were perplexed by the situation. Both he and President Han were close to reaching Leaving Aperture Realm, but they had never heard of a primordial spirit being affected by an attack on a physical body. More importantly, it was the physical body that the Skyleaf King was possessing. I'll explain it to you later, Xianxia waved his hand casually. Instead of answering the question, he chuckled softly and asked, Skyleaf King. There are some things that I don't understand. Why would you pay such a heavy price to hide in Jiang Yuan's body? You are indeed a smart person. To be able to notice my flaws within such a short period of time, the primordial spirit harumphed coldly. Just as it was about to continue speaking, it suddenly saw Feng Sun punching the back of Jiang Yuan's head in delight, and its body staggered, nearly plummeting from the sky. It shouldn't be too difficult for you to notice that. Logically speaking, a primordial spirit shouldn't be able to execute the battle techniques of the original body. Yet, you were able to do so. This means that Jiang Yuan's soul is only temporarily suppressed, and he isn't dead yet. Xianxia. I see. Why didn't I think of that? President Han's eyes lit up, as if he had thought of something. Wu Shi couldn't help but ask, what's going on? This concerns one of the greatest secrets of the Leaving Aperture Realm. Under normal circumstances, a Leaving Aperture Realm expert would only be able to execute the battle techniques that they are proficient in. However, the fact that Combat Master Jiang was able to execute the wind stacking hands earlier shows that his soul is still in the body, and the Skyleaf King has only used a unique method to control it. Even though the Skyleaf King's primordial spirit is powerful, controlling the Skyleaf King's primordial spirit within the body of the Skyleaf King is no different from a local snake. President Han said. His true cultivation was slightly higher than Wu Shi's, so he had a deeper understanding of the Leaving Aperture Realm. Then, why would the Skyleaf King's primordial spirit be injured after attacking Combat Master Jiang's physical body? Wu Tianqiong asked. The others also turned their gazes over in confusion. Since it was a possession, it shouldn't have anything to do with Jiang Yuan's physical body. Besides, even if it was the Skyleaf King himself, his physical body would be no different from a dead person after his primordial spirit left his body. Killing him wouldn't affect his primordial spirit at all. I'm not too sure either. President Han shook his head with a deep frown on his forehead. He had no idea why such a situation would occur either. It's very simple. Hearing their conversation, Xianxia chuckled softly. Possession with one's primordial spirit can crush one's soul, but through doing so, it will be difficult for one to conceal one's soul aura, making it easy for one's acquaintances to notice. This is especially so for otherworldly demonic kings like the Skyleaf King, who possess immense killing intent. There's no way that a possession could escape our notice. Everyone nodded. The otherworldly demonic tribe cultivated the Xianxia of slaughter, and their souls were infused with the scent of slaughter. As such, it wasn't too difficult for them to notice Xianxia attempting to possess them. In order to prevent us from noticing him, he chose to use the secret art of soul coexistence. This secret art allows him to conceal his primordial spirit and reveal Jiang Yuan's aura, such that not even master teachers would be able to notice him. However, the flaw of this secret art is that Jiang Yuan's soul will be damaged as well. Chuckling softly, Xianxia turned his gaze back to the Skyleaf King and asked, "Skyleaf King, am I right?" "You're right, but do you think you can deal with me like this? You're too naive." In the sky, the Skyleaf King's primordial spirit was just about to continue speaking when he suddenly felt an excruciating pain in his head. Lowering his head, he saw that Feng Sun was still relentlessly hammering the back of Jiang Yuan's head, as if he was trying to vent his frustration from being beaten up. Just as the Skyleaf King was about to explode from anger, Xianxia's voice suddenly sounded from below. "I have thought this matter through, but there is still one thing that I don't understand. Just what is it about us that would make the Skyleaf King willing to sacrifice his cultivation and split his primordial spirit to infiltrate our group?" Split his primordial spirit? Everyone was taken aback. That primordial spirit isn't the Skyleaf King himself but a part of his body. How could the number one king of the Qingtian lineage possibly be so weak? Xianxia chuckled. He had seen the Jade Leaf King's primordial spirit in battle, and he knew that the latter wielded incredible might. The Skyleaf King was ranked higher than the Qingtian lineage, so how could he possibly fuse his entire primordial spirit with Jiang Yuan? By doing so, wouldn't he be placing his life in the hands of another? Just based on these 2 points, it could be deduced that the Skyleaf King's primordial spirit wasn't the Skyleaf King at all but a remnant of his soul or will. Even a part of it is so powerful? Everyone leaped in shock. Just a small portion of the Skyleaf King's primordial spirit was actually able to nearly wipe him out. Wasn't the Skyleaf King a little too fearsome? You are indeed a smart person. Since that's the case, I won't beat around the bush anymore. Hand over the map, and I can spare your lives. Seeing that the young man below was actually able to deduce this much, the Skyleaf King was a little surprised. He sneered coldly, and just as he was about to threaten Feng Sun, his body suddenly jolted, and he plummeted 8 meters down from the sky. Turning to look at Feng Sun, who was still hammering down on the map, he spat through gritted teeth, "What are you waiting for? Stop." "Ah?" Feng Sun was taken aback by Xianxia's bellow. He was just about to continue when Xianxia shook his head and said, "All right, don't make a move yet. There are some things that we should clarify first." "All right then." Feng Sun nodded reluctantly. Seeing that Feng Sun had stopped, the Skyleaf King heaved a sigh of relief. He turned to Xianxia and said, "Stop wasting time. The map is in your hands, right? Hand it over." "Map?" Xianxia was taken aback. "Didn't you snatch the map away from me?" Despite possessing the strength to kill all of them, the Skyleaf King had chosen to infiltrate the ancient domain at the expense of his primordial spirit was already a little bizarre in itself. To suddenly speak of a map at this moment, this left Xianxia even more bewildered. There was indeed a map to the ancient domain, but didn't that fellow snatch it away from the Poison Temple back then? He had gone through so much trouble to infiltrate the ancient domain, only to end up with nothing at all. Back then, he had felt stifled for a very long time. "All I have obtained is an introduction to the ancient domain, and it is written in the language of the ancient gods, so I don't understand it at all. The real map was snatched away by Wu Yangzi 2,000 years ago, so it must be in your hands." The Skyleaf King harumphed coldly. Snatched away by Elder Wu Yangzi? Xianxian was taken aback for a moment before he suddenly thought of something. Raising his head, he said, "Elder Wu Yangzi was captured by you otherworldly demonic tribe, and his body passed away in meditation. Even if there were any treasures in the ancient domain, they would have long been taken by you." "Feng Sun, this fellow is definitely lying." "All right." Feng Sun nodded excitedly. Then, he charged toward Jiang Yuan once more, his fists swinging non-stop. Crackle, Xianxian's fist sank into the Skyleaf King's flesh, and the Skyleaf King's primordial spirit trembled uncontrollably in rage. "You sure are ruthless. Xianxian, right? I'll let you off today, but don't let me see you in the future. Otherwise, I'll tear you into pieces." After roaring, the Skyleaf King, "Walla!" In an instant, the primordial spirit brush flew straight up and then disappeared in front of everyone, as if it had never appeared. Seeing that Xianxia had escaped, Wushi and the others were just about to chase after him when Xianxia suddenly waved his hands. There's no need to chase after him. Although he has forcefully escaped and his vitality has been greatly damaged, he's still not someone we can fight against. Besides, we're still in the formation. There's danger everywhere. If we were to be led into a trap, it'll be a huge loss. The Skyleaf King knew that he would be killed if he continued to stay there. Thus, even at the expense of his vitality, he still chose to escape from Jiang Yuan's body. Given his decisiveness, he knew that he would only be at a disadvantage if he were to chase after the Skyleaf King. Xianxia, how did you realize that Jiang Yuan might be the Skyleaf King in disguise? You shouldn't have been able to tell just by not speaking, right? Knowing that Xianxia's words made sense, Wushi and the others decided not to pursue the Skyleaf King. Instead, President Han turned to look at Xianxia with a perplexed expression. Even though Xianxia had told him that Jiang Yuan had not spoken a single word or taken the initiative to pursue the Skyleaf King, he still felt that it couldn't be that simple. Simple. Only the few of us know that I have killed the Stoneleaf King, but the fact that the Scarlet Leaf King was able to find out about it and reveal my identity means that there must be a traitor among us who leaked the news. On top of that, he isn't affected by the formation, and he has been trying to sow discord among us all this while. Xianxia nodded in agreement. Just as President Han had guessed, it was impossible for him to conclude that Jiang Yuan had been possessed by the Skyleaf King just based on the 2 points that Xianxia had pointed out. However, the Scarlet Leaf King's words made it clear. I see, the crowd nodded in agreement as they turned to look at Xianxia in admiration. Yet, the young man before them was able to deduce so much from such a minor detail. His capability was truly admirable. What do we do now? Wushi asked. Even though they had resolved the threat of the Skyleaf King, they were still trapped in the formation, unable to free themselves. Now. After a moment of hesitation, Xianxia was just about to speak when he suddenly frowned and coughed, cough cough. Feng Sun, that's enough. There's no need to continue beating him. The Skyleaf King has already escaped, so there's no point in beating him anymore. Everyone quickly turned their gazes over, only to see that Feng Sun was still relentlessly pummeling the back of Jiang Yuan's head. His attacks were well controlled, inflicting pain on the other party without killing him. He escaped? I thought that a portion of his primordial spirit was left behind to help combat Master Jiang. Feng Sun scratched his head awkwardly. Since he escaped, he must have severed the portion of his primordial spirit that he had fused with Jiang Yuan. Shaking his head, Xianxia walked up to Jiang Yuan and placed his hand on his wrist. After which, he took out a jade box, and with a swift flick of his fingers, dozens of silver needles fell on the latter's head. No matter what, Jiang Yuan was only a victim. It would be best if he could be saved. Under the driving of his Xianxia, the silver needles spun rapidly, and a moment later, the corpse-like Jiang Yuan seemed to have awakened, and he slowly opened his eyes. Hong Long, at the same time, his aura surged, and in an instant, his cultivation rose from Saint 3 Dan Pinnacle to 4 Dan Primordial Spirit Realm. The portion of the primordial spirit that he had fused with the Skyleaf King was unable to escape, so Jiang Yuan managed to assimilate it. Through a fortuitous encounter, he managed to achieve a breakthrough in his cultivation. Xianxia chuckled softly. As a Saint 5 Dan leaving Aperture Realm expert, even a sliver of the primordial spirit that the Skyleaf King had left behind was extremely powerful. It was no surprise that Jiang Yuan had managed to assimilate the Skyleaf King's primordial spirit. Where am I? Why does my head hurt so much? Who hit me? Not realizing that he had already achieved a breakthrough, Jiang Yuan rubbed the back of his head and woke up with a dazed look on his face. It's him. Everyone immediately pointed at Feng Sun. Feng Sun. Knowing that it was the culprit who had caused him to be beaten up so badly, Jiang Yuan clenched his jaws in frustration. Without any hesitation, he charged at Feng Sun. Even though they were in grave danger, if they were to swallow this humiliation, how could they, as combat masters, fight in the future? Xianxia, Wushi. Save me. Jiang Yuan had achieved a breakthrough to primordial spirit realm, so naturally, Feng Sun wasn't a match for him. Unable to hold himself back any longer, he hurriedly cried for help. Wu Shi, Xianxia, and the others turned their backs to Feng Sun, feigning ignorance. This formation is indeed difficult to deal with. Indeed, if only there was a way. The weather is great today. The weather is clear, and the wind is gentle. Save you? You must be joking. You were so happy when you were pummeling Feng Sun earlier, you should at least let me vent a little, right? Otherwise, wouldn't I be letting Jiang Yuan down too much? After a while of pummeling, Jiang Yuan finally calmed down. At this moment, Feng Sun's head was already swollen to the point that it looked as if it was on fire. Seeing the state Feng Sun was in, Xianxian's eyes lit up. A thought suddenly came to his mind, and he exclaimed, "That's right. Why didn't I think of that? Since we are unable to breach the formation, we can get the Scarlet Leaf King to help us. You want to help us?" Everyone was taken aback. Indeed. Xianxian chuckled softly as he flicked his wrist, and a bunch of formation flags appeared in his palm. The Grade 7 formation flags that President Han and the others had taken out previously hadn't been used up yet. Go. A formation blueprint surfaced in the Library of Heaven's Path, and with a deep bellow, the formation flags flew out. He currently possessed the strength of a 7-star pinnacle formation master. Even though he was unable to set up a 7-star pinnacle formation due to his lacking cultivation, setting up ordinary grade 7 formations was still a walk in the park. The formation flags landed on the ground, circled around, and stomped on the ground. Wang, the formation was activated, and a white mist immediately shrouded everyone within it. Does Xianxia mean to say that we should hide in the formation to lure the Scarlet Leaf King over? President Han's eyes lit up. Previously, when they were trapped in the formation, they had been in the dark while the other party was out in the open, and it had been easy for them to fall into a disadvantageous position. However, now that they were trapped in the 7-star beguilement formation, the Scarlet Leaf King would not be able to see them. With this, it would be difficult for the Scarlet Leaf King to do anything to them. Successfully turned an unfavorable situation into a favorable one. While it might seem like a simple task, as a 7-star pinnacle formation master, Xianxia knew how difficult it was to accomplish such a feat. To set up a formation within a formation, one had to know the surrounding formation like the back of one's hand. In fact, one had to be fully aware of many of the changes. Otherwise, if the opponent's formation changed, the surrounding aura would change, and one's formation would collapse on its own, giving the game away. If it was someone else, they wouldn't be able to do it even if they wanted to. Perhaps only a freak like Xianxia could do it. Yes. Xianxia nodded. Hearing Xianxian's confirmation, the crowd immediately came to a realization, and their eyes lit up. Only Feng Sun stood by the side with a bewildered look on his face. To think that you would think of this after seeing me being beaten up so badly. What does this array have to do with me being beaten? How did you come up with that? What in the world is going on in your head? With this formation, we won't have to worry about being attacked anymore. Let's recuperate and recover our strength first, Xianxian instructed. Ever since entering the Celestial Palace, they had been under constant attack, and they were already exhausted. Yes. The crowd nodded. They took out their recovery pills and spirit stones before sitting on the floor to cultivate. Seeing that there was no danger for the time being, Xianxian heaved a sigh of relief. Just as he was about to verify a certain theory he had in mind, he suddenly caught a whiff of fragrance. Luozi walked up to him, and with a complicated look in her eyes, she said, "Thank you. There's no need to stand on ceremony." Knowing that Luo Ruoxin was thanking him for what had happened earlier, Xianxian replied with a smile. In any case, the other party wasn't the Skyleaf King, so he was just speaking the truth. "Thank you for trusting me." Luo Ruoxin shook her head as she seemed to have thought of something, and a hint of disappointment surfaced on her face. However, it swiftly disappeared, and she stretched out her hand. "If you really wish to breach the formation, I might be able to help you." "Oh? You know what this formation is?" Xianxian's eyes lit up. "I don't know. However, this formation is layered on top of one another, one after another. There's no end to it. If one were to barge in forcefully, one would fall into an endless loop, unable to escape forever, unless one were to jump out of the formation." Luozi said. "Leap out of the formation? How do we do that?" Xianxian asked with a bitter smile. If it was possible to leap out of the formation, he would have long found a way to do so. However, it was a pity that the Library of Heaven's path was only capable of examining the flaws of a small formation. It was unable to examine the entire formation, so he was unable to determine the direction of the formation. We have already barged into several courtyards, and each of them has a diameter of several hundred meters. Based on our calculations, even if we aren't able to escape from the Celestial Palace, we should be at the edge of the formation by now. However, even if we barge into several dozen courtyards, we still won't be able to get out. Don't you find it strange? Lozozi said. Are you saying that this formation harnesses the secrets of space? Xianxia narrowed his eyes in astonishment. Judging from the distance, they should have been able to get out of the formation, but they were unable to do so. Thus, there could only be one possibility: it was a spatial formation. Indeed. Why didn't I think of that? Ancient sage Qiu Wu is skilled in spatial manipulation, and that's also the reason why he was able to set up such a formidable seal. Besides, we encountered a spatial formation as soon as we arrived here. Before Luo Ruoxin could reply, Zhang Xian slapped his forehead in realization. They had been trapped in the spatial formation as soon as they arrived. Under normal circumstances, they should have been able to think of spatial manipulation after entering the spatial formation. How could they have overlooked it? Thank you for enlightening me, Ruoxi. I love you so much. Filled with excitement, Zhang Xian leaped up and planted a kiss on Luo Ruoxin's cheeks before bursting into laughter. Not expecting Zhang Xian to do such a thing, Lozozi was caught off guard. Her eyes widened in shock, and her face reddened in embarrassment. This fellow seems to be an honest fellow, so why, I'm going to ignore you. Turning around, Zhang Xian walked into the spatial formation and sat down cross-legged. Only then did he feel his face burning up. It was due to a moment of excitement that he had gone overboard. Seeing the young lady turn around and leave, Zhang Xian finally came to his senses, and he felt a little embarrassed. However, when he touched his lips, it smelled good. She won't ignore me anymore, will she? Regardless of whether it was in his previous life or his current one, he had never been in love before. Thus, he immediately panicked upon experiencing such a matter. This was completely different from the disposition he had when he was leading the world. However, he knew that this wasn't the time for him to be thinking about such matters. Thus, he quickly calmed himself down before flicking his wrist and taking out the myriad ant-hive queen. He knew nothing about spatial formations, but the myriad ant-hive queen was born with the ability to do so. Perhaps, it might be able to find a way out and lead them out. Thus, Zhang Xian explained the current situation to the myriad ant-hive queen. Nodding, the myriad ant-hive queen crouched on the ground and began sniffing. The myriad ant-hive queen was born with the ability to set up space, but it didn't have a deep understanding of spatial laws. It was just like how a bee built a perfect hexagon nest. Not even architects were capable of such a feat. After all, it couldn't be said that the bee was a genius in civil engineering and architecture. After sniffing the ground for a moment, the myriad ant-hive queen stood up. Master, this is a folded space. I can lead you to find a way out, that's great. Seeing that the myriad ant-hive queen was indeed able to find a way out, Zhang Xian's eyes lit up in excitement. He quickly turned around to inform Wushi and the others. This time, he used telepathy. Soon, the group gathered together. Even though they hadn't rested for long, they had already recovered most of their strength. Everyone, follow behind the myriad ant-hive queen. Don't fall behind. After instructing the others, Zhang Xian walked up to Lozozi. Seeing that the young lady wasn't angry, he heaved a sigh of relief and said, let's follow them too. As he said those words, he grabbed the young lady's hand tightly. She struggled for a moment, only to realize that the other party's grip was growing tighter and tighter. Aren't you getting more and more overboard by opening a dye house for a color? Just as she was about to retract her hand and teach the other party a lesson, the young man's voice suddenly sounded. The first time I met you at the phantasmal forest, you stood before the waterfall calmly, blending into the surroundings as though an ink painting. At that moment, I knew that I had found a purpose in life. When I saw you surrounded by spirit beasts, I couldn't help but make a move. Eventually, in the cavern, I suffered a backlash from my soul, and you were the one who saved me. By the time I woke up, you were already gone. I didn't know your name or who you were, and I thought that I would never meet you again in this life. I felt a sense of loss, as if I had lost the most important treasure in my life. Later on, when I met you once more in the Master Teacher Academy, I was so agitated that I nearly exploded. I felt like I had to ask for your name and find out who you were. Recalling his past with the young lady, a sweet smile surfaced on Xianxia's face. He had met many women in his reincarnation. Some were graceful, some were gentle, some were domineering, some were helpless, and some even harbored special feelings for him. But for some reason, only the young lady before him made his heart flutter. Thus, he didn't want to miss out on this opportunity. We went to the Saint Ascension platform together, and even though I saw Kong Shirzwell there and obtained the books that he had written personally, what made me the happiest was still the time we spent together. Every day, after I was done cultivating, I would see you sitting not too far away from me. You were so quiet and tranquil, chatting with me, discussing the flaws and strengths of cultivation techniques with me. To be honest, I really wish that time could stop and just stay right before my eyes forever. Do you know how happy I was when you told me that you wanted to come to the ancient domain with me? Everyone says that this place is very dangerous and that there's no return. But I feel that if I can be with you, it's worth it no matter how dangerous it is. Only then did I realize how much I wanted to be with you forever. Even if I were to die, I wouldn't regret it. Looking at the young lady, Xianxia's eyes shone with determination. Ruashi, please allow me to hold your hand like this and walk down this path, alright? Xianxian has already confessed to me. Don't you all have monthly votes? Also, my single chapter yesterday was a reversal. I haven't even finished reading it yet, and you are already saying that I am arrogant? At this moment, Lao was still kneeling on the floor with tears streaming down his cheeks. He felt that he had gone too far. Dear reader, I was wrong, even though he didn't know the true background of the young lady, and the other party had never told him about it. He had met many people ever since his reincarnation, but this young lady before him was the only one he felt special toward. He didn't want to lose this opportunity due to his bashfulness. Besides, he wasn't bashful at all. Not expecting Xianxian to say such words, Lozosi's body tensed up. I need to consider. Grabbing the other party's hand tightly, Xianxian said with a light chuckle, you can think about it. In any case, I won't let you go. It was as if he was holding on to a treasure that he did not want to lose. Not expecting Xianxian to say those words without even agreeing to it, Luo Ruoxin's face reddened in embarrassment. She tried to retract her hand, but the other party's grip only tightened. You. Let go. I won't. Once I let go, you'll ignore me. Xianxian said with a determined gaze. I'll ignore you, alright? Let go of me. Luo Ruoxin glanced at her surroundings, only to realize that most of the master teachers had already left with the myriad ant-hive queen. In the midst of the mist, she and Luo Ruoxin were the only ones left. Even so, her face still felt extremely hot, and she dared not lift her head. I won't let go. Xianxian shook his head. You are a good person. Seeing the sincerity in the other party's eyes, the young lady suddenly felt a surge of warmth in her heart. I am not a good person. I am a baddie, a big baddie. Xianxian hurriedly shook his head. He didn't want to be a good person. Pfft. Bursting into laughter, Lozosi's awkwardness disappeared in an instant. This fellow was really too much. When other people confessed to one another, they would try to put on a good front, but this fellow actually said that he was a baddie. What kind of confession was this? How foolish. Shaking her head, Lozosi said, let go. No, I won't let go even if you beat me to death. Xianxian shook his head. Unless you promise me. You. How can you be so shameless? Lozosi shook her head. I am a shameless person. No matter what you say, as long as you don't promise me, I won't let go. Xianxian said. He could tell that the young lady didn't hate him. Since that was the case, he might as well go through with it. Otherwise, if he were to miss this chance, who knew how long it would take? You, not expecting this fellow to be so shameless, Lozosi didn't know whether she should laugh or cry. A thought suddenly flashed across her mind, and a hint of sadness crept onto her face. Actually, I don't hate you, it's just that I have my own difficulties. If you choose me, you might have to put in a lot of effort, but you might not be able to achieve anything in the end. Are you still willing? I'm willing. Xianxia nodded. I know that you must have your reasons for not revealing your identity and not revealing your true strength. I won't pursue the matter. However, please believe me when I say that if someone really tries to stop me, even if it's the heavens, I'll shatter the heavens. Whether it was his previous life or this life, since he had already made a choice, he would not regret it. This was Xianxian's belief. Either he didn't do it, or since he had decided to do it, he must do it to the best of his ability. No regrets. It was for this reason that he had risen from an ordinary teacher in Tianxian Kingdom to a 6-star pinnacle master teacher, the principal of the Hanyuan Master Teacher Academy, in less than a year. He was respected and worshipped by countless people. Hearing the determination in the other party's eyes, Lozosi's eyes reddened, and a sweetness welled up in her heart. After a moment of hesitation, she eventually nodded in agreement. All right. I'm willing to walk down this path with you. So what if the path ahead is unknown, so what if it's filled with thorns, with you by my side, it's enough, even if I die, even if there's no outcome, at the very least, I'll face it together with you. Really? Hearing the other party's agreement, Xianxia was taken aback for a moment before leaping up in excitement. Hugging the young lady tightly in his embrace, he spun 2 rounds on the spot. Really? Not expecting the other party to be so childish, the young lady chuckled. With the knot in her heart released, she no longer had any worries. The other party had said that he had fallen in love with her the first time he saw her, and she had felt the same way the first time they met. Those spirit beasts had come to repay his kindness, only to be surrounded and killed by him. Despite being weak, he had still charged in and forcefully dragged her away. His foolishness was a little adorable. After that, she had experienced all sorts of things, especially the trip to the Saint Ascension platform. Of all the others, she had chosen to look for him. Now that she had said all that she needed to say, she felt a sense of relief wash over her. Let's go. It'll be too late if we don't leave now. Putting the young lady down, Xianxia chuckled. The myriad ant-hive queen had already found the exit and led the group away. If they were to linger here any longer, it was likely that they would really be trapped in the myriad ant-hive queen. Lozozi nodded. Xianxia didn't stop either. Holding the young lady's hand, he walked forward with widened strides. This was the formation that he had set up, so he knew exactly where the group was headed. After walking a few rounds on the spot, something reminiscent of a door appeared. It was the exit that the myriad ant-hive queen had found and torn out. The 2 of them dived straight in. The next moment, they arrived before a waterfall. Turning around, they saw the black sandstorm of oblivion rumbling furiously. They had actually returned to the celestial palace. We were indeed able to escape from it. Xianxia's eyes lit up. Even though he had guessed it earlier, he hadn't dared to be 100% certain. Only now did he heave a sigh of relief. The formation in the celestial palace was simply too powerful, to the extent that even he was helpless against it. That celestial palace isn't real, that's right. Why didn't I notice it earlier? Wushi and the others exclaimed in shock. They had come out earlier than Xianxia and Xianxian, and they were staring at the scene before them with their mouths agape. Hearing their words, Xianxia raised his head and looked over. He couldn't help but be stunned on the spot. The celestial palace that they had been in earlier was still floating not too far away, but it was different from before. At this moment, it was hanging above the waterfall, reminiscent of an oil painting. This is a painting? Were we in a painting earlier? Xianxian's mouth fell open, but he was unable to speak a single word. The celestial palace that they had been in earlier was actually connected to the waterfall. It was an ink painting. Legend has it that upon reaching the highest level of a painter, one will be able to create a world within a painting. In fact, the living beings within the world will even be able to live leisurely lives just like humans. I thought that it was just a rumor, but who could have thought that there would really be such a thing? President Han gulped down a mouthful of saliva. Indeed. If I hadn't witnessed it myself, I wouldn't have dared to believe it either. Wushi also felt his throat turning dry. As 7-star formation masters and 7-star master teachers, they had seen many things in the world. Yet, before the celestial palace and the painting, they were no different from elementary schoolers who had never seen the world before. "Look, isn't that the Scarlet Leaf King?" someone amid the crowd suddenly exclaimed. Xianxia hurriedly turned his gaze over and saw a towering otherworldly demon sitting cross-legged on a stone pillar outside the celestial palace. His eyes were tightly shut, and it seemed like he was searching for something. "We have set up a beguilement formation to block his vision and spiritual perception, so he doesn't know that we have already escaped." Seeing that the Scarlet Leaf King wasn't moving at all, nor was he intending to look at them, Xianxia immediately understood what was going on. There was at least a grade 8 formation in the Celestial Palace. Even if the Scarlet Leaf King had managed to tame it, it would still be difficult for him to drive it with his half-leaving aperture realm cultivation. Because of this, it was definitely impossible for him to kill all of them. That was why he intentionally lured them to kill each other. "He hasn't noticed us yet. Let's find a place to hide first. I'll head over to take a look and see if I can find an opportunity to kill him," Xianxia said as he walked up to the crowd. "Kill him? Xianxia, I'll go with you." Wu Shi and President Han stepped forward. The two of them were the strongest of the group, and they were also the closest to the Scarlet Leaf King. If they were to make a move, they were the two most likely to succeed. "There's no need for that. It will only be more troublesome if you head over. I have an idea. If you really can't hold on any longer, you can come over." Xianxia pondered for a moment before asking. The Scarlet Leaf King was definitely stronger than the Jade Leaf King. If he were to really go all out, no matter how powerful Wu Shi and President Han were, they would still be no match for him. Thus, it would be better for the Scarlet Leaf King to deal with the Scarlet Leaf King himself. At the very least, it would be less dangerous, and he would be more agile. "All right." Knowing that the young man before them was a resourceful person, the two of them hesitated for a moment before nodding in agreement. "Be careful," Lozozi warned. With a light chuckle, Xianxia instructed the myriad ant hive nest to lead the crowd into hiding. Then, with a slight movement of his body, Jai, he reverted back to the appearance of the Violet Leaf King. Feng Sun was unaware of the fact that he had caused the Stone Leaf King and Jade Leaf King to fight one another. As such, Jiang Yuan and the Scarlet Leaf King weren't aware of it either. Thus, it was best for him to disguise himself as the Violet Leaf King. Flying swiftly, Xianxia soon arrived at the stone pillar where the Scarlet Leaf King was. Activating his Eye of Insight, he discreetly took a look at the stone pillar. Just as he had guessed, the stone pillar was the core of the Celestial Palace. Controlling this place would mean controlling the entire formation. "Violet Leaf King? What are you doing here?" While Xianxia was still observing the stone pillar, the Scarlet Leaf King's voice suddenly sounded. "Reporting to the Scarlet Leaf King, the Qing Tian Emperor sent me to the Poison Temple, and I received a lead there. In order to avoid alerting the enemy, I had no choice but to conceal my identity. After a period of investigation, I finally found something, so I rushed over." Xianxia. "Lead? What lead?" The Scarlet Leaf King frowned. Even though they had used a grade 7 beguilement formation to conceal themselves, the Scarlet Leaf King didn't think that they would be able to escape. As such, he didn't think that the Violet Leaf King before him was an imposter. "It's regarding the map." Xianxia scanned the surroundings before speaking with a hushed voice. "Map?" Narrowing his eyes, the Scarlet Leaf King hurriedly stood up and asked, "Where is it?" "Wait a moment, let me finish what I have to say first. Based on the information I received, the map that the Skyleaf King obtained from the Poison Temple was only an introduction, not a complete map. The complete map was taken away by Wu Yangzi 2,000 years ago." Xianxia said. "You are right. The Skyleaf King has already learned of this matter from Zhang Yinqiu and the others." Seeing that the other party's words were identical to what he had heard, the Scarlet Leaf King nodded. "Zhang Yinqiu? That old principal of the Master Teacher Academy, is still alive?" Xianxia was astonished, but he didn't show it on his face. Instead, he looked at the Scarlet Leaf King with a perplexed expression. "Of course he's still alive. That fellow and the Skyleaf King are currently trapped in the depths of the ancient domain, unable to enter or exit. Without a map, they can only remain in there. The Scarlet Leaf King shook his head. The Skyleaf King is trapped as well? Then, when we were in the Poison Temple, wasn't he? Xianxia was taken aback. It wasn't too long ago that the Skyleaf King had visited the Poison Temple, and he had even met the Skyleaf King roughly 10 minutes ago. How could he possibly be trapped in the ancient domain? Knowing that the ancient domain is dangerous, the Skyleaf King left a sliver of his will outside before entering the ancient domain 2 years ago. Firstly, it was to preserve his life, and secondly, it would be easier for him to transmit information. All of the information we have now is from him. The Scarlet Leaf King said. I see. Hearing the explanation, Xianxia widened his eyes in realization. It was no wonder, previously, he had already guessed that the Skyleaf King in Jianyuan's body was a little weaker. It turned out that the Skyleaf King's true body was trapped in the depths of the ancient domain, and the one who had done all of this was just a sliver of his will. Even though primordial spirits are capable of surviving on their own, it's impossible for a sliver of will to exist forever. Most likely, when we captured the Earthleaf King, that fellow was around as well, just that we didn't notice it. Xianxia thought of a possibility. Primordial spirits were indeed capable of surviving on their own, but a sliver of will wouldn't be able to do so. There was a good chance that the Skyleaf King had infiltrated the Jingyuan City Poison Temple through the Earthleaf King's body. It was just that the Skyleaf King didn't notice anything amiss back then. Later on, the Skyleaf King realized that he had only obtained an introduction to the ancient domain and not a map. Unknowingly, he had infiltrated Jianyuan's body and disguised himself as the Skyleaf King. He hoped to learn the secret of the map from them. If not for that, he would have long made a move and killed them all. Since you know about the map, where is it? Seeing that Xianxia was deep in thought, the Scarlet Leaf King couldn't help but ask. The map should be in the hands of that fellow named Xianxia. Xianxia nodded. Xianxia? The Scarlet Leaf King shook his head. Along the way, the Skyleaf King has been observing him carefully. Even though that fellow has many tricks up his sleeves, it's unlikely that he knows anything about the map. If he did, he wouldn't have been trapped in the Celestial Palace until now. Even though that Xianxia seemed to be a formidable figure, he was only capable of some petty tricks. Most likely, it was because he didn't have the map. Otherwise, there was no need for him to go through so many dangers. He would have long entered the depths of the ancient domain. Indeed, he doesn't know about the map, but the map is in his hands. Xianxia nodded. Oh? The Scarlet Leaf King was perplexed. That fellow once obtained Wu Yangzi's heritage, and the map was included in it. However, he didn't obtain the introduction to the ancient domain written in the ancient god language that the Skyleaf King stole. Thus, he was unable to comprehend it. Since he wasn't aware that the map had something to do with the ancient domain, he didn't take it out. Xianxia explained. This. The Scarlet Leaf King was taken aback. This was something he hadn't expected. The Scarlet Leaf King paused for a moment before asking, "Where did you obtain this news from?" "Over the past few days, I infiltrated the human race and headed to the Hanyuan Master Teacher Academy to investigate the matter." "There's no way I'm mistaken," Xianxia said. "If that's the case, that's indeed possible." The Scarlet Leaf King's eyes lit up in excitement. "If this news is true, I'll report it to the Qingtian Emperor and have him reward you handsomely." "Alright, you wait here first. I'll break this guy's formation and drag him out." Xianxia hurriedly interjected. "Wait a moment. Even though I know that the map is in Xianxian's hands, I can't be certain that he has it with him. After all, the academy is a dangerous place, and he is the principal of the Master Teacher Academy. It's only natural for him to leave a map that he doesn't understand in the academy, amen?" The Scarlet Leaf King glanced over. The other party was right. If the Skyleaf King didn't know that the map was related to the ancient domain, there was a good chance that he would leave it in the academy, and that would be troublesome. Why don't we do this instead? Didn't the Skyleaf King obtain an introduction to the ancient domain written in the ancient god language? Why don't we take it out and use it as bait to lure him out? Xianxia asked. Lure him out? How do we do that? The Scarlet Leaf King frowned. If it was possible, they would have done so long ago instead of waiting until now. The sage clans are able to locate their long-lost kin through the unique properties of their bloodline. Since the two maps are both written in the ancient god language, it's possible for them to attract one another. I have learned this method in the Master Teacher Academy over the past few days. As long as you pass the introduction to the ancient domain to me, I guarantee that I will be able to find the exact location of the map. Xianxia said. I have heard about the affairs of the sage clans as well. It would be great if such a secret method really exists. The Scarlet Leaf King nodded. Flicking his wrist, he took out a jade box and said, "This is the ancient domain. The Skyleaf King left it with me first." Naturally, the Skyleaf King wouldn't have placed the book with him after entering Jiang Yuan's body, so he had left it with the Scarlet Leaf King instead. All right. Xianxia took the jade box and opened it gently. Lowering his head to take a look, his eyes lit up in excitement. There was an ancient book placed within the jade box. It bore a striking resemblance to the map that he had obtained from Wu Yangzi previously, so it was likely that they were from the same batch. Placing his finger on the book, Xianxia's mind immediately flooded with knowledge. The words on the book were indeed the same as those on the map. It was difficult to decipher, making it difficult for him to decipher what it was. If I study it carefully, I should be able to decipher some of its contents. As long as he studied it carefully, he should be able to decipher some of its contents. However, he knew that this wasn't the time to be doing so. Closing the jade box, he turned to the Scarlet Leaf King and said, "In order to execute this secret method, I'll have to set up a 7-star pinnacle formation. As you know, my understanding of formations is far beneath yours, so I'll have to trouble you to help me out later on. Set up a formation?" The Scarlet Leaf King nodded. The fact that the Scarlet Leaf King was able to control the formation in the Celestial Palace showed that he had a deep understanding of formations. I'll tell you the location of the formation. Let's begin setting it up now. Xianxia nodded. Flicking his wrist, he took out a pile of grade 7 formation flags. All right. The Scarlet Leaf King nodded before accepting the formation flags. 30 meters to the left, Jiaxu position. 27 meters to the right, Jiaxu position. Xianxia said. The words that he spoke were the nouns of grade 7 formations, and they represented the precise location of the formation flags. As long as one had a deep understanding of formations, one would be able to recognize them. Hearing the precise location of the formation flags, the Scarlet Leaf King nodded in approval. Driving his Xianxia, he pinned the formation flags onto the formation flags one after another. Wait a moment, why does this formation feel like a slaughter formation? After setting up the formation flags for a moment, the Scarlet Leaf King suddenly noticed something. He had a deep understanding of formations, so even though he had never seen the locations that the Violet Leaf King had pointed out before, the core of the formation did feel like a slaughter formation. Wasn't the Violet Leaf King going to set up a map-finding formation? Why would he set up a slaughter formation instead? In an instant, the Scarlet Leaf King was perplexed. Slaughter formation? Scarlet Leaf King, you are thinking too much. However, while this formation does feel like a slaughter formation, once you activate it, you'll notice the difference. Xianxia said earnestly with a smile. Difference? I think that it is a slaughter formation. The formation flags at the 3 locations are capable of drawing the celestial stars, and the formation flags at the other locations are capable of drawing the earth demons. If one were to be trapped within them, even a half-leaving Aperture Realm cultivator would find it hard to survive. The Scarlet Leaf King frowned. These locations do resemble a slaughter formation from the top, but from the bottom, it's different. If you don't believe me, you can come over here. With a smile, Xianxia walked to the center of the formation flags and said, "Come over here and take a look." And even though the Scarlet Leaf King was perplexed, he still nodded and followed behind the other party. In any case, the Violet Leaf King was there, and the formation was still incomplete, so there was no way it could be activated. Stand here and don't move. Look in that direction. Ah, right, don't move. I'll move the formation flags a little, and you'll understand the profundity of this formation. Seeing that the Scarlet Leaf King was standing right before him, Xianxia leaped into the air and shouted, "Don't move. If you move, you won't be able to see it clearly." Yes, it's right there, but before he could finish his words, a few formation flags suddenly appeared in his hand, and he shot them out. You are Void Ceiling Formation? You aren't the Violet Leaf King. Who in the world are you? The Scarlet Leaf King was waiting for the other party to shake the formation flags to get a better look at the structure of the formation when the formation flags in the other party's hands suddenly shot out. His eyes narrowed in astonishment, and his Xianxia immediately gushed out from his body. It felt as if an explosion had just occurred. Void Ceiling Formation was a technique that only 7-star formation masters were capable of executing. It allowed one to swiftly form a formation without delaying the battle. The Violet Leaf King wasn't skilled in formations, so when had he been able to set up a formation so quickly? Clearly, the other party was a fake, so. Just as the Scarlet Leaf King was about to fly up and kill the imposter, the other party suddenly stomped his foot lightly. Hong Long, the formation that he had just set up suddenly activated, and countless brilliant sword chi shot toward him. The Scarlet Leaf King narrowed his eyes in shock, and he nearly fainted on the spot. He was a grade 7 pinnacle formation master, and he was capable of executing the Void Ceiling Formation as well. But to be able to activate the formation with just a stomp of his foot like the other party, that was impossible. The reason why he dared to enter the formation previously was because he thought that no one would be able to activate the formation so quickly. Even if he was in danger, he would be able to escape in a short period of time. Who could have thought that not only was the other party capable of executing the Void Ceiling Formation, he was even able to activate the formation so quickly? He didn't even have the time to escape. Pong! Before the Scarlet Leaf King could react, a surge of sword chi had already pierced through his chest, causing fresh blood to gush out profusely. Even though he managed to avoid being struck in the nick of time, he still ended up in an extremely unkempt state. Who in the world are you? The Scarlet Leaf King bellowed furiously. To think that the second strongest expert of the Qing Tian lineage, the Scarlet Leaf King, would actually be toyed with and trapped in a formation right before his eyes. He was so furious that he could explode on the spot. My apologies, but I am the very person you are trying to kill. Xianxia chuckled as he reverted back to his original appearance. You are Xianxia? How did you manage to disguise yourself as the Violet Leaf King without me noticing? The Scarlet Leaf King couldn't believe his eyes. If a human didn't cultivate the Xianxia of slaughter, how could he disguise himself as the Violet Leaf King without him noticing? All of a sudden, the Scarlet Leaf King thought of something, and his body trembled in astonishment. Why, you were the one who killed the Violet Leaf King as well? Barely after those words were spoken, the young man standing outside the formation rubbed his lower jaw in embarrassment. It isn't just the Violet Leaf King. Other than the Skyleaf King and you, the other 10 great kings have all died in my hands. Pooh. The Scarlet Leaf King spurted blood. Every single one of the 10 kings of the Qing Tian lineage had reached Saint Fordan, granting them the strength to stand at the pinnacle of the Qingyuan Empire. Any one of them was more than capable of wreaking havoc in Hongyuan or even Qingyuan conferred empire. They had thought that as long as they made a move, the ancient domain would be a piece of cake. Even the Qingyuan conferred empire would suffer heavy losses, and countless master teachers would perish, yet the 8 kings had been dispatched, and before they could even cause a ripple, all of them had been wiped out. They had thought that it was the experts of the Mingshi Tang Empire or the Combat Master Hall, so they had no chance of escaping at all. Who could have thought that they would be killed by a mere nascent saint cultivator? The more they thought about it, the more frustrated they felt. It was fortunate that the Qing Tian Emperor was unaware of this matter. Otherwise, would he have fainted on the spot? What kind of grudge did he have with the Qing Tian Emperor? Why did he have to deal with the 10 kings? I don't want to look for the ancient domain anymore. I want to go home. The Crimson King felt deeply stifled, but there was no time for him to wallow in his depression. He was the one who had set up most of the formation, and it had reached grade 7 pinnacle. No matter how many means he had up his sleeves, there was nothing he could do about the formation at the moment. Barely after dodging a few attacks and finding a way to escape from the formation, the young man's voice suddenly sounded from above. President Han, activate the formation and kill that fellow as soon as possible. As soon as those words were spoken, the formation seemed to have received an even greater boost in strength, and its prowess surged once more. The Scarlet Leaf King's face turned ghastly pale. Even though he was the one who had set up the formation, he had no idea what it was. It would take at least an hour for him to figure out what kind of formation it was and find the life gate. The other party was only a nascent saint cultivator, so it was extremely strenuous for him to drive the formation. Even if he were to sustain some injuries, he would still be able to hold on. However, if the one driving the formation was Han Su, he would really be unable to hold on for much longer. That fellow was a Saint Four Dan Pinnacle cultivator and the head of the Formation Master Guild, so he had a deep understanding of formations. With him driving the formation, it would be even more powerful. It seemed like it was impossible for him to escape now. While the Scarlet Leaf King was in despair, above the formation, President Han and the others' eyes glowed in agitation. Hearing the shout, they rushed out of their hiding, only the Scarlet Leaf King's residence, and they realized that the Scarlet Leaf King's residence. There was no need to make any unnecessary movements. As long as the killing formation was activated, it would definitely be able to kill him alive. Xianxia. If I'm not mistaken, this array formation should be at the peak of the 7th level, right? This is, you're doing? While operating the array, President Han couldn't help but look over. They had hidden themselves earlier, so they had no idea how Xianxia had dealt with the Scarlet Leaf King. This slaughter formation had already reached grade 7 pinnacle. Even he would have to spend a great deal of time and effort to set it up. Given that Xianxia was only at nascent saint, how could he possibly complete it so quickly? I wasn't the one who set it up. It was the Scarlet Leaf King. Xianxia shook his head, not daring to claim credit for himself. Scarlet Leaf King? Everyone was dumbstruck. To set up a formation to trap him within. Was there something wrong with that fellow? Perhaps he's thinking too much and wants to commit suicide. You should know that the brains of the otherworldly demons aren't that good. Xianxia shook his head with a smile. He couldn't reveal too much about how he had duped the Scarlet Leaf King. Otherwise, it would be difficult for him to explain his disguise as the Violet Leaf King. After instructing President Han and Wuxia to work together to drive the formation to slay the Scarlet Leaf King, Xianxia walked behind the crowd and found a spot to sit down cross-legged. He immersed his consciousness into the Library of Heaven's Path, studying the introduction to the ancient domain that he had obtained from the Scarlet Leaf King. The entire book was written in the language of the ancient gods that the other party had mentioned, so he couldn't recognize a single word of it. However, he could vaguely see that there were many words that were very similar to those on Wu Yanzi's map. Flicking his wrist, he took out an object. It was an ancient sheepskin. It was hard to tell how many years it had been there, but it was densely filled with bizarre words to mark out a map. The terrain on the map doesn't seem to resemble this place at all. Lowering his head to take a look, Xianxia was perplexed. Even though he couldn't recognize the words inscribed on the sheepskin, he was still able to see the terrain clearly. It didn't seem to resemble this place at all. It was for this reason that he didn't think that the map would be related to this ancient domain. A thought suddenly surfaced in Xianxia's mind as he thought, this map should be several dozen thousand years old. Could it be that the terrain has changed over the course of time, resulting in a completely different terrain? Landforms and landforms weren't static. Rather, they would change with the passage of time. Could it be that the terrain had changed due to the passage of time, resulting in the map being completely different from this place? That's not right. This is a folded space, so there's no movement of the Earth's crust or the invasion of water. How could there be such a change? However, Xianxia shook his head shortly after thinking about it. Unlike the outside world, folded spaces didn't have any natural changes. Furthermore, there were formations all around. Even if there was a change, it couldn't possibly be so thorough. Just as Xianxia was perplexed, he suddenly realized that the book in his hand bore some resemblance to the sheepskin before him. With a flick of his finger, he placed the two items together. With a light buzz, the map and the introduction slowly came together. Hula! They fused together, and in the blink of an eye, they formed a brand new map made of sheepskin. Xianxia leaped in shock. This is actually the same map split into two? It was no wonder why he couldn't understand the introduction and map. It turned out that they were just a portion of the complete map. Xianxia hurriedly picked up the fused sheepskin and lowered his head to take a closer look. What he saw above was completely different from what he saw just now. It was a completely different scene. Isn't this the lava that we came from earlier? Is this the Sea of Lightning? Is this the black sandstorm of oblivion? Unknowingly, Feng Sun had appeared behind Xianxia and pointed at the map. Even without Feng Sun's reminder, Xianxia had already recognized it. The fused sheepskin map contained all of the details of the ancient domain, and it was so lifelike that even the scenes on the map seemed to have come to life. They moved on their own accord, as if they would jump out at any moment. Could this red line be the correct path? To think that there would be such a path. Why haven't we noticed it before? Feng Sun exclaimed. Hearing those words, Xianxia turned his gaze over and saw a faint red line extending from the lava to the entire map. This red line is indeed the correct path, but without this sheepskin map, it wouldn't have appeared at all. Xianxia shook his head. If they had this sheepskin map before entering the ancient domain, they would have been able to advance along the path indicated on the red line without any obstructions. The reason why they hadn't noticed this path wasn't because their eye of discernment was lacking, but because without the complete map, the path wouldn't have appeared at all. Similarly, this involved the profound mysteries of space, and it wasn't something that the current Xianxia could comprehend. Following the map, Xianxia soon found the location of the Celestial Palace. So, the deepest part of the ancient domain is behind this waterfall. After confirming the direction, Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief. He stood up and turned to President Han and the others. With the collaboration of President Han and Wuxi, two Saint 4 Dan experts, and the 7-star Pinnacle Slaughter Formation, as powerful as the Scarlet Leaf King was, he still wasn't able to hold on for much longer and was killed. If the previous Scarlet Leaf King was crushed to death by Jin Yuanding, he would have been even more humiliated than that. To be killed by the formation he had set up, the second strongest king of the myriad ant hive nest, was indeed a tragic sight. Let's go. With the map, the rest will be safe. After dealing with the Scarlet Leaf King, the crowd heaved a sigh of relief. With a smile, Xianxia raised his hand, and the sheepskin map in his hand flew into the air. In an instant, it morphed into a rainbow bridge that crossed the Celestial Palace and extended into the depths of the waterfall. Let's go. Xianxia beckoned as he stepped onto the bridge. However, barely after taking a few steps, he suddenly recalled something and kept the formation flags of the Slaughter Formation into his storage ring. At the same time, with a light tap of his finger, the storage ring of the Scarlet Leaf King fell into his hand. As the second strongest king of the Qing Tian lineage, he was bound to have plenty of good stuff in his possession. Proceeding along the bridge, it didn't take long for them to pass through the Celestial Palace and enter the waterfall. Previously, they had already noticed that the waterfall and the Celestial Palace were actually a massive painting that concealed a certain world. After passing through the waterfall, the scenery changed, and they found themselves in a massive palace. What concentrated spiritual energy here! As soon as they stepped into the palace, they immediately felt their pores opening up, and their Xianxia pulsated wildly. The spiritual energy in the palace was so concentrated that it felt as if it would condense into water at any moment. If one were to cultivate here, even without using high-tier spirit stones, they would be able to advance their cultivation at a much faster rate. Is that carved using a high-tier spirit stone? Taking a few steps forward, the crowd's breathing hastened. Before them was a massive stone tablet that emanated a brilliant glow. It was actually carved using an entire high-tier spirit stone. How can there be such a massive spirit stone in the world? Everyone gulped down a mouthful of saliva. Even Xianxia's eyes widened in shock, and his eyeballs nearly fell to the ground. The stone tablet before them was around 5 to 6 meters tall, 2 to 3 meters wide, and half a meter thick. To think that such a massive object would be carved entirely out of high-tier spirit stone, this was simply too shocking. The largest high-tier spirit stone he had ever seen was only the size of an infant's fist, and yet, this stone tablet weighed more than 100 tons. If they were to divide it into pieces, how many high-tier spirit stones would there be in total? Hundreds of thousands. Millions. To see such a sight right after entering the depths of the ancient domain, just how many treasures were there? Qiuwu Palace. Could this be an ancient domain left behind by ancient sage Qiuwu? Taking a closer look at the words inscribed on the stone tablet, Wuxi was astonished. At this moment, Xianxia also noticed that there were indeed 3 words inscribed on the stone tablet, Qiuwu Palace. The handwriting was identical to the one on the Unbounded Voyager manual. It seems like, this is indeed an ancient domain left behind by ancient sage Qiu Wu. Xianxia turned to look at Luozi, and the both of them nodded in agreement. It was just a guess previously, but at this moment, he was 100% certain of it. Ancient sage Qiu Wu? Who is he? A combat master turned to look at Xianxia. Even true master teachers didn't know much about the history of the ancient era, let alone combat masters. Ancient sage Qiu Wu was one of Kongshi's followers back then, and he fought alongside Kongshi in the war against the otherworldly demonic tribe. He was one of the most famous ancient sages in the history of Mingshi Tang, and his cultivation surpassed Saint Nine Dan when he was still alive, reaching a realm that others could only look up to. Wushi explained. Kongshi's follower? Beyond Saint Nine Dan? Those who didn't know about it were speechless. Putting everything else aside, just these two items alone were enough to make countless people shrink back. Being by Kongshi's side and receiving the latter's nurturing, not only were they bound to be extremely powerful among those of the same cultivation realm, they were also experts who had surpassed Saint Nine Dan on top of that. It was no wonder the ancient domain he had set up was so fearsome that they had nearly been wiped out. Ancient sage Qiu Wu is not only a powerful cultivator, he has also made great contributions to mankind. The seal in our subterranean gallery to fend off the otherworldly demonic tribe was left behind by him back then. On top of that, our branch's pavilion master Go is a loyal fan of his. Wushi said. To be able to fend off the otherworldly demonic tribe for so many years, that ancient sage is indeed one of the most outstanding seniors of Mingshi Tang, indeed. Even though his contributions are still a little lacking compared to Kongshi's, it's still more than enough for him to go down in history. Hearing about ancient sage Qiu Wu's feats, the eyes of the crowd lit up in agitation. Regardless of whether it was combat masters or master teachers, their top priority was to protect mankind from the aggression of the otherworldly demonic tribe. If not for the seal placed on the otherworldly demonic tribe, the war would have continued for many years, and mankind would not have been able to live such a peaceful and stable life. He had assumed that this was a ruin left behind by an ordinary Saint Realm expert. Never in his wildest dreams did he imagine that it was actually left behind by an ancient powerhouse. If there's a statue of Elder Zhang in the ancient domain, I'll kowtow to him a few times. Feng Sen said in agitation. He had a lot of respect for this senior, and he had never thought that he would be able to come to the ruins that the other party had left behind. Me too, the other combat masters nodded in agreement. Since Elder Qiu Wu has left behind such a massive ancient domain, he must have left behind a sliver of his will. Let's continue forward. According to the Scarlet Leaf King, Zhang Yin and old Principal Qiu and the others are still alive. They are just trapped somewhere. The Skyleaf King is also trapped there. Let's hurry over lest something unexpected happens. Xianxia resisted the urge to dig up this stone tablet and sell it for money. While the stone tablet was indeed valuable, judging from the looks of admiration on the faces of the master teachers and combat masters, if he were to really take it away, they would surely put their lives on the line. Thus, after much consideration, he decided against it. All right. Everyone nodded and walked forward. Barely after taking a few steps, the eyes of one of the combat masters suddenly lit up. Pointing forward, he said, "Look." Following the direction of his finger, he saw a spear stabbed into the wall not too far away, half of it sticking out. Wushi stepped forward and gently pulled out the spear. This is a half-saint artifact? Xianxia narrowed his eyes. Just like the Glacier Rain Sword, the spear was actually at half-saint. Weapons of this level were extremely rare even in Han Yuan Empire. Even in Qing Yuan Empire, there weren't too many of them. Yet, it was actually stabbed into the wall. Like a piece of trash. This was a little too exaggerated. There's another one over there. Just as Xianxia was still in shock, another person exclaimed. Following which, he drew a half-saint sword from the wall on the other side. There's another one here too. That is actually a Saint Low-tier weapon. As they proceeded forward, more and more exclamations of astonishment sounded. Not too long later, almost everyone had a weapon in their hands. The weakest of them was at half-saint, and the stronger ones were even Saint Low-tier. Saint Low-tier. That was what Jin Yuan Ding used to possess, and yet, here, there were so many of them lying around. Just the thought of it was shocking. The spirit of these saint weapons seems to have been severely damaged, causing it to vanish. In other words, even though these saint and half-saint weapons are sharp, they have lost their spirit, rendering them unable to wield the might they once wielded. Wuxia said after taking a look at all of the weapons. While these weapons were of high tier, sharp, and resilient, without their spirit, their fighting prowess would be severely affected. It's not that they were severely damaged, but their spirit has been eroded by time. Xianxia shook his head. Even though the spirit of a weapon had a longer lifespan than that of a human, it was still subject to the age of decay. With the passage of time, it was impossible for a weapon to exist in the world forever. Otherwise, some formidable experts would have been able to seal their primordial spirits in their weapons and survive for eternity. The reason why Jin Yuanding was able to live for so long was because he had been in hibernation for a very short period of time. This was related to the secrets of the soul, and there were many master teachers who were unaware of it. Let's continue on. After collecting the weapons, Xianxia and the others proceeded ahead, and they found quite a few medicinal herbs, and other treasures scattered around. It was a pity that, just like the previous weapons, most of them had lost their effectiveness due to the passage of time. Even so, these items were still a huge fortune, far surpassing that of the high-tier spirit stone tablet. It was hard to tell whether it was due to the complete map or some other reason, but they didn't encounter any danger along the way. A moment later, a vast square appeared before their eyes. The square was filled with pits and cracks, and there were dozens of corpses scattered all around. There was a battle here. Narrowing their eyes, the crowd hurriedly rushed forward. This is Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy's Vice Principal Mu Renxiu, Zhang Yinqiu's right-hand man. Walking up to a corpse, Wu Tianqiong recognized it and exclaimed anxiously. Even though the owner of the corpse had been dead for quite some time, as a Saint Realm cultivator, his physical body wouldn't rot so easily. As such, it still looked no different from when he was alive. Vice Principal Mu Renxiu? Xianxia walked up and asked. After becoming the principal, he had read through the introduction of the academy, and he had heard of this person. Initially, other than Zhang Yinqiu, the principal of the Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy, there were 4 other vice principals. However, they had followed Xianxia to the ancient domain and never returned. It was for this reason that Lu Feng, the head of the apothecary school, had become the acting principal of the academy. Mu Renxiu was the strongest of the 4 vice principals. Who could have thought that he would die here? Xianxia quickly searched the area and confirmed that old principal Zhang Yinqiu's corpse was nowhere to be found. Only then did he heave a sigh of relief. Even though he had never met the old principal before, there was a portrait of him in the academy's library, and the Byzantium Helios beast had said that there wasn't a single corpse that matched his description. There are a total of 13 master teachers and 21 otherworldly demon corpses here. After tallying up the numbers, Wuxia couldn't help but sigh in sorrow. These 13 master teachers were all Saint One Dan 6-star master teachers. For all of them to die here without anyone knowing was a huge loss to the Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy and Mingshi Tang. It seems like the battle back then was intense. Xianxia couldn't help but sigh in sorrow. He suddenly recalled the cenotaph that Zhang Yinqiu had left behind in the mausoleum of principals. He knew that he was doomed, and the master teachers who had come with him must have known as well. Yet, they still chose to come here without any hesitation. Let's bring these corpses back. Even though they were unable to return to their homeland when they were alive, they can still return to the academy in death. With a wave of his hand, Xianxia stowed the corpses of the master teachers into his storage ring. Even though they had died, their corpses couldn't be left here forever. Why would they fight here? Where did they go in the end? After Xianxia was done collecting the corpses, guild leader Han spoke up. I don't know, but if I'm not mistaken, school head Zhang Yinqiu and the others probably knew that the otherworldly demons would enter the ancient domain, so they followed them in. Xianxia deduced. Based on the words that Zhang Yinqiu had left behind in the mausoleum of principals, it was likely that he had been forced to follow them. From this, it could be seen that the otherworldly demons had learned of the ancient domain in advance, and they had been tailing them. But of course, without witnessing it with his own eyes, it was impossible to say for sure. Everyone, come over for a moment. While Xianxia was still in the midst of his deduction, a master teacher suddenly called out. Everyone quickly turned their gazes over, only to see him standing by the side of the square, staring at a massive boulder before him with a perplexed look on his face. He was a master teacher from the Qingzhou Master Teacher Academy. Despite his low cultivation, he was an extremely meticulous person. The crowd walked over, and upon taking a look, a frown appeared on their faces. It was a palm print. It was hard to tell whether it was left behind by the person who had fought or the person who designed the ancient domain. This is a mechanism to activate some kind of seal. I have seen it before. Xianxia walked up to the boulder and said. Back in the unbounded world, he had seen this on the side of a stone tablet. Rather than a palm print, it was more like a depression. As long as one placed one's palm into it and infused one's Xianxia into it, one would be able to activate the seal within. Most likely, it was left behind by ancient sage Qiu Wu. A mechanism? Wuxia examined it for a moment before nodding. Everyone, please step back. I'll give it a try. There were dangers as well as safety in mechanisms. No one could tell what would happen if one were to touch it, so it was best to be careful. The crowd hurriedly stepped back and prepared their defenses. With a grim expression, Wuxia pressed his palm lightly. Wang, with a resounding buzz, the wall before them split open, revealing 9 round doors. Each of them was around the height of a grown man, and they carried the aura of a seal. With a single look, it was clear that the other side was a folded space. Why are there so many of them? Seeing that there was no danger, the crowd walked up to the doors with bewilderment in their eyes. 9 is the limit of the number. 9 doors should represent an endless number of doors, guild leader Han explained. The crowd nodded in agreement. 9 was the limit of numbers, derived from the 6 trigrams and 3 trigrams. In this world, there were many cultivation techniques that had 9 as their core. For example, Fighter 9 Dan, Transcendent Mortal 9 Dan, and Saint 9 Dan. 9 skies, 9 provinces, 9 doubts, 9 layers, 9 heads, 9 avenues, 9 conjunctions, 9 passes, 9 passes. The 9 doors are probably the same as the array formation. There are life and death, scenery and injury. Which one should we choose? One of the combat masters couldn't help but ask. This, upon hearing such a question, President Han was taken aback. He couldn't help but turn his gaze to Xianxia. As long as it was a formation, it would be divided into many doors: door of rest, door of life, door of pain, door of stop, door of view, door of death, door of alarm, and door of opening. Some of these doors were alive, some were injured, some were dead, and some were trapped within, unable to leave. If one were to take the wrong step, one would be doomed. This was precisely the reason why most people dared not move recklessly if they were trapped within a formation. This was because there was a good chance that they would fall into a trap of death. Even though the 9 doors didn't conform to the 8 trigrams formation, it did conform to the rules of the 8 trigrams. Seeing President Han's actions, the others also turned their gazes to the young man not too far away. Xianxia was rendered speechless. The people before him were renowned master teachers and skilled formation masters. No matter where they went, their words would carry enormous weight. Yet, why would they suddenly turn their backs on him after a short trip to the ancient domain? It was not like he was omnipotent. All right, there were many things that he couldn't do. Principal Zhang, your comprehension of formations and observation skills have far surpassed all of us. We'll believe whatever you say, Xianxia said with a frown. Seeing through Xianxia's thoughts, President Han chuckled. Indeed, we trust you. We don't know much about formations, so I'm afraid that you're the only one who can find the correct door. The crowd spoke up. Seeing their attitude, Xianxia knew that he couldn't turn them down, so he nodded and said, I'll give it a try. After saying those words, he walked forward and activated his Eye of Insight. The Library of Heaven's path would only reveal the composition and structure of the doors. It was impossible for him to determine whether it was safe or not, so he might as well use his Eye of Insight instead. Xianxia looked around before squatting down in front of a door and lowering his head to look at the ground. The crowd hurriedly followed behind him. There was a mark of fresh blood on the ground. It was hard to tell how long it had been, but it had already dried up a little. It seems like someone left it there intentionally, Wuxia frowned. Xianxia nodded. Xianxia was right. This mark wasn't left behind by a drop of blood. Rather, someone had intentionally left it there to leave a mark for the later generations. Frowning, Xianxia turned his gaze over once more. The blood in front of Xianxia's eyes seemed to have returned to how it was when it first appeared. The blood was left behind by Zhang Yinqiu, which means that they have entered this door. Xianxia stood up. Then let's enter this one. President Han looked over. N. Xianxia nodded. Their main goal was to find Zhang Yinqiu and the others. Now that Zhang Yinqiu and the others had entered the gate, they would be able to save them. Moreover, they had encountered so many dangers along the way, but the old dean and the others had been able to go smoothly. They probably already knew the secret of the ruins, so the place they went to was naturally very safe. All right. Having made up their minds, the crowd did not hesitate for too long. Wuxia took the lead and walked in. Everyone followed closely behind. As soon as Xianxia entered, the scenery before him immediately changed. A small garden appeared before him, filled with flowers and a fragrant aroma. Everyone was taken aback. He thought there would be danger or some kind of powerful test, but he didn't expect it to be an ordinary garden. Look! One of the combat masters pointed, and at the very center of the garden stood a towering sculpture. The sculpture was made of some kind of unique material, and it was dressed in a master-teacher robe. Its appearance was extremely lifelike, as if it would come to life at any moment. It's ancient sage Qiu Wu. Upon seeing the appearance of the sculpture, Xianxia's lips twitched. This fellow was the one whom he had wanted to take in as his student. Ancient sage Qiu Wu? Seeing that there was indeed a sculpture here, the eyes of Feng Sun and the others lit up. They hurriedly rushed forward and bowed respectfully. The seal set up by the ancient sage had protected mankind from harm for tens of thousands of years, and it was worthy of their respect. Wuxia and the others also followed suit and bowed respectfully. Seeing the reverence on everyone's faces, Xianxia felt a little awkward. It was just a moment ago that he had said that he wanted to take the other party in as his student. If these people were to learn of this, would they beat him to death? Hung Long, just as Xianxia was at a loss as to what to do, the ground suddenly shook. The sculpture before him suddenly shook, and a brilliant gleam shone from its eyes. It had come to life. Seeing this sight, Wuxia, Feng Sun, and the others leaped in fright, not daring to get up. It's just a sliver of wool left on the sculpture. It isn't a true resurrection. Xianxia was taken aback for a moment before heaving a sigh of relief. The situation before him was similar to when ancient sage Qiu Wu's will had appeared in the unbounded world. It was the same aura, but it was just a sliver of his will that had awakened. His main body had already been dead for tens of thousands of years, so how could it possibly come back to life? Most likely, the kneeling of the crowd had triggered some kind of mechanism that awakened the will sealed within the sculpture. Since there was a sliver of will left on the sculpture, it seemed like they had walked in the right direction. The sculpture opened its eyes, and looking at the kneeling crowd, a calm voice sounded. I am Qiu Wu, and I believe that you all should have heard of him by now. Just like before, the voice carried the vicissitudes of history, and it exerted a crushing pressure on one's soul. Junior pays respect to ancient sage Qiu Wu. Hearing the other party admit his identity, the crowd trembled in agitation. That was a figure of the same generation as Kong Shi, one of the most renowned master teachers among the human ancient sages, the idol of countless. Seeing the respectful attitude of the crowd, the sculpture nodded. The fact that you were able to come to this door shows that your disposition and judgment are top-notch. Since that's the case, I won't say any words of encouragement. I'll be conducting a test on your intelligence, and those who are able to clear it will be accepted as my students to inherit my heritage. In order to prevent the matter from leaking out, I can only remain here. Is there anyone who is willing to give it a try? Ancient sage Qiu Wu's will was exactly the same as when he was in the unbounded world, accepting disciples and assessing them as he pleased. His actions were swift and decisive, without the slightest bit of hesitation. Intelligence test? Elder Qiu Wu's heritage? The breathing of the crowd hastened. Putting aside the fact that ancient sage Qiu Wu's cultivation was beyond Saint Nine Dan, just his comprehension of spatial laws was something that even most 9 stars master teachers could only dream of. Those who could inherit his heritage would surely grow stronger and stronger, and it was only a matter of time before they reached the pinnacle of the master teacher continent. Indeed, a cultivator's disposition and talent can ensure that he or she can learn from the predecessors and advance his or her cultivation. However, it is only through intelligence that one can create his or her own path, or even surpass his or her predecessors. If you agree to it, you can enter the door behind me. If you don't, you can leave the Qiao Wu Palace along the path you came from. The sculptor said. This, instead of expressing their stance, the crowd glanced at one another with grim looks on their faces. It would be best if they could obtain ancient sage Qiao Wu's heritage, but considering the difficulty of the ancient domain, it would be extremely difficult to clear his final test. If they were unable to do so, they would be trapped within, unable to leave. In other words, if they succeeded, they would live. If they failed, they would die. There was no third option. Xianxia and the others must have chosen to enter the door, that's why they haven't come out yet. Wushi and the others nodded in agreement. If the old principal was still alive, he was likely to be in there as well. Otherwise, it was impossible for nothing to have happened. As the principal of the Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy, it went without saying that he possessed extraordinary aptitude. Not to mention, there were also the vice principals and elders of the Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy with him. Any one of them was a genius amongst geniuses. Yet, they had been in there for more than 2 years. Even if I am trapped within, I must enter. This opportunity is too precious to me, Feng Sen said with determination in his eyes. Indeed. As long as we can see ancient sage Qiao Wu's heritage, it will be worth it. Jiang Yuan and the others nodded in agreement. The heritage of ancient sage Qiao Wu was a treasure that innumerable people dreamed of obtaining. Even if they were to fail the trial, it could only mean that their aptitude for intelligence was too low, and it would only be a matter of time before they died in the master teacher continent. I choose to enter. Me too. Wu Shi, Mu Shi, Wu Tianqiong, and the others nodded in agreement. As master teachers, how could they give up on the opportunity to obtain the heritage of an elder like ancient sage Qiao Wu? It wasn't just a cultivation technique, it was a philosophy that they were determined to uphold. Wait, if it's a test, why would the Skyleaf King be in there as well? Is the otherworldly demonic tribe acceptable as well? As the crowd made up their minds, Xianxia frowned. While the heritage of the Skyleaf King was indeed attractive to him, it wasn't much at all. He had taken a look at the unbounded Voyager, and while it was indeed powerful, it had many flaws as well. If he were to be trapped in there for the rest of his life, it would be a huge loss for him. After all, his top priority was to become a 9-stars master teacher before 30. Otherwise, the only fate awaiting him would be death. Of course, he didn't have much time to consider whether he should enter or not. If old Principal Xianxia was really trapped in there, how could the Skyleaf King possibly be in there as well? Ancient sage Qiao Wu had gone to great lengths to seal the spatial node, and he had even lost his life in battle against the otherworldly demonic tribe. From this, it could be seen how much he hated the otherworldly demonic tribe. With his sculpture guarding the spatial node, how could the Skyleaf King possibly enter and obtain his heritage? Could it be that the Skyleaf King is a fake? Xianxia frowned. There were 9 doors outside, and there was bound to be life and death. For the Skyleaf King to impart his cultivation technique as soon as he appeared, wasn't it a little too easy? Oblivious to Xianxia, the sculptor spoke once more. All right. Since you have made your decision, make your choice now. Yes. Wu Shi and the others stood up, and with determination in their eyes, they began walking forward. Of the remaining 22 people, other than Xianxia and Lozozi, who were standing at the very back, the rest chose to enter. Wait a moment. Seeing that they were about to walk in, Xianxia bellowed and stepped forward to stop them. What's wrong? Taken aback, Wu Shi and the others hurriedly gestured for Xianxia to keep quiet. Ancient sage Qiao Wu was right in front of them, and it was rude of him to speak so loudly. It's nothing much, I just feel that something is amiss. Frowning, Xianxia turned around, raised his finger, and tapped it lightly on the sculpture. Hula, a powerful burst of sword chi shot straight toward the sculpture, carrying with it the might to slice through the air. It felt as if even a spirit pinnacle artifact would shatter upon contact with it. Upon seeing this sight, Wu Shi and the others nearly fainted on the spot. That was ancient sage Qiao Wu's sculpture, and his consciousness was even within it, to make a move on him without any hesitation. Was he insane? With a swift movement, Wuxia appeared before Xianxia, and with a light flick of his finger, he deflected the sword qi. Xianxia, what are you doing? Nothing much. I just think that there's something wrong with that fellow, so I want to give it a try. Not expecting the other party to be so anxious as to block his sword qi, Xianxia frowned. Give it a try? The crowd nearly collapsed to the ground. Who was that, ancient sage Qiao Wu? He was a figure on par with Kongshi. Was there a need for you to give it a try? Xianxia, he's an ancient sage. Making a move on him is an act of disrespect. President Han hurriedly sent a telepathic message over. Even between a teacher and a student was not allowed to make a move on their teacher, not to mention, ancient sage Qiao Wu was such a senior. Even if one were to go berserk, one would have to look at the situation first. If he were to make a move on ancient sage Qiao Wu, the entire master-teacher continent would view him as their enemy. This, seeing how anxious the crowd was, seemingly wanting to tie him up, Xianxia shook his head helplessly. In truth, they were right. He had been too careless. No matter what, the young man before him was one of the strongest sages of the ancient era, a person who had once stood before Kongshi. Even if the other party was a fake, it was still too reckless of him to test the other party. However, if he didn't use his battle technique and the other party didn't retaliate, he wouldn't be able to compile a book on the other party, thus making it impossible for him to determine the other party's identity. Just as Xianxia was at a loss as to how he should explain his doubts, the sculptor suddenly turned to look at him. Previously, when Xianxia was standing at the entrance of the residence, he didn't notice the other party. Now that he saw the other party's appearance, his eyelids twitched. It's you? You recognize me? Xianxia was taken aback. In the unbounded realm, you found a flaw in my unbounded voyager and said those words. It's very difficult for me to remember. The sculptor harumphed. You remember what happened in the unbounded realm? Frowning, Xianxia widened his eyes. Oh no, I've made a mistake. The fact that ancient sage Qiao Wu was able to speak of the unbounded world could only mean that he was the consciousness from before. In other words, he was the real ancient sage Qiao Wu, otherwise, there was no way he would have said the unbounded voyager. Could it be that I guessed wrong? The will that was left behind in the unbounded realm doesn't know what happened to me, but I know what he experienced. He clearly could have stayed in the outside world for 2 days, but because of what you said, his Dao heart became unstable, and he collapsed on the spot. Are the juniors these days also awesome? The stone statue continued. There was only a single reason for the will to remain in the unbounded world, and that was to find a successor who was able to pass the trial so that he could take them in as his student and impart the unbounded voyager to them. In the end, he did manage to find the successor, but not only did he fail to impart the cultivation technique to them, he even ended up having the other party find so many flaws in it and look at it with disdain. What was even more outrageous was that Xianxia wanted to take him in as his disciple. It was already a miracle that he did not faint on the spot. His Dao heart collapsed? Xianxia has met ancient sage Gu sages before? Hearing their conversation, the crowd blinked in bewilderment. They glanced at one another in bewilderment. Just what in the world did Xianxia say to cause the ancient sage who had once followed behind Kongshi to waver in his Dao heart? Even his will had collapsed? I was just speaking casually. Allow me to apologize to you, elder. With a reddened face, Xianxia quickly clasped his fist. He had only spoken casually back then. Even if he were to take the other party in as his student, there was no way he could alter the cultivation technique. There's no need for that. Everything that you said is correct. The unbounded voyager might be a profound movement technique, but it isn't perfect either. Back then, Kongshi's words were just as you said. The stone statue replied calmly. Even though the young man before him did not possess a high cultivation, he possessed a vast amount of knowledge and experience. To be able to point out so many flaws in the unbounded voyager so easily, he was probably the second person in the world other than Kongshi to have done so. I won't be able to stay awake for too long. If you wish to obtain my heritage, you'll have to enter. Even though your comprehension of movement techniques has reached an extremely high level, I am still unique in the field of spatial manipulation. It won't be easy for you to master it. Deep confidence shone in the stone statue's eyes. Back then, even Kongshi's comprehension of spatial manipulation was far beneath his. It could be said that Kongshi was the #1 expert in the world. He had absolute confidence in this field. The fact that the young man before him was able to see through the flaws in the unbounded Voyager showed that he was an expert in movement techniques. However, it was unlikely that he would be able to do so easily in the field of spatial manipulation. No one could be perfect, understand everything, and be able to do everything. After all, there was only a single Kongshi. Yes. There's one thing that I'm confused about, and I hope that Elder can enlighten me on it. Nodding, Xianxia turned to Xianxia. Speak. I have an elder who entered the unbounded Voyager 2 years ago, and he was accompanied by a powerful otherworldly demon. Both of them were trapped here, unable to leave. Could it be that they failed the trial? Xianxia pondered for a moment before replying. 2 years ago, there was indeed an otherworldly demon who entered the unbounded Voyager. 2 years ago, there were indeed people who entered the otherworldly demonic tribe, but they didn't choose this door. The stone statue said. They didn't choose? Xianxia was taken aback. That wasn't right. There were bloodstains left behind by the old principal outside the door, so they should have entered the unbounded Voyager. That's right. They went around the 9 doors and are currently trapped in the Saint Ascension Hall, the stone statue said. Saint Ascension Hall? Xianxia and Lozozi glanced at one another, and they could see the perplexity in the other's eyes. The Saint Ascension platform wasn't too far away, and there was a Saint Ascension Hall in the vicinity. Could there be some sort of connection between the two? The sculptor nodded. That's a legacy that Kongshi left behind for his descendants. Of course, you'll have to clear my trial first if you wish to head there. Otherwise, you'll be trapped in there forever, unable to leave. This? Xianxia was taken aback. Since they had entered the Saint Ascension Hall, why would they intentionally leave bloodstains before the door? The more he thought about it, the more perplexed he felt. Alright, my trial isn't that easy. They have already made up their minds. What about the two of you? The stone statue asked. Instead, he turned to Xianxia and Lozozi. Since the others had already made their decision, the two of them were the only ones who had yet to make a decision. I wish to take the trial. Xianxia hesitated for a moment before replying. Since the other party was ancient sage Qiu Wu, he would be more than happy to inherit the other party's heritage. Take the unbounded Voyager for example. Even though it had many flaws, as long as he could find a suitable movement technique to fuse with it, it would become a heaven's path divine art. With that, he would be able to raise his fighting prowess by leaps and bounds. Even if he had only cultivated the one down of the unbounded Voyager, he would still be able to escape from the Skyleaf King easily. At the very least, he wouldn't be completely helpless like before. I won't be entering. Lozozi shook her head. You aren't going? Not expecting Luo Ruoxin to make such a decision, Xianxia was taken aback. I have my own heritage, and while ancient sage Qiu Wu's heritage is good, it isn't compatible with me. Rather than wasting my time, I might as well leave it behind. Lozozi replied with a light smile. This? Xianxia nodded. She was right. Those with unique constitutions or bloodlines could only cultivate certain cultivation techniques. Take Xiaoye and Yuan Tao for example. If they cultivated other cultivation techniques, they might not be able to improve at all. Instead, it might even have the opposite effect. You should go ahead. Ancient sage Qiu Wu's heritage is extremely valuable. If you can learn it, it will surely be of great help to you. Lozozi said. Xianxia nodded. I will go in to take a look. Don't worry, I will surely clear the trial. Even though he had no idea what the other party was testing him on, he was confident that he would be able to clear it. Lozozi nodded. Let's go. Having made up his mind, Xianxia beckoned to Wushi and the others before walking toward the door behind the stone statue. In the blink of an eye, the door disappeared from sight. The next moment, a courtyard appeared before them, and a row of stone tablets appeared before them. There were more than 20 of them, and they formed a circle around the group. All kinds of words were written on them. Knowing that this was a trial, Wu Shi, Feng Sun, and the others quickly turned their gazes over. With just a single glance, bizarre expressions appeared on their faces. It wasn't that they couldn't learn it, but they couldn't understand it at all. The words written on the stone tablets consisted of their language, the ancient beast language, and even the language of the otherworldly demonic tribe. There were dozens of different languages mixed together, making it difficult for them to understand them. Lin, Qing, Hua, Xing, Pa, Ming, Xiao. This? How do I understand it? Wu Shi, who was fortunate enough to recognize a few of the languages, translated the words, and upon doing so, he was dumbfounded. Even if he could understand the meaning of the words, he was still unable to make sense of what was going on. Turning his head to look at the others, he saw that Feng Sun, Wu Tianqiong, and the others were completely bewildered as well. He turned to look at Xianxia, only to see that the latter was also bewildered by the situation. He had thought that this was a cultivation technique that could test one's comprehension ability, but, if he couldn't even understand it, how was he supposed to clear the trial? He had guessed that it would be difficult to clear ancient sage Qiu Wu's trial, but he didn't think that it would be so bizarre. Xianxia, do you see anything? After studying it for a while longer, Zhang Xian couldn't help but walk up to Zhang Xian. If there was anyone among them who could comprehend it, it would be the young man before him. I don't think so. Zhang Xian shook his head. To be honest, he was completely bewildered by the situation as well. Didn't ancient sage Qiu Wu say that you have a deep understanding of his cultivation technique? Recalling the conversation between ancient sage Qiu Wu and the young man before him, Wu Shi couldn't help but ask, didn't ancient sage Qiu Wu say that you have a deep understanding of his cultivation technique? This? I really have no idea what's going on. With a bitter smile, Zhang Xian shook his head. Feng Sun also walked up to Zhang Xian and asked, it's already impressive that you are able to comprehend his cultivation technique. Right, Xianxia, what did you say to ancient sage Qiu Wu for him to remember you? The others also turned their gazes over. To be honest, they were all perplexed by the situation. What in the world could cause the will of an ancient sage who had lived for several dozen millenniums to lose his composure? Noticing the gazes of the crowd, Zhang Xian scratched his head awkwardly and said, if I were to say that I want to take ancient sage Qiu Wu in as my disciple, would you believe me? Accept ancient sage Qiu Wu as his disciple? The mouths of Wu Shi and the others twitched, and they quickly shook their heads. None of them believed him. Ancient sage Qiu Wu was an expert of the same generation as Kong Shi. Even the current pavilion master Mingshi Tang, a true 9-star master teacher, would have to address him respectfully as elder, not daring to say anything disrespectful to him. Yet, Xianxia said that he wanted to accept ancient sage Qiu Wu as his disciple. Was he for real? If he were to say that, ancient sage Qiu Wu would probably slap him to death. Seeing the expressions of the crowd, Zhang Xian knew that they wouldn't believe him. However, he couldn't be bothered to explain it to them. He had intended to keep a low profile, and it would be best if they didn't believe him. Let's continue studying. Since this is a test, there must be a way to resolve it. Not wanting to dwell on this matter any longer, Zhang Xian waved his hands and continued studying the stone tablets. Through the eye of insight, Zhang Xian could tell that the material of the stone tablets wasn't anything special. They were just ordinary rocks, and it was just that they were tough and could be stored for a longer period of time. There was nothing special about them, so he wasn't able to find anything wrong with them. From the looks of it, he would have to start from words. However, these words were written in many different languages. Even if he were to translate them, he wouldn't be able to understand them. Thus, he walked up to the stone tablet and placed his finger on it. A corresponding book appeared in his sea of consciousness. Zhang Xian hurriedly flipped it open. Green limestone stone tablet, inscribed by ancient sage Qiu Wu. It contains the complete cultivation technique of Heavenly Demon Great Sorrow Palm. There are 27 flaws. Firstly, this cultivation technique has a huge influence on one's emotions. It requires one to prepare before a battle, or else one will be unable to exert one's full strength. Secondly, it has a high requirement on one's Xianxia. The book was densely packed with the flaws of a set of cultivation techniques, and it was written down in detail. There is indeed a cultivation technique here. Zhang Xian's eyes lit up. It seemed like ancient sage Qiu Wu wasn't lying to them. These stone tablets were indeed a kind of test. It didn't take long for Xianxia to finish reading through the book. He had seen all of the flaws, and he knew the name of the cultivation technique as well. However, he was still unable to understand the cultivation technique. Knowing the flaws but not the formula was akin to knowing the illness but not the patient. To him, it was as good as not solving any problems. He had to find a way to decipher the meaning of the inscriptions on the stone tablet and convey the cultivation method to them. He stopped reading the book and continued to look at the stone tablet in front of him. It was still densely packed with words, causing his eyes to hurt. If he tried to read it, he would not be able to understand it at all. All of a sudden, Xianxia's eyes lit up as an idea surfaced in his mind. That's right. Since I don't understand it, I should be able to make use of its flaws to deduce the formula. If one were to study the ancient beast language, the ancient god language, the otherworldly demonic tribes language, and many other languages, it would take a very long time for one to decipher them all. Furthermore, since the other party said that it was a test of one's comprehension, it was impossible for him to find the cultivation technique just by translating it. There was bound to be a lot of trouble ahead. Rather than tormenting himself like that, he might as well make use of its flaws to reverse engineer the cultivation technique. Although it was very difficult, if he did it well, he would definitely be able to create the complete cultivation method. Everyone, do any of you have a secret manual for palm techniques? Can you lend it to me? With such a thought in mind, Xianxia swiftly scanned the surroundings. Palm technique manuals? The crowd was perplexed by Xianxia's words. The urgent matter at hand was to study the stone tablets left behind by ancient sages. I have a lot of them here. I copied them out from the palm division. Even though the crowd was perplexed by Xianxia's request, they still nodded in agreement. Jiang Yuan took out a pile of several hundred secret manuals. As combat masters cultivated their bodies, they had a deep understanding of palm arts, fist arts, spear arts, sword arts, and the like. As such, it was natural for them to have quite a few secret manuals regarding palm arts. I have some too. Fengsen also took out a pile of secret manuals. Very soon, the Combat Master Hall had gathered 2,000 to 3,000 secret manuals regarding palm arts. I don't have as many as the others, but their grades aren't too low either, Wuxi and President Han chuckled. Altogether, there were more than 10 secret manuals in the Combat Master Hall. Most of these palm art manuals had reached Saint Realm, so every single one of them was extremely valuable. However, since Xianxia wanted to take a look, the crowd didn't say anything about it. Thank you. Xianxia nodded as he swiftly collected all of the secret manuals into the Library of Heaven's Path. Compile all of the secret manuals regarding palm arts, Xianxia commanded in his mind. Innumerable books flew into the air, and the heavenly demon Great Sorrow palm that he had seen on the stone tablets also appeared together. Voila, a brand new book appeared before Xianxia's eyes. Xianxia hurriedly grabbed it and flipped it open. As expected, the flaws of the heavenly demon Great Sorrow palm have been resolved by quite a bit. Sweeping through the contents, Xianxia clenched his fists tightly. Just as Xianxia had guessed, the heavenly demon Great Sorrow palm had indeed reduced the number of flaws he had accumulated by leaps and bounds. Previously, there were 27 flaws, but now, there were only 9. In other words, more than half of the flaws had been resolved. However, the heavenly demon Great Sorrow palm was, after all, an even higher tier technique. Even with the 10,000 secret manuals that the crowd had given him, he still couldn't resolve all of them. Let's see if I can cultivate it first, Xianxia swiftly scanned through the Library of Heaven's Path in his mind, and he shook his head. Even though there were only 9 flaws left, and he was getting closer and closer to becoming a Heaven's Path divine art, it was still incomplete due to the lack of a cultivation technique. In other words, there were no problems whatsoever with the corrected flaws, but the flaws were still a complete mess, making it difficult for him to understand them. Let me compare them. Making a mental note of the corrected flaws, Xianxia turned to look at the corresponding stone tablets, only to find that they were still completely bewildered. It was as if there was no connection between them at all. It was as if he was still unable to comprehend the questions even though he had the correct answers. These words don't seem to have anything to do with the cultivation technique at all. After studying the stone tablets for a moment longer, Xianxia felt conflicted. All along, he had been able to find the flaws of any cultivation technique through the library of Heaven's Path easily. Yet, despite having the correct answers, he was still unable to comprehend the questions on the stone tablets. Just the thought of it left him feeling stifled. Forget it, it has already been 4 hours. If it comes down to it, I should just ask ancient sage Qiao Wu about the 18 flaws that I have filled up. What if I manage to clear the examination? Xianxia thought as he rubbed his glabella in distress. He was unable to comprehend what was going on even with the correct answers, and this left him feeling deeply helpless. If it came down to it, he could just ask ancient sage Qiao Wu about the 18 flaws that he had filled up. What if the other party didn't think too much into it and passed the examination? With such thoughts in mind, Xianxia stood up and was just about to call out to ancient sage Qiao Wu when he suddenly caught sight of a corner of the stone tablet. The words in the corner were written in the language of the otherworldly demonic tribe, and they were densely packed together. Xianxia had been unable to decipher what they were, but upon standing up, he suddenly felt as if the words were moving. This feeling was similar to the unique inscriptions that the Greenleaf King's subordinates had inscribed on the walls back in the subterranean gallery. Could it be that? I'm not treating these words as words but as inscriptions, a thought suddenly surfaced in Xianxia's mind. If he were to compare the words with the correct answers, it would be useless. But what if he were to view them as inscriptions? Narrowing his eyes, Xianxia took a closer look. With this thought in mind, many different words floated out of the stone tablet, forming a series of connected inscriptions. These inscriptions seemed to have drawn out the circulation method of his Xianqi, and they flowed slowly through his body. I should give it a try then. After learning the circulation method of the cultivation technique, Xianxia's Xianqi began flowing along his meridians. Jai. The Heaven's Path Xianqi was incomparably domineering. In an instant, the acupoints in the Heaven's Path divine art were opened, and the flaws in the Heaven's Path divine art began to circulate according to the correct cultivation technique. Xianxia's body jolted, and a cracking sound echoed in the air. So, this is how I cultivate the heavenly demon Great Sorrow Palm. Soon, after driving his Xianqi through his body, he had mastered the palm art. Due to the many flaws in the palm art, Xianxia was unable to compile it into a Heaven's Path divine art. As such, its tier was only at Saint tier intermediate tier. Had it been a nascent saint cultivator, it would have been impossible for them to master it. In fact, even Saint 3 Dan experts would find it difficult to master it. However, having cultivated the Saint Ascension decipher, Xianxia's Xianqi was boundless. On top of that, his Heaven's Path Xianqi was incomparably pure. Through the 18 corrections he had made, he was able to bring the palm art to minor accomplishment. The cultivation of battle techniques could be divided into novice, initiate, minor accomplishment, major accomplishment, and consummation. Since there are so many flaws, I should just head to the palm division of the Combat Master Hall to look for more books to compile the Heaven's Path palm art. Stretching his back lazily, Xianxia stood up. There were simply too many flaws in the palm art. It was fortunate that these flaws only weakened the might of the palm art, and it required a large amount of Xianqi to cultivate it. Otherwise, he would have never cultivated it in the first place. It's too crude, Xianxia sighed deeply. This was probably the cultivation technique with the most flaws ever since he started cultivating it. Just the thought of it left him feeling a little embarrassed. Xianxia, how is it? Seeing that Xianxia seemed to have comprehended something, Wu Shi and the others hurriedly turned their gazes over. They had studied the palm art for a very long time, and they had compiled quite a few insights into it. They had also translated many unique characters, but it was a pity that they were still unable to comprehend anything at all. There is a palm art recorded on the stone tablet. Not only did I manage to decipher it, I even practiced it for a while, Xianxia nodded. Palm art? Practiced it for a while? Everyone was stunned. All they had seen was a bunch of jumbled characters, and yet, not only did the young man before them manage to decipher the palm art, he even managed to master it. Wasn't his intelligence a little too incredible? A palm art? You managed to decipher it? Hong Long, just as Xianxia was about to speak, the ground before him suddenly rumbled. The sculpture of ancient sage Qiao Wu that he had seen earlier flew into the air and landed heavily on the ground. Then, he looked at the young man before him doubtfully. The test that he had left behind was extremely difficult. Even the most talented genius among his students would have to spend several months to decipher it. Yet, in less than 6 hours, the young man had already managed to decipher it. Was there really a person with such incredible intelligence? This palm art is called the Heavenly Demon Great Sorrow Palm. Xianxia nodded. You are able to see through the name of the palm art? The sculptor widened his eyes in shock. He had left all kinds of words on the stone tablet in the form of inscriptions, but he had only recorded the Xianxia circulation path of the cultivation technique. He hadn't written down the name of the cultivation technique. How in the world did this fellow see through it? This. Zhang Xian was taken aback for a moment, and his eyebrows twitched. The name of the cultivation technique was seen by the Library of Heaven's Path. If he were to cultivate it just by looking at the stone tablet, he would only know that it was a palm art. I have read through the records of Elder, and I know that Elder possesses a long-lost palm art. It possesses unparalleled might, and it bears some resemblance to this palm art, so I deduced that. Zhang Xian said. In any case, he wouldn't tell anyone about the Library of Heaven's Path. As for whether the other party would believe him or not, he couldn't care less. You have read through the records? The sculptor was taken aback. When the unbounded world accepted me as your disciple, why didn't I see you reading through my books? However, there was no point in asking about it. The sculptor turned to Zhang Xian once more and asked, You said that not only did you see through the palm art, you even cultivated it? That's right. Zhang Xian nodded. If you are able to see through the palm art, I will take it as a pass. To cultivate it directly. Reckless, too reckless. The sculptor shook his head. He was the one who had created this palm art back then, so he knew how difficult it was. Even the strongest Saint 4-Dan pinnacle cultivator among them would find it hard to cultivate it. For a nascent saint to attempt it, wasn't that just asking for trouble? This palm art has reached Saint tier intermediate tier. If one's cultivation is insufficient, forcefully cultivating it will only bring harm to oneself. Furthermore, even if one's cultivation is sufficient, it will still be extremely difficult to cultivate it. Back then, when I first created the palm art, it took me a year and 3 months just to cultivate it. Reaching initiate took me 3 years, and as for minor accomplishment, it took me nearly 8 years. Of my many disciples, even the fastest one to reach minor accomplishment took 40 years. The sculptor said as he recalled the past. Even though he was the one who created the palm art, it wasn't easy to cultivate it. From the very start, it took him 12 years to reach minor accomplishment. As for his students, their progress was even slower and not worth mentioning. You must have practiced for a while, felt that it was too difficult, and stopped, right? It's good that you didn't continue. Without my guidance, cultivating blindly will only lead you astray. The sculptor remarked in awe. However, before it could finish its words, the young man before it scratched his head sheepishly and said, I was cultivating for a while earlier, and I accidentally reached minor accomplishment, minor success? Accidentally? The stone statue swayed and almost collapsed. He had just said that he, the founder, had spent more than 12 years to reach the initial stage of cultivation. How long have you been cultivating? At the very most, it wasn't even 6 hours, right? Minor success, is this for real? That's right. Actually, even though this palm technique is very good, it has too many flaws. It's quite difficult to cultivate it. Zhang Xian lamented. It would have been better if he hadn't heard those words, but upon hearing them, the stone statue nearly fainted from anger. This fellow from the unbounded realm had said so. In the end, his strand of willpower had dissipated, and it had come here, again, so what if I owe you? I have already reached minor accomplishment in the unbearable palm technique, what more do you want? You have reached minor accomplishment, right? This palm technique of mine is able to determine whether one has cultivated it correctly or not through the strength of one's palm strike. Feeling a little displeased, the sculptor looked at Zhang Xian coldly and said, How about this? I will suppress my cultivation to nascent saint and execute the minor accomplishment Heavenly Demon Great Sorrow Palm against you. If you are able to withstand my palm strike, it means that you aren't lying, and you have indeed comprehended the essence of this palm technique. No matter who it was, it would be displeased to be doubted by a nascent saint lad. Since the young man before him had said such words time and time again, he had already decided to teach him a lesson. Otherwise, if he didn't suppress the arrogance of the young man, it would be detrimental to his growth in the future. Hearing that the sculptor was going to exchange blows with him, Xianxia was taken aback. "You are a sculptor, but you are capable of executing palm techniques?" "Of course. Even though I am a sculptor, I am still capable of harnessing my will within my body to exert immense strength." Harumphing coldly, the sculpture stretched its arm forward. An indomitable aura immediately emanated from the sculpture, crushing one's soul. Even before ancient sage Qiu Wu followed Xianxia, he was already a top-notch expert, invincible in his cultivation realm. If he were to face Xianxia with his cultivation suppressed, there's no doubt that Xianxia will be at a disadvantage. That's for sure. This palm technique was created by ancient sage Qiu Wu, and he must have cultivated it for many years. Even though it might seem like Xianxia has practiced it for 6 hours, the truth is that he hasn't managed to comprehend anything in the first 4 hours. No matter how talented he is, how much can he possibly comprehend in such a short period of time? Indeed, they aren't even on the same level at all. Seeing this sight, Wuxia and the others shook their heads. In their view, ancient sage Qiu Wu's challenge was a test for Xianxia. There was no way they could compare the two of them. Seeing how determined the sculptor was, Xianxia could only nod and say, "All right." To be honest, he had only used his Xianxia to simulate the palm technique in his body. Since the other party wanted to challenge him to a duel, it would be a good opportunity for him to test out its prowess. If it was truly not too bad, he could use it in future battles. "Let's begin then," the sculpture replied as it pushed its arm forward. Hung Long, even before coming into contact with one's body, one could already feel a devastating sensation descending from the heavens. It was as if countless otherworldly demons had descended from the heavens, crushing one's physical body and soul. The heavenly demon Great Sorrow Palm was not only a physical attack but also a soul and primordial spirit. It was for this reason that it was extremely famous in ancient times. Even among the saint intermediate tier cultivation techniques, it could be considered as one of the stronger ones. How powerful, even at such a distance, and the one attacking isn't me, I still feel my body stiffening. It's impossible for me to withstand it. As expected of a cultivation technique left behind by ancient sage Qiu Wu. If I could learn it, my fighting prowess would surely soar by more than twofold. This palm technique harnesses the might of one's soul, so it won't be easy to cultivate it. Feeling the might of the palm technique, the bodies of Wuxia and the others stiffened, and their faces reddened. Too powerful, the speed at which the sculptor executed the palm technique was not too fast, and there was nothing intricate about its movements either. Nevertheless, it felt as if it would overwhelm even one's soul. This was something that most of the battle techniques that they had cultivated were unable to achieve. Fearsome. It's no wonder ancient sage Qiu Wu said that this palm technique is difficult to cultivate. I wonder how far Xianxia has cultivated it. Wuxia remarked. This palm technique had already surpassed the level of a simple maneuver. Without many years of accumulation, it would be impossible for one to master it. As talented as Xianxia was, he was still too young. It was unlikely that he would be able to comprehend the essence of the palm technique due to his lack of experience. There were many cultivators who traveled the world to comprehend emotions in order to perfect their state of mind. Without such experience, no matter how talented one was, it would be difficult for one to comprehend the essence of the palm technique. With such thoughts in mind, Fengsun couldn't help but turn his gaze to the young man not too far away. At this moment, Xianxia wasn't in a hurry to make a move. Instead, with his hands behind his back, he was gazing at a 45-degree angle. It was hard to tell what he was thinking about, but a look of sorrow surfaced on his face. It was as if he had just lost his lover, and at the same time, he felt as if he had witnessed the passing of a close friend. It felt as if he had stood aloof from the world, leaving behind a feeling of loneliness. This is the ability of a terpsichore. Wuxia narrowed his eyes in astonishment. Even though the other party was just standing there, he felt a bone-piercing sorrow. This wasn't just a state of mind, it was a technique that enhanced one's soul. Terpsichore? Isn't that a class that can only attack by dancing? Fengsun was perplexed. In his impression, terpsichore was an occupation that required one to dress in luxurious clothes, and it was a unique occupation that could mesmerize one with its movements. Most of the occupations were females. Why would Xianxia be a terpsichore as well? Furthermore, he hadn't even changed his clothes, and he was just standing there in a daze. How could this be the ability of a terpsichore? Terpsichore does require dancing in order to attack, but it's said that once a terpsichore reaches a certain level of mastery, every single movement of a terpsichore will be infused with charm and charm. Even though Xianxia isn't moving, as long as you take a closer look, you'll be able to sense his state of mind and resonate with it, Wuxia explained as he casually pointed to the combat masters behind him. Look at them. Feng Sun turned his gaze over and saw the combat masters behind him looking at Zhang Xian. Affected by their emotions, tears streamed down their faces. Feng Sun narrowed his eyes in astonishment. He had thought that Zhang Xian was only skilled in formations, but his fighting prowess wasn't weak either. Who could have thought that the other party's soul attacks would be so fearsome as well? Even though the combat masters behind him were only at Saint 1 Dan and Saint 2 Dan, they were still able to challenge opponents far stronger than them. On top of that, they had undergone soul training as well. Just by looking at Zhang Xian's movements, they were already affected by his emotions. Even Feng Sun couldn't help but shudder in fear. Look, it's starting. While Feng Sun was still in shock, Wuxia's exclamation sounded once more. Hurriedly turning his gaze over, he saw Xianxia raising his palm to meet the palm of the sculpture. His movements weren't too fast, and there wasn't anything extravagant about it either. It was just a simple push, but it felt as if the entire world was being overturned. In an instant, it felt as if Xianxia had morphed into a massive heavenly demon. Even his soul was being suppressed, and he didn't dare face the other party head-on. Sensing the change in Zhang Xian's aura and palm strike, the disdainful look on the sculpture's face suddenly turned grave. With a frown, the speed of its palm strike abruptly increased. Pung, the two palms collided with one another, and a powerful shockwave burst forth. So, before the sculpture could even process what was going on, it was already sent flying into the air before crashing into a stone tablet and shattering into pieces. The same cultivation realm, the same palm art, and the same cultivation realm, but Xianxia was able to defeat ancient sage Qiao Wu in a single move. Everyone was dumbfounded. They had thought that Xianxia would be taught a lesson by an ancient sage and sent flying with a single palm strike, but who could have thought that the outcome would be the exact opposite? The expert who had followed Xianxia for countless years would actually be defeated in a single move. More importantly, that fellow had only cultivated this move for 2 hours at the very most. How can I possibly be a match for him? Feng Sun, who was standing on the verge of tears, looked on the verge of tears. He had thought that he would be able to exact vengeance one day after his defeat, but from the looks of it now, it would be best for him to just wash his face and rest for the time being, otherwise, he would just have to continue suffering. Why you? Are you really only at minor accomplishment? Just as shocked as the crowd, the head of the sculpture flew up into the air. Looking at the young man before him, he was also dumbfounded. He had studied the cultivation technique for many years, and he had thought that no one would be able to match up to him. Yet, he had been sent flying so easily. Why did it feel like the other party was actually so powerful? Zhang Xian had never used this move before, and he didn't think that it would be so powerful. With just a single palm strike, he was able to leave the sculpture in such a state. With an embarrassed look on his face, he said, "There are too many flaws in it, so I modified it a little. I didn't think that it would be so powerful." "I apologize, modified? You modified my cultivation technique?" The eyes of the sculpture nearly popped out of their sockets. In just 6 short hours, not only did this fellow comprehend the cultivation technique he had left behind on the stone tablet, he even cultivated it to minor accomplishment, and he even felt that it wasn't powerful enough, so he modified it along the way. Are you trying to defy the heavens? To be honest, this cultivation technique isn't too bad, and it isn't weak either. However, there are simply too many flaws. There are a total of 27 of them. It's a pity that my knowledge is too shallow, so I only managed to modify 18 of them. There are still 9 that I know of, but I haven't found a solution yet. Zhang Xian shook his head dejectedly. If one had sufficient cultivation techniques, why would one cultivate a palm technique with so many flaws? Just the thought of it left him feeling stifled. Voila! The sculptor was in the midst of reassembling his shattered body when he heard those words, and his body staggered once more, nearly collapsing on the spot. You are too shallow. Also, what's with that stifled look on your face? Will you die if you stop acting cool? I haven't even finished modifying the cultivation technique that I created, yet you've finished modifying it just by looking at it for a while. You call this shallow? If that's the case, should I commit suicide? That's the pinnacle of Saint Intermediate tier battle techniques, and yet, you are still stifled. I'm the one who is depressed. In his excitement, the more the stone statue gathered, the more cracks he felt on its body. The reason why he had left behind the ancient domain was to find an outstanding junior to pass down his cultivation technique and proclaim his greatness. But in the end, not only did he fail to show off his superiority as a senior, he even suffered a blow to his pride. Which 18 parts did you change? Suppressing the stifled feeling in his heart, the sculptor asked. Even though they were at the same level and realm, the other party's palm energy was so strong, which meant that he had succeeded in modifying it. He also wanted to know what problems there were with the palm technique that he had painstakingly created. You want to know? I can teach you. Xianxia said. Crack, the stone statue's chest started to hurt. No need, even though he really wanted to know. If the other party were to ask him to acknowledge him as his teacher, he really wouldn't be able to bear the embarrassment. You're welcome. In fact, it's very simple. These 18 places are the places where the true qi circulates to the qi spirit sea in the body, Xianxia explained. The unbounded voyager did not have sufficient cultivation techniques to fuse with the other party's cultivation technique, so he only knew of its flaws and was unable to fix them. As such, he had no idea how he should respond to the other party's question. However, the correct cultivation technique had already appeared in front of him, so there was no harm in explaining it to him. Crack. Gotcha. After hearing those words, the rate at which the sculpture was cracking increased. It was as if the shock it had received had reached its limits. Ancient sage Qiu Wu had only left behind a sliver of his will, and after so many years, his will was already severely damaged. Under the continuous blows, it was already on the verge of collapse. It wasn't that his will was too weak, but the fellow before him was simply too exaggerated. The 27 flaws were exactly the same as what Xianxia had said back then. Back then, Xianxia hadn't helped him fix them, leaving him to find a way to resolve them on his own. Hearing the other party's words and understanding the crux of the problem, ancient sage Qiu Wu felt as if he could die without regrets. I have only modified these 18 flaws. As for the remaining 9, I really can't change them anymore. Very soon, Xianxia finished explaining the changes he had made to the sculpture, and only then did Xianxia recover from his shock. Looking at the sculpture before him, his eyes widened in shock. What happened to you? The sculpture, which was still trying its best to recover its body a moment ago, had already turned into a pile of mud. Even its head, which was still intact a moment ago, was now densely covered in cracks, reminiscent of a spider web. It looked as if it would collapse at any moment. I see. I have been cultivating wrongly all this while. It's no wonder why I haven't been able to reach higher heights after so many years. Ignoring Xianxia's question, the sculpture seemed to have lost its mind, and more cracks appeared on its surface. Thank you for your guidance. Not only were you able to see through my cultivation technique, you were even able to modify it to perfection. You have cleared the trial, and you are qualified to receive my heritage. My heritage is. Halfway through its words, the sculpture turned to look at Xianxia once more. Gotcha, voila, it was reduced to a pile of mud. Taken aback, Xianxia hurriedly rushed forward and grabbed the sculpture. Only then did he realize that the sculpture had already been reduced to dust, and the will within it had completely vanished. You haven't told me, what is my heritage? Xianxia's body swayed weakly, and he nearly spurted blood. Wasn't this ancient sage Qiu Wu a little too unreliable? Didn't he say that he would receive the heritage as long as he cleared the trial? Yet, before he could even say a single word, the sculpture had already shattered. Were you for real? Xianxia wasn't the only one who felt stifled. Wuxia and the others also widened their eyes in disbelief, and they nearly burst into tears. They had gone through so much trouble, thinking that they were on the verge of receiving the heritage, but who could have known that the remnant will of ancient sage Qiu Wu would actually be crushed by Xianxia and dissipate? He didn't even have the time to say a single word about what the heritage was or what he had to learn. What the heck was this? Previously, they had thought that following behind Xianxia into the ancient domain was a good thing. Regardless of whether it was his talent, knowledge, or understanding of formations, he would be able to ensure their safety. If they managed to obtain some benefits, they would be able to enjoy some of the benefits as well, but upon seeing this, they realized that that wasn't the case at all. If even ancient sage Qiu Wu was unable to withstand the blow, how could they possibly enjoy any benefits at all? It's probably because his consciousness ran out of time that the sculpture couldn't hold on any longer. Just as everyone was feeling stifled, Xianxia suddenly turned to them with an apologetic look and said, even though ancient sage Qiu Wu didn't have the time to pass down his heritage, this palm art should be able to raise your fighting prowess significantly, and the crowd nodded in agreement. There was no other way. If his consciousness was already gone, who would know what the heritage was? Where could they find it? There was no point thinking about it. It was fortunate that they still had a palm art. With such thoughts in mind, the crowd turned their gazes to the stone tablet not too far away, and a crisp sound echoed. Kacha! Kacha, following which, a series of explosions echoed in the air. Cracks began appearing on the ancient stone tablet, and the cracks grew larger and larger, forming an unstoppable torrent. These stone tablets have been placed here for far too long. Without the will of ancient sage Qiu Wu, they won't be able to withstand it any longer, President Han exclaimed in realization. But before he could finish his words, the ground suddenly shook, and it seemed like the folded space they were in was beginning to collapse. Hurry up and get out of here. Just like the stone tablets, this folded space is also sustained by ancient sage Qiu Wu's will. After saying those words, Xianxia took the lead and dashed out. Knowing that they were in danger, the others hurriedly rushed out as well. Xianxia followed closely behind them, and a moment later, he returned to the garden. However, Luozi was nowhere to be seen. Thus, he continued forward, and as soon as he dashed out of the door, the 9 doors behind him suddenly collapsed, vanishing without a trace. It was as if everything that had happened before was just a dream. The crowd stared at one another in bewilderment, and cold sweat trickled down their backs. It was fortunate that they had cleared the trial, and the seal that had prevented them from leaving had disappeared. Otherwise, they would have disappeared along with the folded space. It was too dangerous. Where's Ruoxin? Unlike the others, Xianxia couldn't help but take a look at his surroundings. She wasn't in the garden earlier, so why was she nowhere to be seen? Just as Xianxia was about to activate his Eye of Insight to check her whereabouts, Luoxi suddenly flew back from the front. You are out? Have you already obtained the heritage? Luozi walked up to them and asked curiously. Cough cough. That's not it. Ancient sage Qiu Wu's will collapsed due to Zhangshir's words, so he didn't even have the time to take out the heritage, Musher explained awkwardly. Collapsed? Luozi looked at the young man with a bizarre expression. Zhangxian scratched his head, not knowing how he should respond. He had only discussed the pros and cons of the Heavenly Demon Great Sorrow Palm with the other party, but who could have known that the other party would be so devastated? Ancient sage, this is the cultivation technique for the Heavenly Demon Great Sorrow Palm. I have made some modifications to it, so at least you didn't come here in vain. Shaking his head, Zhangxian wrote down a copy of the cultivation technique that he had learned and passed it over to the crowd. Regardless of whether ancient sage Qiu Wu had collapsed due to his words or not, it was due to him that they had failed to obtain the heritage. At the very least, he couldn't allow them to come here in vain. Thank you, everyone's eyes lit up in agitation. Wuxia flipped it open, and everyone turned their gazes over as well. It didn't take them too long to finish reading through the secret manual. When they looked at the young man before them once more, it was as if they had seen a ghost. Zhangshi, this is the Heavenly Demon Great Sorrow Palm? Did you really cultivate it to minor accomplishment in just 2 hours? The crowd gulped down a mouthful of saliva. The cultivation technique was indeed powerful, but it was precisely because it was so powerful that cultivating it was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Putting aside the others, even a 7-star high-tier master teacher like Wuxia would need at least 8 to 10 years to reach novice mastery of the technique. Needless to say, minor accomplishment, Yet, the fellow before them actually managed to reach minor accomplishment in such a rare battle technique in just 2 hours, even more so than ancient sage Qiu Wu. Just how in the world did he do it? It was no wonder ancient sage Qiu Wu's will had been crushed to the point where it dissipated. If they had been in his place, they would surely have been crushed to death. He said that he wanted to take ancient sage Qiu Wu in as his student. That freak. The crowd harumphed. Seeing that not a single one of them had managed to reach novice mastery, Xianxia couldn't help but shake his head. Even though he had fixed the 18 flaws of the palm art, there were still many flaws that remained. If they wished to cultivate it, they would still require a huge amount of Xianxia. While the others weren't weak, they were still lacking compared to his Saint Ascension decipher. It couldn't be helped that they were unable to master it within a short period of time. It was just like how he was willing to impart the might of the Azure Dragon Crescent Saber to his students, but, if they couldn't even pick up a saber, how could they possibly cultivate it? Even the cleverest housewife couldn't cook without rice. Even though he was a master teacher, there was nothing he could do about the lack of Xianxia in the group. I'm heading to the Saint Ascension Hall to look for the old principal. Is there anyone who wishes to tag along? Knowing that there was no point in staying here any longer, Xianxia said. In any case, he had already imparted the palm art to them, so they would have to depend on themselves to see how far they could reach in the future. Previously, ancient sage Qiu Wu had said that the old principal and the Skyleaf King had headed to the Saint Ascension Hall together. If they wanted to save the old principal, they would have to head over as well. Let's head over together. Wuxia and the others nodded. They had already memorized the Heavenly Demon Great Sorrow Palm, so there was no point in them staying here any longer. Since that was the case, they might as well head over to look for Xianxia and the others. Where did you go earlier? Along the way, Xianxia suddenly recalled the sight of Lozozi flying over, and he couldn't help but send a telepathic message to her. I was just taking a look around, the young lady chuckled softly. I see. Seeing that the other party was unwilling to speak about it, Xianxia decided not to probe any further. Following the markings on the map, the group soon arrived at a certain pavilion. It was shrouded in clouds, giving it a sacred air. Taking a look, President Han said with a grim expression, "There's an extremely powerful formation here. Those who enter will find it difficult to leave. How about this? I'll go in with Wuxia and Xianxia. The rest of you should stay here for the time being." The pavilion didn't have a name, and it felt as if it was hidden within the void. Clearly, there was a massive formation shrouding it. Furthermore, considering what ancient sage Qiu Wuxia had said earlier, there was a good chance that they wouldn't be able to return after entering the pavilion. Thus, there was no reason for them to take the risk. We're not afraid. Feng Sun and the others replied grimly. It's not a matter of whether we're scared or not. It's just that we've all fallen into it. There's really no hope for us. Everyone, stay outside and check the surroundings. If they don't come out in 3 days, then we'll consider other things. Wuxia said. This involved everyone's safety, so he couldn't act on impulse. Otherwise, if all of them fell into it, no one would be able to do anything about it. All right. After a moment of hesitation, everyone nodded. You wait outside too. I'll be fine. With a faint smile, Xianxia looked at Lozozi. He didn't know what he would experience inside, but it would definitely be extremely dangerous. He didn't want the girl to follow behind him. Let's go together. We can take care of each other. The young lady looked over. This? Seeing the firm determination in the other party's eyes, Xianxia hesitated for a moment before nodding. All right. However, you must be careful in there. Chuckling softly, Lozozi nodded in agreement. Fearing that the remnant soul of the Skyleaf King would cause trouble for them, Xianxia had President Han set up a grade 7 pinnacle slaughter formation around the area before leading Wuxia and the others into the pavilion. The formation around the pavilion was similar to the seal in the subterranean gallery. It was a one-directional formation, so there were no obstructions in entering the pavilion. However, as soon as one stepped into the pavilion, it would immediately form a seal, preventing one from leaving. As expected, there's no return. After walking for a moment, they suddenly felt as if the space behind them had been sealed. Everyone glanced at one another with grim expressions on their faces. After passing through the seal, they didn't meet with any danger. Heaving a sigh of relief, they walked up to the pavilion and pushed open the door. The first floor was extremely spacious. Rows of stone tablets stood at the center, and they were inscribed with densely packed words. These are the insights for reaching Saint Realm? Taking a look at the stone tablets, Xianxia and Lozozi glanced at one another in astonishment. They had seen the words on the stone tablets before. They were similar to those inscribed on the mountain path on the Saint Ascension platform, containing insights on how to achieve a breakthrough to Saint Realm. It seems like this Saint Ascension pavilion is closely related to the God Ascension platform, given how similar the names were and how similar the content on the stone tablets were. It was hard for the duo to believe that there was no connection between the two. Wuxia and President Han seemed to have been to the Saint Ascension platform as well, and upon seeing the content on the stone tablets, they were also taken aback. Proceeding forward, they were just about to enter the second floor when they suddenly felt goosebumps rising all over their bodies. A sword chi suddenly shot straight toward them from the depths of the pavilion. Hong Long, Wuxia and President Han immediately drove their Jinchi to their limits, and they stepped forward simultaneously to face the sword chi. Even though the two of them didn't form a formation, they still managed to produce a force greater than two. Peng, after coming into contact with the sword chi, they were forced to retreat several steps as their faces paled. It's the Skyleaf King, Xianxia's face warped in astonishment. To think that a sword chi that came from nowhere would be able to overwhelm two experts. Most likely, only the Skyleaf King, who was trapped here, was capable of such a feat. Hee, that's right. Xianxia, it would have been one thing if you hadn't come in, but now that you have, only death awaits you. A cold bellow sounded from the Skyleaf King's mouth. Following which, a towering figure slowly walked out from the depths of the pavilion. Unlike the primordial spirits they had seen before, the Skyleaf King had a physical body this time around. He was even taller than the Scarlet Leaf King and Jade Leaf King. You recognize me? Did that fragmented soul enter here to fuse with you? Hearing the Skyleaf King call out his name, Xianxian was taken aback. It seemed like the fragmented soul that had escaped previously had entered here as well. Otherwise, the other party wouldn't have been able to recognize him after being trapped here for 2 years. You caused my primordial spirit to be damaged. If you didn't come in, I wouldn't have been able to do anything to you. However, since you've entered, don't even dream of leaving. Sneering coldly, the Skyleaf King raised his finger and tapped it forward. Wuxia and President Han charged forward once more, and the Jinchi in their bodies surged furiously. Peng! Peng, with 2 dull thuds, the two of them were sent flying. Even though they were powerful, they were still far from matching up to the Skyleaf King. Xianxia, hurry up and leave! Wuxia bellowed as he forcefully landed on the ground. Spurting a mouthful of blood, he bellowed furiously. The other party's primordial spirit hadn't even left his body yet, and the two of them were already no match for him. If they were to use their full strength, they wouldn't be a match for him at all. Leave? Do you think that you can still get away? The Skyleaf King sneered coldly as he clenched his fist. Voila, the entire pavilion was immediately shrouded by a powerful might, sealing the entire area. This is bad. Not expecting to meet the Skyleaf King right after entering, Xianxian narrowed his eyes in astonishment. The other party was already on guard against him, so it was impossible for him to beguile the other party. On the other hand, he wasn't a match for the other party either. Could it be that he could only wait for death here? Break for me! Raising his palm, Xianxian executed the Heavenly Demon Great Sorrow palm that he had just learned and struck the seal before him. Wung, the seal rippled slightly, but it didn't shatter. Instead, a powerful force burst forth from it, forcing Xianxian to retreat a few steps, as if he had just struck a spring. This is the ultimate move that I came up with during the 2 years that I was trapped here. Even a Saint 5 Dan expert is unable to break it, let alone a nascent Saint cultivator like you. Seeing Xianxian's actions, the Skyleaf King chuckled coldly. President Han and Wuxia also stood up and executed their strongest attacks on the seal, but just like Xianxian, they were completely ineffective. I still have to decipher the artifact that Kongsher left behind, so I don't have the time to waste on you. Shaking his head, the Skyleaf King flicked his finger, and a burst of sword chi shot forth. This time, the might of the sword chi was greater than before, and it headed straight for Xianxian. Judging from the might of the sword qi, it seemed like even a deity would be unable to save him once it struck him. It's over, narrowing his eyes, Xianxia's body stiffened. He was already unable to withstand the might of the other party's fragmented soul, let alone the fact that he had been cultivating here for 2 years at his peak. Naturally, he wouldn't be able to withstand the might of the other party. Just as Xianxia was about to summon his clone to face the sword qi head-on, a burst of light suddenly shot toward him. Following which, a deafening explosion sounded, and the sight before him was suddenly filled with mist. It's a 7-star pinnacle formation plate. Only a 7-star pinnacle formation plate would be able to produce such a huge mist all of a sudden. Even President Han didn't possess such a rare artifact, so why would it appear here? Everyone, follow me. Just as everyone was perplexed by the sight before them, they suddenly heard a telepathic message. Following which, the silhouette of an elder appeared before them. Is that Vice School Head Ji Yan? Upon seeing the appearance of the elder, Wuxia couldn't help but ask. That's me. Wuxia, please follow me, the old man nodded and said. All right. Nodding, Wuxia beckoned the others over and followed closely behind the elder. Vice School Head Ji Yan? Hearing the conversation between the duo, Xianxia immediately came to a realization. Just like Vice School Head Mu Rinqiu, the other Vice School Head was also a Vice School Head of the Master Teacher Academy. Back then, he had entered the Library of Heaven's Path together with old Principal Xianxia. From the looks of it, the other party was still alive. What incredible strength! Following behind the other party, Xianxia discreetly took a look at the other party, and his eyebrows shot up. Vice School Head Ji Yan should have only been at St. Wendan 2 years ago, just like Vice School Head Mu Rinqiu and the others. Yet, at this very moment, he had already reached St. Fordan, putting him on par with Wuxia. To advance 3 realms in just 2 years. Not to mention, he was still at St. Realm. Wasn't this a little too exaggerated? Your strength. Wuxia also noticed the other party's strength, and he couldn't help but ask. The spiritual energy here is concentrated, and Kongsher has left quite a few artifacts behind. On top of that, I had to face the Skyleaf King and the others as well. If my cultivation had been any weaker, I would have already died. Vice School Head Ji Yan shook his head with a bitter smile. The spiritual energy here was several times denser than the outside world. On top of that, there were all kinds of artifacts and the pressure from the Skyleaf King. If one hadn't reached St. Fordan, it would have been impossible for one to survive until now. How many of you are left? Xianxia asked. Back then, the old principal had taken away roughly 30 people, and seeing the corpses of more than a dozen of them outside, there should be at least a dozen of them still alive. Less than 3 people, Vice School Head Ji Yan sighed. Less than 3 people? Everyone was taken aback. It was either 2 or 3 people, but what did that mean? Could it be that there were still 2.5 people left? Noticing the bewilderment in the crowd's eyes, Vice Principal Ji Yan smiled bitterly and said, You will understand once you follow me. Following behind him, they walked through the mist for a moment before finally arriving at a room. The room was filled with grade 7 pinnacle seals and traps. It seemed like even an expert of the Skyleaf King's caliber would be torn to shreds if he were to fall into them. Upon seeing this sight, Xianxia nodded in agreement. It seemed like even though the Skyleaf King had been trapped here as well, the Skyleaf King clearly had the upper hand. The old principal and the others were no match for him, so they could only hide here to preserve their lives. Most likely, these formations and traps were meant to prevent the Skyleaf King from ambushing them. Pushing the door open, they walked in. The room was only a dozen square meters in size. Not only was it narrow, there were no windows, only a single night illumination pearl illuminating the surroundings. By the side of the room, there was a person leaning against the wall. His legs were missing, and one of his arms was missing. However, upon seeing the group, he immediately flew up with a look of disbelief in his eyes. Vice Principal G, there were only a few of them in the Saint Ascension Hall, so it was only natural that they would be agitated to see such a sight. Vice Principal Tan, Wuxia, and the others from Qingyuan Empire found this place, Vice Principal Ji Yan explained. Vice Principal Tan? You are Vice Principal Tan Qing? Xianxia was taken aback for a moment before recalling a person. Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy had a total of 4 vice principals, and Mu Renxiu, Vice Principal Ji Yan, and Tan Qing were 3 of them. That's me. Tan Qing nodded. Then, he turned to Vice Principal Ji Yan and asked, "May I know the names of these master teachers?" "This. I saw them being pursued by the Skyleaf King earlier, so I saved them. As for their names, I haven't had the time to ask for them yet." Vice Principal Ji Yan replied. Due to the crisis earlier, he didn't have the time to explain the details. As such, he only knew Wu Shi. As for the other 3, he wasn't too familiar with them. This is the new principal of Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy, Xianxia, Xianxia. That is Luozi, Luoshi, and that is the head of the Qingyuan Empire Formation Master Guild, President Han Su. Wu Shi introduced them. The new principal? Upon hearing the introduction, the duo immediately turned their gazes over and frowned. Even if they hadn't been able to request permission from the headquarters in time due to the urgent situation they were in, the Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy was still one of the 4 great Master Teacher Academies. How could a young nascent saint cultivator be appointed as the principal? You must be joking. Seeing the expressions on the duo's face, Wu Shi could tell what they were thinking, and he hurriedly explained, Principal Zhang might be young, but he possesses extraordinary strength. It's all thanks to him that we were able to find this place. To be honest, Xianxian was really too young. Even if it was him back then, he would still be suspicious when he suddenly saw him, let alone the 2 in front of him. That's right. How can anyone who can come here be simple? Hearing Wu Shi's words, the 2 of them were stunned for a moment, then they understood. They had personally experienced the brutality of the Qiuwu Palace, so they knew just how dangerous it was. Given that the young man was able to walk all the way here from the entrance, there was no doubt that he possessed exceptional talent. Moreover, Wu Shi had personally spoken. Where's Principal Zhang Yinqiu? Zhang Xian frowned and looked over. Wasn't the old principal still alive? Didn't they say there were less than 3 people? Why wasn't he here? Principal Zhang. Vice Principal Ji Yan and Tan Qing glanced at one another, and their eyes dimmed. He's already dead, dead? Principal Ji, didn't you say that there were less than 3 people alive? Now, there are only 2 of them left. This time, the one who spoke was President Han. Clearly, he had also heard Vice Principal Ji's words. If there were only the 2 of them, he would have just said that there were only 2 of them. Yet, he had actually said that there were less than 3 of them. Naturally, there was a reason behind it. As a 7-star master teacher, there was no way he would make such a slip of the tongue. The other one is Principal Zhang Yinqiu. Rather than saying that he's alive, it's no different from being dead. However, he isn't here right now. We'll have to wait for a specific time before bringing you to meet him. Vice Principal Ji Yan explained. Alive? Dead? Everyone glanced at one another in confusion. However, judging from Vice Principal Ji Yan's expression, it seemed like he had no intention of explaining the matter, so they decided not to pursue the matter. After a moment of silence, Wu Shi turned to Vice Principal Ji Yan and asked, "What happened 2 years ago? Why didn't you report the matter to the headquarters despite knowing that it was dangerous here?" In truth, he wasn't the only one who was perplexed. Even Zhang Xian found it hard to believe. The fact that the old principal had left behind a cenotaph in the Mausoleum of Principles meant that he had already known about the dangers of the Mausoleum of Principles. Since that was the case, he should have reported the matter to the higher-ranked Mingshi Tang Academy. Why would he choose to remain silent and bring so many master teachers with him? Actually, it's not that he didn't want to report the matter to the Mingshi Tang Academy, but that time didn't allow for it. Vice Principal Ji Yan shook his head with a bitter smile. Wu Shi is close with Principal Zhang, and he knows that the person whom he admires the most is Elder Wu Yangzi. What he loves to do the most is to investigate the other party's life and deeds. Through his investigations, he managed to uncover some secrets regarding the ancient domain and obtain some useful information. But just as he was about to report the matter to the Mingshi Tang Academy, the news somehow reached the ears of the otherworldly demonic tribe. Not only did the otherworldly demonic tribe get their hands on the treasure, they even managed to uncover a deeper secret. After that, they learned that the ancient domain was about to open, and they couldn't afford to waste any time. Thus, they gathered all of us in the middle of the night and rushed over. After hearing the explanation, Wuxia frowned. Xianxia has a communication jade token from the headquarters. As long as he sends a message, he should be able to inform them of the situation. It shouldn't take too much time. Why didn't he do it? Even if Xianxia were to explain the matter regarding the ancient domain in detail, it would only take a dozen breaths. To be able to gather all of them in the middle of the night and rush over, it shouldn't be too difficult for him to send a message. Why did he say that time didn't allow for it? If I'm not mistaken, the news probably didn't reach the ears of the otherworldly demonic tribe. Instead, it was scammed. And this liar, was he from the headquarters? Could it be that you are worried about the headquarters? Xianxia pondered for a moment before figuring out the crux of the matter. If they weren't wary of the otherworldly demonic tribe, they would have long sent a message to the headquarters. Xianxia's eyes are indeed sharp. He was able to see through the crux of the problem with just a glance. Hearing Xianxian's words, Vice Principal Ji Yan and Vice Principal Tan Qing widened their mouths in awe. To be able to deduce the crux of the matter from such a simple conversation, Xianxia's discernment ability was indeed frightening. It was no wonder why he was able to become the principal of the academy. Scammed? From the headquarters? Wuxia was stunned for a moment before clenching his fists tightly. He was a smart person as well, so he immediately figured out what was going on. Xianxia had been scammed by a fake master teacher from the headquarters, so he had been wary of the other party. As such, he didn't know much about the Qingyuan Empire Mingshi Tang Academy, so naturally, he wouldn't dare send a message recklessly. Perhaps, he had planned to make a trip there personally if he could get out of the ancient domain, but he didn't manage to return. Who is it? Wuxia narrowed his eyes. He knew all of the master teachers in the headquarters, so who could it be? We are all trapped here, so there's no point in revealing the truth. Vice Principal Ji Yan shook his head. What was the point in revealing the truth? Since that was the case, he might as well not reveal the truth at all. Are we really unable to leave? Are we really going to be trapped here forever? President Han asked. I believe that all of you should be able to tell that the seal outside is set up by ancient sage Qiuwu himself. Unless we obtain his heritage and decipher the secrets behind the seal, we won't be able to leave. Vice Principal Ji Yan shook his head with a bitter smile. At that moment, he suddenly recalled something and asked, right, we were caught up in a battle with the Skyleaf King and the others back then, so we had no choice but to flee here. Along the way, you should have found the door to ancient sage Qiuwu's heritage, right? Did you manage to obtain the heritage? Hearing those words, Wuxia and the others couldn't help but feel a little awkward. They had entered the door, met ancient sage Qiuwu's sculpture, and even cleared the trial, but in the end they didn't manage to obtain the heritage. It would be hard for the other party to believe such a bizarre matter. What's wrong? Could it be that you didn't see the mark left behind by Principal Zhang? Vice Principal Ji Yan couldn't help but ask. Given how obvious the mark was, they should have been able to notice it easily. You were indeed the one who left it behind. Since you know that there's a heritage behind the door, why didn't you enter to take a look? This time, it was President Han's turn to be perplexed. Since they were the ones who had left the door behind, it could be said that they had opened the door and confirmed its location. Since that was the case, why didn't they enter? If they had really entered, the Skyleaf King might have already been killed by the ancient sages. Back then, we were the first to arrive before the door and activate it, but shortly after we confirmed its location, the Skyleaf King chased after us. The heritage of ancient sage Qiuwu is simply too important. If the Skyleaf King were to obtain it, it could very well spell disaster for the entire human race. We didn't dare to take the risk. Thus, Principal Zhang discreetly left behind a mark on the ground and rushed over. The Skyleaf King has always been a paranoid person, so when he saw the 9 doors, he chose not to enter and continue his pursuit. In the end, all of us ended up here. Vice Principal Ji Yan swiftly recounted the situation back then. Even though Vice Principal Ji Yan spoke casually, Xianxia and the others could still deduce how brutal the situation was. Mu Renqiu and the others had died not too far away from the 9 doors, and the fact that their corpses hadn't been retrieved showed how dangerous the situation had been. After we entered, we were trapped and engaged in several battles. While the Skyleaf King was the only otherworldly demon left, most of the master teachers who came with us were also killed. It is fortunate that the terrain here is complex, so we were able to survive. Otherwise, we would have been wiped out long ago, Vice Principal Ji Yan sighed. I see. The others nodded. They had personally experienced the strength of the Skyleaf King. Even Wuxia and President Han were no match for him. Back then, they were only at St. Wendan Pinnacle, so naturally, they wouldn't have stood a chance. It wasn't easy for them to survive until now. Right, you still haven't answered our question. Did you manage to obtain ancient sage Qiao Wu's heritage? After explaining the matter, Vice Principal Ji Yan turned to Xianxia once more. This matter concerned whether they would be able to leave or not, so he really wanted to know the answer. This ancient sage Qiao Wu's will dissipated under Xiangxi's assault, so he didn't manage to leave behind his heritage. After a long moment of hesitation, Wuxia finally spoke up. Defeated by the attack? What do you mean? Ji Yan and Tan Qing were taken aback, and their faces were blank. If Xianxia had said that he didn't find the door, didn't pass through the stone tablet with the words Qiao Wu Palace on it, or that he didn't enter the place, they would have been able to understand. Why does it sound so profound? I can't understand it at all, could you please explain it more clearly? Why don't you say it? Seeing the curiosity on the faces of the two, Wuxia's face reddened. Not knowing what to say, he could only turn to look at President Han. He wasn't a master teacher, so the effects would be better if he were to speak. Alright, it's actually like this. With a bitter smile, guild leader Han prepared his words and recounted the entire story to Xianxia. You are saying that Xianxia managed to see through the flaws in ancient sage Guxing's palm art? Not only did you succeed in cultivating it, but you even corrected it? You want to take ancient sages as your disciples? The two vice deans were dumbstruck and almost fainted on the spot. Was he listening to a story? Is there such a ridiculous master teacher in the world? That was ancient sage Qiao Wu. Anyone who had heard of his name would worship him as though he was a deity, not daring to speak loudly in front of him. Yet, this fellow actually opened his mouth and said that he would accept a disciple. Have you never accepted a disciple before, or have your guts reached a certain level? Cough cough. I am just stating the facts. I didn't think that ancient sage Qiao Wu would be so weak that he wouldn't be able to withstand such a blow. Sigh, it seems like he really needs to temper his mental fortitude. Noticing the gazes of the two, Xianxia sighed. He didn't want this to happen either. There was no other way. Weak training? Both of them were speechless. Mingshi Tang was one of the most renowned ancient sages of Mingshi Tang, the retainer of the world's teacher. It was already a blessing that the other party did not die from anger when he heard that Xianxia, a junior of tens of thousands of years in the future, wanted to take him in as his student. He had modified the palm art that the other party was proud of on the spot, and more importantly, he had even enhanced its prowess by leaps and bounds. It was already a huge feat for the other party to be able to hold on to his words. After a while, Vice Principal Ji Yan shook his head with a bitter smile. We didn't get the inheritance. Looks like we really won't be able to get out, to return empty-handed like a mountain of treasure. How in the world did such a nonsensical master teacher manage to become the principal of an academy? They were really worried about the future of Hongyuan University. However, as long as he didn't obtain the heritage, he wouldn't be able to break the spatial seal, so there was no point in worrying about it. He had hoped that the person who had received news of them would be able to save them, but from the looks of it now, it seemed like he had been overthinking things. What kind of place is the Saint Ascension Hall? Is it related to the Saint Ascension platform? Ignoring the gazes of the crowd, Xianxia turned to look at Xianxia. The Saint Ascension Pavilion and the Saint Ascension platform. Their names were so similar, and they were both related to Kongshi. It was hard for him to believe that there was no connection between them. There is indeed a connection between the two. If my guess is correct, hearing Xianxia's question, Vice Principal Ji Yan could only reply. Right after he spoke, everyone suddenly felt the ground trembling violently, as though an earthquake had occurred. It felt as though the entire building would collapse at any moment. What happened? Wuxia and the others narrowed their eyes. This thing doesn't seem to have a fixed pattern every day, and it's starting today. Let's go, I'll bring you to meet Xianxia. However, I have to warn you in advance that we only have an incense's time, so we have to rush back within this time. Otherwise, it'll be the same as before, and we won't be able to escape. Seemingly accustomed to such tremors, Vice Principal Ji Yan hesitated for a moment before gritting his teeth. You want to meet Xianxia? The crowd was taken aback for a moment before nodding. All right. Let's go. Vice Principal Ji Yan led the way out of the building. As Tan Qing had no limbs, he was unable to fly in certain areas, making it difficult for him to move around. Circumventing the formations and traps outside the building, the group headed upward. Not too long later, they arrived at the very top of the building. Only then did they realize that the roof of the building was actually flat. At the very center of the building was a round pedestal that emanated a brilliant glow. The previous tremor was caused by this pedestal. Xianxia was taken aback. This pedestal was identical to the one that appeared after he destroyed the insights on the Saint Ascension platform. Back then, when he pointed out the flaws in Kongshi's insight, the pedestal had exploded, and the pedestal had appeared from within the walls of the building. From there, Xianxia and Lozozi were teleported into a folded space. Back then, he had thought that the pedestal was the one that Kongshi had sat on when he ascended to sainthood. However, upon seeing this pedestal, he realized that it might not be the case. Indeed, this is the Saint Ascension platform that Kongshi left behind when he ascended to sainthood. The one outside is just a replica. Noticing Xianxia's doubt, Vice Principal Ji Yan nodded. The real Saint Ascension platform? Xianxia clenched his fists tightly. Indeed. A celestial saint was no ordinary cultivator. The Saint Ascension platform was influenced by the laws of the world, so how could it only have a faint glow? How could it possibly be hidden on top of a mountain without fear of being discovered? Activating his eye of insight, Xianxia took a closer look at the Saint Ascension platform. There was a unique barrier of light on the Saint Ascension platform, and there were ripples flowing on its surface. It felt as if just a single breath of it would be able to raise one's cultivation significantly, and the aura of saint within one's body would grow even denser. Even a sliver of energy from the Saint Ascension platform is a huge source of wealth for us cultivators. The reason why I am able to cultivate so quickly is due to this. Vice Principal Ji Yan nodded. The crowd nodded in agreement. The light emanating from the pedestal felt warm, as if one was bathed in holy light. Even though it hadn't been too long since they arrived, they could already feel their thoughts speeding up, and their muscles becoming more active. It felt as if they were able to cultivate more efficiently than before. As long as one's talent wasn't too bad, cultivating in a place like this would allow one to advance 3 realms within 2 short years. Looking at the expressions on the crowd's faces, Vice Principal Ji Yan knew that they had already understood the situation. Thus, he stepped forward and pointed to a spot not too far away from the Saint Ascension platform. Principal Zhang is over there. Taken aback, the crowd quickly turned their gazes over, and they saw a stone sculpture standing not too far away. It was an elder, and the sculpture looked extremely lifelike. It was identical to the portrait of Xianxia in the Master Teacher Pavilion. Wuxi? You are here. Just as the crowd was perplexed, a faint voice suddenly sounded from within the stone sculpture. Turning their gazes over, they saw that the stone sculpture was actually speaking just like ancient sage Qiu Wu. Xianxia, how did you? Feeling a sharp pain in his heart, Wuxi couldn't help but turn his gaze over. It was no wonder Vice Principal Ji Yan had said that there were less than 3 of them here. The fact that Xianxia was able to speak and recognize him was more than enough to show that he was still conscious, so he couldn't be considered to be dead yet. In order to save us, Principal Zhang's physical body was destroyed by the Skyleaf King. Back then, the Saint Ascension platform happened to be in operation, and the sacred light shone down upon him. As a result, his soul didn't dissipate. Instead, it was attached to a boulder, unable to leave or escape. However, he still retained his consciousness, so he wasn't completely dead yet. That's how he ended up in his current state. Vice Principal Ji Yan explained. Back then, the situation was extremely complicated. Xianxia's physical body had been destroyed on the spot, and he had thought that he would surely die. However, who could have thought that the Saint Ascension platform that Xianxia had left behind would possess such incredible power that his soul actually managed to survive by attaching itself to a boulder. As time went by, his soul eventually morphed into a stone sculpture. However, unable to move or escape, he could only stand there silently. To be honest, he was no different from a dead person. The old principal didn't tame the Byzantium Helios beast through soul taming but through a blood contract. With the death of the old principal's physical body, the master-servant relationship between the Byzantium Helios beast and the Library of Heaven's Path was naturally severed as well. It's no wonder the Library of Heaven's Path wasn't able to find out who its master was back then. Xianxia nodded in realization. The way he tamed saint beasts and spirit beasts was through soul sacrifice, and the souls of his tamed beasts were under his control. On the other hand, the old principal didn't take this route. He had only used his blood essence to establish a blood contract with the Byzantium Helios beast. While such a blood contract could allow one to tame saint beasts, the master-servant relationship would be severed upon the death of the Byzantium Helios beast. Back then, when he was examining the Byzantium Helios beast, he didn't know that its master was the old principal, and that was why he had made such a blunder. He had thought that the old principal was really dead, but it turned out that this was the case. Actually, it's nothing much. At the very least, he's still alive. Seeing the sorrowful faces of the crowd, especially those of his old friend, Wuxi, whose face had turned pale, Xianxia sculpture chuckled. This wasn't what he had wanted, but, at the very least, it was better than having one's soul dissipate and dying. Since you were able to enter, I believe that you should have seen the traces I left behind and obtained ancient sage Qiu Wu's heritage, right? After consoling the crowd, Zhang Yinqiu turned to Zhang Xian and asked. As long as they could obtain the heritage, they would be able to escape from the Master Teacher Academy. Even though he wouldn't be able to leave, Vice School Head Ji Yan and Vice School Head Tan Qing would still be able to escape. At the very least, they would be able to preserve some of the strength of the Master Teacher Academy. I didn't manage to obtain the heritage. Without waiting for Wu Shi's reply, Vice School Head Ji Yan hurriedly explained everything that had happened. After hearing Zhang Xian's explanation, Zhang Yinqiu widened his eyes in shock. He turned to look at Zhang Xian as if he had seen a ghost, seemingly wanting to say something, but in the end, he could only hold himself back. With a helpless sigh, he said, without obtaining ancient sage Qiu Wu's heritage, it's impossible for me to leave this place. Unless, of course, I am able to obtain the acknowledgement of the heavens and become a celestial saint, just like Xianxia. Become a celestial saint? Zhang Xian was taken aback. Zhang Yinqiu nodded. The Saint Ascension Hall has the real Saint Ascension platform, as well as the insights and information regarding one's ascension to a celestial saint. There's only a single purpose to it. It's to leave behind the legacy of Xianxia to the later generations, hoping that they will be able to obtain the acknowledgement of the heavens. As long as someone is able to achieve a breakthrough on the Saint Ascension platform and become a celestial saint, the seal blocking the area will vanish as well. Hearing the conditions that Zhang Yinqiu stated, Wuxi and the others shook their heads bitterly. That's impossible. Indeed, it's indeed impossible. In the history of the Master Teacher Academy, Xianxia was the only one who had managed to do so. From this, it could be seen how difficult it was. With just the few of them, how could they possibly succeed? That's why, we never thought that we would be able to leave this place. Before coming here, we had already made arrangements for our deaths. It's already a blessing that we are still able to live on. Vice School Head Ji Yan said. Actually, seeing that everyone was in low spirits, Zhang Xian hesitated for a moment before turning to Zhang Yinqiu. Celestial Saint. I can give it a try. You? Hearing his interruption, everyone stopped. They stared at him as though he was a fool. Cough cough. Wuxi couldn't help but interrupt the awkward atmosphere. Xianxia, I know that you are talented, and you have your own unique methods and insights in cultivation, but Celestial Saint isn't something that anyone can achieve just because they want to. The implications are too great, and it is impossible for anyone to succeed. Indeed. I've studied the process of Xianxia ascending to sainthood, and I've also been to the Saint Ascension platform. Based on my deduction, the first prerequisite for one to become a celestial master teacher is to become a celestial master teacher. Only when The heavens and earth acknowledge your occupation while you have the right to be conferred the title of saint. Secondly, one has to cultivate a special cultivation technique, and one's true qi is incomparably dense. Only then would one be able to knock open the door to heaven and earth, get rid of the impurities, and achieve unparalleled achievements. The fact that you were able to see through the flaws in ancient sage Qiu Wu's palm art shows that you have a deep understanding of battle techniques. The fact that you were able to come here as a nascent saint shows that your fighting prowess isn't too bad either. However, to think that you can become a celestial saint with just that, you are still far too lacking. Sainthood is not child's play. Are there many geniuses in the sage clans? Were there many geniuses in the combat master hall? Over the past several dozen millenniums, no one has ever succeeded. This goes to show how difficult it is. Xianxia, you can give it a try, but don't get your hopes up too high, President Han said with a bitter smile. No one was optimistic about it. All right. Zhang Xian wanted to say something, but he shook his head and didn't say anything in the end. To be honest, even though he had cultivated the Saint Ascension decipher, he was not too sure whether he would be able to become a celestial saint or not. Just like what the other party had said, he could only try his best. He wasn't a flamboyant person to begin with. If he wasn't confident in something, it was best not to say it, lest he couldn't complete it and be ridiculed by others. It's good that you understand. Becoming a celestial saint isn't easy. It's best if you can do it, but if you can't, you can only resign yourself to fate. Vice Principal Ji Yan nodded. Just as he was about to continue speaking, the light barrier on the stone platform began to shake, and the radiance gradually dimmed. Upon seeing this sight, Zhang Xian's face warped in horror. Time's up, everyone, hurry up and leave. Principal Zhang, we'll come back to see you tomorrow. After saying that, he beckoned the crowd over and walked down the stairs. Seeing how flustered Ji Yan was, the crowd didn't say anything and followed closely behind him. It didn't take long for them to return to the narrow hut that Ji Yan was staying in. Only then did he heave a sigh of relief. What's going on? Why did you rush back? Wuxia could not help but ask. Didn't I say that we only have an incense's time? Vice Principal Ji Yan asked. Everyone nodded. He had indeed said something like that before. Over the past year, the Saint Ascension platform has been releasing a sacred glow every single day to illuminate the surroundings. During this period of time, the Skyleaf King has no choice but to hide in his residence, not daring to move in the slightest. Otherwise, he would be scorched by the sacred glow and suffer great damage to his primordial spirit. On the other hand, we master teachers can make use of this opportunity to move around. However, we only have an incense's time. If we miss this opportunity, the Skyleaf King will charge out and slaughter us. Ji Yan explained. Everyone was enlightened. It was no wonder why Zhang Xian would be so anxious when he saw that the sacred light was on the verge of extinguishing. If they were too late, the Skyleaf King would appear, and it would truly be difficult for them to escape. I was wondering how the two of you managed to advance so quickly in the past 2 years while the Skyleaf King is still only at leaving Aperture Realm primary stage. Most likely, it has something to do with the sacred light. Wuxia nodded in understanding. Yes. Master teachers are able to raise their cultivation by absorbing the sacred light, but the Skyleaf King is unable to do so. As such, his rate of improvement is slower than ours. Nevertheless, he has occupied the entire Saint Ascension Hall, leaving us no choice but to cower in the corner. Back then, in order to help his descendants achieve a breakthrough to sainthood, Kongshur had left behind quite a few treasures, and they have all been claimed by the Skyleaf King. Over the past 2 years, even if he didn't make any major breakthroughs, his primordial spirit has become more and more resilient. It's not something we can fight against. Ji Yan shook his head. You're saying that he has been releasing holy light every day for the past year? Zhang Xian's focus was different. He was more curious about the Saint Ascension platform, so he couldn't help asking. A year ago, the Saint Ascension platform was very ordinary. Although it would still release holy light, the amount was extremely small, and there was no pattern to it. Around the end of August last year, in September, it suddenly shone brightly, as if it was waiting for someone to come. I'm not too sure about the specifics. Vice Principals Ji Yan pondered for a moment before nodding. Being trapped in the Saint Ascension Hall, they were unable to keep track of time. However, as master teachers, they were still able to roughly calculate the time. Waiting for someone? Is it possible for Xianxia to return? President Han shook his head with a smile. Xianxia had gone missing several dozen millenniums ago, and even his 72 direct disciples were unaware of his whereabouts, needless to say, his descendants. It was impossible for him to return. Even a saint doesn't have a lifespan of several dozen millenniums. I don't think it's possible for him to be waiting for someone. Perhaps, your arrival triggered some kind of mechanism, causing the Saint Ascension platform to shine brightly every day. Wuxia nodded. That's possible, Vice Principals Ji Yan and Xianxia nodded in agreement. Due to the limitations of their cultivation and knowledge, there were many things that they were unable to explain. Putting everything aside, where in the world did the Saint Ascension platform come from? How did it stop the Skyleaf King from entering the Saint Ascension platform? Alright, let's not talk about this for now. Just like the celestial Saint Ascension platform, these things are too far away from us. School head Tan Qing, I have a grand intermittence pill here. Why don't you give it a try? Shaking his head, Wuxia turned to school head Tan Qing and took out a jade bottle. At this moment, school head Tan Qing's legs and arms had been severed, rendering him a cripple. Only the legendary grade 7 grand intermittence pill could regrow his limbs. Previously, Xianxia had forged such a pill for Wei Ruyan to consume, and it had allowed the latter's physical body to recover. Thank you, Wuxia. Upon seeing the pill, school head Tan Qing's eyes lit up in agitation. There was no one who could turn down the opportunity to regrow their limbs. School head Tan Qing hurriedly took the jade bottle and placed a pill inside. It was the grand intermittence pill, but its tier wasn't too high. School head Tan Qing swallowed the pill, and a powerful surge of vitality flowed into his body. In an instant, he felt an itch all over his body, and his severed arms and legs began to regrow. However, before they could fully regrow, school head Tan Qing's face suddenly darkened, and he shook his head with a bitter smile. The grand intermittence pill is indeed powerful, but the tier of this pill is too low. On top of that, my limbs were severed by the Skyleaf King, and the grand intermittence pill harnesses his Xianxia of slaughter. As valuable as the grand intermittence pill was, school head Tan Qing's injuries were simply too severe. A single grand intermittence pill was insufficient for him to make a full recovery. I only have one grand intermittence pill. Wuxia frowned. The grand intermittence pill was extremely valuable, such that it was extremely rare even in Qingyuan-conferred empire. He had paid a heavy price in order to obtain a single one, and he had been reluctant to use it all this time. Who could have thought that it wouldn't be of much use to school head Tan Qing? I have forged the grand intermittence pill before. As long as I have sufficient medicinal herbs, I should be able to forge it, Xianxia said. Forge it? I have an apothecary as my supporting occupation, but I don't have the main medicinal herb, the grand intermittence grass, here. Wuxia said. The grand intermittence grass is simply too rare, so I don't have it here either. President Han shook his head. Xianxia also had a bitter smile on his face. Back then, he had to apply to the Qingyuan-conferred Empire Apothecary Guild to obtain a stock of grand intermittence grass, and it was only then that he managed to successfully forge the grand intermittence pill. Even though he had obtained quite a few valuable items from the otherworldly demon kings, he had never seen the grand intermittence grass before. Seeing the crowd shaking their heads, Vice Principal Ji Yan suddenly said, "Actually, the Saint Ascension Pavilion has the grand intermittence grass." It has it here? Everyone was taken aback. Didn't I say that Xianxia left behind quite a few treasures for his descendants to achieve breakthroughs in cultivation? One of them is the grand intermittence grass. Back then, I took the risk to sneak into the Saint Ascension Pavilion and saw it with my own eyes. However, it has been snatched away by the Skyleaf King. Vice Principal Ji Yan said. The crowd smiled bitterly. If it had been anywhere else, they might have been able to obtain it when the Saint Ascension platform was releasing its sacred light. However, the Skyleaf King had snatched it away from them. It would be nigh impossible for them to get their hands on it. Where are the treasures you speak of? I can sneak over to take a look. If I succeed, school head Tan won't have to suffer such pain anymore. Xianxia said with a smile. You? Wuxia and the others frowned. Since the Skyleaf King is guarding it, it should be extremely dangerous. I think we should just forget about it. Indeed. The Skyleaf King is a primordial spirit realm expert, and just like us, he has set up all kinds of seals in his residence. If we were to sneak in recklessly and get trapped, no one would be able to save him, Vice Principal Ji Yin and the others said. Don't worry, I have a way to deal with it. I will just head over to take a look. If there's a chance, I will take it back. If not, I will return to the Skyleaf King. Xianxia. This? The crowd glanced at one another. Just as Wuxia was about to continue speaking, Xianxia interjected, Don't worry. Even if I encounter the Skyleaf King, I will still be able to escape. Alright then. Seeing how confident Xianxia was, Wuxia nodded in agreement. I'll be heading out first then. With a light chuckle, Xianxia walked out of the room, and with a few flashes of his silhouette, he disappeared from everyone's sight. This? Wuxia, it is really too reckless of you to allow him to deal with the Skyleaf King alone, Vice Principal Tan Qing exclaimed. He didn't want others to lose their lives in order to save him. Vice Principal Ji Yin felt the same way as well, and he couldn't help but feel anxious. Actually, I also think that it is reckless of me to do so as well, but if you were to hear of President Zhang's deeds against the otherworldly demonic tribe, you would think that he might really succeed. Knowing that Vice Principal Tan Qing would ask such a question, Wuxia shook his head with a bitter smile. Deeds? What deeds? The duo asked curiously. Given how long you have been with the Skyleaf King, you should have heard of the Qingtian 10 Great Kings, right? Wuxia asked. Of course. It is said that they are experts on par with the Skyleaf King, and each of them is stronger than the last. Vice Principal Tan Qing nodded. They are indeed fearsome. Every single one of them is on par with me, perhaps even stronger than me. But this President Zhang of ours, he alone. Wuxia said with a bitter smile. He killed 9 of them. End of chapter 1078. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.